This man was originally a transmigrator who drifted into the world of cultivation. However, the troublesome system that Yi-Bei awakened imposed a bizarre condition. He had to recruit exactly 108 disciples and cultivate all of them to the peak of glory before he was allowed to defy heaven and change his fate. And so, Yi-Bei could only resignedly climb into a coffin and wait for 3 centuries. Not until his final disciple successfully broke through to the saint realm, unlocking the golden key that helped him turn the tables of his life. Yi-Bei kicked open the coffin lid, opened his eyes, and woke up. He did not expect that he had truly resurrected. The surging youthfulness flowing through his meridians made him feel as if everything was just a dream. The most urgent thing Yi-Bei did after breathing the fresh air again was to drag the system out to interrogate it about which slowpoke disciple was the last to reach the saint realm. Unfortunately, this system held professional ethics in high regard and refused to reveal the identity of that poorly talented disciple even at the cost of its life. Yi-Bei had to bypass the rules by asking from a different angle, wanting to know which year the last one to break through to the saint realm succeeded. To this question, the system joyfully replied, informing him that it was already a matter of 230 years ago. Hearing this, Yi-Bei was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. How bizarre! Wouldn't that mean if that slow disciple had just put in a bit of effort to become a saint a little earlier, he would have risen from the grave ages ago? You rebellious disciple, just wait until this master finishes defying heaven and changing fate. I will immediately hoist you up, so you can bathe in the river of your master's love that has been delayed for a whole 300 years. Yi-Bei just lay in the coffin, howling in endless frustration. Meanwhile, the system remained dedicated to its duty and began the process of helping him defy heaven and change his fate. At that very moment, a colossal bolt of lightning fell straight from the 9 heavens onto the tomb where Yi-Bei had just spent his 3-century-long slumber. Right at this time, a group of people who appeared sage-like but actually harbored the dreams of thieves were groping their way here. Leading the tomb-robbing army was a Li Daoshi who possessed a late-stage half-saint cultivation. After breaching a corner of the ceiling barrier covering the outside of Yi-Bei's tomb, he immediately ushered his chaotic flock of henchmen to file inside. The lackeys, some carrying pickaxes and others shoveling, were extremely enthusiastic. One look at their attitude was enough to understand that today they were determined to sweep clean every single valuable item hidden here. The 2 ironwood doors blocking the main hall let out a heavy creak and slowly swung wide open. Inside the temple was a luxurious and magnificent scene, where every giant wooden pillar supporting the heavens was carved with highly exquisite patterns of divine dragons holding pearls. Placed imposingly right in the center was a coffin that exuded the scent of ultimate wealth. With just a glance, the tomb raiders quickly noticed that this coffin was carved from a single piece of a Kainkun divine tree branch. It was originally a once-in-a-millennium rare material used specifically to forge and nourish top-grade magic treasures, possessing an astronomical value that no numbers could measure. The band of thieves swallowed their saliva and stealthily approached the coffin. The closer they got, the more clearly they felt the dense spiritual chi surging wildly from within. Out of professional habit, the whole group was certain that countless rare treasures must be hidden inside that wooden shell. The Li Daoshi hastily dragged his feet a few steps closer, channeling all his cultivation and profound training. He intended to use brute force to pry open the coffin lid. At the very moment, a crack appeared in the wooden lid. The entire army of tomb raiders had their 3 souls and 7 Po scared right out of them. Because what caught their eyes was the image of Yi-Bei lying silently inside with his eyes closed. Good heavens, has this person really passed away? Why do I feel like the life force on his body is still surging so brilliantly? He has indeed gone to meet his ancestors. Another thief crept closer to examine, though his face still bore suspicion. He has truly passed away. Rumor has it that this supreme demon emperor kicked the bucket because his lifespan ran out. Yet seeing it with my own eyes today, his appearance is really no different from a man in deep sleep. It was precisely this rosy complexion of Yi-Bei that made the band of thieves assume someone had stuffed a rare treasure into his mouth. Thanks to that, his physical body could remain intact to this extent. Whatever rare object had the power to preserve a corpse so well must surely be a massive fortune. The old Li Daoxi's greed flared to the extreme. He could wait no longer. He hastily reached out his grimy hand, planning to pry open Yi Bei's mouth to fish out the treasure. Unexpectedly, before those bony fingers could even touch Yi Bei's cheek, he suddenly snapped his eyes wide open. This eerie sight nearly caused the thieves' hearts to stop, leaving them frozen on the spot. Both terrified and astounded, they all backed away several zhang in unison without a word, their eyes wide as they stared at the person in the coffin slowly sitting up. Yi Bei burst into hearty laughter, a laugh mixed with extreme mockery and contempt. "Are you tomb raiders? Your courage is as vast as the heavens. Who are you? Why are you lying in here?" A naive kid who had not experienced life boldly pointed his finger straight at Yi Bei's face and shouted. That naive question made him find it even more amusing. "This tomb was built by others for me to lie in. Why don't you use your brain to think who I am?" At this moment, Yi Bei sat up straight, allowing the thieves to fully behold his face. His shocking declaration left the tomb raiders even more confused. "Are you the Supreme Demon Emperor?" Absurd! The reason they dismissed that thought was because that world-shaking demon emperor had passed away 3 centuries ago, and when he breathed his last, he was in the form of a withered old man, not a fresh young man like this. Li Daoxi was also certain that Yi Bei was talking nonsense, as he had secretly probed his cultivation aura and realized the opponent was just a minor cultivator at the Ning Shen realm. Moreover, he was a newcomer who had just recently stepped into the Ning Shen realm. Therefore, they all naturally concluded that Yi Bei was in the same boat as them, merely sneaking in beforehand to play ghost and scare his colleagues. Looked down upon by this band of bandits, Yi Bei only let out a cold snort, temporarily too lazy to argue. However, his arrogant, mocking smirk successfully angered those people. A few hot-tempered men ran out of patience, immediately drawing their swords and pointing them at his face to force a confession. "Stop playing tricks. Why are you here? Speak up, and most importantly, where is the treasure hidden?" After spitting out those words, they did not even give Yi Bei a chance to explain. "Humph, quiet as a clam are you? Then don't blame us for being ruthless." Hearing that cheap threat, Yi Bei found it so funny he almost suffered internal injuries. This was indeed the most vivid proof of the saying, "The ignorant are fearless." The moment the young cultivator charged forward with his sword raised high. The onlookers were all certain that Yi Bei would be minced into 100 pieces in the blink of an eye. However, the next development caused the jaws of everyone present to drop. For Yi Bei had now stood up upright, calmly pinching the incoming sword blade with just 2 fingers, locking all paths of retreat and freezing his opponent on the spot. That arrogant and ignorant fellow was also utterly terrified. Following his astonishment was a fit of trembling with fear, for he had put all his strength into that last strike, yet it had somehow been easily neutralized by his opponent's 2 slender fingers. Feeling that this was a losing battle, he hastily tried to retreat, but how could Yi Bei give him that chance? He only let out a bit of inner energy, and the sword in the young cultivator's hand instantly shattered into countless iron shards. Before the opponent's brain could even process the situation, he reached out and grabbed his throat, lifting him up as effortlessly as a toy. "You have only crawled to the Shenting realm, yet you are already so eager to reincarnate, or is it because you are too bored lately and want to taste death?" With that, Yi Bei tightened his grip, leaving his prey gasping for air until his face turned purple. "What are you all standing there for? Charge together." The young cultivator dangling in Yi Bei's hand, feeling his oxygen running out, cried out for help in vain. Only when his tragic voice echoed did his companions snap out of their daze. Immediately, another bold fellow charged with his weapon, shouting loudly, "Let him go right now." "Too noisy," Yi Bei uttered 2 words as light as a feather, but the lingering resonance carried a heavy pressure like a collapsing mountain. "Who gave you the courage to make such a racket in front of me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted more force, and the Shenting realm cultivator in his hand was instantly crushed like a tiny ant. A shower of bloody flowers bloomed and splattered across the silent space. Red blood splattered all over the face of the charging thief, the stench hitting his nose and forcing him to screech to a halt. Just a second ago, Yi had casually used a single move to send a late-stage Shenting Realm expert straight to the afterlife in the blink of an eye. This decisive killing strike was solid proof that he was no ordinary mortal. But by the time this man realized the truth, time had run out. Yi was like a phantom appearing and disappearing, vanishing from the front in a flash only to descend right behind his prey. This time he switched to a different violent method, separating the opponent's head from his neck with just one blow, the shocked expression still frozen on the unfortunate face. Even as the severed head rolled on the ground, the surviving members of the tomb-robbing gang broke into a cold sweat, for the one who had just been eliminated was also a late-stage Shenting Realm expert, definitely not a weak punching bag. Yet Yi could casually finish off two experts at lightning speed. His terrifying power had indeed shattered all boundaries of these thieves' perception. Having just stretched after a 3-century slumber only to be disturbed by these punks, Yi was extremely generous in wanting to treat them to a splendid blood feast. He had no intention of ending the game with just these two worthless lives. Is it your turn on the chopping block now? Right at this critical moment of life and death, the entire band of thieves turned their pleading eyes to Li Daoshi, like helpless children waiting for their mother to return from the market. Sadly, reality is always harsher than the script. That sly old fox had already fled long ago to save his old life. Seeing that their leader had slipped away, the lackeys naturally would not be foolish enough to stay and die. But as warned beforehand, how could Yi let his prey escape so easily? Before Li Daoshi could even crawl to the threshold, he began to form hand seals to launch a technique. A surge of inner energy, like lightning, instantly enveloped the entire tomb space, turning it into an absolute cage and cutting off all hope of escape for anyone. Yi had casually set up a grand array to imprison the entire vast burial ground. The terrifying pressure he exuded was more than enough to force those ants to grovel on the ground, trembling like leaves. A formation, the old Li muttered in panic, racking his brain to wonder why a fatal trap had appeared here when the way in earlier was perfectly clear. Could it be the handiwork of that youth? If so, what terrifying realm has his level reached? Half-saint, or even a transcendent entity beyond that? At this point, he thoroughly realized that the person before him was highly likely the supreme demon emperor in the flesh. Unfortunately, all regret was too late. Yi had quietly closed in right behind him, his eerie smile causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. The people kneeling on the ground kowtowed repeatedly to beg for a way out, crying and whining that they were just poor hired laborers. And the mastermind behind this tomb-raiding plot was entirely Li Daoshi. Unfortunately, even if they were indeed hired help, Yi was not free to dispense mercy to those who dared desecrate his eternal resting place. Wherever his heels stepped, those kowtowing on the tiled floor instantly turned to ashes amidst heart-wrenching screams. This bloody massacre further terrified the fake half-saint Li Daoshi. With this supernatural power, how could Yi still be human? He was basically a demon descended to earth. He hastily kowtowed until his forehead bruised, using all his desperate despair to beg for his life. He even swore to offer all his savings accumulated over the years to Yi, as long as he could keep his life. Yi considered that the old man still had a tiny bit of value to be pried open, so he temporarily delayed sending him off. In return, he coldly interrogated the old Lei for information about the figure who had painstakingly designed this tomb. But when the question reached his ears, the old man sank even deeper into misery. This tomb had stood since God knows when, so where could he find information about the builder, let alone locate their current whereabouts? My lord, this humble one is truly clueless. How could I know which great figure constructed this tomb? Yi's eyes instantly frosted over. Then what use do I have for keeping you? His voice was soft but filled with chilling intent. The old Li felt his heart was about to leap out of his chest. He kowtowed frantically until he bled, speaking so fast he almost bit his tongue. Please calm your anger, my lord. Although this humble one does not know, I can inquire with the Jinyi and Bu located in Yunfan City. Their network will definitely dig up some clues. Hearing the four words Jin Yi and Bu, Yibei suddenly froze and immediately forced the old man to repeat exact words. Without a doubt, Li Daoshi had indeed named Jin Yi and Bu. According to his account, this was an underground intelligence-gathering force established by a mysterious recluse 2 centuries ago. As long as money was exchanged, they could dig up even the most shocking secrets. From his boast, it was clear that this was a notorious intelligence system that seemed to have spread its tentacles across the entire Zhongyuan region. After hearing the report, Yibei suddenly fell into silent contemplation. The reason was that he had just envisioned the figure of an old acquaintance, who was very likely the ultimate boss behind this Jin Yinbu organization. Meanwhile, seeing Yibei remain quiet for so long, Li Daoshi became extremely anxious. "My lord, that organization is more than capable of hunting down the information you need. I am willing to serve as your guide to find them. I only beg you to spare my life." Looking at the old man's pitifully cowardly appearance, Yibei suddenly found it highly amusing. He casually flicked his finger, and Li Daoshi's physical body slowly disintegrated into ashes. "In your next life, be less greedy. Greed only leads to ruin." That was also the final truth the old man heard before vanishing into nothingness. And just like that, Yibei swept the tomb clean, leaving not a single thief behind. The news of Yibei's tomb being ransacked by tomb raiders quickly spread at a dizzying speed. This major event reached the ears of Jia Jifu, the most renowned formation master in Zhongyuan, who was also his 36th disciple. Hearing this, Jia Jifu burned with rage. She immediately sent a secret message, ordering the entire Chen family to gear up and prepare for battle. She swore to wash this humiliation with blood, showing the entire martial world just how tragic an end anyone who dared disturb her master's resting place would face. Simultaneously, Jia Jifu also swore to dedicate all her efforts to finding the ancient resurrection formation to bring Yibei back from the dead. In another development, Yibei himself had grandly walked out of his own grave to stroll and observe the mortal world. After 3 centuries of deep sleep, Yunfan City had indeed transformed, becoming many times more bustling than before. However, after Yibei had walked only a few streets, his stomach began to rumble loudly in protest. It made sense, for during those long 300 years, not a single grain of rice had entered his stomach. Thus, Yibei decided to find some food to fill his empty stomach before thinking about starting his business. Owning such a grand tomb, Yibei naturally carried plenty of gold, silver, and jewels to use as travel expenses. He generously tossed 2 shiny gold ingots to a passing errand runner. Inquiring which restaurant in Yunfan held the top position in culinary arts, Yibei was directed to an eatery with a gold-plated signboard of a culinary goddess located a few blocks away, named Hai Sen Lao, following the pointing hand of the runner. Sure enough, at the end of the road was a restaurant crowded with customers, with a queue for dining tickets as long as an army. Yibei strolled over, and the giant Hai Sen Lao signboard caught his eye. 2 words immediately flashed in his mind: speechless. With such a modern-sounding restaurant name, could he have somehow returned to Earth? Remembering the boast of the street vendor, selling swords earlier, Yunfan could rise to its current prosperity, largely thanks to the talent of that female head chef, as the culinary secrets she created had captivated countless generous diners. Unfortunately, she had recently ascended to the Saint Realm, so she rarely appeared in the mortal world anymore. That young fellow had also gushed endlessly about the head chef's breathtaking beauty. Anyone blessed enough to steal a glance at her face must surely have the ancestors' backing. Yibei calculated in his mind. A female cultivator who had taken root in the Saint Realm was highly likely one of his beloved disciples. Moreover, among his vast pool of disciples, the most skilled with a wok was definitely his 40th disciple, Fan Xiao Tong. To verify this suspicion, Yibei immediately stepped into the dining establishment to inspect the place. After flipping through the menu from cover to cover, he found nothing impressive except for the foshiakiang. Just then, from the neighboring table came the showy voice of a playboy. "Today, this young master will treat you 2 ladies to the finest beast foshiakiang in the entire Yunfan region. This dish costs at least 10,000 taels of gold. In Yunfan, besides your grandfather, who else could afford to be so lavish? This final boast deeply annoyed Yi Bei's ears. What did he mean by saying no one else in Yunfan could afford Foshiakyang besides him? Feeling annoyed, he waved his hand to order a bowl of Foshiakyang. Unfortunately, this restaurant had a rule that payment must be made up front before food was served, either in gold ingots or spirit stones. Yi Bei directly threw down 5 high-quality spirit stones, too cool to even bother about the change. The waiter looked at the glittering spirit stones on the table, his eyes instantly lighting up like headlights. His lavish spending quickly drew the attention of all the diners. A wave of whispers began to ripple through the room. Are my eyes playing tricks? Pan Gongzai just ordered a portion of beast Foshiakyang, and this kid imitated him exactly, yet his spending style is even more dominant than Pan Gongzai's, tossing 5 spirit stones without blinking. Whose spoiled brat is this? Pan Gongzai, who was sitting and embracing his companions, also overheard the chatter, his face instantly turning dark. Fortunately, his dish was served first. To save face and show off to the 2 beauties, he pretended to put on a smug smile. What do you think? This delicacy is not only incredibly fragrant, but eating it also helps boost one's cultivation. The 2 beauties nestled into Pan Gongzai's arms, coquettishly demanding that he feed them himself. The whiny voices of these 3 mixed together, nearly deafening Yi Bei's ears. He quickly scooped up a spoonful of Foshiakyang to taste if the flavor matched the standard from when Fan Xiao Tong cooked it. Who would have thought, after just a few bites? Yi Bei suddenly slammed the table with a loud bang. This harsh noise successfully made everyone in the restaurant stare at him. Who cooked this bowl of beast Foshiakyang? Is this pig slop even fit for human consumption? Yi Bei roared in frustration. His direct criticism slapped Pan Gongzai's pride, making his blood boil as he stood up to argue. You brat, what did you just shout? Are you blind? Can't you see this young master is also eating a portion of Foshiakyang? Are you implying that this young master is not human? The 2 ladies accompanying him quickly comforted and advised him not to bother with an uneducated country bumpkin like Yi Bei. This calmed his anger slightly, but right at that delicate moment, Yi Bei delivered another blow like pouring gasoline onto a fire. Humph, this inedible garbage is only good enough to swindle money from fools like you. Hearing this, Pan Gongzai's anger surged straight to his head. Seeing the tense situation, the waiter quickly stepped in to mediate, explaining to Yi Bei that this soup was personally prepared by the restaurant's prestigious head chef. But Yi Bei stubbornly insisted that he bring the head chef out for a face-to-face confrontation. Moments later, the head chef stormed out. Though working as a cook, this person was actually a cultivator who had stepped into the Shenting realm, named Dong Lu. Greetings, honored guest. Even a hero like Pan Gongzai of the Kai Yang sect praised my creation. May I ask if there is anything unsatisfactory to you, sir? Dong Lu asked, his tone showing extreme dissatisfaction. Relishing the chef's hostile attitude towards Yi Bei, Pan Gongzai wore a twisted, pleased grin. A mere Ning Shen realm nobody dares criticize the skill of a late-stage Shenting realm expert. There's going to be a good show to watch. Not only Pan Gongzai, but everyone in the restaurant also gathered around to watch the commotion. Since no one knew Yi Bei's true terrifying identity, they all assumed he was a lunatic who dared stir up trouble at the famous Hai Sen Lao restaurant. This time, even if he threw down 5 spirit stones, he would not leave in one piece. Young master, what exactly is the issue? Please enlighten me, Dong Lu repeated with a grunt. His towering physique overshadowed Yi Bei, making him look completely disadvantaged. However, a modest stature did not mean Yi Bei's words were weak. He took a deep breath and began to rattle off criticisms rapidly. He mentioned that the ingredients for Foshiakyang must be dried in the dew and sun for exactly 49 days to extract the richest, most flavorful essence. Yet Dong Lu took a shortcut, using fresh ingredients to bypass the steps. In Yi Bei's assessment, he had absolutely no qualification to be the head chef. Dong Lu did not expect to run into a culinary saint today. With just one sentence, he was rendered speechless, but how could Yi Bei let him off so quickly? Immediately after, he continued to expose a series of Dong Lu's fatal mistakes. The ribs were not fully cooked over high heat, throw them out. The fish maw was overboiled and mushy, throw it out. The abalone was braised too much and tastes like chewing rubber tires, throw that out too. The broth is watery due to lack of heat. It is truly a failed mess. Every word of failure Yi Bei uttered was like a slap to Dong Lu's pride, making him break into a cold sweat. Who would have thought that a young lad would possess such profound culinary knowledge, which might even surpass his own masters by several levels? After lecturing him thoroughly, Yi Bei spoke in a cold tone. With this terrible pig slop, how dare you call it a famous culinary masterpiece? Dong Lu completely surrendered, taking a step back and kneeling to kowtow in apology. You are indeed a genius, only you deserve to be called a master. It was this humble servant who was blind to fail to recognize Mount Tai. Please show mercy and spare my life. This dramatic reversal by Chef Dong Lu caused the jaws of everyone in the restaurant to drop in sheer shock, including Pan Gongzai, who had been certain that someone would beat Yi Bei to a pulp, only to see that expert turn around and kneel at his feet. Embarrassed to the point of madness, Pan Gongzai rushed forward and grabbed Dong Lu by the collar, yelling, "That brat called your food garbage and you kneel to him. Has your brain rotted?" But every word of wisdom this master pointed out is absolutely correct. The bowl of beast fo xiaoqiang I cooked is indeed a pile of waste, Dong Lu refuted tremblingly. That cowardly behavior made Pan Gongzai even more furious. The chef admitting that his own fo xiaoqiang was trash was like a direct slap to his pride, implying that he had a taste for eating garbage. Yi Bei refused to let it go. Seeing the opponent's blood boil, he twisted the knife further. This cannot be blamed on you anyway. Someone of your kind is only fit to chew on this spoiled food. What did you just bark? Pan Gongzai, still clutching Dong Lu's collar, screamed directly into Yi Bei's face with deafening volume. I said a low-class person like you is only fit for leftovers. He clearly repeated each word sharply. Is your ear clear now? Provoked to the absolute limit of his endurance, Pan Gongzai's rational mind snapped completely. A blinding fireball instantly gathered in his palm, aiming straight at Yi Bei. But life is not a dream. His attack missed completely. Instead, his hair was grabbed by Yi Bei, who slammed his head onto the table with a painful bang. Yi Bei's physical combo relied purely on raw physical muscle strength, without borrowing even a half-point of flashy cultivation. Yet the damage to the other party's dignity reached the red limit. What kind of trash are you to dare stroke the tiger's whiskers in front of me? Yi Bei spoke coldly. His swift strike truly terrified the restaurant's patrons to the point of holding their breath. The reason was that this playboy was the beloved son, the brightest pride of the Kai Yang sect. If anyone dared touch a single hair of his, the Kai Yang sect would never let it go. By causing such a scene, was Yi Bei not openly declaring war on a powerful major sect? However, while commoners feared the Kai Yang sect, Yi Bei could not care less. He had thought this Pan Gongzai possessed some actual talent, but it turned out he was even more useless than the petty grave robbers earlier. His hand, like an iron vice, pinned the other's neck to the table, crushing all hope of raising his head to breathe. Pan Gongzai stubbornly threatened Yi Bei to loosen his grip, but in reality, his battered body had no strength to match his opponent's powerful muscles. Ultimately, this foolish young master was grabbed by the neck and tossed out into the street by Yi Bei like a bag of garbage. Although the staff of Hai Sen Lao was blameless, the bloody fight had occurred right in the lobby. Fearing collateral damage, the diners hurried to pay their bills and fled. Pan Gongzai had been beaten by Yi Bei until he was half dead, no longer looking human. The root of the problem was also that he was far too weak, collapsing after taking just one blow. Looking at that pathetic state, Yi Bei cast a look of utter contempt. He had only napped for 300 years, yet upon waking up, even a stray dog dared display its prowess in front of him. Indeed, if a tiger does not show its fangs for a long time, living beings will mistake it for a kitten. Dong Lu stood there taking in the entire scene, his heart trembling with fear, because he could clearly sense the meager first-stage spirit condensation realm aura on Yi Bei. How on earth did he crush Pan Gongzai, who was at the late stage of the profound realm and about to break through, with just a single strike? Dong Lu was so terrified that his teeth chattered uncontrollably. Senior, you have just poked a hornet's nest. What is there to panic about? I merely crippled his cultivation as I pleased. I did not take his life, so why the rush?" As soon as Yi Bei finished speaking, Dong Lu felt the world spinning even more. Heavens, to a cultivator, having one's cultivation crippled was far more brutal than a lethal blow, especially when that Pan Gong Zai was the most prized golden seed of the Kai Yang sect. The fanatics of that sect would surely turn this entire city upside down for revenge. Out of admiration for Yi Bei, Dong Lu genuinely wanted to buy some time to help him escape. After all, the Kai Yang sect was still the #1 expanding power in Yunfan City at the moment. The elders of the sect were all old monsters who had stepped into the Saint realm. Even the supreme sect master had successfully ascended to the Saint King realm a century ago. Now that Yi Bei had crippled the cultivation of their most beloved disciple, how could they just swallow their pride? Dong Lu was truly anxious and wanted him to flee as far as possible. But unfortunately, from beginning to end, Yi Bei remained as leisurely as if taking a stroll in the market, having not the slightest intention of slipping away. Throw away those useless worries. What does a trivial Kai Yang sect amount to? No matter how many of them show their faces, I will strip the cultivation of that many. Yi Bei replied with an indifferent tone, because his #1 urgent task right now was to fill his growling stomach. Dong Lu could not hide his bewildered eyes as he stared at Yi Bei. He had just shattered the livelihood of the Kai Yang sect, yet still leisurely sipped his tea like that. Was this aura from some great master, or was he just a madman who had lost his nerve? Dong Lu was completely at a loss. The diners had all been scared away by Yi Bei's violent performance, so he had no choice but to gloomily invite him inside and prepare a whole table. While chewing his food, Yi Bei casually inquired about the whereabouts of the head female chef, who was also the master who had taught Dong Lu his cooking secrets. But unfortunately, he was also completely in the dark, because for hundreds of years, that woman had been wandering the world, and the last time Dong Lu had seen his master was already 5 years ago. Then, does she usually just abandon this tavern chain in Yunfan City without a single care? Yi Bei questioned further. Senior, you must be joking. This entire massive estate of the mistress has already been transferred to her disciples to run by themselves. It seemed that the path to hunting down his disciples was indeed full of obstacles. Yi Bei continued to ask Dong Lu if he knew which corner of Yunfan the headquarters of the brocade-clad secret division was located in. Unfortunately, this was the first time Dong Lu had ever heard this strange term. He even mistook it for the name of some random sect. Generally speaking, that intelligence network operated extremely subtly and secretly, making it hard for commoners to hear of its name. Yi Bei did not have the heart to press Dong Lu any further, only casually instructing him to arrange proper food and lodging for him for the next few days. Returning to the events on the other side, the soulless body of Pan Gong Zai, stripped of his cultivation, was finally carried back to the headquarters of the Kai Yang sect. As expected, his going to eat at Hai Sen Lao only to be beaten into a cripple ignited the skyrocketing rage of the Kai Yang sect master. Very well, Fan Zio Tong, you actually dare to lay a hand on my Kai Yang sect people. The Kai Yang sect master gritted his teeth in fury, so angry that he wanted to crush his porcelain teacup to dust. The lackeys under Pan, when Hong hurriedly reported the tragedy, saying that he had been beaten to a pulp by a youth who outwardly only had a first-stage spirit condensation realm cultivation. The fatal point was that he had blown away his cultivation with just a single blow, proving his level was absolutely not to be underestimated. Please calm your anger, sect master. The key point now is that the third elder is leading the 13th Special Task Force, including 14 core members who are carrying out a mission to break into the Demon Emperor's tomb to snatch the treasures. We should avoid causing trouble during this phase. We hope you make a wise decision. Hearing the reasonable advice, the Kai Yang sect master also nodded in agreement. He ordered his spies to tail every move of Hai Sen Lao and Yi Bei, planning to hold a grudge and wait for the third elder's victorious return to settle all accounts at once. In another scene, Jia Jifu stood side by side with her 20th senior sister, Lai Yushan. The one dubbed the chief architect of this mausoleum had rushed to the scene. After discovering that a pack of sly rats had dared to rob the tomb, and furthermore, their master's remains had vanished without a trace, both sisters were so enraged that their eyes turned blood red. Master's physical body was already tempered to a transcendent level. To mortals, this body is no different from a stone, but if it falls into the hands of the temple master, then… Lai Yushan hesitated and left her sentence hanging, making Jia Ji-fu as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If it is the temple master, what would the consequences be? Lai Yushan bit her lip in silence, only stating her resolve in a murderous voice that she would absolutely tear apart whoever dared to carry away their master's remains. Even if they had to pay with their own lives, both of them were completely unaware of the fact that Yi Bei had actually risen from the grave. So they kept insisting on the thought that the tomb raiders had carried the body away, when suddenly Jia Ji-fu startled as she sensed a disturbance. She detected fluctuations in spiritual energy, indicating someone was active outside, attempting to breach the restriction formation. Lai Yushan immediately gripped her dagger, her eyes flashing with hatred. Delivering themselves to the door, if I, Lai Yushan, do not beat them to a pulp today, they will think this mausoleum is their own backyard. Just as her vow was made, loud, flattering applause echoed from outside the gate. The sacred and ever-victorious Third Elder, your array-cracking skill is indeed unrivaled under heaven. In just a few seconds, you have shattered this shoddy restriction. It turned out this noisy crowd was the gang of tomb raiders led personally by the Third Elder of the Kai Yang sect. The only catch was that just now, the Third Elder had not even warmed up yet. The defensive formation had automatically collapsed smoothly before he could even cast a spell, leaving even the man himself stunned by the bizarreness of it. Before his brain could process the situation, he ran right into the fiery glares of Lai Yushan and Jia Ji-fu inside. HMPH, your courage is indeed bloated, actually daring to venture here to rob the tomb. The Kai Yang sect's Third Elder gasped in shock, almost losing his heart, but his wily nature helped him regain his composure immediately. He even arrogantly pointed his finger directly at Lai Yushan's face and shouted, "What do you think you are doing? Are your goals and ours really that different? Obediently spit out all the treasures, and we will grant you a path of survival." Jia Ji-fu sneered and whispered in Lai Yushan's ear, asking if they should spare any lives among this crowd of brats, but Lai Yushan had never had the heart of a bodhisattva, except for that sharp-tongued Third Elder leading them. She had no intention of showing mercy or granting life to anyone else. The indifferent attitude of the two girls unconsciously made the Kai Yang sect bandits hesitate. Despite being surrounded by a group of divine court realm cultivators, they did not flinch in the slightest. In fact, their killing intent flared even stronger. Unfortunately, that Third Elder was blind to the fact that he had run into Yi Bei's genuine disciples, so his mouth was still running at full capacity. Since you are tired of living and insist on blocking our path, do not blame us for being accused of bullying weak women. With that, he waved his hand and ordered the attack. The dozen or so Kai Yang sect disciples waiting behind immediately surged forward. Dozens of thugs clutching weapons rushed forward aggressively. Each and every one of them exuded a fierce and combative demeanor. Yet Lai Yushan was so bored that she did not even bother to lift a finger. She left all this messy cleanup to the female mage Jia Ji-fu behind her to handle. The female mage gently waved her hand, activating a grand array. In the blink of an eye, a small formation lit up beneath the feet of each of those random fellows. Just as the magic circles took shape, Jia Ji-fu activated the soul-reaping formation, depriving dozens of large men of their lives in just an indifferent blink of an eye. Just as Lai Yushan had meaningfully instructed beforehand, Jia Ji-fu mercifully spared the worthless life of the leader. The old Third Elder witnessed the terrifying scene just now, so terrified that his entire body shook like a leaf. "Is that the soul-capturing formation?" he stammered, his teeth chattering violently, while his opponent seemed to have only just warmed up. "Just what is the connection between a brat like you and the soul-devouring devil? Why do you possess the secret art of this soul-capturing formation?" Jia Ji-fu was too lazy to waste words. A beautiful beam of light glowed in her hand, but in the eyes of her enemy, it was the grim Reaper's scythe. "No, you cannot kill me," he shrieked in terror, his limbs going weak as he collapsed right in the middle of the formation she had just outlined. Soul Search, Jia Jifu indifferently uttered two cold words. This overwhelming presence was indeed cast from the exact same mold as her master. Instantly, the entire memory of the old third elder was completely drained by her, along with his meager remaining life force evaporating as well. Lai Yushan suddenly felt like being kind, delivering a coup de grace to send him to the afterlife, sparing him from further agonizing torment. Once the cleanup was done, she finally cast off her murderous expression. Turning to pinch her junior sister's cheek teasingly, "Oh, my little Jia Jifu, after all these years you are still so slow. This memory-extracting skill of yours is indeed worlds apart from Master's back then. Master's level is something for us to kneel and admire. How can mere mortals touch it?" Jia Jifu pouted in annoyance and let out a loud shout. Lai Yushan quickly coaxed, all right, I was just teasing you to liven things up." Having dealt with the pests, the two girls immediately headed straight for Yunfan City to collect the debt from the Kai Yang sect. While his two beloved disciples were busy fighting on his behalf, Ibei sat leisurely cross-legged in the dark prison practicing his cultivation. He discovered that although his deep inner strength was barely depleted, his outer shell in the eyes of the world was as weak as a novice at the first layer of the spirit condensation realm. It seemed he had to play the role of grinding levels from scratch again. Fortunately, thanks to his cheat-like, fate-defying constitution, as soon as he was reborn, his leveling speed was as fast as a rocket. After just half a day, Yibei leaped from the first layer of the spirit condensation realm to the second. At this rate, he would soon dominate the world again. While Yibei was still rejoicing over his level-up achievement, he suddenly heard the noisy commotion of the crowd outside. He slowly pushed the door open and stepped out, seeing Donglu also pricking up his ears to listen to the gossip. According to this young man, everyone had just stared wide-eyed as a giant flying ship, as massive as a mountain, loomed across the sky of Yunfan City. Upon hearing the words flying ship and as big as a mountain, Yibei's mind immediately jumped to his mischievous disciple. So he excitedly dragged Donglu along to watch the fun show. Poor Donglu ran breathlessly at full speed but still ended up eating dust, losing track of him. Not to mention, he also realized an extremely bizarre thing. Obviously, just yesterday afternoon Yibei was only lingering at the first layer of the spirit condensation realm. How on earth did he wake up this morning already stepping into a new realm? Was this guy an immortal descended to Earth or a devil in human disguise? Yibei was too lazy to care about Donglu panting behind him. He only stared intently at the flying ship hovering overhead. Absolutely correct, this was indeed the famous Manhua rescue ship. In this world, other than his 20th disciple named Lai Yushan, who else would be free and skilled enough to create this masterpiece? "Oh wait," Donglu suddenly yelled. "The landing direction of that giant floating platform is the territory of the Kai Yang sect. Could that flying ship be the genuine property of their sect?" As soon as he heard the three words Kai Yang sect, Yibei's gossiping blood boiled with excitement. If Lai Yushan was heading straight to the doorstep of the Kai Yang sect, there would surely be a blockbuster action movie to watch. He quickly dragged Donglu there to get a good spot to watch the show. Sure enough, as Lai Yushan's Manhua came to a sudden halt at the headquarters, its owner popped her head out and roared like a lioness. "You, Su Yuanhu, get your body out here for me." This shocking greeting immediately attracted a crowd of curious onlookers. None of the commoners knew which sacred place this young lady Lai Yushan came from. They only knew that this girl dared to curse directly at the face of the Kai Yang sect boss, who had reached the Saint Realm ages ago. Everyone clicked their tongues, saying she must be tired of living. Meanwhile, Yibei squeezed through the nosy crowd, sweating profusely, until he finally craned his neck to clearly see the face of the young woman floating proudly in midair. Without a doubt, he had finally found his first disciple on this journey. Not having to clean up the Kai Yang sect himself made Yibei feel extremely pleased. However, he also scratched his head in confusion, not understanding why his 20th disciple had gone and made an enemy of this sect. As for Lai Yushan, she was currently boiling with anger. For 2 long years, those flies of the Kai Yang sect had dug up Yi Huang's tomb as many as 13 times, with each time more outrageous than the last. Previously, I was too lazy to act, but this time they actually dared to steal my master's remains, so how can I tolerate this any longer? Which hole did you crawl out from, you brat? Is our sect master's name something a person like you dares to bring out and insult? Finally, someone showed up to accept the challenge, but it was not the Kai Yang sect master, but rather their grand elder. This guy was also quite prominent, having just broken through to the third layer of the Saint realm. His sword skills were also not to be underestimated. A casual sweep was enough to split rivers and mountains. As soon as he appeared, the crowd of onlookers grew even larger, everyone blinking in anticipation to witness his divine sword strike. But Lai Yushan was naturally hot-tempered. As soon as she saw the Grand Elder pop his head out, she generously flipped him the middle finger in return. "My friend, you do not need to be in such a hurry to be reincarnated. I have not even bothered to settle accounts with you yet." Her arrogant, chin-up attitude clearly treated her opponent like trash. The Kai Yang sect's Grand Elder was driven mad with anger, immediately brandishing his sword to deliver a fatal strike. Lai Yushan did not even blink, too lazy to even dodge. She calmly unleashed her inner strength, creating an earth-shattering explosion that blasted directly into his face. The Grand Elder was dazed by the shockwave of the explosion, seeing stars before his eyes. He had firmly believed she was just a wet-behind-the-ears brat coming to make trouble. Who would have thought the opponent would strike with such terrible, destructive power? Seizing the opportunity while the old man was still dizzy, Lai Yushan continued with a rapid succession of kicks. At this point, the Kai Yang sect's Grand Elder began to feel terrified. If he continued to be dominated like this, he would likely not even have time to pick up his teeth. The sword in his hand began to swing wildly in all directions. Each collision with Lai Yushan's surging power ignited a deafening explosion. Smoke and fire covered the entire sky, but in reality, he was laying down a smokescreen to find a way to slip away. Unfortunately, such petty tricks could not deceive Lai Yushan's sharp eyes. The great blade in her hand swung up coldly. A massive formation immediately enveloped the space. The Kai Yang sect's Grand Elder turned his head, his spine turning cold. There was no escape, as he was trapped tightly within the formation. Taking the full brunt of Lai Yushan's fatal blade strike, his situation was too miserable to look at. The entire crowd of onlookers below stood frozen, their jaws dropping. A formidable Kai Yang sect Grand Elder with an 8th-layer Saint Realm cultivation, so majestic, was beaten to a pulp. Just what kind of monster was that young lady? After a period of chaos, Su Yuanhu finally dragged himself out, bringing along a few of his personal disciples. Upon facing Lai Yushan, his face was as black as a pot's bottom, yet he still forced a calm and polite expression. I wondered who was bold enough to cause trouble at the Kai Yang sect. As it turns out, it is the divine bamboo fairy, Lai Yushan. What ill wind blew the fairy here with such great anger? Lai Yushan's face was as cold as ice, her blade pointing straight at the Kai Yang sect master's nose. If you know what is good for you, spit out all the burial goods you plundered from Yi Huang's tomb. I can mercifully spare the other insignificant lackeys. But your dog life must be left behind today. With those words, the blade in Lai Yushan's hand was raised high once more, then brought down in a decisive and merciless strike. Su Yuanhu indeed lived up to his name as the ultimate boss, his skills far surpassing the fallen Grand Elder. Taking the full blow of Lai Yushan's blade, he still stood as solid as a rock, and his fake pleasant face instantly vanished. HMPH, this is the Kai Yang sect's territory. On what basis do you dare to come here and cause trouble, relying on your petty reputation in the auxiliary Dao to take my life? You must still be dreaming, little girl. The auxiliary Dao that Su Yuanhu disdainfully mentioned referred to the cultivation paths, based on minor professions like cooking, bricklaying, blacksmithing, medicine, and so on. As soon as his insult ended, he gathered all his strength to launch a strike, which indeed blocked Lai Yushan's terrifying blade. Seeing his raw strength seemed superior to the divine bamboo fairy, Su Yuanhu chuckled smugly. If I act on behalf of heaven today to eliminate you, a demon cultivator, I am sure the world will applaud enthusiastically." "Oh, is that so?" Lai Yushan sneered. "Let us see if your life is as tough as your mouth." With that, she waved her hand toward the sky, and the Nuya rescue ship immediately loomed over, covering the sky overhead. The attack coordinates locked onto the entire Kai Yang sect base. As soon as the order was given, a rain of sharp swords poured down from the belly of the massive flying ship, all their tips pointing straight down at the Kai Yang sect territory below. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Su Yuan, who was smug just a moment ago, now had his face drained of all color. The old man's hands frantically formed hand seals, shouting at his disciples to quickly set up a formation to block Lai Yushan's attack. But she had already planned several steps ahead. The rain of swords from Nuya continued to pour down relentlessly like a waterfall, destroying the Kai Yang sect without rest. Watching his estate get flattened with his own eyes, Su Yuan, who could only stammer in despair. A demon cultivator. This woman is definitely a demon cultivator. On the ground, the crowd of onlookers began to cast aside all pride and ran for their lives. Anyone staying to watch at this point would be a fool. If they were unlucky enough to be hit by a stray sword, they would be sent straight to their graves. That Nuya flying ship was basically a giant hidden weapon launcher. Once it targeted you, wiping out an entire sect was as easy as pie. Seeing everyone flee in panic, Donglu panicked too. The young man wanted to flee at top speed as well, but Yi Bei stubbornly played deaf and stayed to watch the rest of the action movie. Hovering high above Su Yuan, who was burning with rage, his killing intent flaring up. HMPH, does this brat think I, Su Yuan, who am a saint who does not know how to slaughter? After roaring, the old man's hands swiftly formed hand seals again, immediately launching a counterstrike. His lackeys behind him also lined up in perfect order, forming seals in unison in an extremely professional manner. The terrifying power from this brand new formation gathered, roaring and charging straight toward Lai Yushan. Despite being ganged up on with dirty tactics, her face remained cold and unchanged. Right after that, Lai Yushan clenched her fists. She let out a roar, and all her clothes suddenly turned a blood-red color. The bold cuts immediately showcased her smoking hot curves, burning through everyone's gaze. Yi Bei was watching his disciple transform in a relaxed manner, unable to help but burst out laughing. Donglu, standing beside him, was bewildered and asked, Senior, what is so funny about this part? Don't you see how cool that battle armor is? Not to mention it helped her easily dodge Sect Master Su's destructive sword chi in the blink of an eye. Cool, very cool. Yi Bei nodded along, but internally he was full of pride. As expected of my top disciple, not only are her fists powerful, but her figure is also smoking hot. Right after the transformation, Lai Yushan's combat power seemed to rise to a terrifying level. In a flash, she knocked the heads of several of Su Yuan's capable disciples. It seemed the scenario would close beautifully with a glorious victory. But due to a split second of distraction, Lai Yushan was ambushed by the old man's sudden strike. He used a formation to tightly bind her limbs like a package. Lai Yushan, it is you who forced me to show no mercy. Su Yuan who hissed through his teeth. At the same time, he exhausted all his cultivation to condense a giant saw, slashing straight down at his opponent's head. But before the blade could even touch a strand of hair, a powerful voice from the sky boomed down at Su Yuan who, "You bastard, if you dare to touch a single fingernail of my senior sister, I swear I will mince the entire Kai Yang sect to sacrifice to the array." Su Yuan whose movements were temporarily put on pause. Jia Ji Fu, in a red robe, shot down from the Nuya flying ship like an arrow. The Kai Yang sect boss was momentarily stunned because he did not expect these two girls to travel in a group. But being an experienced fighter, his mind raced, planning to decapitate Lai Yushan first, then deal with Jia Ji Fu later. Jia Ji Fu immediately hurled the sword in her hand, aiming straight at the formation binding her senior sister, striking down. Ironically, just as her sword clashed against the iron chains, Lai Yushan let out a miserable shriek. Jia Ji Fu's eyes widened. What on earth was happening? Su Yuan who burst into delighted laughter, Foolish girl, did you think your petty tricks could break my formidable sword Dao? At this moment, Jia Jifu was truly flustered, as her senior sister was still tied up and the Reaper's scythe was hanging right above her neck. Seeing his opponent panic, Su Yuan, who grew even more triumphant, throwing his head back with an obnoxious laugh. Ha ha ha, hold hands and go to the underworld to meet the king of hell, you brats. But man proposes, God disposes. At that very critical moment, Yi Bei majestically appeared right in front of Lai Yushan. With me protecting them, who dares to touch a single hair of theirs? He flicked his finger, easily blocking the old man's fatal sword Dao strike with ease. Su Yuan Hu's face twisted as if slapped by a shoe. That was clearly a supreme ultimate technique he had gritted his teeth to unleash. How on earth was it swept aside like a fly by a random kid? And not only that, there was not even a scratch on him. In the old sect master's brain, only a massive question mark kept looping. Who on earth is this guy? Although after borrowing a body to resurrect, Yi Bei no longer carried the appearance of a decrepit old man. There was no way his direct disciples could mistake the genuine article. Lai Yushan and Jia Jifu were dazed for exactly 2 seconds. Then both simultaneously fell to their knees, tearfully kowtowing to pay respects to their master after 3 centuries of silence. Yi Bei had not even had time to catch up with his 2 beloved disciples, as the eyesore named Su Yuan, who was still standing right there. His finger flick just now was more than enough to mince the old man's physical body, but his primordial soul seemed quite stubborn. But that was fine, with 2 Saint Realm disciples by his side, crushing that wandering ghost was a piece of cake. Just as Yi Bei finished calculating, a sudden change occurred at Su Yuan Hu's side. The 2 sharp-eyed disciples immediately detected that the evil energy entering the old man's body was none other than the Emperor's aura. Although Yi Bei did not yet clearly perceive the situation. His nose caught a strange scent, this old Su Yuan who had suddenly undergone a transformation. Sure enough, the old man shifted face instantly, staring in disdain at the master and disciples before growling, "This seat is none other than Emperor Kaizu of the Xingyao Holy Temple. What hole did you filthy ants crawl out from to dare pluck the tiger's whiskers and kill my people? Today, this seat generously grants you a chance, cripple your own cultivation. Otherwise, I will have your entire clan buried with you." No matter how menacing the opponent's pressure was, now that they had their master backing them up, Lai Yushan and Jia Jifu would rather bite their tongues than kneel. Not to mention, Yi Bei did not even spare a glance for the shrimp-like soul possessing the body. He folded his arms and mocked. "I wondered what it was, but it is just a shabby emperor's divine sense. Using it to scare a few cowards is fine, but do you really think your true self has descended to earth?" On the ground, the gossiping crowd gathered again. Yi Bei's hero-saving beauty act, easily blocking the terrifying sword Qi just now, made the crowd gasp in admiration. Strange, though, the cultivation he exuded only showed him as a second-layer spirit condensation realm cultivator. "Nonsense, he must be hiding his cultivation," a youth shouted. "Exactly, he is hiding his trump card. How could a spirit condensation realm cultivator fly, yet this person is hovering in the clouds?" While the crowd below was still noisily dissecting and analyzing, Emperor Kaizu in Su Yuan Hu's body babbled annoyingly. "What? Do you little rats plan to rebel against this seat's decree? In this Central Plains land, the whole world belongs to my Xingyao Holy Temple." This seat, before he could even finish his sentence, he was swallowed by a terrifying power. Emperor Kaizu's soul was kicked right out of Su Yuan Hu's physical body in an instant, while the useless flesh of the sect master fell like a stone with its rope cut, plunging in free fall straight to the ground without a single whimper. Lai Yushan and Jia Jifu stared with wide eyes at the anticlimactic ending. As if sharing a single heartbeat, the 2 girls whipped their heads around to look at the Supreme One. Absolutely certain, only their master could carry out such a swift trash cleanup so neatly. "Too noisy," Yi Bei grumbled, flicking his ear. "Xingyao Holy Land, is it? I have not been free to collect the debt from 300 years ago. Now it is time to settle it with interest." The tattered soul fragment of Emperor Kaizu finally dragged itself back to its original host body. He was sitting comfortably on his plush throne, Suddenly, he was so angry his stomach churned, smoke billowing from his head. He secretly cursed, not knowing which corner's little ant was so bold as to throw dirty water in his face, daring to pluck the tiger's whiskers and slap the dignity of the Xingyao holy temple. Right as he was steaming with anger, a random divine needle appeared, hovering right above his head. Kaizu stared wide-eyed, almost losing his pupils. What on earth? This damned needle was clearly destroyed along with my clone earlier. Why is it dancing here now? The old man broke into a cold sweat in dismay. But before Kaizu could even formulate an answer, the divine needle, as if possessing spiritual awareness, shot down coldly and pierced straight into his head. Instantly, the old emperor tumbled from his throne, crashing down. His face slammed into the ground, looking extremely pathetic. Seeing this, his lackeys panicked, scattering like a disturbed beehive. Some shrieked for a physician, while others scrambled to report to the other emperors. Just then, the hall doors swung wide open, and Emperor Lai Hu walked in furiously. Kaizu's low-ranking minions, as if catching a lifeline, ran over tearfully to complain that their emperor had suddenly had his head pierced by a needle of unknown origin, and rolled over in this state. Hearing this, Lai Hu also turned pale and hurriedly ran to the scene. He only saw Kaizu lying there with eyes rolled back, mouth foaming, mumbling a few incoherent words. Spirit condensation realm, second layer. Hey, old Kaizu, speak clearly. What's spirit condensation realm? What on earth does this have to do with the spirit condensation realm? Lai Hu frantically questioned him, but Kaizu's power had shut down, unable to utter another word. He hurriedly grabbed the old man's wrist to check his pulse. Then his face wrinkled as he discovered a shocking truth. Upon preliminary examination, Emperor Lai Hu was shocked to realize this was not an external injury, but an extremely severe trauma. He stood up abruptly, lost in thought. If this old Kaizu were not an expert in soul repairing, with such a fatal injury, his soul would have evaporated into thin air long ago. The more he thought, the colder his spine became. Who on earth did this? Who did this old Kaizu offend? Back at the scene outside, a crowd of people was kneeling on the ground, silenced, no one daring to breathe heavily. They still had not recovered from the scene that had just occurred, terror rising to their throats. Senior Yi, he flicked his finger and chopped down the shadow of the emperor. Furthermore, he is the master of these two young ladies. Oh heavens! High above the clouds, Lai Yushan still thought Yi Bei was just a remnant soul. She cried her eyes out. Master, your disciple missed you so much. You've finally manifested your spirit to visit us. Jia Fu, kneeling beside her, also sobbed as she reported, Master, please rest in peace. I have found an ancient immortal king's secret realm. There must be a top-tier ancient immortal array inside to summon your soul back to life. Your disciple swears, no matter the cost, even if it takes my own life, I will resurrect you. Looking at his two tearful disciples, Yi Bei chuckled softly to comfort them. Stop crying at once. If you keep making such a mess of your faces, you won't be my beautiful disciples anymore. Hearing this, Lai Yushan startled and cried out, Little Fu, am I dreaming? Master just spoke to me. Jia Fu also stammered in disbelief. 3 centuries. I have waited 300 years to look at Master from this clothes again. Lai Yushan grabbed her junior sister's clothes and yelled, Quick, slap me to see if it hurts. Jia Fu shyly held onto her hem and stepped back. He smirked and pointed at the two silly girls. You silly children, did you really think your master ran out of power and my remnant soul would just fade away on its own? Lai Yushan asked tremblingly, Is it really you, master? He smiled with absolute confidence. Absolutely, your master has resurrected, I have returned. She excitedly hugged Jia Fu, overjoyed yet fearful like a 3-year-old child. Little Fu, give me a slap. I'm so scared that this is all just a dream. Right at this moment, the system chimed. Reunited with 1108 disciples. Reward, 10x cultivation speed boost for the host version. Reunited with 118 disciples. Reward, 100 years of cultivation base for the disciple version. Note, the host version is only for the host's use. The disciple version is only for the disciple's benefit. Yi Bei spread his palm to gather spiritual energy, his eyes shining. Well, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy has indeed been buffed tenfold. At this rate, if I gather the entire collection of disciples, my cultivation speed could easily increase by 50, 100 times, or even faster. He then wondered, but how do I use that 100 years of cultivation package from the disciple version? The system replied, the host only needs to touch the disciple and distribute it using your thoughts. Yibei calculated in his mind, oh, is it that simple, so I can just transfer it with a simple touch. The system replied, indeed. Yibei then pulled out a whip from his bag and smiled slightly. Hee, is that so? Lai Yushan looked at the whip in disbelief, stammering, it's the god-striking whip. Master has really come back to life. This is truly unbelievable. He looked at his two disciples and began lecturing them. Listen to me carefully. One of you specializes in arrays, the other in construction. You're supposed to be support classes, yet you dared to fight to the death against a sword-type powerhouse of the same realm. Are you trying to race each other to heaven? 10 lashes each, and no using your cultivation to resist. The two girls blushed and mumbled in unison, your disciples know our mistakes. Please punish us, master. He, without another word, swung the whip and lashed them with a loud crack. In truth, Yibei was quite worried. If I hadn't happened to pass by Yunfan City today, I'm afraid these two silly girls would have suffered a grim fate against Su Yuanhu. While receiving the lashes, Jia Jifu suddenly widened her eyes in sheer delight. What on earth is this? The cultivation inside me is surging rapidly. She thought in astonishment, wait, could it be because of Master? She quickly turned her head and shouted, Master, what are you doing? She choked up and burst into tears. Master, please take it back immediately. We are the ones who made a mistake. How can we receive such a massive reward? Besides, you have just resurrected. Please take back your power. Yibei replied calmly. Your master has his own plans. Just behave and take your punishment. Having delivered the set number of lashes, he said, all right, stand up. The two disciples, now beaming with joy and overflowing with spiritual energy, quickly knelt and bowed. Thank you for your grace, master. Yibei began to calculate in his mind. Under these circumstances, I must gather my combat-oriented disciples as soon as possible. Otherwise, taking these two support characters into battle will leave us severely lacking in damage output. Inside the brightly lit courtyard hall, a choked voice drifted outside. Master, it's because we were useless and failed to protect our senior sisters. Please punish us. After talking for a while, Yibei's face darkened as he pondered. I never expected that the culprits who scattered my disciples were actually the 9 sacred temples. Now that I have returned, I will settle all these debts. As if suddenly remembering something, Lai Yushan said, Oh right, master. I forgot to report that senior sister Chi Tai Bai is also in Zhongyuan City, but... Seeing her senior sister's face suddenly contort, Jia Jifu cried out in worry, Senior sister. Yibei asked, what's wrong with Chi Tai Bai? Though given her monstrous talent over the past 300 years, she should be about to become an emperor, right? The two girls' expressions darkened. Jia Jifu explained sadly, after she broke through to the half-emperor realm. She carried her sword alone to attack the Xing Yao sacred temple, and no one saw what happened after that battle. Yibei grit his teeth in anger. The Xing Yao sacred temple again, he snapped, so where is Chi Tai Bai now? Jia Jifu answered, she is at the Tai Bai Sword Manor in Luo Guang City. After understanding the situation, Yibei made a decision immediately. I originally planned to let you two rest and consolidate your realms here for a few days, but given the situation, there's no need. Pack your bags, we are heading to Luo Guang City right now. Jia Jifu and Lai Yushan bowed and shouted, Yes, master. 3 days later, inside the Noah airship, Yibei was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Feeling the flow of spiritual energy in his body, he sighed in disappointment. 3 days of hard work, and I've only risen 5 minor realms. This snail's pace is a bit too slow. Outside the door, Jia Jifu watched in admiration and nudged Lai Yushan. Master is back in cultivation mode. Ordinary people can't even raise a single level in 3 years yet. Lai Yushan merely hummed in agreement. At this moment, Yibei clenched his fists and made up his mind. Very well, next, I must cultivate even harder to break through directly from the Sheng realm to the Tong Chuan realm. The airship glided smoothly over desolate mountain ranges as his cheerful voice echoed. By then, I'll be able to unlock another card. The next day, stepping into a shop, the old shop assistant's eyes lit up like stars, looking at eBay as if seeing a pile of sparkling gold coins beside him. eBay commanded, "Spill all the news you know about the tie by Sword Manor." The assistant asked cautiously, "Honored guest, are you also planning to attend the tie by Sword Manor's martial wine feast?" eBay asked in confusion, "Martial wine feast?" The old assistant began to explain. "It's because the master of the tie by Sword Manor suffered a chronic injury, and her strength has been declining day by day. Rumors say she barely has any cultivation left. As a result, she gets drunk every day, and now she's even selling off her possessions to trade for fine wine, ruining her family fortune." The old man clicked his tongue in pity. "You know, during the golden age of the tie by Sword Manor, guests gathered in crowds like at a festival. Sword experts traveled thousands of miles to seek guidance, forming long queues. Alas, what a pity." Hearing this, Liu Shan's blood boiled. She slammed her fist on the table, cracking it, and yelled, "How dare you talk nonsense about my fourth senior sister?" Her sudden outburst startled the old assistant, making him think he had said something wrong. eBay called out softly, San." She lowered her head to admit her mistake. "I am sorry, master, I was too reckless just now." eBay patted her shoulder in consolation. "Although we don't know why Chi Tai Bai ended up like this, your master is the best at knocking people back to their senses." 3 days later, at the tie by Sword Manor, the crowd was shouting boisterously, "Next person, bring up your wine." An extremely exquisite wine jar was solemnly placed on the table. Everyone turned their heads to watch curiously. Whispers erupted in the crowd. "Putting aside the wine inside, just this jade jar alone is worth several high-quality spirit stones. With such a beautiful exterior, the wine inside must be a rare gem. It seems this youth has brought something good." The old butler's eyes lit up like searchlights, greedily staring at the artistic jar before him. eBay held the jar, catching the old man's greedy gaze, and spoke, "Hold on, old man." The old butler asked in confusion, "What does young master intend to do?" eBay calmly poured exactly 1 small cup of wine and said flatly, "This wine is rare and precious. Pouring just 1 cup for your manor master to taste is more than enough." Though the old butler nodded politely, he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, only 1 cup, that's as stingy as it gets." But as he picked up the cup, a subtle fragrance wafted into his nose. The old man's face relaxed in desire as he thought, "Such a heavenly fragrance. If I could have just a single drop in this lifetime, I could die without regrets." eBay tapped his fingers on the table and instructed, "It's ready. Please convey these exact words to your manor master." The old man nodded politely. "Please speak, young master," eBay said. "The first sentence, only to make the manor master deeply drunk, forgetting where her homeland is. The second sentence, a flask of fine wine, a beautiful poem, a melodious song, a sword slash that tears the wind." The old man bowed respectfully. "Please wait, young master. I will bring the wine to the manor master immediately." Inside the hall, Qi Shan was sweating as she practiced her sword dance. Around her, empty wine jars lay scattered in disorder on the floor. Chi Tai Bai sat casually on a chair, tilting her head back to gulp down wine. Qi Shan sheathed her sword and bowed to advise her. "Master, you have been drinking for days on end, you should stop." Chi Tai Bai mumbled, "Shan, you are still too young to understand." She staggered and pointed out her disciple's flaws, criticizing, "The sword technique you just practiced was all right, but too stiff, lacking momentum. The body must follow the intent, human and sword becoming one, profound and mysterious, ever-changing." Hearing her master's words, Qi Shan bit her lip and asked sadly, "Is it because these 2 days happen to be the anniversary of Grandmaster's passing that you have become like this?" Chi Tai Bai avoided her disciple's gaze and waved her hand. "Shan, take a break. We will practice more later. My new wine should be served soon anyway." Qi Shan sighed, "Yes, master." Just then the old butler walked in with a bow, reporting cheerfully, "Manor master, the fine wine has arrived." With both hands, he presented the small cup. Chi Tai Bai raised her head, looking blankly. "Why is there only?" Before she could finish her sentence, Her nose caught the incoming fragrance, and she immediately sprang up, rushing straight toward the wine cup. Holding the precious cup in her hand, Chi Tai Bai was stunned to realize that this was indeed a top-tier celestial treasure. She gently raised the cup, about to drink, as a wave of grievance and endless longing surged in her heart, bringing tears to her eyes. Perhaps only in drunkenness can this disciple meet Master once more. Master, your disciple truly misses you so much. Wiping her tears quickly, she asked Lao Wei if the guest waiting in line brought the wine. The butler reported respectfully, "Yes, Manor Master, the one who offered the wine seems to be a descendant of a great clan, possessing a seventh-stage spirit condensation realm cultivation. He also had the audacity to ask me to deliver 2 sentences to you." Feeling curious, Chi Tai Bai urged him to speak. Lao Wei stroked his beard, recalling Yi Bei's words. The first sentence is, "Only to make the Manor Master deeply drunk, forgetting where her homeland is." As soon as the first sentence was uttered, Chi Tai Bai's hand trembled violently, dropping the jade cup to the floor, where it shattered into pieces. In utter shock, she muttered, "This is." Her emotions erupted beyond control. She rushed forward, grabbing the butler's shoulders and questioning him urgently. "Then what is the second sentence?" Lao Wei stammered in fear. "Yes, the next sentence is a poem, a flask of wine, a song, a sword strike that tears the sky apart." Chi Tai Bai snapped, asking for the person's whereabouts. Seeing his master's extreme agitation, the butler quickly reported that he was waiting outside the gate, before he could even ask what was wrong with her. But before he could finish his words, Chi Tai Bai rushed out like a whirlwind, leaving the butler with unanswered questions. Staring blankly at his master's vanishing figure, the old man scratched his head, completely unable to understand what had possessed the Manor Master today. Outside the gate, seeing Chi Tai Bai rushing over, Jia Jifu softly reminded, "Master, 4th senior sister is coming." Yi Bei instructed his disciples as she approached, "You 2 coordinate on your own and absolutely do not show any flaws." Having said that, he quickly put on a menacing mask, while Lai Yushan stood beside him, smiling with excitement. Appearing before the 3 strangers, Chi Tai Bai asked in a cold voice, "Who brought the wine?" Yi Bei calmly admitted, "It was me." Secretly observing his former disciple, he murmured with heartache, "The 4th has grown so haggard and depressed, but even if you have decayed into rusted iron, your master will forge you back into a peerless sword today." Chi Tai Bai pressed further, "Were those 2 lines also spoken by you?" He nodded casually to confirm. Trying to suppress the trembling anticipation surging within her, she roared, "Speak! Who on earth passed those 2 lines to you?" As soon as she spoke, Chi Tai Bai lost control, her violent energy erupting and overwhelming the entire space outside. Yi Bei shrugged and asked playfully, "I went to the trouble of bringing you fine wine, are you still not satisfied?" Staring intently at the 3 people before her, Chi Tai Bai felt a surge of familiarity in her heart. She questioned his true identity once again, "Who on earth are you?" "Yes." Yi Bei offered a deal, "You will find out who I am later, but for now, let's complete the transaction of trading wine for items first." Without a second thought, she agreed immediately. "Say what you want, this Manor Master is highly pleased with this jar of wine." With a sly expression, he replied calmly, "I am also considered a sword cultivator. I only ask that you seal your cultivation to match mine for a friendly sparring match. The rule is that you absolutely cannot restore your strength before the match ends." Chi Tai Bai immediately nodded in agreement. "Fine, I agree." Stepping onto the martial arena, Chi Tai Bai brandished her sword and declared proudly, "My time is extremely precious. At most, I will only trade blows with you until sunset." Caressing the blade of his sword, Yi Bei silently praised his disciple's bold talk. He voluntarily lowered his cultivation to the first stage of the spirit condensation realm, making it even easier to deliver a lesson. On the sidelines, Jia Jifu and Lai Yushan held hands tightly, sweating as they muttered prayers. "4th senior sister, you brought this massive tribulation upon yourself, so brace yourself for the consequences. Pray for your own safety." In the quiet arena, Chi Tai Bai's challenging voice rang out, "Begin. Remember to use all your ultimate skills, otherwise you won't even last 2 rounds with me." Yi Bei smiled faintly and teased, "Oh, talking so big." Rushing forward like lightning, he pointed his sword directly at his disciple, not forgetting to warn her, "Be careful, or you'll get hurt." Chi Bai stood calmly with her hands behind her back, analyzing. Though this guy's sword energy is dense, his movements and trajectory are still clear. She gracefully dodged each slash with ease. She even found the leisure to critique her opponent's moves, noting that although they were sharp, they were too rigid and lacked flexibility. Waiting for the moment, Yi Bei retreated to the right side to gather power for an ambush. Chi Bai smirked in thought, trying to ambush from the right. Executing a smooth roll to dodge the blow, Chi Bai confidently unleashed a finishing strike and mocked, "What a pity, I've seen through all your tricks." But before her smile could fade, her strike hit nothing but air. Yi Bei had vanished completely, causing her to cry out in panic, "What on earth?" While Chi Bai was looking around in confusion, he suddenly appeared behind her. Leaping high into the air, he continued to provoke her, "Hey, look closely before you swing your sword." Vanishing once more, the vast arena was left with Chi Bai standing all alone. Unable to catch a trace of her opponent, she was utterly bewildered. How is this possible? Before she could comprehend what was happening, Yi Bei's sword strike descended, accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion in the middle of the arena. The terrifying shockwave left her staggering and severely injured, but she still grit her teeth and forced herself to stand. Yi Bei stood with hands on his hips, lecturing her, "As a manner master, you shouldn't underestimate your opponent. Letting your guard down on a life-and-death stage is a grave mistake." On the sidelines, Jia Fu clicked her tongue. Exactly as expected, fourth senior sister is defeated in the very first round. Lai Yushan nodded in agreement. "Absolutely, Master's Majesty is just as grand as in the past." Forcing herself to stand straight, Chi Bai quietly admitted her mistake. "It was my negligence. Let's continue." Channeling all her power into her sword, she resolved not to hold back anymore, determined not to repeat the mistake of underestimating her foe. With sword energy surging violently, Chi Bai unleashed her move, Green Lotus Sword Art Second Form, Divine Stroke of the Brush. Hearing the name of the technique, Jia Fu gasped in surprise. Green Lotus Sword Art. This is fourth senior sister's most lethal killer move. Countless sharp rays of sword light shot forward continuously. This technique hid deadly killing intent, designed to take a life once drawn. Yet Yi Bei stood rooted to the spot like a stone statue, making no attempt to defend. Raising his hand high, he unleashed a thunderous force that blasted back toward Chi Bai. A barrage of violent sword energy slammed directly into her, causing her to shriek in pain. Chi Bai collapsed to the ground midst loud shattering sounds. Yi Bei curled his lip and suggested, "Manner master, perhaps you should raise your cultivation to match mine to make the fight easier." Hearing his highly provocative tone, her face darkened, and a fierce rage erupted within her. Leaping into the air, Chi Bai roared, "Green Lotus Sword Art Third Form, Green Lotus Sword Song." But before she could finish her movements, Yi Bei flicked his hand and sent her weapon flying far away. Losing her balance and falling right before him, Chi Bai stared in disbelief. One failure is carelessness, two is coincidence, but three is definitely a pattern. She was certain she had encountered this person before, as he was too familiar with her sword paths, even reading every transition perfectly. Looking up, she growled, "Who on earth are you?" He clicked his tongue and asked back, "Who am I?" Before she could recover her senses, Yi Bei called for action. Chi Bai startled and spun around, only to see Jia Fu chanting a highly bizarre spell. Instantly, a massive array covered the space right above her head. Quickly wrapping her body in sword energy, Chi Bai cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I've been severely set up." Sensing something went wrong, she panicked as she realized her cultivation was plummeting rapidly. Before she could react, the great array descended and completely imprisoned her, making her scream out, "How is this possible?" The heavy pressure of the array stiffened her limbs, as if she were tightly bound by chains. Chi Bai realized the truth in fear. Bastard. So from the very first gifted jar of wine, this guy set a trap to manipulate my mind, forcing me to lower my cultivation, and then locking me down with this spirit-suppressing array. From afar, her disciple's heartbreaking cry rang out. Chi Tai-bai watched in panic as Qi Shan rushed forward, quickly shouting to chase her away from danger. But Qi Shan stubbornly ignored her, determined to save her master's life, screaming that she wouldn't let anyone harm her. However, an immense force immediately blocked her path, pinning Qi Shan down so she couldn't move even half a step. Seeing her beloved disciple in danger, Chi Tai-bai's eyes turned red with fury as she roared, "Qi Shan!" A tyrannical surge of power tore through the seal and erupted in all directions. Bei curled his lip and scoffed, "You can't even protect yourself, yet you want to shield others." Waving his hand to strike, he declared coldly, "It's useless. Today all of you shall remain here." Grinding her teeth, she retorted hostilely, "Did you think sealing my cultivation would leave me defenseless?" The two massive forces collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that kicked up a thick cloud of dust, obscuring all vision. On the sidelines, the two girls whispered to each other. Lai Yushan nudged Jia Jifu's shoulder in worry. "Oh my, master is really fighting. It looks like fourth senior sister is about to risk her life." Jia Jifu clasped her hands nervously and replied, "No matter what, we must be patient. We are forbidden from intervening. Just trust master wholeheartedly." At the epicenter, Chi Tai-bai's power erupted violently. The pressure radiating outward grew increasingly terrifying and resonant. She saw Bei rushing toward her with terrifying speed. Chi Tai-bai was utterly terrified, because this guy's cultivation was clearly sealed as well, so why was his speed not reduced at all but even faster than before? Bei concentrated all his strength into his fist. Both sides rushed at each other, prepared to trade life for life, in what seemed to be an evenly matched battle. But Chi Tai-bai's punch inexplicably missed her opponent, causing her to cry out in shock, "What?" Seizing the opening, he delivered a devastating punch straight into her body. The brutal impact sent her flying, scraping against the ground as she slid a long distance away. Lying amidst the ruins, Chi Tai-bai was in deep pain, screaming in silent despair, "Why does this bastard break through all my defenses so effortlessly? Why?" Stepping closer leisurely, Bei scolded harshly, "Did you think you were so capable? You can't even protect a single disciple, so what right do you have to wallow in self-pity and degradation?" Standing tall before his disciple, he added biting criticism, "To let you fall to this state, the biggest culprit is actually that useless master of yours." Each insulting word was like 10,000 needles piercing her mind. Driven to absolute rage, Chi Tai-bai unleashed a lethal strike toward him, giving Bei a sudden fright. He quickly jumped backward to avoid it. Glancing at his torn sleeve, he sweated and muttered, "That was close, I almost met my end." Holding her battered body, Chi Tai-bai declared coldly, "Insult anyone else you want, but absolutely never speak ill of my master. Today, I will definitely kill you." Witnessing the fire of hatred burning in his disciple's eyes, Bei was extremely pleased. The tempering plan had worked perfectly. The hammering and reforging phase was complete, and now only the final step of quenching and shaping remained. The system popped up a notification. "Congratulations on reuniting with the third out of 108 disciples. The accompanying reward is the disciple version sword intent medal." A brilliant light erupted from Bei's hand, and he silently ordered the system to retrieve the Xuan Yuan sword intent. Instantly, the surrounding space shattered into pieces, floating in midair. At the same time, dark clouds rolled in, and a furious gale swept across. Countless white clouds gathered toward a single focal point in the sky. In the distance, a group of experts riding clouds shuddered as they noticed the phenomenon. One quickly said, "That direction is definitely the Tai-bai sword manner. Perhaps a divine weapon is being born." Another agreed, "Absolutely, a phenomenon of this scale is a once-in-a-century occurrence. Such a golden opportunity, we must rush over to see it and not let anyone else steal this fortune." A majestic, gold-plated giant sword emerged from the clouds directly above Chi Tai-bai's head, shocking her to the very depths of her soul. Heaven and earth shook as countless sharp sword rays pointed directly at her body. Qi Shan screamed in despair, calling out for her senior sister. Turning her head, Chi Tai-bai saw that the young girl was being tightly held back by Lai Yushan. The vitality within her surged once again, refusing to accept death at this moment because she still had to support Qi Shan, find her sisterhood, and wait patiently for her master's return. In stark contrast to that desire to live, Qi Shan shrieked in despair, "No." But the merciless strike paid no heed to the young girl's cries, descending swiftly to strike Qi Tai Bai directly. Heartbroken and grieving, Qi Shan gnashed her teeth in resentment, glaring at Yi Bei's group with hatred. "You bastards, I will fight you to the death." Brandishing her sword, the young girl charged frantically toward Jia Jifu. Unfortunately, Jia Jifu only needed to wave her hand gently to defend. Because she charged too fast to break, what slammed into Qi Shan's eyes was her opponent's massive chest. The young girl buried her face completely in Jia Jifu's massive cleavage. Qi Shan's face turned bright red, while Jia Jifu was also startled and cried out in surprise at the unexpected reaction. Retreating far back in a panic, Jia Jifu turned to ask for help. Master, what should we do about this?" Yi Bei stroked his chin in silent amusement, while the young girl was left speechless, not knowing where to hide her face. Qi Shan backed away and clenched both hands, glaring at the master and disciples conversing animatedly. The young girl stood on guard, highly vigilant. The atmosphere fell into silence as she and Yi Bei stared at each other. He spoke to break the silence, scolding bluntly, "That senior sister of yours spends all day drinking to a stupor with a weak and cowardly will. Has she thrown our sect's reputation into the trash? Where has she thrown her great Tao of the sword? Today I must beat her back to her senses." Hearing a stranger insult the person she loved, Qi Shan firmly retorted, "I forbid you from speaking ill of her. To me, my senior sister is the most wonderful person in the world." Yi Bei smirked with his hands behind his back. "I couldn't care less about this vast world. I'm only afraid your senior sister has fallen so low that not a single soul would bother with her." Seeing his incredibly arrogant manner, the young girl wondered to herself what kind of sacred being this guy was to talk so big. Frowning warily, she pressed him to find out what tricks they had played and whether her senior sister was safe. Looking up at the eye of the storm of light, he assured calmly, "She won't die. If she has the sense to absorb that sword intent, it will be a massive stroke of fortune and a grand destiny." At the same time, countless powerhouses had gathered in crowds, darkening the sky. Qi Shan sweated in anxiety as she recognized those prominent figures: the clan leader Zhang Sun, the sect master Zhang Ziao, and even the manor master Zhu Long. If these Saint King realm monsters charged in, how could they survive while her senior sister was still unconscious? Stealing a glance at the masked youth, she saw him still strolling leisurely. Yi Bei cleared his throat in amusement. She pointed to the sky in panic, warning him, "Hey, those up there are all the formidable overlords of Luo Guang City. Your two disciples' minor tricks won't amount to anything against them. Why are you just standing there so casually?" In midair, Manor Master Zhu Long pointed and said, "Oh, that woman Qi Tai Bai is refining some rare treasure." Clan leader Zhang Sun slapped his forehead. "State the obvious. I can already see her realm leaping from the 7th stage of the Saint King realm straight to half-emperor." Sect Master Zhang Ziao stroked his beard greedily. "Heavens, such a terrifying breakthrough speed must be due to a supreme treasure of the sword Tao." Zhu Long's eyes turned red with envy. "If this delicious morsel fell into my hands, becoming an emperor would be just a matter of time." The group began plotting to plunder it. The elderly Zhang Sun hesitated and tried to stop them. After all, the Tai Bai Sword Manor is full of heterodox practitioners. Don't recklessly poke a hornet's nest. But Zhu Long curled his lip in disdain. "What is there to fear? It's just a coincidence. We outnumber them, so let's charge together. Who would dare resist?" Seeing the swarm of pests threatening to act, Jia Jifu stepped forward and threatened solemnly, "Our manor master is currently comprehending the Tao. Whoever dares to cross the line will become the enemy of the Tai Bai Sword Manor, so prepare to face the consequences." Zhu Long arrogantly drew his blade and slashed directly toward Liu Shan, spitting in disdain. "A mere insect at the 5th stage of the Divine Palace realm dares to lecture us. How laughable." With an expressionless face, Liu Shan condensed a colossal hand, repeating her warning coldly. "I repeat, whoever dares to take another step will face the consequences." The spiritual hand crushed the manor master's blade to pieces and slapped him away, turning him into a streak of dust, leaving only a pool of bright red blood amidst the ruined rubble. The giant hand also took the opportunity to scratch a sharp boundary line to demarcate the territory. The remaining sect masters turned pale as sheets, analyzing tremblingly. This palm strike far exceeds the level of the divine palace realm. This girl is absolutely hiding her strength. They were utterly terrified. Such terrifying power must be at least at the peak of the Saint King realm, or even higher. Lai Yushan clicked her tongue and sighed with regret. How boring. I only intended to kill one to warn the rest, but I accidentally used too much force. I must restrain myself next time. Hearing this, the powerhouses cursed loudly in unison. Bastard, you've beaten someone to death and you're already planning a next time. Looking down at the glowing array, they saw Chi Tai Bai refining at an increasingly faster speed. The old sect master Zhang Zhao broke into a cold sweat and cursed inwardly. Damn it, that woman Chi Tai Bai is absorbing spiritual energy and rising straight to the peak of the half-emperor realm. The old Zhang Sun cowered in fear. If this old woman pushes just a little harder, she'll transform into a legendary great emperor. By then, she'll have the entirety of Luo Guang City in her hands. From the center of the majestic array, Chi Tai Bai awakened, her eyes flashing with brilliant golden light. Qi Shan burst into tears of joy and shouted her senior sister's name as if she had reclaimed her life. She gracefully and lightly descended onto the arena. Chi Tai Bai glanced over and saw that her little sister was safe and sound, lifting a heavy weight from her heart as she sighed in relief. But the fire of suspicion still burned brightly. She pointed her sword directly at the hidden person's face and hissed, "I ask you one last time, who on earth are you?" Removing the terrifying mask, Yi Bei revealed a gentle smile and spoke in a warm, familiar tone. "Chi Tai Bai, your master has returned late." Staring blankly at his face, her legs turned to jelly and she almost collapsed, her lips trembling as she stammered, "Master." Yet her reason urged her to deny this absurdity, because her master had passed away more than 300 years ago. Furthermore, the youngster before her only possessed a 7th-stage spirit condensation realm cultivation, whereas her master's aptitude had been so poor that he struggled to even pass the body refining realm. Understanding his disciple's doubt, Yi Bei leisurely pulled out the familiar rattan whip to prove it. Chi Tai Bai froze completely, her eyes widening as she gasped, the god-striking whip. From a dark corner, the two girls wearing rabbit ears skipped onto the field. Jia Jifu greeted happily with clasped hands. "Fourth senior sister, long time no see, congratulations on your transformation." Lai Yushan giggled and teased. "As for when master strips and whips you later, we'll excuse ourselves and won't dare to help." With tears streaming down, Chi Tai Bai solemnly knelt on one knee and choked out between sobs. Disciple Chi Tai Bai respectfully greets master. Yi Bei gently stepped forward and patted his beloved student on the shoulder. "Tai Bai, all these years you have endured so much hardship." Emotions surged to the peak. She burst into uncontrollable sobs and couldn't hold back her tears as she called out, "Master." Sobbing like a child, "Your disciple has finally waited for the day of your return." Stroking her hair, he coaxed her softly, "There now, if you keep crying, your master's heart will ache." In the sky above, the sect masters gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping, as they saw the mighty Tai Bai kneel and call a young brat her master. Old Zhang Zhao clutched his head in panic. Oh heavens, if the monster at peak half-emperor level has a teacher, just how terrifying is his power? Swift as lightning, 4 powerhouses landed and knelt as if worshipping the stars, scrambling over each other to weep and beg, "Emperor Lord, please quell your anger. We lowly ants swear for all eternity to serve as loyal hounds of the Tai Bai Sword Manor, pledging our wholehearted allegiance." Yi Bei shot a sidelong glance at the swarm of insects and spoke coldly, "Shut your mouths. Are you planning to enter my Sword Manor for tea or what?" Beside him, Tai Bai also coldly feigned ignorance. The 2 old men stammered, unable to utter a word, we." Yi Bei's face darkened as he glared sharply. "What, are you so shameless you plan to freeload a feast before sneaking off?" His face blazing with killing intent, he raised his voice and drove them off, scram. The mighty experts scrambled over the wall and fled for their lives, shouting frantically, "Yes, yes, Emperor Lord, we're scrambling right away." After the riffraff had cleared out, Tai Bai regained her composure and spoke hesitantly, reporting to Master, "Your disciple has a request. Might you permit it?" Yibei interrupted and urged her on, "Whatever it is, just spit it out." She then reported that in 3 days, a secret realm thousands of miles away would open, and she hoped her master would take Shan-Er to roam the martial world and gain some experience. He scratched his head in puzzlement, asking why she didn't go personally with her, adding that if she feared the girl would become too reliant, she could simply remain hidden and protect her secretly. Hitting a sore spot, Tai Bai's face crumpled with gloom as she explained that it wasn't that she didn't want to go, but that the secret realm had a barrier suppressing cultivation levels, barring anyone who had reached the profound connection realm. She had once dreamed of venturing into this deep-sinking secret realm, which opened once every 5 years, but it only allowed 300 entrants each time. When she was still at the half-emperor realm, she had sneaked in to try but had no choice but to swallow bitter defeat and return. The rules there were so overbearing that even a great emperor could do nothing. Yibei stroked his chin, muttering as he pondered the bizarre power of these rules. Tai Bai added more intelligence. 3 holy lands were utterly obsessed with that secret realm. Every season it activated, they raced to cram their elite disciples inside to harvest opportunities. She pulled Qi Shan closer and flattered her master endlessly, extolling his invincibility under heaven, saying taking her out to broaden her horizons was a trivial matter. Moreover, Shan-Er would obediently wait on him and serve as a good assistant. Praise to the skies, Yibei nodded and sealed the deal. Approved. 3 days from now, I will take this little girl out to strut around. Tai Bai beamed with delight, thanking her master for his grace. Qi Shan, standing nearby, however, turned pale, pouted, and complained, "Oh, come on, sister, how could you sell me out like this?" Yibei ambled into the west chamber. The system displayed a notification congratulating the host on his cultivation breaking through to the profound connection realm, with a reward unlocking 5 brand new cards. The host had the right to choose one to refine. He immediately tapped the refine button on the system screen. After completing the operation, Yibei could now summon wind and rain. The tiny lightning bolts dancing on his hand were precisely the famous 4-manifestation thunder art, the legendary introductory secret skill of the heavenly art level in the immortal cultivation world. Closing his eyes to meditate in tranquility, he reminded himself that, although this was just the most basic move in the immortal cultivation world, bringing it to this illusionary world, its power to knock sense into people absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Outside, thunder rumbled and covered the sky, gales tore off roof corners and shook the walls. The disciples huddled under the eaves, trembling as they looked up, stammering to one another, "Gee, what move is Master using that so fierce? It's utterly terrifying. This is the first time we've ever seen such a shocking scene." Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt struck the rear courtyard with a crash, its force like a bomb blast. Qi Shan clutched her head and wailed, "Oh heavens, sister, it wrecked our house." Tai Bai still chuckled optimistically, "Oh dear, it's nothing. The house may be half collapsed, but we still have half left. Besides, your Yushan sister is a god-tier builder, so why worry?" The storm subsided, the sky cleared, and peace returned. A coughing sound came from the west chamber. "Tai Bai, fetch your master a set of clothes." She timidly carried in the tray, replying obediently, "Yes, master." Out in the courtyard, Yushan and Jia Jifu huddled together, gossiping, "But you master used the thunder art too fiercely and burned all his clothes off." Yushan frowned and nodded, "Exactly." Pushing the door open and entering, the sight of her master stark naked greeted Tai Bai's eyes. Blood rushed to her head, her face flushed bright red, and she let out a shriek, master." That fool, utterly unashamed, even smirked and teased her flirtatiously. "Why are you standing so far away? Afraid I'll eat you up." She stammered, lowering her head to the ground in embarrassment, and called out, "Master." Even though she was mortified, she still had to tiptoe forward. Tai Bai averted her eyes, dodging that dazzling beam of light. Yibei suddenly grabbed her wrist tightly and pouted in mock anger. "Hundreds of years without meeting, and you dare be so distant with your master." He forcefully yanked her, causing Tai Bai to lose balance and cry out, "Aiya." Without time to react, she tumbled straight onto Yi Bei. He jolted, inwardly crying out, "Oh no, pulled too hard, messed up big time." Unluckily, at the most sensitive moment of their position, the door burst open, and a female disciple's voice rang out boldly, "Master, are you well? I brought the Nastic Aroma Restoration Pill for your nourishment." The current scene and posture were extremely easy to misinterpret. Both of them started and whipped their heads toward the door. Tai Bai scrambled up in a fluster, tearfully apologizing. "Sob, disciple didn't do it on purpose, master." Unfortunately, during her struggle, her rear rubbed directly against the sensitive thigh area of Yi Bei. It was his turn to blush furiously, flustered as he yelled, "Hey, hey, stop squirming around, you'll ruin everything." Something seemed to be changing and reacting, stirring to life. Tai Bai also vaguely realized the situation, her face turning pale, frozen in place, not daring to move a single bit. The startled cry made the two female disciples curious, and they crowded around. They immediately slammed the door open and rushed in to help. "Senior sister, how are you?" What met their eyes was their senior sister, sprawled on the floor rubbing against their completely naked master. Jia Fu blushed furiously and stammered, speechless, while Yushan covered her mouth and smirked slyly. "Oh my, so master and fourth senior sister hid in a corner to play grown-up games. So mean, playing without inviting us to join." Tai Bai hastily pushed Yushan's neck out the door, stammering, "Please, you two, carry on, we'll take our leave now." Yushan still deliberately teased mischievously, "Why leave? Let me join the group." Clearing his throat to regain a dignified air, Yi Bei commanded, "Tai Bai, tell that brat to pack her things. We leave shortly." She shyly replied, "Yes," and withdrew. Once the guests were gone, he finally exhaled, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Tusk, tusk, next time I must exercise restraint. Otherwise, I'll bring disaster upon myself." The 5 masters and disciples gathered in the courtyard, preparing to board the flying ship. Tai Bai presented a precious jade treasure, reporting to Master, "This spatial spirit treasure contains all the necessary daily necessities." Yi Bei looked at her and smiled approvingly, praising Tai Bai for her thoughtfulness. After reluctant farewells, he and Qi Shan boarded the flying ship, waving goodbye. "We'll be heading out first then." Yushan and Jia Fu stayed behind watching, calling out, "Safe journey." The flying ship glided smoothly for many consecutive days. Just after hopping off at the dock, the little girl Qi Shan scratched her head in confusion. Why doesn't this place look anything like an entrance to a secret realm?" Walking leisurely behind, Yi Bei enlightened the girl, "The last stretch has to be on foot, child. The secret realm here is activating, so the space is highly unstable. If we carelessly fly the ship into a black hole, it'd be troublesome." The girl now nodded, realizing the truth. So that's it. Around them, quite a few groups of people were also heading in the same direction. Suddenly, a strange man sidled up and struck up a conversation. "Hey miss, lost your way." 3 men proclaiming to be from the Tian Kai Holy Temple swaggered up, introducing their origins and offering to accompany them to the secret realm, as the area was perilous beyond measure. Qi Shan politely waved her hand and declined the kind offer. "No thanks, master and disciple can manage on our own." Yi Bei smirked inwardly. "Oh, so they're from Tian Kai? I haven't even made a move yet, and the fish are already swimming into the trap." That man brazenly pressed a command token into her hand, spouting cheesy lines about it being fate that they met, saying if anyone stirred trouble on the half-day journey ahead, just flashing this token to bluff the world would smooth things over. Qi Shan was about to open her mouth to refuse, but Yi Bei had already swiftly snatched it, grinning broadly as he politely thanked him. "Well then, we shall accept it." He offered some hypocritically sweet words. "Many thanks for the chivalrous spirit of the Tian Kai Holy Temple." The man also put on a righteous performance, spouting a few platitudes about mutual help being the norm on the path of immortal cultivation. Having achieved his goal, he clasped his fists and bid farewell, "Wishing you both a safe journey. I'll be off now." Watching their retreating figures, Qi Shan blinked naively and muttered, "So the outside world isn't as sinister as Sister described. Good people and good deeds are everywhere after all." Bei gave the girl a sidelong glare and quipped sarcastically. So, why do you think he struck up a conversation out of the blue? Maybe because he found you pretty and wanted to get acquainted. The girl scratched her head and pondered. Maybe he wanted to travel together and gave the command token to prove his goodwill. Opening her big round eyes wide, Qishan asked innocently, could it not be so? We look so poor even if they wanted to scam us, there'd be no threat to speak of. He facepalmed with a smack, completely exasperated, hopeless. You'd be led by the nose and sold off, yet still count the money for them. Seeing her master act so dismayed, the girl curiously asked the reason. He poked at the command token and asked back, know what this damn thing is? Bei stroked it and chanted, drawing out a bright red thread of magical energy to show the girl. Qishan gaped in shock and exclaimed, this is. The girl was bewildered upon learning it was a tracking formation. He patiently explained that opportunities in the secret realm were limited. Bringing extra people meant diminishing one's own share. Only then did Bei expose their scheme. Earlier, he asked if you were lost to probe which faction we belonged to. Annoyance flaring, he scolded her fiercely, and then you foolishly went and disclosed that we're traveling alone. Qishan shrank back, eyes brimming with tears, and apologized profusely, promising that from now on Shan would obediently listen to master. Patting the girl's head, he spoke in a deep voice of warning, you must engrave this in your heart. In this society outside, if I am 1 part wicked, they are 1,000 times more rotten and filthy. Bowing obediently, Qishan replied that she would remember his teachings. Suddenly the girl remembered a question and asked, if they already found out we're weak earlier, why didn't they make a move right then, master? Bei analyzed that with many factions watching earlier, they wanted to keep up the Holy Land's reputation and couldn't openly act, figuring they were probably lurking somewhere waiting to bite stealthily. Qishan worriedly suggested just tossing the command token away, in case they sent people to cause trouble. Wearing a smile reeking of danger, Bei answered casually, well, that would be even better. The girl looked dumbfounded, not understanding what part of that was good. Brimming with killing intent, he clasped his hands in anticipation. I'm only afraid they won't dare to show up and deliver their lives. Scene switched to the gathering area of the Tian Kai Holy Temple. Striding inside, they saw layers upon layers of people lining up, waiting to enter the secret realm. Threading through the crowd, the master and disciple caught snippets of a man instructing his followers. The time limit to stay in the secret realm was only 10 days. Once time expired, they'd be automatically ejected. Remember, 10 days pass like a flash. The more command tokens gathered, the more precious the reward. The disciple respectfully responded, yes, senior. A man in red whispered gossip to his companion, rumor has it the 3 great holy lands covet most the collection of 100 secret realm command tokens. But over these hundreds of years since this deep sinking opened, no one has ever managed to gather them all. The man in black nodded in agreement, saying he knew this too. The man in red added, because once someone gathers the full set, not only do they monopolize the entire deep-sinking secret realm, but they also claim the most priceless and rare ultimate reward after each 50-year opening cycle. Bei rubbed his chin thoughtfully. No wonder the people from the Tian Kai Holy Temple didn't bother ambushing us. Turns out they want to sit back and reap the rewards, waiting to watch a good show. He vaguely guessed their ambition. Initially, they generously handed out command tokens with trackers attached, waiting for the prey to venture deep into the secret realm before making a move to rob them. This strategy was perfect on both fronts, preserving the Holy Land's reputation while avoiding conflict with backing forces behind the scenes. Truly a flawless scheme. He utterly despised this trick. Bearing the name of a holy land, yet their skin is as thick as a chopping board, devouring spoils for hundreds of years, and their greed is still this bottomless. At that moment, Qishan stepped closer and inquired, Master, are you troubled by something, or have you discovered some danger? Bei didn't rush to reveal his calculations, just calmly replied, it's nothing, let's wait a little longer. Right at that moment, the entrance of the cave began to stir. A fissure extended, revealing the pitch-black, obscure space within. The long-haired man in green robes turned to the one in red and said, looks like the fun is about to begin. The girl urged her master, "Let's hurry and squeeze in too, master." Yet he remained unhurried and at ease, unconcerned about speed. The space within the secret realm was so vast, entering a few breaths earlier or later wouldn't change the grand scheme of things. Qishan carried a belly full of huge question marks, secretly stealing glances at her master. Ibei continued to leisurely observe the surroundings, completely ignoring his disciple's bewildered expression. No one knew what he was plotting. About 10 minutes later, the entire crowd had swarmed inside. Right at the moment the cave entrance flickered with light, about to close, the master and disciple pair of Ibei finally ambled in. The first group paving the way were the female disciples of the Xingyao Holy Temple, followed closely behind by the purple-clad youths of Roman 20 Holy Temple. Only Ibei and Qishan were left, solitary and alone. Elder Ran loudly declared, "All troops advance. Whether we can seize the most precious reward this time or not depends entirely on your performance." He was originally an elder of the Tian Kai Holy Temple. The disciples behind him, upon hearing this, shouted in unison, "Disciples, obey the command." However, before their heels could even lift, a series of rumbling shockwaves resounded from afar. Elder Ran started, hurriedly turning his head to seek the source of the sound. Immediately after, countless torrents of sword chi and magic crashed directly into the formation of the Tian Kai Holy Temple, sending the disciples tumbling and staggering. Shocked by the sudden attack, the old man roared furiously, "Who dares? Stop at once for this old man." Naturally, Ibei paid no heed, continuing to swing his sword relentlessly without holding back. A disciple stammered in terror, This. Elder Ran was so furious his eyes nearly popped out, truly courting death. The lad grabbed Qishan and swooped right past the old man's face, casually leaving behind a sentence, "We'll be going ahead first, excuse us." Elder Ran raged to the extreme, "That detestable brat, everyone turn back here for me." The old man hurriedly condensed a gigantic hand from the void, intending to grab both Ibei and Qishan. However, the lad merely gently flicked out a tiny flame, incinerating the crude attack. Thanks to that, the two of them smoothly borrowed the force and soared into the sky. Ibei even didn't forget to turn his head back, delivering a highly provocative glance along with a farewell, "Goodbye, no promises on meeting again." Elder Ran's face darkened completely from the anger stuck in his throat. That hateful brat. He was about to mobilize his power to chase, but suddenly, a phantom giant fist slammed straight into the city wall. The impact created an earth-shattering explosion. Dust billowed, bricks and stones flew everywhere, causing Elder Ran to stumble and fall backward. The gray-haired man clicked his tongue in amazement. Those two really have the guts of a leopard, daring to tweak the tiger's whiskers of someone from a holy temple. The second man also chimed in to comment, and there are two who play sneak attacks too. Seems one just reached the 6th layer of the profound connection realm, the other barely at the 1st layer. The last man gloated over their misfortune. 10 days from now when they come out, those two are surely dead. The old man still hadn't swallowed his rage, aggressively interrogating the origins of those two. In hundreds of years, no one has ever dared provoke our Tian Kai Holy Temple. A disciple cupped his fists, trembling as he reporting to Elder those two individuals, this disciple encountered them a few days ago. Elder Ran froze, "Oh." Only then did the man recount the whole story of giving the command token to Ibei and his disciple in detail. He bowed his head low. Everything happened exactly as stated. This disciple absolutely dares not fabricate a single word. The old man sank into silence, his gaze fixed on the command token in his hand. Elder Ran flicked his hand, directly tossing the two command tokens outside. Instantly, representatives from Roman 20 Holy Temple and Xingyao Holy Temple simultaneously reached out to snatch the items. He himself kept one. This is a tracking jade pendant. Every movement of those two brats within the secret realm will be recorded by this object. Someone immediately changed their tone to flattery. "Old Ran, calm down, calm down. For the sake of our friendship, I promise to order my disciples to bring you the heads of those two." Elder Ran waved his hand irritably. Go. From this moment on, no one disturbed this old man." Deep in his heart, he carved this grudge. As long as you brats dare step half a foot outside, I will personally mince you into 100 pieces." Inside the space of the secret realm, silence reigned all around, only the faint rustling of leaves rubbing together in the wind. The girl secretly broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, "Heavens, just what kind of terrifying figure am I following? Not only brazen enough to attack the core disciples of a holy temple and rob them clean of their command tokens, but even daring to enrage the tyrant emperor of Tian Kai." After Qi Shan had stared enough, the lad smirked and asked, "What, scared your legs are shaking?" The girl gritted her teeth and replied firmly, "With Master protecting me, why should your disciple be afraid?" Bei stepped forward calmly, enlightening his disciple as he walked. "Dealing with these shameless holy lands, why should we bother reasoning with them?" Though she understood the logic, she still fretted, "But we haven't gained anything yet and already angered the Tian Kai Holy Temple. They'll definitely hold a grudge to the end. When we leave here, what's our plan?" The lad treated the matter as light as a feather. "They played dirty tricks first, so they shouldn't blame me for being unrighteous. Besides, they're just a few half-emperors, nothing to worry about." Qi Shan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Just a few half-emperors. This arrogant tone of our master is truly enough to scare someone to death. Suddenly an unusual noise sounded. A giant serpent emerged from nowhere, blocking the path. Snake. Qi Shan's face drained of all color. She clung tightly to Bei's arm. "Master, there's a giant snake over there. This heart-piercing bastard species contains potent venom. Its cultivation has reached the third layer of the profound connection realm, lightning-fast speed, and considerable combat power. But such a demon beast is nothing to master, right? You only need to wave your hand to wipe it out." In her extreme panic, the girl was completely unaware that her body was continuously rubbing against his arm. Indeed, girls always have an instinctive fear of snakes. Seizing the opportunity, Bei immediately assigned homework to Qi Shan. "Then your first task today is to exterminate this beast. If you can't do it, I'm leaving you here." The girl burst into tears. "Oh heavens, why?" Qi Shan blinked her large, round, teary eyes at Bei, pleading, but this man was truly cold-hearted. "Master is the best person in the world. Shan-er is really scared of snakes." Unfortunately, Bei poured cold water on her ruthlessly. Acting cute is useless. Qi Shan puffed her cheeks and stomped her foot angrily. "It's just a stinky demon snake. I'll just chop its head off, that's all." The monstrous snake opened its gaping mouth and shot forward like lightning. The girl was scared witless and jumped right up, clinging stiffly to him. Her embrace was so tight that her ample chest pressed directly against his face, making Bei somewhat annoyed. Instantly, 2 painful knocks on the head sounded. Bei grabbed Qi Shan's clothes and pulled her down, scolding, "Why are you so cowardly, running away? Listen to me, this snake's attack power is nothing to worry about." Both of them directed their gaze at the monster. Bei added, "However, if its body coils tightly around a person, it's game over." The girl mumbled quietly, "Yes." With that, Qi Shan drew her sword, psyching herself up. "All right. This time, I must display the outstanding demeanor of a heroine for Master to see." The snake slithered forward at a terrifying speed, its gaping mouth fully displaying rows of razor-sharp fangs. Qi Shan brandished her sword and unleashed her move. Instantly, beautiful lotus blossoms bloomed around her. Green lotus sword technique, first form, see lotus solitary elegance. She lunged forward, striking a fatal blow with her sword against the colossal body of the monster. With just a single stroke of the sword, she cleaved the beast's head off, sending it to dust. The girl landed in a graceful pose, leaving behind a hazy mist of dust suspended in the air behind her. Qi Shan smugly admired her spoils of war, praising herself, "I actually soloed this giant demon beast. This young lady truly is talented." But her joy didn't last long. A sharp object sliced through the wind, shearing off a lock of her hair. Qi Shan looked up and glared at the person on the tree, complaining indignantly, "Master, what kind of trick is that?" Bei immediately lectured her. "You've only won a tiny bit and already let your guard down. I'll properly temper you on behalf of your senior sister." Qi Shan pouted sulkily, "But why? I worked so hard using my own strength to bring down this demon snake. Why does Master have to pick on me?" As she grumbled, her sharp eyes suddenly spotted a glowing foreign object from the severed head of the snake. What's this? Ibei began his lesson on demon beasts. Ordinary snakes die when hit in a vital spot, but demon beasts of this level have far more tenacious vitality. You must completely destroy its head for it to be called a fatal blow. Knowing she was wrong, Qi-Shan bowed her head and murmured, "Yes, Shan-Er understands now. Shan-Er will engrave this in memory." Her face turned bright red as she screamed inwardly, "Oh heavens, that was truly so embarrassing earlier." Ibei fished out a sparkling ruby from inside the snake's head. He tossed it straight toward her, signaling the girl to quickly catch it. Qi-Shan squinted at the slime-covered stone in her hand. Though her face wrinkled in disgust, she still nodded in acknowledgement. This thing, though a bit gross, seems to have a surging flow of mysterious power within it. Ibei spoke up to explain, demon beasts at the profound connection realm can't yet condense a demon core, so what you're holding must be an exclusive item of this secret realm. Try infusing it with spiritual power, you will surely discover its secret. Qi-Shan obediently complied, "Yes, master." She began channeling spiritual power, slowly pouring it into the gem. The stone immediately produced a brilliant reaction. In an instant, Qi-Shan's cultivation broke through from the 6th layer of the profound connection realm, soaring to the 7th layer. She stared at her own 2 hands and cheered in celebration. A breakthrough! I actually advanced to the 7th layer so smoothly, without any hindrance at all. Ibei smiled faintly. Just as I predicted. This thing is indeed a fortuitous opportunity of the deep-sinking secret realm. It not only enhances cultivation, but also has the function of shattering the shackles of limits. Qi-Shan was immensely grateful. Shan-Er thanks Master for this bestowed blessing. She secretly glanced at him, thinking to herself, our master still loves me the most. Whenever there's something good, he prioritizes letting me use it first. From a distance, a panic scream suddenly rang out, "Help, someone save me." Ibei's eyes lit up. He clicked his tongue and said, "Let's go check it out." Qi-Shan hesitated, "Master, what if they're setting a trap, waiting for us to jump in?" The lad threw back an excited look. Killing demon beasts gets boring after a while, time to switch to people for some fun. The master and disciple pair walked to where a girl was putting on a weak, frail act, reaching out toward them, pleading, "Save. Please save my life." Qi-Shan looked at the woman's state and asked warily, "Miss, do you really need saving?" Ibei suddenly flashed a sinister smile. Without hesitation, he swung his hand and launched a direct attack. That woman's reflexes were extremely fast. She immediately leaped to dodge the strike. Afterward, she landed lightly, standing right before the 2 of them. She laughed flirtatiously, teasing him, "Little brother, I didn't expect such a handsome face to hide such a dark heart, huh? Truly worthy of being the one who dared to rob the Tian Kai holy temple clean of their command tokens." Qi-Shan stared at her in shock, bewildered. She's clearly an elite from the 2 holy temples outside, but Master already cleaned out the people from Tian Kai. How did she still find our coordinates? Right at that moment, the 2 were surrounded by the disciples of the Xingyao Holy Temple. Yet Ibei still spoke leisurely. "So people from Xingyao Holy Temple have a hobby of sneaking around, dealing with 2 low cultivation nobodies like us, and you still need to use sneak attack tactics." The smile on the woman's face vanished. She spoke arrogantly, "To deal with 2 brats like you, I only need 1 hand to take your lives." Qi-Shan clutched the hem of his clothes tightly, blaming herself sadly. "Though I bear the title of the Belle of Luo Guang City, how have I become so useless now? A whole group of people hiding right here, and I couldn't detect a shred of killing intent." Ibei comforted his disciple, "Silly girl, don't fret over it. Their cultivation levels are all higher than yours. It's normal that you didn't sense them." He even took the chance to mock their sect as well. "Besides, the thieving skills of the Xingyao Holy Temple are famously number 1 under heaven." Qi-Shan covered her mouth and giggled. "Yes, Master is right. Shan-Er will remember." Upon hearing this, the woman was enraged to the extreme. She swung her hand, launching 2 streams of palm force, and shouted, "You're seeking your own death. Daring to insult the people of the Xingyao Holy Temple, your life ends today." Ibei ignored her, turning to ask Qi-Shan, "Girl, the 9th form of the Green Lotus Sword technique, still remember it?" The girl nodded. "Yes, I know it." Seeing the attacks hurtling toward them, Qi Shan panicked and warned, "Master, the blade aura is here." Yi Bei's expression didn't change. He simply waved his hand a few times calmly, blocking all their vicious attacks. The henchmen of the Xing Yao Holy Temple retreated in fear. That woman remained spiteful, channeling all her internal energy into both palms, preparing to strike. She launched an earth-shattering attack aimed directly at the two's position. Yi Bei hurriedly wrapped his arm around Qi Shan's waist and leaped into the air to dodge the move. While suspended in midair, he leisurely explained, "Actually, your sister probably hasn't told you. The ninth form of the Green Lotus sword technique was never a sword move meant for one-on-one combat." The people below pointed up at the sky and shouted, "They're up there." The woman again used her ultimate technique with a triumphant expression. "Up in the air with no foothold, let's see where you can flee to." That attack shot up rapidly. He spoke to Qi Shan, "Today, I will let you broaden your horizons to see what the true power of the final sword form really is." As soon as the words left his mouth, a giant lotus bloomed right in the middle of the void. Petals danced in the wind, and the sword in his hand was enveloped by a dense layer of spiritual energy. The disciples of the Xing Yao Holy Temple asked each other in confusion, "What kind of sorcery is this? Wasn't that youth only at the first layer of the profound connection realm? This is absurd. That was an all-out strike from a peak divine court realm expert. How did he block it?" The swords of Yi Bei and Qi Shan rose high into the sky, condensing into a single massive, powerful mass of spiritual energy. That mass of energy carried terrifying power and slammed straight down to the ground without a shred of mercy. The point of impact collapsed into a deep crater. The destructive force was so horrifying that the people below were obliterated, not even a fragment of bone remained. Yi Bei glanced at the battlefield and curled his lip in disdain. "Just this much, huh?" Yi Bei lowered his head to look at Qi Shan and asked gently, scared. Qi Shan was taken aback, her mind flooding with romantic thoughts. She didn't expect her master to care about his disciples' feelings. She beamed a radiant smile and replied, "As long as master is here, I won't." The word "scared" hadn't fully left her lips when Yi Bei cut in, "Not scared is good." The concluding sentence he added afterward shattered Qi Shan's illusion. "Then go handle the corpses, and by the way, collect all the command tokens for me." The girl clung tightly to his hand, putting on a pitiful face, screaming inwardly, "Master, can we please skip this? I'm really scared." Yi Bei ignored it and asked back, "What? Is there a problem?" Qi Shan turned away in disappointment, obeying with a grieved heart, "Yes, master." As she picked up each command token, she muttered complaints under her breath. "Master is so cold-blooded, doesn't have a shred of tenderness for the fairer sex." Yi Bei stood observing, silently evaluating the girl's future. "This girl, if I don't throw her into more hardship and tempering, sooner or later she'll become a useless, portable vase." A while later, the girl came holding all the command tokens to report her achievement. "Master, the secret realm command tokens and tracking jade pendants have all been collected. Not a single one is missing." Yi Bei took the stack of command tokens and offered a word of praise. "Girl, you may be slow at learning martial arts, but your battlefield cleanup work is quite decent." Qi Shan beamed with joy. "Many thanks for master's praise. Shan will strive to do even better next time." Yi Bei nodded. "Good, it's encouraging that you have such drive to strive." He looked at Qi Shan with a serious gaze and coldly assigned, "Then it's settled. From now on, all post-battle cleanup duties are entrusted to you. Do your best to complete the task well." Qi Shan was speechless and hurriedly turned back to clarify, "Wait, master, please listen to my explanation. That is not what I meant at all." Then she frantically ran after him and called out, "Master, wait for me." He spread out the map and placed the token on top to compare them. Qi Shan walked over to look at the map and asked in confusion, "Master, why are there so many dense green dots appearing this time?" Yi Bei did not hide it and answered frankly, "The half-emperor from the Tian Kai side must have shared our location with the other two sacred lands. Then they used a secret technique to replicate a large number of tracking devices like this." Hearing that, Qi Shan scolded angrily, "How outrageous! These sacred lands are indeed, as master predicted, extremely despicable." Yi Bei smiled faintly. "It is fine. On the contrary, this will bring us a huge benefit." The young girl stood rooted to the spot for a few seconds, looking at Yi Bei with a puzzled expression. He cast his eyes over the pile of tokens, his tone oozing with danger. Now, it is time to swap the roles of the hunter and the prey. Early that morning, in the middle of the dense forest where only bare tree trunks remained. On a high tree branch, two disciples of the Roman 20 sacred temple were staring intently at the stone cave ahead, discussing with each other. "We really found their hiding place. Act carefully. That brat is very cunning." The group stealthily stepped inside, one of them whispering a reminder. "No matter how cunning he is, he cannot deal with all of us. Everyone, split up and act. Remember to hold back so we do not damage their corpses." They carefully reminded each other. The elder ordered us to bring their corpses back to report. The person beside him immediately nodded, understood. The leader caught sight of the token thrown on a boulder, his eyes widening as if realizing something dangerous. He broke out in a cold sweat and cried out in tension, "Oh no, we have been set up." He turned around and roared a warning, "Retreat, everyone fall back quickly." A white slipper emerged from the darkness, and she muttered to herself, "How strange, how did that brat know for sure they would sneak here tonight?" The captain looked back and spotted her figure. The disciples also froze, as they felt a chilling killing intent emanating from behind. He stared wide-eyed, his body too stiff to move. Qi Shan's face, shrouded in darkness, rushed forward carrying a deadly aura. Desperate, terrified screams echoed from inside the cave. Everyone from the Roman 20 sacred temple fell at her hands. She stood watching, a scornful smile curling her lips. "Good thing Master set up a concealing formation. Wrapping up this bunch was as easy as flipping my hand over." Yi Bei walked over slowly and instructed Qi Shan, "Girl, you do not need to handle the corpses this time. Just strip them of all their belongings." She immediately turned around and complied, "As you command, Master." Only 2 short minutes passed. The pile of corpses was completely destroyed by Yi Bei using a secret technique, leaving no trace behind. Qi Shan looked on, daydreaming in her heart. How convenient. A formation master seems very formidable. I wonder if I have the talent to learn formations. Seeing through her thoughts, he crushed them immediately. "Girl, stop daydreaming. You are completely unsuited to become a formation master." Hearing this, Qi Shan pouted and secretly judged in her mind. Master is good at everything, except his tongue is too sharp, criticizing others without leaving them any dignity. Stepping outside, Yi Bei began to urge her, "Let us go quickly, the next battle is about to start." Qi Shan opened her eyes wide with curiosity. The next battle." She looked at him with innocent eyes. "Master, how did you calculate that the second sacred land would also sneak here? Do you predict things like a god?" Yi Bei replied coldly. "Just focus on using the spirit stones diligently to increase your cultivation. Once your cultivation is high, your mind will naturally understand everything." Hearing this, Qi Shan puffed out her chest and replied proudly, "Yes, Master." In her heart, a wave of admiration welled up. No wonder he is qualified to be elder sister's master. This ability to predict things like a god is truly terrifying. Returning to the entrance of the cave from earlier, by now the entire force of the Roman 20 sacred temple had gathered, asking each other in bewilderment, "Where is everyone?" A thin streak of light swept across the feet of the crowd. A huge, glowing magic array formed. The leader spun around, frantically raising the alarm. "This is bad, we fell for a diversion trick, retreat, fall back quickly." Qi Shan and Yi Bei stood on a high tree branch, observing. Qi Shan mocked them. Such a familiar taste, the same old hunting method, even the warning words are exactly the same. "How boring," he signaled. "Take action, girl." Bursts of magic descended in rapid succession from the tree. He also casually opened a few more formations, floating in midair, to block the enemy's path of advance and retreat. San-Er leaped down from the branch, shouting her familiar line, "Yes, Master, your time is up." Miserable screams mingled with the clashing of weapons tore through the quiet space of the forest. After the battle, Qi Shan and Yi Bei sat down to inventory the pile of tokens. Qi Shan said excitedly, "Master, only 3 days have passed, and we have already collected 76 Mystic Realm tokens. Let us go find the remaining 24. Yi Bei waved his hand in refusal. "No need to rush. For the next few days, You should focus on using the crystal energy to increase your cultivation first. He juggled a token in his hand and said with certainty, "As for the remaining 24, we will get them after you finish upgrading." She respectfully complied, "Yes, everything will be done according to Master's arrangements." Qishan obediently sat down to cultivate, a sparkling spiritual aura blending blue and pink radiating around her body. Yibei also calmed his mind to cultivate, his entire body enveloped in a brilliant red spiritual aura. Thus, time passed peacefully until 4 days later. His face darkened as he shot a threatening gaze at the crowd. "Answer my question quickly. Hand over all the tokens and I will leave you a way out." Qishan also chimed in, casting a sharp, cold warning gaze. The frightened crowd begged in unison, we will give them right away." After handing over all the tokens, they scrambled and ran for their lives, crying out, "Hero, spare our lives." Qishan asked herself, "Am I that scary? I just glared and it scared the wits out of them." She turned to him cheerfully, her eyes shining with anticipation. "This is wonderful, Master. With today's count, we have collected a total of 100 tokens. I wonder what precious treasure we can exchange them for after leaving this place." Qishan began to dream about rare items. "I heard rumors that if some treasures are fully gathered, a fusion reaction will occur, creating an item that will shock the world." She proposed the idea, "Do you think these Mystic Realm tokens have that function?" Yibei was also skeptical and replied, "We can try putting them together to see." He raised his hand, using force to gather all the tokens together in one place. The tablets gathered into a mass, and unusual signals began to emanate from within. Yibei was horrified when he realized the turn of events. "This is bad. If this continues, something terrible will happen." He hastily channeled his spiritual energy, concentrating it in his palm. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a sharp, crescent-shaped cold light. A deafening explosion resounded, followed immediately by a purple halo filled with evil aura appearing in the sky, dispersing in all directions. Yibei's eyes widened, his pupils contracting violently. In the midst of the crisis, a clear voice rang out, "Master." Yibei hastily turned his head to look back. It turned out the one who had just called was Qishan. Yibei was startled and shouted loudly, "Girl!" He frantically reached out his hand, intending to grab her. However, he only caught empty air. Qishan had vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Yibei's expression was heavy and gloomy. "Damn it! That action earlier must have triggered a hidden mechanism, causing the Mystic Realm to close early. That is why the spatial rules are forcibly expelling the survivors." His brows furrowed tightly as he cursed inwardly, "Detestable. Outside the Mystic Realm right now, the 3 great sacred lands and other forces are lying in ambush. With that foolish girl kicked out all by herself, the consequences are unimaginable." He closed his eyes and whispered, "System, how can I leave this Mystic Realm quickly?" The system immediately appeared, announcing in a cheerful tone, "Congratulations to the host for collecting all 100 Mystic Realm tokens. Your reward is the ownership of this entire Mystic Realm. The host only needs to focus on successfully refining it, after which you can not only leave this place, but also carry the entire Mystic Realm with you." Hearing that, Yibei spread his palm, rapidly condensing his spiritual energy. As he exerted his full effort to refine the Mystic Realm, he was as anxious as if sitting on a bed of hot coals. "At a time like this, how can I have the mind to care about any reward? If anything happens to that girl, how will I ever face Old Fourth for the rest of my life? Besides, even if she were not Old Fourth's younger sister, based solely on the fact that she has respectfully called me master countless times over the past 7 days, I must still do everything in my power to save her." Having said that, Yibei utilized his entire essence to refine the Mystic Realm at the fastest speed. Meanwhile, in another development, in the middle of a splendid grand hall, a halo of light suddenly flared up. Immediately afterward, disciples of various sects fell out from the glow all at once. Everyone's face showed clear signs of shock and confusion. Someone raised a question, "Why were we all kicked out like this? Isn't there still 3 days left before the Mystic Realm officially ends?" Disciples of various sects hurriedly ran back to report the situation to their masters. "Master, my Mystic Realm token was stolen. Elder, my token has also vanished into thin air. It was done by a youth at the first stage of the Profound Gateway Realm. Patriarch, our clan's belongings were also plundered by a youth at the first stage of the Profound Gateway Realm. Qishan was also unfortunately expelled at this moment. She landed with a thud in the Grand Hall, her face contorting in pain. Before she could regain her composure, Ran Zhanglao towered before her, letting out a furious roar. He reached out and choked Qishan's neck, cursing, "You wretched girl, I have finally caught you." His bony, veiny hand tightened, lifting her into the air as he aggressively interrogated her. "Where is that youth hiding? He still refuses to show his face, doesn't he?" Qishan's face turned pale, and she wept inwardly. "This is terrible. Why was I foolish enough to suggest that Master gather the tokens?" Regret welled up as she kept blaming herself. "I have really brought this upon myself, digging my own grave." Seeing Qishan grit her teeth and endure, the old man growled in threat, "You will not speak. Then go to the Yellow Springs." Qishan mustered all her strength to gasp, "My elder sister is a half-emperor." Ran Zhanglao narrowed his eyes and sneered, "The younger sister of a half-emperor." He coldly spat out, "Then I will take your life first, then turn around and deal with your half-emperor sister as well. A half-emperor powerhouse at the same realm as me, what right does she have to threaten this old man?" Struggling, she gasped out, "My sister is the master of Tai Bai Sword Villa in Luo Guang City, at the peak half-emperor realm, and her master, before we entered the mystic realm, had already broken through to the great emperor realm." As soon as those words left her mouth, Ran Zhanglao was so shocked that he blurted out, "What?" Hearing Qishan's terrifying background, everyone present in the Grand Hall was stunned. They stared at each other. Her sister is a peak half-emperor. Her master is a great emperor. Heavens, with this kind of identity, she could walk sideways in any sacred land. Sweat began to bead on Ran Zhanglao's forehead. He cautiously glanced at Mu Zhanglao to seek his opinion. "Old Mu, do you think what this girl is saying is believable?" Mu Zhanglao was equally bewildered and hesitated. This matter. Just as Ran Zhanglao was hesitating, unsure whether to execute her, someone from an unknown sacred land suddenly spoke up to confirm, "Lord Half-Emperor, I am also from Luo Guang City. I can testify that what this lady says is absolutely true." The person traveling with him also chimed in, "Yes, everyone in Luo Guang City knows about this." He recounted, 10 days ago, a heavenly and earthly phenomenon appeared over the entire Luo Guang City, lasting for 3 whole days, all radiating from the direction of Tai Bai Sword Villa. Hearing this verification, Ran Zhanglao hurriedly loosened his grip. Qishan immediately fell to the ground. Looking at her coughing violently, his heart skipped a beat as he muttered, "That was close to bringing destruction upon my sect." His brows furrowed as he calculated, "If I really kill this girl today, that peak half-emperor powerhouse, and the great emperor will definitely flatten this place for revenge. At that point, the situation will be 100,000 times worse than losing the Mystic Realm tokens." Having thought it through, Ran Zhanglao questioned sternly, "Then what is your relation to that youth?" Qishan replied weakly, "He." Realizing her slip of the tongue, she quickly corrected herself, "He is my senior brother." Ran Zhanglao stroked his chin and fell into thought, his face pensive, "Senior brother." Qishan nodded firmly and replied, "That's right." In her mind, she secretly plotted, "Master carefully instructed that after leaving the mystic realm when it ends, he will personally deal with these half-emperors. I must not act rashly. Besides, this old half-emperor seems to be too afraid to make a move now. It seems I only need to grit my teeth, endure, and wait for Master to appear to be safe." Inside the mystic realm, Yibei hurriedly asked the system, "At my current speed, what is the fastest I can completely refine it?" The system immediately responded, "At the fastest, it will take a full day." Yibei was startled and shouted, "What? A whole day? By the time I get outside, everything will be ruined." Yibei's insides burned with anxiety. Even if the clever little girl could use words to buy time, being with those people who could guarantee they would not turn hostile and attack. He grit his teeth in determination, took out a seal pill from his pocket and swallowed it down. "There is no other way. Since things have come to this, I can only risk it all." As soon as the medicine went down his stomach, Yibei's eyes suddenly lit up. and his entire body erupted with an incredibly violent aura as he roared, "Refined for me." Instantly, Yi Bei's surroundings were enveloped in an eerie red color, and he muttered, "Girl, hang on and wait for me." Before long, the atmosphere outside the mystic realm suddenly trembled, and a dazzling halo of light appeared in the middle of the grand hall, leaving everyone bewildered. Is someone else about to be expelled? However, that halo of light had barely appeared before it quickly closed up. A spectator could not hide his disappointment and muttered, "Is it over just like that?" An elder of an unknown sacred land refused to accept the reality and retorted loudly, "Impossible. Only 7 days have passed. The agreement was that it would end in 10 days. Another elder also sensed something amiss and cried out in panic, "Wait, what about our sacred lands people? Why hasn't a single person come out?" Immediately after, a barrage of confused questions echoed, "Damn it, what on earth happened? Where has the Sen Luo mystic realm gone?" Ran Zhang Lao's face turned pale as he muttered in utter bewilderment, What on earth is going on?" In the midst of the chaos, Ran Zhang Lao's eyes accidentally swept over to Qi Shan's position. He stomped his feet in a rage and roared, "Look, where did that wretched girl go?" Mu Zhang Lao, standing beside him, speculated, "That girl must have taken advantage of everyone's distraction to use a secret technique and escape." Ran Zhang Lao hissed, "What audacity, daring to sneak away right under my nose. I will definitely break your legs." With that, he swung his arm forcefully, and a surge of powerful energy instantly appeared. His 2 fingers lightly tapped, a point of light condensing in the air. In the blink of an eye, that point of light turned into a sharp, cold light, pursuing directly in the direction of Qi Shan's escape. Sensing a destructive power tailing closely behind her, cold sweat poured down Qi Shan's forehead. With a terrifying boom, her miserable scream followed. She tumbled down onto the cold ground. Qi Shan bit her lip tightly to endure the pain. "It seems I am still too weak. Even after using all my strength to flee, he still caught up to me so easily." Looking at the terrifying energy slicing through the wind directly at her, she closed her eyes and cried out in despair, "I swear to heaven and earth, as long as I survive today, I will definitely cultivate tirelessly without stopping." An earth-shattering explosion immediately resounded. Qi Shan carefully opened her eyes to look. The person standing tall and shielding her was none other than Yi Bei. His strong arms wrapped around her, making the young girl weep with joy as she cried out happily, "Master." The corner of Yi Bei's lips curled up slightly. "Girl, remember the oath you just made and cultivate diligently." Qi Shan joyfully hugged Yi Bei tightly, "Wonderful master, you escaped from the mystic realm just in time." Yi Bei's gentle gaze suddenly stopped when he saw her neck, and his brows instantly furrowed tightly. On Qi Shan's fair and slender neck, a dark purple bruise left by Ran Zhang Lao's brutality was vividly visible. With a soft and pained gaze, Yi Bei looked at Qi Shan. "Girl, you suffered so much just now." Qi Shan's cheeks suddenly flushed red, and she nestled gently into Yi Bei's chest, whispering coyly, "As long as Master is by my side, Sha-Er is not afraid of anything." Qi Shan secretly rubbed her cheek against Yi Bei, thinking to herself that Master's embrace was indeed unusually comfortable and warm. Right at that moment, on Yi Bei's finger, the ring suddenly flashed with brilliant golden light. In the blink of an eye, Yi Bei picked Qi Shan up and placed her back inside the spacecraft cabin. She blinked in daze, what is this about?" Yi Bei did not bother to explain in detail to Qi Shan. He quickly took off the golden light ring, shoved it into her hand, and instructed carefully, "Remember to tell your sisters to use the crystal energy inside this to focus on upgrading their strength." Qi Shan just stood there in a daze, blankly staring at the shining ring nestled in her hand. Before she could recover her senses, Yi Bei leaped straight outside, decisively slamming the spacecraft door shut, blocking any attempt by Qi Shan to follow him. Qi Shan frantically banged on the door and shouted, "Don't, Master. If you leave me behind, what about you?" Yi Bei smiled to comfort her, "Go back first. If you stay here, how can I fight to my heart's content?" After speaking, he immediately fully charged the energy to start up the spacecraft. A split second later, the spacecraft roared and soared up into the sky. Unfortunately, Yan Zhanglao also arrived just in time. The old man roared angrily, trying to run. Hand over your life quietly. Yi Bei's gaze instantly became as cold as an iceberg. Without saying a word, he directly brought down a multi-layered lightning punishment. Countless tangled lightning bolts ripped through the wind, striking down from the sky, slamming heavily into the spiritual exit, connecting the mystic realm and the outside world. Clinging tightly to the spacecraft window glass, Qishan looked at Yi Bei's figure with teary eyes. Master, please wait for Shah-Er. Once I return to Tai Bai Sword Villa, I will call my sisters to help beat them up for you. Bearing Yi Bei's thunderous rage, all the trees in the area broke and collapsed in ruins all over the ground. The thick dust slowly dispersed, revealing Yan Zhanglao's figure. He sneered, "Brat, you looted quite well in the mystic realm, didn't you? Jumping all the way from the first stage to the 9th stage of the profound gateway realm." With those words, Yan Zhanglao's face was filled with undisguised killing intent. "Should I politely clap and congratulate you?" Yi Bei threw him a sharp glare. "It was you who dared to bully my girl just now, wasn't it?" Yan Zhanglao snorted. "So what if it was this old man? If I had caught her earlier, I would have crushed her to pulp. Do you naively think that just by carrying the title of a half-emperor's sister and a great emperor master, you can ride on the heads of our 9 great sacred lands?" Yan Zhanglao's arrogant attitude successfully sparked the fury in Yi Bei's chest. He clenched his fists, and a dark purple energy sphere immediately condensed at his fingertips. Yi Bei's speed was so lightning-fast that no one could see what move he had just used. They only saw that in the very next second, the ground beneath his feet rumbled violently like an earthquake. Yan Zhanglao's proud expression instantly turned to bewilderment as he muttered to himself, "What on earth just happened? Did that brat throw a rescue token or cast some brainwashing magic treasure?" Suddenly, Yan Zhanglao's facial features contorted horribly as he realized in shock that some mysterious force was pinning his ankles tightly. Yan Zhanglao roared in panic, "What the hell is this?" Before he could finish his sentence, his entire body was slammed headfirst into the ground. Trapped in a dark pit, Yan Zhanglao scrambled to his feet, looking completely covered in soot. He was utterly bewildered inside. Absurd. How did my entire spiritual energy and great Tao power suddenly evaporate like this? Suddenly, a glowing golden rope whipped over, binding Yan Zhanglao tightly like a wrapped sticky rice cake. He cried out in terror, "What kind of trick is this again?" Standing high above, Yi Bei casually grabbed one end of the rope, tightening it around the old man below. His face was shrouded in a cold, dark mist. The golden light rope in his hand erupted with terrifying power, suddenly jerking Yan Zhanglao upward. Yan Zhanglao's entire old body was slammed hard against a giant boulder, making a deafening crashing sound. Witnessing with their own eyes, Yi Bei torturing Yan Zhanglao without any mercy. The lackeys of the Tian Kai sacred land shouted in rage, "Despicable brat, if you have the guts, release our elder and fight fair and square." Yi Bei casually glanced at the noisy crowd, his lips curling into a faint smile. "Line up slowly. Once I deal with this old man, it will naturally be your turn to die." Yan Zhanglao was in a pitiful state now, coughing up blood while cursing at Yi Bei. "Brat, untie me if you have the guts." Yi Bei replied calmly, "My apologies, but this young master does not do guts." Yan Zhanglao twisted his body in a rage, shouting until his throat was hoarse. "Old Mu, old Chen, are you too blind to just stand there rooted to the spot?" Having their names called out by Yan Zhanglao, Mu Zhanglao and Chen Zhanglao finally snapped out of their daze. The two were drenched in sweat, hesitating and pushing each other, not daring to leap into the battle. Seeing those two old men being as cowardly as turtles, Yan Zhanglao was furious and threatened, "If I die today, even as a ghost I will haunt you two old geezers to death." This vicious curse indeed scared Mu Zhanglao and Chen Zhanglao, making them break out in a cold sweat. Thus, the two had no choice but to charge forward, launching their moves straight at Yi Bei. An earth-shattering explosion resounded, causing the ground to shake violently and sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. But when the mist cleared, the crowd present was stunned. The disciples of the Tian Kai sacred land turned pale and whispered, "Heavens, That pitch-black coffin doesn't have a single scratch on it. What on earth is it made of? Two half-emperors exerted all their strength and couldn't even tickle it. What kind of freakish divine ability is this? Mu Zhanglao and Chen Zhanglao stared at each other, their mouths agape. What the hell is going on? Chen Zhanglao frantically waved his hand to order the disciples, roaring, "Gang up on him! I don't believe a crowd as numerous as ants like us cannot smash that damn turtle shell." Hidden safely inside the coffin, Yi Bei calmly stood with his arms crossed, ignoring the loud bashing sounds outside. Yan Zhanglao knelt and begged below, his face pale as he wondered, "This bastard clearly has plenty of time to send me to the king of hell. Why is he stalling like this?" "Ah, I get it. This old man is a half-emperor of the Tian Kai sacred land. Sending me to the underworld would mean slapping the sacred land's face." After making up his own narrative, Yan Zhanglao's lips curled up in a satisfied smile. He chuckled darkly, "Brat, just you wait. Once this old man recovers, I will definitely mince you." On the outside, after a fierce round of battering the coffin, everyone was panting heavily. Mu Zhanglao rested his hands on his knees, gasping in frustration. "Damn it! We exhausted ourselves to bombard it, yet this machine remains completely unmoved." Wiping the cold sweat pouring down, he told himself, "Never mind, no matter how formidable this brat is, at most he can only destroy old Yan's physical body. After all, the soul of a half-emperor powerhouse is not some trash that easily disperses, not to mention that inside that box, there seems to be a suffocating sealing aura." Hiding inside the coffin, the system chimed to warn him that the time limit was approaching. Yi Bei's expression suddenly became as dark as the night sky, and a sharp, billowing, killing intent radiated from him. Yan Zhanglao trembled in fear. "Just what are you planning?" With a slash, Yi Bei's sword tip swept across, casually slicing off Yan Zhanglao's head, which rolled away with a clatter. Beholding this hair-raising scene, Chen Zhanglao shrieked, "Has this brat lost his mind? He actually dared to take a life." Mu Zhanglao's eyes also nearly popped out as he stammered, "Is this lunatic brainless? Killing a half-emperor is no different from inviting disaster upon himself." Yan Zhanglao's severed head rolled on the ground, and his translucent soul began to squirm out from the decaying corpse. Yan Zhanglao's soul shrank into a bundle of blue light, frantically looking for a gap to quickly escape from the bizarre coffin. Unfortunately, the moment it hit the coffin wall, the unlucky soul was immediately bounced back, slamming face first onto the floor. Yan Zhanglao's soul grimaced, "Damn it, how on earth is the exit blocked?" The lackeys of the Tian Kai sacred land outside only now truly panicked, shouting in turn, "Heavens, that pitch-black coffin even has the function to imprison a divine soul. This is bad. What kind of heaven-defying secret technique is this? Besides, this guy is only at the profound gateway realm. How could he smash the physical body of a half-emperor powerhouse? Where on earth did this guy come from?" Inside, although tightly stuck, Yan Zhanglao's soul knew no fear, foolishly puffing out his chest to provoke Yi Bei. "Miserable brat, you had the guts to mince my body, but now this old man is in a soul form. Your physical attacks are just like brushing away flies. Are you angry? Unless your cultivation reaches the saint realm, I dare you to even touch a single hair of mine." He grinned with delight. "Your special coffin is also about to run out of energy, isn't it? The moment it vanishes, this old man swears to capture you alive, and then—" Before old Yan could finish his scenario, Yi Bei casually whipped a lash directly across his face. He coldly spat out a single word, "Noisy." Yan Zhanglao's soul shrieked, "What the hell, how is this possible? How did you hit me?" The lackeys of the Tian Kai sacred land in the distance dared not rush in to fight Yi Bei, resorting instead to verbal tactics. "Hey brat, if you know what's good for you, release him. He is a legendary disciple of the Yu Gui great emperor of the Tian Kai sacred land. If you really send him to his death, even if your master steps in to protect you, it will be futile." "That's right, Untie our elder, we swear that when this black box runs out of energy, we absolutely will not backstab you." Yi Bei curled his lips in a silent sneer. "Do these people think I am some mentally disabled fool? That murky look in their eyes clearly reveals their ambition to skin and tendon me." Sure enough, the gaze of the Tian Kai sacred land scoundrels could not hide their vicious cunning. Grinning widely, they kept spewing hypocritical promises, swearing on their honor to let him live. Yibei's eyes suddenly flared with bloodlust. "Spare me, that makes me laugh." With that, he decisively slashed straight down at Yan Zhanglao's miserable head. In an instant, the old man's head was cleanly split in half like a sliced watermelon. Witnessing this, Mu Zhanglao's face turned as black as a pot's bottom. Damn it, he actually slaughtered a half-emperor, even pulling out his divine soul and mincing it to pieces. Having witnessed Yibei coldly sending old Yan to the Yellow Springs, Mu Zhanglao's face turned pale. He grit his teeth. A mere ant at the profound gateway realm actually managed to finish off a half-emperor. Chen Zhanglao beside him added, "If we let this thorn survive and grow strong, he will surely step on our 9 great sacred lands' heads sooner or later." Mu Zhanglao's pupils flashed with a vicious bloodlust. Exactly, one look at this brat, and you can tell he is extremely vengeful. Anyway, we already threw a bunch of people into the mystic realm to hunt them down. Just as he calculated to this point, cold sweat suddenly beaded on Mu Zhanglao's forehead, and he gasped in sudden realization. Wait a minute. He glared intently at Yibei, questioning, "Brat, were the Xingyao sacred land disciples we put into the mystic realm completely wiped out by you?" Meanwhile, Yibei was busy looting the spoils from Yan Zhanglao's corpse. He leisurely pulled out a shiny golden ring. Hearing old Mu's shouting, Yibei casually said, "Are you only figuring it out now? The brain of a half-emperor like you is indeed a bit slow to process data." Smelling a heavy scent of sarcasm from Yibei, Mu Zhanglao clenched his fists until they cracked, fuming with rage but unable to squeeze out a single decent word. "You brat! You!" So aggrieved that he stammered incoherently, Mu Zhanglao could only puff his cheeks and glare at Yibei, wishing he could split his head in half with a single palm strike. The disciples of the Tian Kai Holy Land, watching Yibei blatantly loot the corpse of old man Yan, pointed and shouted in distress, "You scum! Drop the items belonging to our holy land immediately." Yibei calmly muttered to himself. He did have the title of a half-emperor after all, so there must be quite a lot of good stuff hidden in here, right? Then this young master will gladly take the whole set. With that, he pocketed the ring smoothly without the slightest embarrassment. The lackeys of the Tian Kai Holy Land gnashed their teeth in frustration, so enraged by his attitude that they felt like spitting blood on the spot. At that very moment, the system beeped to notify Yibei, reporting to host, "This black chest will dissolve in a minute and a half. Please keep an eye on the time." Yibei then jerked his chin toward the rabble of the Tian Kai Holy Land, casting a cold gaze at them. "Perk up your ears and listen closely. This young master grants you 60 seconds. Anyone who wants to live should pack up and get lost right now. Any later, and it will be too late for regrets." Hearing this, the servants of the Tian Kai Holy Land roared in fury. "You're about to end up in a coffin, yet you still talk big. If you have the guts, fight us now. Once that turtle shell shatters, your doom will arrive. I don't believe a mere novice of the profound understanding realm dares to take on 2 half-emperors plus a whole bunch of Saint King experts." The system's crisp voice counted down. Remaining time is 45 seconds. While the forces of the Tian Kai Holy Land were heatedly shouting, someone suddenly raised a white flag to sneak away. "Sorry, big brothers. We of the Hong Lion sect suddenly remembered that we left a pot of braised fish on the stove at home." Mu Zhanglao also cleared his throat. Our group is also suddenly busy." A Saint King expert jumped up and sneered, "You cowards! How can you believe the childish tricks of that greenhorn?" He thumped his chest and declared confidently, "I bet that when the chest shatters, this brat will tuck his tail and run for his life." Meanwhile, Yibei remained relaxed inside, tapping his foot, silently counting down the final 10 seconds. As time ticked away, his heart was filled with icy coldness. "I originally intended to show mercy and leave a path of survival for you remnants. Who would have thought that you lacked the eyes to see, insisting on rushing into the realm of death?" As expected, the small fries of the Tian Kai Holy Land were all fools. Even with the Grim Reaper at their throats, their noses were still pointed to the sky, baring their fangs and claws as if they could swallow Yibei alive. At the split second the countdown hit 0. The black chest instantly dissolved into dust, and the faction of the Tian Kai Holy Land surged forward like wild beasts, intending to tear Yibei apart, shouting, "Hand over your life, kid." The corners of Yi Bei's mouth curled into a terrifying smile like a life-claiming Asura. Then, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. With that, he gathered his surging spiritual energy and funneled it entirely into his palms. A sudden chill ran down Mu Zhanglau's spine, striking his mind. He felt as if death itself was gently stroking his head. Horror squeezed his lungs, turning his face as pale as cement, completely drained of blood. What on earth is this? A thought flashed through Mu Zhanglau's mind. This dense aura of resentment was death itself. That thought almost made him faint in front of Yi Bei. At that moment, the entire forest was filled with heart-wrenching screams. Turn back, run fast. The mob of the Tian Kai Holy Land scrambled to run for their lives, but just as they reached the edge of the forest, a bizarre, chilling wind blew directly against the back of their necks. Yi Bei's gloomy, murderous voice echoed in their eardrums, thunder tribulation. From above their heads, a bolt of heavenly lightning tore through the clouds, crashing heavily into the formation of the Tian Kai Holy Land, who were scattering like a flock of panicked ducks. A world-shaking explosion roared, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Immediately after, a series of bloody fireworks erupted in a chain of explosions, and thick dust covered both the sun and the moon. The wind roared like the weeping of ghosts and the howling of gods. Dozens of deep purple lightning bolts tore through the sky, roaring deafeningly. Once the storm subsided, the remnants of the Tian Kai Holy Land were charred black, rolling miserably on the ground and coughing up smoke, in a state too pathetic for words. Covered in blood and gasping for breath, Mu Zhanglao muttered, What kind of magic is this? Even a strike from a great emperor wouldn't be this terrifying." An expert gasped for air and stammered, No wonder that kid took down a half-emperor so easily." Mu Zhanglao grimaced and added, "No wonder he behaved so arrogantly without any fear. It turns out he had prepared this massive bomb to drag us all down to the Yellow Springs with him." Resentment welled up on Mu Zhanglao's swollen face, and he bit his lip, cursing Yi Bei. This heretical thing is truly terrifying to the extreme." Shifting to another scene. Deep in the dense forest, the void was suddenly torn open, revealing a rift. Behind the entrance of the secret realm, cracking sounds echoed loudly. As soon as Yi Bei opened his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Leaning on his knees and panting heavily, he grumbled in frustration, "Damn it! At this rate, even if I squeeze myself dry, I won't be able to mustering half a thread of spiritual energy." The system screen suddenly popped up a notification. Reporting to host, although you used Elixir to rapidly absorb the secret realm's core in 2 hours, the side effect is that your cultivation was forced from the first stage of the Profound Understanding realm directly up to the 9th stage of the Profound Understanding realm, causing all the meridians in your body to snap like lute strings, temporarily locking away that spiritual energy permanently. Upon hearing the bad news, Yi Bei slumped back against a tree trunk in disappointment, groaning, "Forget about the spiritual energy. Right now, I don't even have the strength to lift a fingernail." Yi Bei calculated in his head, "But if I just lie here in this middle-of-nowhere place lacking spiritual qi, when on earth will this broken body recover?" While grumbling, his hands tried to perform a few hand seals to gather any residual spiritual qi. After struggling for a while, Yi Bei let out a long, dejected sigh. "I must find a way to sneak out to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to heal myself." With that, he reached out and grabbed the spatial rift. Suddenly, Yi Bei's eyes widened in shock. He narrowed his eyes to peer through the narrow gap. Yi Bei cried out in dismay, "Damn it, where in the world outside am I supposed to find energy to absorb? This means I'm completely stuck inside the chaotic space currents." Pulling himself back and looking at the scattered spiritual stones at his feet, Yi Bei scratched his cheek and muttered to himself, "Better than nothing. For now, I'll just have to grind through these spiritual stones to slowly restore my health bar." After a long day, the flying ship carrying Qi Shan finally made its way back to the Tai Bai Sword Villa. Arriving at the landing dock, the ship slowly descended onto the platform. Qi Tai Bai was already waiting outside. She blinked curiously and asked, "Oh, Master is back." Beside her, Jia Ji Fu had a bewildered look on her face. "How strange, the countdown for the secret realm's opening has been less than 8 days." Lai Yushan quickly nodded in agreement with Jia Jifu. She chimed in, exactly, wasn't the agreement for 10 days before it closed. The three sisters gathered and slowly approached the flying ship, which was emitting a low, rumbling sound. Chi Tai Bai's heart suddenly filled with uneasy anxiety. Did something happen? Her delicate brows immediately furrowed, and her gaze instantly became highly alert. Chi Tai Bai crept into the cockpit and asked softly to test the waters, "Master, are you in secluded cultivation?" A thud sounded as if someone had bumped their head against the glass window, followed by Qi Shan's familiar, sobbing voice from inside, "Sister." Chi Tai Bai gasped in shock, her footsteps halting abruptly. Trapped behind the glass pane, Qi Shan burst into loud tears, "Sister," sob, "Sister." In utter confusion, Chi Tai Bai quickly called out, "Shan Shan." At that very moment, as if a shock flashed through her brain, Chi Tai Bai asked in a panic, "Wait, then where did Master go?" Qi Shan whimpered and sniffled, "Senior sister, this flying ship has been locked and sealed from the inside." Lai Yushan examined it for a moment, then clicked her tongue and said to Chi Tai Bai, "Looking at this locking technique, there's a high probability it's Master's handiwork." Jia Jifu realized the truth, her pupils contracting repeatedly as she cried out, "We're doomed, Master must be in huge trouble." Cold sweat dripped from Chi Tai Bai's forehead, her voice trembling, not to mention this trouble is probably world-shaking, which is why he packaged Sha and sent her back to Tai Bai Sword Villa in a hurry, while he himself has no way out. Chi Tai Bai quickly undid the seals locking the door. As soon as the door cracked open, Qi Shan rushed out to hug Chi Tai Bai, sobbing and blaming herself. "Sister, it's all useless Sha-er's fault. It's all because of Sha-er that Master fell into a trap and is suffering." Chi Tai Bai gently patted Qi Shan's shoulder and comforted her softly. "Be good, stop crying, tell us everything that happened first, then it won't be too late to cry." Spending a few minutes explaining, Qi Shan finally revealed the whole story to Chi Tai Bai and her senior sisters. "That's exactly what happened, sister. It was because Sha-er was foolish. Sha-er held Master back." Chi Tai Bai's face instantly darkened, and a murderous aura erupted. She gritted her teeth, word by word, "Tian Kai Holy Land, very well, Tian Kai Holy Land, I swear I will wipe you all out. Whatever those three great holy palaces are, just wash your necks and wait. This lady will skin and debone every single one of you. They must be tired of living to dare touch my master." Chi Tai Bai sneered coldly, "Wonderful, Tian Kai Holy Land, truly outstanding, very brave." Having gathered enough intelligence that Yi Bei was in danger, Chi Tai Bai immediately took Qi Shan, Jia Jifu, and Lai Yushan onto the flying ship, steering it to zoom off to rescue their master. While flying in midair, Chi Tai Bai turned her head to ask Qi Shan, "Sha-er, when Master stuffed you into the ship, did he leave any last words?" Chi Tai Bai's brows furrowed deeply, and she thought to herself, with Master's habit of being scheming and cunning in everything he does, there's no way he didn't leave himself a loophole to escape. Qi Shan suddenly went ah and clapped her hands together. "Oh right, Master did leave a message." She hastily pulled out the shining golden ring that Yi Bei had stuffed into her hands earlier. "Master asked me to hand this over to you sisters directly." Qi Shan innocently repeated Yi Bei's exact words. "Master told you to just use the resources in here and work hard to cultivate and level up, and wait for him to find his way back." Hearing this, Lai Yushan jumped in shock and cried, "Oh my God, what?" Jia Jifu and Lai Yushan turned pale as if they had just been hit on the head by heavenly thunder, stammering to Qi Shan, "Did those exact words really come out of Master's mouth?" The innocent Qi Shan nodded her head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at grain. In an instant, a wave of fear swept over the three girls. Jia Jifu, looking pale, leaned close to Lai Yushan's ear and whispered, "Senior sister, Master told us to stay home and cultivate. If we go look for him now, will we be scolded to pieces?" At the thought of this prospect, all three of them imagined a dark future with a storm of scoldings waiting. Chi Tai Bai gritted her teeth and muttered, "We've already come this far, I'd rather be scolded than regret it." Despite her words, her tone still carried a trace of anxious trembling. Soon, looking down through the wall of the flying ship at the forest where Yi Bei had sent Qi Shan away, there was now only a deep, pitch-black crater left. Qi Shan swore to her senior sisters, It was clearly a beautiful landscape yesterday. How did it turn into a ruined minefield in the blink of an eye? Chi Tai Bai stared at the crater for 10 seconds, then clicked her tongue and said, 9 times out of 10, Master unleashed some forbidden technique and tore this place apart. Qi Shan's eyes suddenly lit up like stars, and she gasped in awe, "Oh my, is this ruin really Master's masterpiece? Is he really that brutal?" Lai Yushan quickly suggested turning back. "Let's head back quickly. I just scanned the area and I can't sense any breath of living creatures around here." Qi Shan cautiously asked Chi Tai Bai, "Sister, are we not going to search this place for Master anymore? What if he is?" Jia Ji Fu quickly interrupted, "Little sister, you are looking down on our Master too much. Look at that huge crater. Master is now at the level where he can obliterate a map with a single slap." Jia Ji Fu patted Qi Shan's shoulder and advised her earnestly, "So let's just obediently follow our Master's words, go back home, and grind with those spiritual stones. If Master shows up in a couple of days to check our homework, we'll be in trouble." Lai Yushan nodded in agreement with Jia Ji Fu. "Makes sense. Master just rose from the dead, so maybe he wants to wander around somewhere to stretch his muscles and relieve stress." Chi Tai Bai murmured, "Well, that sounds reasonable." Seeing her senior sisters all agreeing to head back, Qi Shan could only obediently comply, "Okay, whatever you say." Meanwhile, in the ruined rift of chaotic space currents, Yi Bei was sitting in a cross-legged meditation, trying hard to patch up his ruptured meridians. His hand tightly squeezed every single drop of spiritual energy from a tiny spiritual stone. After absorbing for a while, Yi Bei opened his eyes, examined his injuries, and sighed gloomily. Despite draining all the resources from the ring of the old Tian Kai half-emperor over the past few days, his damaged meridians were only about 1/10 repaired. With a face full of misery, he muttered, "Damn it, I must find a way to get out of this chaotic current quickly. This Master finally revived to start over. Why should I bury my youth in this garbage dump?" Yi Bei dusted off his clothes and stood up, staring at the gap of the rift, whispering, "I've locked onto you." He held his palm upward, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy instantly gathered and swirled in the center. Deep purple light flashed in Yi Bei's eyes as he unleashed a thunderous strike. A barrage of lightning crashed directly into the fragile rift, creating a deafening storm. Yi Bei furrowed his brows tightly, gritting his teeth to push further, just one more strike. In a flash, Yi Bei gritted his teeth and dashed straight through the chaotic mess. Once he poked his head out of the chaotic space, Yi Bei finally exhaled a breath of relief. "How exhausting, I finally got out of that dog hole." Suddenly, he froze in his tracks. The bizarre sight before his eyes almost made Yi Bei's eyes pop out, and he cried out in shock, "Good Lord, what is this?" Who would have thought that after escaping space, he would be forced into a free fall? Yi Bei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only pat his chest to comfort himself. Calm down, calm down. With this thick skin and strong muscles, even without spiritual energy armor, falling down will at most cause some scratches." And so his body hurtled down like a meteor toward the dense forest below. Thud, Yi Bei crashed straight into the ground like a wooden log, forcing a wry smile. "Anyway, this Master is already battered. A few more bruises won't make much of a difference. Later I'll just find a quiet place to recover and heal my wounds, and everything will be fine." While muttering, a crooked smile twitched on his lips. Yi Bei lay on his back, staring at the floating clouds, calculating in his head. "Enduring for these 2 days has gathered about half of my spiritual energy, and those meridians are starting to patch up faster." Having thought it through, Yi Bei struggled to sit up, patting himself down to assess his condition. Sitting up is fine, but walking will probably still be a bit of a limp. Suddenly, a graceful female figure darted past Yi Bei, followed by a vile and disgusting laugh. "Sweetheart, where can you run to escape from our hands?" The unfortunate girl running for her life had an incredibly beautiful and charming face. The black-clothed thugs chasing close behind were both brutal and shameless. One of them bared his teeth and spat out cheap threats. "The entire Changsu Heaven domain is putting out wanted posters for your Ren Hall. If you know what's good for you, surrender quietly." A bearded man next to him chimed in, "Why talk so much? It wasn't easy to hook such a fat fish." If we capture her and bring her back, we will surely be rewarded with a top-tier saint-grade cultivation method." With a shout, the black-clothed thugs eagerly sped up their pursuit of the beautiful girl. Hearing the name Ren Ren Hall, Yi Bei's eyes widened in surprise, and he scratched his head, muttering, "How strange, don't tell me it's that girl." The despicable pack of black-clothed wolves, using numbers to bully the weak, teased her as they chased. "Little beauty, why run so hard? Later, I promise to cherish you to the fullest." Luo Xuan glanced back at the beasts behind her, her heart filled with anxiety as she thought, "If I fall into their hands today, I would rather commit suicide than let them use me to defile the Hall Master." Yi Bei suddenly called out to the girl, "Come over here, I will protect you from death's door." Luo Xuan turned her gaze toward Yi Bei's relaxed, casual voice. He grinned charmingly, gesturing for the girl to run over. Luo Xuan froze for a brief moment. But with her life on the line, she could not afford to hesitate. Luo Xuan resolutely leaped through the air and dashed toward Yi Bei for refuge. The girl landed unsteadily right in front of him. Yi Bei casually asked her, "Is your Ren Ren Hall focused on medicine?" Luo Xuan nodded politely and confirmed, "Yes, it is." Yi Bei slowly dusted off his clothes and stood up, asking softly, "Do you know Bai Yu Ling?" Luo Xuan did not hide it and answered honestly, "Yes, I do." She quickly added, "Hall Master Bai is the founder of our Ren Ren Hall, and also the most famous divine physician in the world." Yi Bei furrowed his brows and thought, "Talk about a blessing in disguise. I suddenly stumbled upon the whereabouts of my 99th disciple, but she is hiding in the Changsu domain and founded Ren Ren Hall. Why hasn't she sent any word back to her senior sisters for over 10 years? Just then Luo Xuan hurriedly hid behind Yi Bei's back, stammering in fear, "Those villains have caught up." Sure enough, the dirty black crows screeched to a halt right in front of them. The leader smirked mischievously, "Keep running, babe. Why did you suddenly stop?" Catching sight of the thugs, Luo Xuan lost her wits, timidly clutching the hem of Yi Bei's shirt for help. Luo Xuan's petite figure, shivering in fear like a young rabbit, made the vulgar black-clothed thugs even more excited. They laughed lewdly. One of them sneered, "Did you think finding a kid at the 3rd or 4th stage of the profound understanding realm is finding a lifesaver? Stop dreaming of resisting. Jump into our arms like a good girl." Another chimed in eagerly, "Exactly, just be obedient. The 3 of us promise to treat you gently later." Yi Bei stood tall to shield Luo Xuan, calmly saying, "Have you trash never heard the proverb? What man does, heaven watches. Good is rewarded with good and evil with evil. Retribution is not absent, it just hasn't arrived yet." The bearded black-clothed thug scoffed disdainfully, "Pshh, looking at your limping self, you still want to play the hero saving the beauty." The rat-faced man next to him also grinned and mocked, "Don't overestimate yourself, kid." Yi Bei suddenly pointed his index finger straight at the sky, smiling mysteriously. "For instance, right now, don't you sense that someone up there is looking down on you?" The moment those words left his mouth, a bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly struck the head of one of the 3 evil thugs. In an instant, the unfortunate soul was charred into a smoking block of black coal, frightening the other 2 out of their wits. With clear skies and no rain, lightning had struck directly, and how could its destructive power be so terrifying? The pig-faced thug glared at Yi Bei and stammered, Why you? Is it you using some demonic art to harm us?" With a loud crash, a massive bolt of lightning struck down, obliterating the pig-faced thug. Utterly terrified, the last survivor threw away his weapon and turned to run for his life. "Oh my God, I've met a demon." Yi Bei watched his escaping figure with a half-smile. "Oh right, I almost forgot to remind you of one thing." He added coldly, "Whenever you have a gut feeling that you're being haunted, believe it completely. Your judgment is not wrong at all." As soon as Yi Bei finished speaking, a bolt of lightning from the 9 heavens tore through the air and struck the last thug, turning him into dust and scattering his soul. Standing beside him, Luo Xuan witnessed Yi Bei's powerful display with her own eyes and admired him deeply. This youth clearly carried an aura as thin as mist, yet standing there with crossed arms was enough to eliminate 3 divine peak realm experts from existence. Having casually sent the 3 troublesome thugs to meet the king of hell, Yi Bei cast a lazy gaze over at Luo Xuan. Only then did she snap out of her daze, quickly cupping her hands and bowing. Junior Luo Xuan, manager of the 5th branch of Ren Ren Hall, thanks Senior for saving my life. Yibei's voice was slow but filled with cool authority. Tell me the whole story of your hall master, and make sure not to leave out a single word from beginning to end. Luo Xuan bowed her head slightly and answered obediently, Yes, Senior. Luo Xuan began to recount the details clearly to Yibei. The story went that 3 centuries ago, when Hall Master Bai was fleeing from the hunt of the Holy Lands. Due to a moment of carelessness, her identity was exposed, and she was immediately captured by the people of the Tian Kai Holy Land, despite her resolute refusal to submit to them. The Hall Master remained strictly imprisoned within the Tian Kai Holy Palace for an entire century, unable to take a single step outside. Mentioning this, Luo Xuan's expression darkened, revealing deep sorrow. Hearing this, Yibei's brows furrowed tightly. Swallowing her bitter tears, Luo Xuan continued. Not until the 150th year, after gaining a sliver of trust, did the people of the Tian Kai Holy Land finally agree to let her recruit some medical novices from around the Jiangsu region. Unfortunately, her every move was closely monitored by a female Saint King expert. After 2.5 centuries of enduring hardships, the Hall Master finally succeeded in establishing Ren Ren Hall. Under her quiet guidance, the organization silently grew stronger. Not only that, but she also sent numerous trusted aides to search everywhere day and night to find a way to bring the dead back to life. Upon hearing this, Yibei's face instantly became extremely solemn. Striving to find the art of resurrection, it seemed he had seen through the innermost thoughts of this Ren Ren Hall master. Seeing Yibei suddenly dazed, Luo Xuan asked timidly, Senior, what's wrong? Yibei snapped back to reality, signaling the girl in a gentle voice to continue the story. Luo Xuan nodded and continued. After half a century of peaceful development, just a few dozen days ago, the Hall Master finally broke through her bottleneck and entered the Saint Realm. Who would have thought that the second holy son of the Tian Kai Holy Palace would beg the Tian Kai Holy King to force her to marry him? Of course, she would rather die than agree. So the Hall Master immediately ordered all members of Ren Ren Hall to rebel, risking their lives to break through the siege and escape the Jiangsu region, while also sending people to other heaven domains to spread the news. Recalling the moment of parting, Luo Xuan wistfully recounted the Hall Master's instructions. Just take this prescription straight to Ren Ren Hall. They will understand the moment they see it. Bowing her head in sorrow, Luo Xuan counted on her fingers. There are probably only about 15 days left until that dreadful wedding. The Hall Master once swore to our inner circle that even in death, she would absolutely never marry into that Tian Kai Holy Palace. At that moment, a powerful pressure like a tempest suddenly erupted, causing the ground to shake violently and dust to fly up, obscuring their vision. A moment later, when the smoke settled, 2 figures became visible. One was standing straight with clasped hands, while Luo Xuan was already lying flat on the ground. Her face pale with shock, she stammered, Senior, are you all right? Yibei's face was extremely dark as he gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the burning rage in his chest. This Tian Kai Holy Palace is truly shameless. How dare they imprison my disciple for 3 centuries, and now they even try to force her into marriage. Little disciple, just endure for 15 more days. When the time comes, this master swears to deliver a great gift that will turn the entire Tian Kai Holy Palace upside down. Suppressing his anger, he lowered his voice to comfort Luo Xuan. I'm fine. The thing is, I just arrived in this Jiangsu region 2 days ago, and your hall master and I are actually old acquaintances. That's why upon hearing these outrageous matters, I couldn't help but lose my temper. Mid-sentence, Yibei seemed to have an idea, turning to ask Luo Xuan, by the way, what level of mastery have you reached in medicine and acupuncture? Thumping her chest confidently, Luo Xuan declared, Senior, I may not be good with words, but when it comes to medicine, no matter how battered or sick someone is, once they are in my hands, I can pull them back from the gates of hell. Hearing this, Yibei immediately proposed, then try treating my injuries. Luo Xuan obediently complied, Yes, Senior. Yibei's gaze accidentally swept across Luo Xuan's youthful curves, causing a layer of sweat to break out on his forehead. He secretly guessed that she was definitely Ba Yu. Luo Xuan gently touched Yi Bei's wrist, closing her eyes to concentrate on checking his pulse. In her mind, she screamed, "Good heavens, this senior's physique is so strong, but his body is in such a wrecked state. How is he still casually living?" Seeing Luo Xuan's grimacing face and silent demeanor, Yi Bei asked, "Well, is there any way to save this old body?" She stammered, scratching her head. "It can be saved, but with your current condition, I can only use a method with a relatively low success rate to stabilize your injuries." Before she could finish explaining, Yi Bei interrupted. "The technique you plan to use must be acupuncture, right? Be honest, if you use all your strength to apply needles on me, how many days will it take in total?" Luo Xuan gathered her courage and reported the number. "It would take at least 7 days and nights, senior." Yi Bei nodded in agreement. "Deal." He pointed down at his leg and instructed, "Then please handle the lower body first." Luo Xuan nodded quickly. "Yes, senior." With that, she gathered her breath, channeled spiritual energy into her palms, and began the process of repairing Yi Bei's body. Meanwhile, Yi Bei calculated in his mind, "If I cooperate with her treatment, at most 4 to 5 days should be enough to heal. I must rush the progress during these days, breaking through directly from the 9th stage of the profound understanding realm to the divine court realm, so that my third life-saving talisman can be unlocked." He muttered and reasoned, "If my little disciple was captured by the Tian Kai Holy Land 3 centuries ago, there's a high probability that some of my other students are also locked up in that dungeon. Even if none of my disciples are there, it doesn't matter. The enemy of my enemy is my ally." Looking up at the deep blue sky, Yi Bei thought to himself, "A 15-day deadline is truly a race against death. But if I go all out, I should easily succeed." Having finalized the plan, a cold trace of murderous intent flashed through Yi Bei's eyes. As for Luo Xuan, after laying out the shiny silver needles, she turned to look at Yi Bei, her cheeks blushing as she whispered shyly, Senior, please take off your clothes." Yi Bei answered calmly, "All right." He stood up and quickly stripped off his clothes. Luo Xuan's face turned red instantly, and she waved her hands in a panic. Senior, you didn't have to strip completely." In a swift motion, Yi Bei had finished his rapid strip-down, but fortunately he kept a final line of decency, only removing his long pants so Luo Xuan could easily insert the needles into the correct acupoints. Seeing this, the girl secretly sighed in relief. "Phew, I thought Senior was going to strip completely." Even so, Luo Xuan's cheeks were still burning hot. She tried to ignore it, clearing her throat and speaking shyly, "Senior, then let's get to work." Time passed quickly. 2 days later, outside the main hall of the Tian Kai Holy Land, squads of guards kept patrolling on shifts without stopping. Hiding behind a boulder not far away, Yi Bei narrowed his eyes and watched, keeping all movements within his sight. Rubbing his chin, he racked his brain to calculate the perfect golden opportunity to strike. Luo Xuan's meticulous warnings from before flashed through Yi Bei's mind. This Tian Kai Holy Land had a strict hierarchy. The outermost layer and the second tier were where the outer and inner sect disciples cultivated, while deep inside was the main headquarters where the big bosses, such as the Great Emperor Holy Master, other Great Emperors, and the Half-Emperor Elders resided. She once pressed her finger right onto the center of the map and revealed that President Bai is locked tight in the innermost core. After etching the layout of the Tianchai Holy Palace's lair into his mind, Yi Bei gave the order to Luo Xuan, "All right, go and deliver this news to the Teibai Sword sect now. Once that is done, we will split up and take action." Luo Xuan excitedly cupped his hands to accept the order. "As you command, Senior." Pulling his thoughts back to reality, Yi Bei finally stepped out from his hiding place. He strolled leisurely toward the main gate of the Tianchai Holy Palace, analyzing the situation in his mind. Although his meridians had fully recovered and his injuries were no longer a burden, based on the intel Luo Xuan had provided the other day, this mission required brains, not mindless charging. Unfortunately, while he was lost in thought, a guard's shrill shout interrupted him. "Hey, you there, who are you?" "This is the Tianchai Holy Palace. No entry without a pass." Yi Bei calmly pulled out a token and flashed an extremely friendly smile. "Oh, we are all on the same side here." The 2 guards stared wide-eyed at the golden token, grumbling, "Wait, this is the real deal." Without a word, a hand suddenly shot out to strike. Yibei thrust out both hands and grabbed the throats of the two gatekeepers, cutting off all sound and silencing them completely. The two guards only felt the world spin around them before their entire bodies froze like logs. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery warped and changed at a dizzying speed. They looked around in confusion, stammering incoherently, "How strange! Where on earth is this place?" Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled as a figure gracefully glided down from above, throwing out a bone-chilling remark, "Welcome to my space." By this time, Yibei was already holding a soft whip. He smirked with a hint of wickedness. "The rules of the game are simple. I ask and you answer. Clear." The two low-level guards remained clueless, not realizing they had just crossed paths with a demon. One of them, putting on a blustering show, barked arrogantly, "Who do you think you are to order us around? Do you even know we are from the Tianchai Holy Land?" Yibei did not want to waste his breath on such pests. He swung his hand and delivered a harsh whip strike right across the insolent guard's face. Taking the full force of the blow, the guard fell to the ground, clutching his face and screaming in agony, "Oh my God, it hurts! My face is ruined." Yibei then turned to glare at the remaining guard, terrifying him so much that cold sweat poured down like rain. The guard's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly and pleading, "Hero, spare my life, please. Just ask, I will confess everything. I will tell you whatever you want to know." Yibei then growled threateningly, "If you know what is good for you, spit out every single word regarding the secrets of your Tianchai Holy Land's Hua Daikai." The guard, trembling, spilled everything. "My lord, the Hua Daikai is about the size of a large lake, located right in the center of the core disciples' territory. It is the most heavily guarded treasure in the Holy Temple, guarded at all times by Saint King-level experts, not to mention they take turns patrolling every day." After going on for a while, he swallowed his saliva and concluded, "So, trying to steal the treasure beneath the Hua Daikai is basically an impossible dream." Yibei indifferently tossed back a reply, "Oh, is that so? Too bad. Just because others are useless and helpless doesn't mean I am too." Leaving behind his threat, Yibei immediately cast a disguise technique, transforming himself into the form of Elder Yan, and marched majestically toward the Hua Daikai. As he walked, he calculated that the incident in the forest mystic realm had not happened too long ago. Moreover, these two sacred lands were separated by an entire vast heavenly region. Therefore, logically speaking, the tragic news of the Tianchai half-emperor's death could not have reached this place yet. Since time and geography are on my side, I will take the liberty of borrowing your identity for a bit. Put in action, Yibei, under the guise of Elder Yan, walked leisurely toward the Hua Daikai. Blocking the way right in front of the Hua Daikai gate were two core disciples, with Saint King-level cultivation on duty. Upon seeing that the newcomer was Elder Yan, the two immediately bowed respectfully. "This disciple greets Elder Yan." Yibei calmly waved his hand, pushed open the door, and stepped directly into the Hua Daikai. He felt confident that unless he was unlucky enough to run into those old monsters at the great emperor or half-emperor level, ordinary folks stood no chance of seeing through this transformation. As long as he could smoothly pass through this door without being exposed by the core members, then he. Just as his mind was drifting, a cold voice suddenly echoed right next to Yibei's ear. "Oh, Elder Yan, you returned quite quickly this time. You must have harvested some great spoils of war, right?" Cold sweat immediately broke out on Yibei's forehead. He cried out in his heart, "Oh no, whatever you fear most is sure to happen." Just as he set foot inside the Hua Daikai, he ran straight into a strong Saint King blocking his path. What an annoyance. Yibei was startled enough by this shock to have his back drenched in sweat. He racked his brain. "The goal is right in front of me. I cannot give up on this crucial moment and start over. As for this Saint King expert, I just need to find a way to trick him, and all will be fine." Deciding on his plan, he quietly regulated his breathing, maintained a calm and steady posture, and raised his chin to question the other party. "It is so late. What are you doing here?" The Saint King expert happily took out a sealed letter and bragged to Yibei with a broad grin, "My lord, I have worked hard and accumulated merits for an entire century, and finally exchanged them for just a single day of cultivation in the Hua Daikai." Waiting for this sweet fruit was truly not easy. Yibei glanced at him and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So this person was preparing to enter the Hua Daikai. He then put on an expression of great satisfaction and casually offered a superficial praise. Yes, well done. Receiving praise from Elder Yan, the Saint King suddenly found it highly unusual. Stroking his beard, he secretly scrutinized the elder's expression, a barrage of question marks popping up in his head. Elder Yan seems a bit off today. Yibei grew tired of the back and forth, so he coldly ordered, "Go and cultivate in the Hua Daikai. I have urgent business and will take my leave first." The Saint King quickly bowed and clasped his hands in salutation. "Yes, farewell, Elder Yan." By the time he raised his head to look around, Yibei's figure had already vanished without a trace. The expert's eyes immediately lit up, and he gasped in admiration. A half-emperor expert's power is indeed terrifying. He smacked his lips in longing. Sigh, when will I ever reach such an overbearing level of power? That expert did not even suspect in his wildest dreams that the idol he was praising so highly, Yibei, was actually using invisibility and was comfortably piggybacking right on his shoulder. In the deep and quiet night, the bright moonlight cast a silvery glow across the sky, creating an unusually peaceful and melancholic atmosphere. The Saint King expert finally made his way to the entrance of the Hua Daikai. From a distance, the sharp-eyed pair of guards spotted the approaching figure. One guard yawned and remarked, "It has been a long 200 years, and finally someone has come to cultivate." The Saint King stepped forward and quickly took out the sealed letter to present it. The gatekeeper snatched the letter, opened it to inspect, and nodded in confirmation, "Valid." The other guard stepped forward to pat down and inspect the Saint King and finally announced, "Valid." Having successfully passed the test, the Saint King was finally allowed through the checkpoint. The door to the Hua Daikai slowly creaked open, and the Saint King confidently strode inside. The scenery inside the Hua Daikai was as breathtaking as a celestial wonderland, with crystal-clear water reflecting a jade-blue hue, accented by peach blossoms on both banks gently swaying with the mild spring breeze. The Saint King quickly stripped off his clothes, shouting with joy, "Every single second in this place is so precious, wasting even a moment is a sin." The very moment his robe hit the ground, the spatial pearl containing Yibei's body took the opportunity to roll out. The pearl rolled a few rounds, and came to a sudden halt right at the edge of the Hua Daikai. And so the precious pearl obediently lay completely still, hidden behind the transparent crystalline shell of the pearl. Yibei rubbed his chin in satisfaction, a knowing smile playing on his lips. To think that I actually benefited from that fool's luck and successfully slipped through the gates of the Hua Daikai. If I had relied on myself alone, I probably couldn't have easily bypassed the guard's rigorous inspection. Yibei carefully pieced together the guard's earlier grumblings and deduced that the Hua Daikai was definitely vacant of visitors on regular days. However, unfortunately, now was by no means the perfect time to strike. After pondering for a moment, Yibei's eyebrows furrowed. He calmly considered that, then again, this was a high-security zone of the Tianchai Holy Palace. Once an anomaly occurred, it would likely draw the direct attention of those half-emperors or even great emperors to investigate. One day later, a guard walked straight into the Hua Daikai area and shouted a reminder to the Saint King, "Time is up, you must leave immediately." The Saint King hurriedly complied, "Understood, I am heading out right now." With that, he frantically grabbed his clothes and threw them on in a rush. Afterward, he reluctantly strolled out of the Hua Daikai. Yibei, of course, had already hidden himself well within the Saint King's garments, and he also made sure to memorize the guard's shift schedule at the Hua Daikai. Following each step of the Saint King, Yibei thoroughly analyzed the situation. Based on the daily frequency of the guard's patrols, this mission had to be completely covert. After all, caution was key. Once he departed, the surroundings inside the Hua Daikai once again plunged into a quiet solitude. With a splash, the pearl plunged straight down into the shimmering jade-blue lake. Sinking deep into the fathomless blue waters, the pearl began to frantically absorb a massive amount of spiritual energy. Inside the pearl, Yibei held his breath, focusing his mind on healing his injuries while his body was enveloped in a mystical blue light. Before long, Yibei smugly glanced at his palm and marveled. Just cultivating in this spiritual pool, my progress speed already far surpasses the outside world by folds. Not to mention, this spiritual liquid seems to contain a mysterious force extremely similar to the power of laws. At that moment, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had sensed an anomaly. Wait a second, why is the spiritual energy concentration in this lake so unbelievably high? Yibei decided to dive deeper to the very bottom of the lake. He speculated, with a concentration like this, there is a high probability that some earth-shaking treasure is hidden down here. Tusk, back in the day, besides training my disciples, I always took them to various mystic realms to seize heaven and earth opportunities. Yibei fondly recalled that, in the end, every single disciple had advanced rapidly, some possessing the innate Tao body, others having the 9-yin sacred body, the mysterious yin body, and even more shockingly, the sword meridian body, and so on. At this point, his tone filled with intense regret. Coincidentally, very few of those opportunities were compatible with my own reality. Even if I found them, they were only enough to upgrade my mental state, cultivate my soul, and gather a few treasures. As for an opportunity that could defy heaven and change the fate of a trash constitution like mine, I have never seen any sign of it. Yibei's lips finally curled into a radiant smile, and he said cheerfully, "But fortunately, I have seized a second chance at life this time." His eyes shone with the light of eternal hope. Finally, the day of my comeback has arrived. Carrying his burning desire, Yibei dove deeper and deeper toward the absolute depths of the Hua Daikai. Watching the turbulent and violent undercurrents outside the pearl, Yibei's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. With such terrifying water pressure, if he were to show his face now, he would probably be crushed into minced meat instantly. At the same time, in the bustling central area of the Tianchai Holy Land. Looking out the window, Bai Yuling let her mind wander, her eyes filled with deep sorrow and utter despair. Her voice carried a poignant grief. "Master, Ling is probably going to join you soon. Do you feel lonely in the afterlife?" Tears silently rolled down Bai Yuling's cheeks as she sobbed. "Ling originally wanted to find a way to resurrect you, but now it seems I won't even make it to that day." Thinking of her beloved martial sisters, Bai Yuling's heart ached even more. She choked back her tears. "What hurts the most is, I cannot rest in peace even in death. I am most worried about my junior sisters who will be left behind to bear the consequences. If they get injured in battle, where will they find a divine physician to treat them?" In this sorrowful moment, Bai Yuling's longing for Yibei swelled with intense pain, and she secretly wished, if only Master were still here to protect Ling how wonderful that would be. Meanwhile, Yibei finally set foot at the very bottom of the Hua Daikai. The landscape beneath the lake was pitch black, save for a faint, mystical blue light emitting from some stone slabs sitting just a few steps away from Yibei's pearl. He stared wide-eyed in astonishment. "What is that?" Yibei cautiously drifted closer to the eerily glowing rock. Suddenly he jumped up and cheered with joy. "A supreme treasure. So this is the real core treasure hidden within the Hua Daikai." Yibei laughed triumphantly. These people of the Tianchai Holy Land are truly useless. With such a top-tier treasure buried here, they only managed to produce 3 great emperors over all these years. What a waste. Rubbing his chin, he pondered, "The prize has been found, but how do I bring it into the desolate space? If I step outside?" A grim scenario immediately formed in his mind. If he were to leave the protection of the desolate space right now. Then in an instant, that overwhelming and distorted spiritual pressure would crush his body into minced meat. When that happened, he might not even be able to preserve a shred of his soul. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. Yibei immediately circulated his energy and cast lightning punishment. A shower of deadly purple lightning instantly crashed down upon the rock tightly encasing the core treasure. The fierce power of the lightning tore through the rigid rock. Yibei rubbed his hands and assessed. Just as I calculated, thanks to the presence of this treasure, the hardness of the surrounding rock has transformed remarkably. As he pushed his limits to cast the spell, he calculated, I can only release a maximum of 36 lightning strikes a day. From the looks of it, I must use each strike like a precise carving knife. Not a single one can be wasted. With that, he tirelessly rained down lightning punishment, aiming each bolt of heavenly thunder with extreme accuracy to shatter the weak points on the rock's surface. A deafening explosion echoed as the absolute bottom of the lake experienced a terrifying tremor, causing the surrounding rocks and earth to shake violently. After waiting a long while for the water to calm, Yibei crept closer to inspect the rock, and he froze upon seeing that it was only slightly chipped. Yibei frowned and made a serious calculation. To break through this entire protective shell, I will probably need another 70 lightning strikes. That means I have to camp here for at least 2 days. After estimating that it would take at least a couple of days to steal the entire treasure, Yibei sat down cross-legged and instantly entered a meditative state of cultivation. Forming hand seals with familiarity, he eagerly absorbed the abundant spiritual energy from the Hua Dai Kai, murmuring, "Whatever." Anyway, the spiritual energy concentration in this lake is dozens of times denser than the outside. I might as well take this great opportunity to temper my bones and muscles. Yibei deduced confidently, since I am hiding way down in the dark depths, the patrolling guards above couldn't possibly detect anything even in their dreams. With that decided, he closed his eyes and focused entirely on his cultivation. 2 days passed in a flash, and Yibei slowly opened his eyes. He excitedly stared at his palm, nodding in approval. "Very good, my cultivation has successfully broken through to the Shen Ting realm. I have never heard of such a rapid leveling speed in all my life." Yibei stood up, stepping close to the treasure, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Tusk, if in my past life before my rebirth, I had also possessed such bursting luck and natural talent like I do now, then in that short span of 300 years, on what basis would those 9 immature sacred lands have backed me into a corner to wipe out my half-emperors? Well, it is time for me to take the stage." Throwing out an arrogant remark, he immediately channeled his power and released the lightning punishment. Immediately following, series of destructive lightning bolts repeatedly struck the rock holding the treasure. Before long, the stubborn rock was shattered into pieces, exposing the glittering treasure inside. The treasure fell with a thud and rolled right in front of Yibei, producing a loud, echoing sound. The corners of Yibei's mouth curved up, and he commented with joy. It seems that after taking this treasure, apart from the massive spiritual power at the bottom of the lake disappearing, everything else remains virtually unchanged. With that, he leapt into the air, quickly tossing the treasure into his spatial storage bag. In less than the blink of an eye, the entire massive body of water from the Hua Dai Kai was also sucked dry into Yibei's spatial storage bag. The guards lingering outside suddenly sensed that something unusual was happening in the Hua Dai Kai, so they decided to push the door open and rush in to check. Witnessing the now dry and empty bottom of the Hua Dai Kai, the guards panicked, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Oh my God, the Hua Dai Kai has evaporated." One guard rushed over in a panic and smashed the switch to trigger the highest-level emergency alarm. In just an instant, the entire Tianchai Holy Palace erupted into chaos. The personnel of the Tianchai Holy Palace fell into a state of panic. A young girl grabbed the person next to her and asked anxiously, "That is the highest-level red alert. What on earth is happening?" An expert standing beside her, pale with fear, stammered in response, "I swear, since this holy palace was founded, this is the very first time I have witnessed such a strange thing." Another figure in the crowd chimed in. Sounding this kind of alarm means that a monumental event has occurred in the Holy Land. Another expert snapped, "Shut up and stop talking nonsense. Keep your eyes peeled and prepare for battle." This chaotic and sensational news soon reached Bai Yuling's ears. She giggled in secret. "Go ahead, make a mess. Stir up the water as much as you like. It would be best if the chaos completely ruins that ridiculous wedding ceremony forever." Concurrent with that event, inside the peaceful spatial storage, Yibei patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "It is fortunate that I managed to break through to the Shen Ting realm in time. If I were still stuck at the Tong Xuan realm, there is no way I could have dealt with them all at once." He grinned with confidence, My cultivation has soared, and the treasure is secured. The next step is definitely to head over to that secret coordinate. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, giving Yi-Bei a slight fright. His eyes widened, as he instantly sensed the sudden arrival of the grand figures of the Tianchai Holy Land. Yi-Bei peeked to see which grand figures had just descended upon the Hua Daikai. Right at the edge of the lake, the two guards were kneeling submissively on the ground, shouting with trembling voices, "Greetings, Holy Master! Greetings, Supreme Grand Elder!" Ah, so the visitors were none other than the familiar Holy Master dressed in a dazzling black robe, accompanied by the Supreme Grand Elder in blue attire. The low-ranking guard was so terrified by the aura of these two powerhouses that he stammered incoherently, "Report, Holy Master, this, Hua Daikai." With a loud bang, the cold-faced Holy Master ruthlessly waved his hand and released a brutal wave of energy, blasting the guard backward and slamming him into the rock face. The guard instantly foamed at the mouth and fainted, terrifying the remaining two guards out of their wits. The Holy Master pursed his lips and extended his rough hand. His face darkened as if harboring a raging volcano ready to erupt. With a sickening sound, the Holy Master's hand clamped like a vice around a guard's throat, lifting his body high into the air. The Holy Master growled, forcing a confession. "Spit it out, how did it come to this? Speak." The suffocating guard did not dare to make excuses and cried, "Mercy, Holy Master, your servants truly patrolled carefully every single day. I swear even if the sky collapsed, we did not spot the slightest anomaly." The Holy Master lowered his voice to a chilling tone. "Where is the registry for the past few months?" The remaining guard frantically retrieved the record book with both hands, reporting tremulously, "Yes, Holy Master, it is all here." Flipping through a few pages, the Holy Master suddenly frowned in surprise. "Oh, the most recent usage was 3 days ago." At this moment, the Supreme Grand Elder standing nearby cleared his throat and spoke, "Holy Master, let me take our men to search the entire city for clues immediately, otherwise." The Holy Master waved his hand to stop him. "Stay calm, do not panic." A purple glow flashed in the Holy Master's eyes, and he declared sharply, "That thief is surely still lingering somewhere around here." The Holy Master's sudden declaration struck the guards like lightning, terrified. What on earth? Even without counting the low-level guards, Yi-Bei, who was hiding in the corner, was also startled by his deduction. The Holy Master turned and gave a firm command to the Supreme Grand Elder, "Seal off the entire city immediately. Have our people thoroughly search the area around the Hua Daikai. Remember, do not let even a single hair or speck of dust slip by." The Supreme Grand Elder bowed. "As you command, Holy Master." A cold shiver ran down Yi-Bei's spine, raising an uneasy feeling in his chest as he muttered, "Uh-oh, it seems I slightly underestimated the capabilities of these watchdogs. It looks like the plan to deliver the big gift in the next few days will require extra caution to go smoothly." Yi-Bei quickly made his escape, swiftly heading toward Bai Yuling's prison. When he arrived at the entrance of the palace, he scratched his head in confusion. "Huh, what is this? Didn't rumors say there was a whole squad of Saint King-level mercenaries guarding the gate?" Yi-Bei slipped his thin frame through the crack in the door. He smugly thought to himself, "Or did these fools know I was coming and intentionally withdrew to yield the stage to me?" As soon as his feet touched the ground, Yi-Bei cautiously spread his spiritual sense to scan the area before taking action. Very quickly, Yi-Bei's sensory radar precisely located the number and cultivation levels of the guards currently on patrol. He curled his lip, retracted his spiritual sense, and let out a long yawn. The corner of Yi-Bei's mouth curved into a sly smile. "Easy targets. The highest rank among these errand boys around here is only near the Saint realm. In that case, this granddaddy won't stand on ceremony." Right after saying that, Yi-Bei shot forward like an arrow, pouncing to ambush a servant who was busy sweeping leaves. The servant was frightened out of his wits by the sudden intruder, stammering, You. Yi-Bei snorted, "What you are you talking about? Go to sleep." With that final touch, he struck a heavy blow right on the servant's head. The servant's eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious on the ground. Just at that moment, a voice called out from a distance, "Hey, Niu Wan, are you done cleaning yet? Get your things and head to the next floor to sweep up." Receiving no response from Niu Wan, the guard grew annoyed, his face flushed. He strode aggressively toward this direction, still calling out Niu Wan's name. Upon arriving, the guard craned his neck to peer deeper inside, looking for the servant. By then, Yi Bei had already used his disguise trick to transform into Niu Wan's simple-minded appearance. He hurriedly pretended to reply obediently. "Coming, coming," the guard glared and cursed. "Damn you, you pig-brained fool. I screamed my lungs out before you finally answered. I thought something bad had happened to you." Yi Bei hurriedly waved his hands. "No, of course not, big brother." But in his heart, he sighed in relief. "Damn, that was a close call. Fortunately, I reacted quickly." The guard gestured to Yi Bei, "Clean up quickly and let's go." Soon the two arrived at the third floor of the underground prison. The guard walked in front of Yi Bei, puffing out his chest to lecture him like a senior. "Let me tell you, this place is usually dead quiet for weeks. Just keep an eye out for when the big bosses come down, pretend to sweep around, and you will be fine." Yi Bei followed behind, nodding. "Yes, I understand." Yi Bei scanned the layout. The 12th floor of the underground prison was for minor offenders, while this floor was filled with high-risk death row inmates. Unfortunately, for my next grand plan, this temporary partner has absolutely no value left to be used. As his thoughts drifted, Yi Bei's gaze locked onto a pitch-black steel gate. Pretending to be ignorant, he pointed and asked, "Brother, what is behind this door?" The guard quickly tugged at his sleeve to warn him. "That is a restricted area, don't wander near it." Yi Bei obediently nodded. The guard eagerly explained further, "Trapped behind that door is a whole nest of notorious devils who have committed heinous crimes." Speaking of this, he lowered his voice, whispering as if afraid of ghosts, "Let me let you in on a secret. Those scumbags whose cultivation was destroyed haven't been executed, yet only because they still have some value for the higher-ups to milk. But to be safe, they are all sealed with the strictest restrictive seals." He tossed his head arrogantly, revealing to Yi Bei, "To undo that mess of talisman seals, one needs to be at least at the Saint King realm, plus correctly executing a top-tier unsealing technique to successfully free those monsters." Yi Bei clicked his tongue, pretending to be enlightened. "Is that so? How formidable." Strolling toward the end of the hallway, the guard frowned and tossed an errand to him. "Well, I will leave this area to you. I need to grab a quick nap to recharge." Yi Bei happily agreed immediately. As soon as the guard disappeared around the corner, Yi Bei quickly restored his handsome, original appearance. He leisurely walked up to the gate of the high-security prison block, recalling the information the guard had just provided. He casually pressed his palm against the door to crack the seal. With his level of capability, breaking through a restrictive barrier of this scale would take less than a few breaths. Indeed, taking only a few seconds, Yi Bei bypassed the seals with ease, pushing the door open to walk inside. Once inside, the sight before him left Yi Bei dumbfounded. How bizarre, each cell here was actually designed like an isolated kitchen space, lined up just a few meters apart from one another. He stroked his chin in deep thought. After all, this was the deep fourth underground level of the prison. Even if he caused some minor tremors, no one would probably notice or come down to cause trouble. While Yi Bei's mind was drifting, a raspy voice like a crow's suddenly echoed. "Oh, the high and mighty brought a mere brat down here today. Did the hard approach fail, so you are trying to play sweet now?" Instinctively, Yi Bei whipped around to look in the direction of the strange voice. Catching his eye was an old man with snow-white hair and beard, his mouth curled into a cold, mocking sneer. How ridiculous. Yi Bei stepped close to the iron bars and spoke indifferently. "Declare your identity and strength. If I find you acceptable, I will get you out of this corner." The old man's brows unconsciously knitted together. He was astonished to sense the powerful pressure rolling off the body of the young man standing right in front of him. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, and the old man's pupils dilated in shock. He cried out in panic, "Who on earth are you? How dare someone at the first level of the divine court realm wander around in this place?" Yi Bei coldly turned on his heel and casually tossed back a line, "You have missed your turn. Let me call the next person." Seeing this, the old man hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, don't leave just yet." At this point he had no choice but to grit his teeth and reveal his true identity. "I am the former second elder of the Tian Kai Holy Palace, named Lion Yuanda." My cultivation is at the mid to late stage of the half-emperor realm, and I have been locked in this cage for 700 long years." Upon hearing this, Yibei stopped in his tracks. He thought to himself that this was quite hilarious. A former elder of the Tian Kai Holy Palace was actually chained up here. It seemed the internal conflict within this holy palace was far from minor. Thinking this over, Yibei decisively reached out and bent the iron bars, paving a way of rescue for Lion Yuanda. The old man stared wide-eyed at the youth in front of him, who had actually broken the iron bar with his bare hands as easily as plucking a feather. Lion Yuanda's mind was in turmoil. The whole situation was utterly absurd. The spiritual energy radiating from this boy was clearly only at the first level of the divine court realm, yet the force of that bend just now was equivalent to an all-out strike from a saint realm expert. Yibei walked casually over to Lion Yuanda and offered a straightforward deal: "Serve me for 10 years, and I will grant you freedom when the time is up. If you agree, hand over a wisp of your soul. If you refuse, I won't waste my breath on you." Lion Yuanda did not hesitate for even a single second, accepting the deal instantly. If this person could truly get him out, then let alone serving for 10 years, even 100 years would be far better than rotting away in this dark corner. Having thought it through, Lion Yuanda immediately extracted a wisp of his own soul. He respectfully presented that wisp of soul directly into Yibei's hands. Highly pleased, he praised, "Not a bad attitude, very decisive." He muttered in evaluation. It seemed the grudge between this old man and the holy palace had run too deep to be resolved. Yibei thought that now he only needed to remove the seal on the old man to finish the job. So, waving his sleeve, he circulated his magic power to break the restriction binding Lion Yuanda. Streaks of purple lightning crackled back and forth, enveloping the figures of the two men. Lion Yuanda could not help but let out a roar. Immediately after, Yibei muttered an incantation to control the wisp of soul he had just gathered from Lion Yuanda. Separate, transfer, reconstruct, and confine the soul. With everything settled, Lion Yuanda immediately knelt at his feet and obediently called out, "This old servant Lion Yuanda pays respects to master." Speaking from a superior stance, Yibei said in a commanding voice, "I am Yibei, from now on just call me Lord. Rest assured I am a man of my word. In exactly 10 years I will unlock your freedom." Lion Yuanda replied in deep adoration, "As you command." Yibei suddenly shouted, "Thunder punishment!" Instantly, all the chains wrapped around Lion Yuanda shattered into pieces. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, a mysterious barrel of water suddenly appeared. He said indifferently, "With this toy, you should recover your peak form quickly, right?" While Lion Yuanda was still staring blankly at the water barrel, Yibei kindly explained to him that this was the water of the Emperor Transforming Pool. Lion Yuanda stammered in shock, "Is this really possible? But where did you find such a rare thing as the water of the Emperor Transforming Pool?" Yibei completely ignored his question, replying casually, "Just use it freely. If you run short, let me know." Lion Yuanda hurriedly replied, "Yes, this is enough, more than enough." Lion Yuanda took the initiative to step forward and lead the way for Yibei. "Lord, you surely want to recruit more subordinates in this place. I know this area inside out and recognize most of the prisoners here. Let me act as your guide." Lion Yuanda bowed respectfully, "Lord, please come this way." As luck would have it, a prisoner in the adjacent cell happened to witness the entire scene of Yibei freeing Lion Yuanda. Surrounding prisoners also realized in shock that Yibei was the savior who had freed Lion Yuanda. They noisily grabbed the iron bars and shouted, "Hey, old man Lion, how did you get out so easily? Don't tell us it was thanks to that brat at the first level of the divine court realm next to you. The guards out there are all in the Saint King realm, and our seals were placed by them. How could a mere divine court kid remove them?" Yibei glanced sideways at Lion Yuanda, signaling with his eyes that it was time for him to perform. Lion Yuanda immediately nodded, "Understood, Lord." In an instant, Lion Yuanda's entire body erupted with a powerful, suffocating pressure. The surrounding prisoners widened their eyes, crying out in utter awe, "The old man really restored his cultivation. Old Lion, save us. As long as you help me escape this pigsty, I am willing to serve you for 100 years." Lion Yuan-de looked straight at the prisoners and bluntly threw cold water on their hopes. I am truly sorry, everyone, but this old man does not have that capability. I am currently just a servant running errands under my lord, and all decisions must await his word. Even the act of bending the iron bars and releasing the chains earlier was entirely due to the Lord's grace. Lion Yuan's obedient attitude left the prisoners' jaw dropped. They turned to each other and whispered, Is this really the stubborn, icy old man from before? And the key point is, how on earth did that divine court kid release the seal for him? Did he use some kind of cheat? After walking around all the prison cells, Yibei stroked his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. It was absurd. How could he not find any trace of that person? Lion Yuan-de followed closely behind, asking curiously, Lord, are you looking for an acquaintance? Hearing this, Yibei slapped his thigh. Exactly. Don't I have a living dictionary right next to me who used to be an elder of the Holy Palace? He turned around and threw the question straight at Lion Yuan-de. Speak up, is there a hidden fifth floor in this heaven prison? Lion Yuan-de answered, immediately without a second thought. Reporting to Lord, this heaven prison has only 4 floors from top to bottom. But then Lion Yuan-de's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly suggested, Lord, if you are looking to recruit some high-profile individuals, deep within this 4th floor lie 2 secret cells reserved for extremely dangerous monsters. Would you be interested in taking a look? As expected, Yibei's expression instantly relaxed and brightened. He chuckled inwardly, so this 4th floor still had a hidden secret room. Quite a calculated setup, the target must surely be confined there. A few short minutes passed. The figures of Yibei and Lion Yuan-de came to a stop before an empty wall. Lion Yuan-de nodded firmly, Lord, this is exactly the spot. Yibei immediately reached out and circulated his magic power. He secretly admired in his heart. Interesting, this holy palace had concealed things quite thoroughly, even setting up a cloaking formation in this remote spot. His hand began to gather dense spiritual energy. Right on the brick wall's surface, a formation with strange, winding lines gradually revealed itself. In the blink of an eye, that formation layer was crushed into dust. Just as Lion Yuan-de had said, a secret passage was indeed hidden behind the brick wall. Lion Yuan-de carefully warned Yibei, Lord, the one locked in the cell ahead is rumored to be an extremely thorny character. Years ago, she caused utter chaos in this holy palace. If not for 2 elders joining forces to capture her, I'm afraid no one could have stopped her. Yibei did not bother with the warning. He placed his hand directly on the stone door, channeling his magic to scan the situation inside the cell. What immediately caught his eye was the image of a petite young girl with her hands and feet tightly bound by thick, crude iron chains. The girl slowly raised her eyes, meeting Yibei's gaze. His heart skipped a beat, and a hint of doubt arose in his mind. Could it be the wrong person? Yibei's brows unconsciously knitted tightly together. He decisively ordered Lion Yuan-de to break the lock, and the latter immediately bowed in obedience. Yes. The heavy stone slab slowly slid aside, making a grating, ear-piercing sound. Yibei suddenly stood frozen on the spot. Present before him was a slumped young girl with her head hanging down, her messy purple hair spilling over her thin shoulders. Yibei walked straight up to Zhang Limo and questioned in a low voice, Speak up, how did you end up in this corner? She coldly snapped. Get lost. This old lady will flatten this damn Tian Kai holy palace sooner or later. But before she could finish her scolding, Zhang Limo seemed to sense that this scolding tone was strangely familiar. She shuddered and thought, Wait, this voice. Zhang Limo immediately snapped her head up, and the beloved figure of Yibei came into view. She could no longer control her tears, which flowed down her face as she choked out, Ma's, master. Yibei looked at her with a gentle gaze, mixed with an unspeakable trace of heartache. He gently patted Zhang Limo's head, scolding her affectionately, You silly girl, you have suffered. Zhang Limo cried like rain, Master. She sobbed continuously, Master, your disciple has finally waited for you. With that said, Zhang Limo suddenly leaped up and wrapped her arms tightly around Yibei's neck. Lion Yuan-de watched this scene with his mind reeling, his heart filled with sheer shock. Master. This extremely dangerous prisoner actually calls the Lord her master. Heavens, What kind of terrifying master have I just sworn loyalty to? Yibei acted to shatter the chains binding Zhang Li Mo. He smiled, placing a hand on her shoulder, and asked warmly, "Time is short, tell me the truth. How did you end up in here?" Zhang Li Mo averted her gaze, tilting her head to the side with an awkward smile. "Master, if I tell you the truth, that I voluntarily came in here, could you scold me a bit more gently later?" Upon hearing this, Yibei's eyes immediately flared up with anger and he barked, "Are you kidding me? You voluntarily came in here." Zhang Li Mo cowered and lowered her head, stammering, Master, please calm down, let me explain first." Yibei finally swallowed his anger, sat down heavily, and pointed a finger. "Speak up, what foolishness have you caused this time?" Zhang Li Mo obediently related, "About 130 years ago, after I cultivated to the Saint King realm, I accidentally overheard a piece of news. The rumors said that the fourth floor of the Heaven Prison under the Tian Kai Holy Palace was holding several super-powerful old monsters. Hearing this, I immediately drew up a perfect plan. I calculated that if I could turn those monsters into my undead puppets, my strength would definitely skyrocket. After that, utilizing my understanding and mastery of the undead Tao, I successfully got myself onto the Holy Palace's blacklist as an extremely dangerous character. In the end, 2 half-emperor experts had to gang up on me." Speaking to this point, Zhang Li Mo scratched her cheek with an apologetic smile. "As a result, I was packaged and thrown straight into this 4th floor of the Heaven Prison." Listening to his disciples' exploits, Yibei's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Others can't run away fast enough, yet you are so clever that you practically delivered yourself on a silver platter. Not only that, but as soon as you entered, you secured a VIP ticket to the very bottom of their prison." Zhang Li Mo quickly acted spoiled, hugging Yibei tightly and refusing to let go. Master, I've learned my lesson and won't risk my life again. From now on, I will be your most obedient disciple. Please calm down, okay?" Yibei had always been soft-hearted toward Zhang Li Mo's tantrums, and the fire of anger in his chest gradually died down. He could only sigh helplessly. "Fine, let it go." Right at that moment, the system's notification suddenly rang in Yibei's head. "Congratulations on reuniting with the 4th disciple out of 108. Reward received, Divine Ability of Tao Resonance. The Tao Resonance skill allows the shared use of Tao power with a disciple, lasting for 24 hours with a 10-day cooldown. Currently available Taos for resonance: Undead Tao, Sword Tao, Formation Tao, Construction Tao." The system asks, does the host wish to activate the resonance right now? Yes or no? After reading the notification, Yibei's eyes immediately lit up like headlights. How was this even a resonance? It was clearly a blatant theft of someone else's Tao power. The corners of his lips curled into a sinister smile. There were only 10 days left until the Holy Palace's auspicious day. This trump card had to be kept hidden until then to be unleashed with maximum impact. Standing right behind him, Zhang Li Mo circulated her spiritual energy while proudly boasting, "Look, Master, even though those bastards at the Holy Palace sealed my cultivation, my undead pets are still leisurely cultivating within the summoning space." She excitedly added, "That's not all. During my undercover stay on this 4th floor, I have gathered the souls of 4 half-emperors and more than a dozen late-stage Saint King experts." Yibei's expression turned blank as a statue, and he raised his hand to rap Zhang Li Mo on the forehead. His voice could not hide his sheer disdain. "You risked your life and threw yourself into danger just for those scraps of garbage." Rapping Zhang Li Mo's head, Yibei scolded her harshly, "If you want to hunt powerful souls, aren't there plenty of places to go? The ancient battlefields, outer realms, or primordial ruins, aren't they all much better than this corner? What if the Holy Palace had lost its temper and executed you instead of locking you up? You would have turned into a soul for someone else to use. Do you even use your brain?" Knowing she was in the wrong, Zhang Li Mo could only lower her head and apologize. "Yes, I have learned my lesson." Standing in a corner listening to the conversation, Lion Yuan's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped as he cursed inwardly. Zhang Li Mo only now recalled the anomaly, blinking as she asked Yibei softly, "By the way, Master, how did you manage to find your way here?" After a brief explanation of the situation, a few minutes passed. Yibei wrapped up the story. "That is basically the situation. In an instant, Zhang Limo's eyes filled with overflowing murderous intent. How daring of your Tian Kai holy palace to lock up my junior sister for 300 years. I swear by heaven and earth, I will turn this entire holy palace into undead to sacrifice you all alive. Ibe casually tossed down a water barrel and instructed in a stern tone, within 10 days, I don't care what methods you use, you must raise your level to the half-emperor realm. Zhang Limo obediently bowed her head to take the order, as you command, master. Then she immediately sat in meditation, frantically cultivating with a burning resolve, to save junior sister, I must go all out this time. Ibe glanced sideways at his disciple, thinking to himself that if he didn't put some pressure on this silly girl, she would just get extremely lazy. His eyes happened to drift over to Lion Yuanda, only to see the old man's eyes watering as he stared intently at the water barrel. He chuckled and spoke up, don't drool over it like that, there will be a share for you in a moment. Hearing this, Lion Yuanda joyfully cupped his hands, thank you for your grace, Lord. Ibe turned around and presented the battle plan to both Zhang Limo and Lion Yuanda. After we clear this 4th floor of the Heaven Prison, you two find a place to recharge your energy. At this, he gave a cold sneer, Tian Kai Holy Palace, just you wait. Next, you will have the honor of receiving a grand gift personally bestowed by this Grand Master. 7 days later, in the capital region. The bright sunlight filtered through and shone upon every corner. Ibe appeared with an extremely solemn demeanor, walking side by side with Zhang Limo. The person in charge of welcoming guests stepped forward to block their path, asking searchingly, may I ask which sect you belong to, young master? Please state your name so I can report to the superiors. But the young man only replied in a bone-chilling voice, I, Ibe, do not belong to any force. I have only come to join the fun. I wonder if the holy palace is open to guests. Seeing that murderous expression, the doorkeeper could only swallow hard and nod repeatedly. Welcome, of course you are welcome. Then he smiled flatteringly, please step inside, young master. Zhang Limo leaned close to his ear and suggested in a low voice, Master, why don't we just fight our way up now and rescue junior sister? Then, before those great emperors can react, we can send them to the underworld. She even emphasized, if we wait for the holy palace's people to gather in full force, I'm afraid we will lose our chance to save her. But Ibe raised his hand to stop her. Stay calm, there's no need to rush. He said calmly, for now, let's cast the bait. We will wait for them to gather together, then clear them out all at once to save ourselves some trouble. Hearing her master's words, Zhang Limo widened her eyes and covered her mouth in shock. But master, the other side has 3 great emperors. Ibe only replied indifferently, are great emperors really that formidable? Hearing his arrogant statement, both Lion Yuanda and Zhang Limo standing next to him were completely stunned. Is the Lord joking? Are great emperors really considered small fry? Ibe shrugged as if it were obvious. Your potential is naturally far from ordinary. Reaching the rank of great emperor is only a matter of time. If so, why should you cower before them? Ibe smiled sinisterly as he outlined the plan. Later, when they gather in full, I will handle 2 of them. The remaining one will be for the 2 of you to use as a punching bag to practice your skills. Hearing this, Lion Yuanda broke into a cold sweat, screaming inwardly, is the Lord really going to play a 1-against-2 game? In the midst of this, the surrounding crowd suddenly became noisy and chaotic. Someone shrieked in excitement, they've shown up. The guests began to buzz with conversation. The 3 great emperors of the Tian Kai Holy Palace have descended. Right before the burning gazes of the crowd, the Holy Lord and 2 majestic elders walked out. Bai Yuling, her face completely covered by a veil, also followed closely behind. Lion Yuanda leaned in and explained, Lord, according to the traditional rites of the Tian Kai Holy Palace, the next step is for the groom and bride to step into the center of the hall, bow to the Tian Kai Holy Palace hand in hand, recite their vows, and officially become husband and wife. At this very moment, the groom stood face to face with the bride. Bai Yuling bit her lip, thinking to herself, it's almost time, everything is about to end here. Glancing at the second holy son standing before her, the girl secretly formulated a plan in her mind. If she could take this holy son's life right in front of everyone, it would be an excellent show. The master of ceremonies loudly announced, "The grand wedding officially begins." Crack, the sound of a whip tearing through the air rang out as a blazing golden whip suddenly struck straight forward. The whip lashed powerfully toward Bai Yuling, causing the surrounding maidservants to scatter in panic like a disrupted beehive. The veil was gradually swept away, revealing Bai Yuling's delicate face. Bei appeared in a flash like a phantom. Placing a hand gently on the girl's shoulder, he curled his lip and declared, "I'm sorry, but this bride is mine." Hearing the familiar voice, Bai Yuling hurriedly turned around. "Master." Bei said in a doting voice, "Silly girl, you have suffered." With all her pent-up grievances overflowing, Bai Yuling buried her head in Bei's chest and burst into loud sobs. The girl whimpered and acted spoiled. "It's master. It really is the master I have missed day and night. You have finally shown yourself to save me." Seeing the commotion, the surrounding guests began pointing and whispering, "Isn't the guy standing next to the bride that mysterious kid who just wandered in earlier? Are you kidding? Is this the legendary scene of an ex coming to crash the wedding? Then where does the second holy son put his face?" The murmurs grew increasingly noisy. The second holy son flew into a rage from embarrassment, roaring, "Let go of my Ling-er." With that, he waved his hand and unleashed a blazing fire. The aggressive fire rushed toward Bei. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, Bai Yuling was immediately shielded in absolute safety. That fierce flame was easily extinguished without a trace by a single flick of Bei's hand. The Holy Lord tightly grasped a glowing magic treasure and threatened coldly, "Which crack did you crawl out from, brat, to dare ruin my Yuan-er's wedding?" The entire audience of guests looked at each other, their faces filled with utter horror. Suddenly, a massive magic circle loomed in midair, and roaring thunder gathered around it. The roof of the wedding venue was blasted with a huge hole. A beam of dazzling light shot straight through the clouds. A deep crater collapsed in the floor. In the very center, a precious sword hovered, enveloped in crackling lightning. Bai Yuling immediately woke up to the situation upon seeing this. This sharp sword intent, it's definitely fourth senior sister. Chi Tai Bai and the others descended from the sky, shouting with a fierce aura, "Release my junior sister immediately." Bai Yuling turned to look, her heart cheering with joy. "It's them," Bai Yuling also shouted happily, "Senior sister." Bei nodded with great satisfaction. "Very well, the numbers are complete. Tiankai Holy Palace, open your eyes wide and enjoy the blood feast this Grand Master is hosting for you today." Bei and his beloved disciples faced the Holy Lord of the Tiankai Holy Palace right in the middle of the hall. The aura of both sides was incredibly overwhelming. Bei loudly issued an ultimatum to the spectating crowd. "Anyone who doesn't want to die with them, get the hell out of here immediately. I will count to 10. If you don't leave, don't blame me." The guests at the wedding were scared out of their wits, pushing and shoving each other as they fled the hall. The chaotic shouting echoed throughout the area, "Stop watching the drama, run for your lives, or your little lives will be gone in a second." Seeing his bride run off with another man, the second holy son furiously charged toward Bei, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You bastard, take your filthy hands off my Ling-er." Seeing that the second holy son had lost his mind, Bai Yuling could not hide her fear and snuggled close to Bei. Seeing this, Zhang Limo leaped forward to block him, her entire body erupting with cold, murderous intent. Zhang Limo's eyes flashed with dangerous light, and the corners of her lips curled into a confident yet spine-chilling smile. The second holy son gathered power in his hands to unleash a killer move, and two streams of energy surged like a gale toward Bei's group. Seeing his beloved son unleash an all-out strike, the Holy Lord also took a step forward to provide backup. A deep red aura carrying destructive power crashed straight toward Zhang Limo. He roared in fury, "How dare you!" On this side, Zhang Limo naturally did not stand still to take the hit. She leaped into the air, launching a counterattack powerful enough to tear space apart. In a flash of lightning, she easily deflected the Holy Lord's attack. He frowned in displeasure, a heavy killing intent flashing in his eyes. Circulating his energy, a sharp aura instantly condensed on his fingertips. The Holy Lord scoffed, Let me see how many rounds your skills can last. As soon as he spoke, Zhang Limo coldly warned, if you know what's best, stand still. Without anyone realizing, she had appeared behind the second Holy Sun, her hands tightly gripping his head. The second Holy Sun was terrified, completely discarding his earlier arrogant demand. Zhang Limo's eyes were filled with absolute killing intent, and she smirked as she threatened the Holy Lord. Otherwise, if my hand slips even a bit, this brat will instantly turn into an undead under my command. The Holy Lord, the Supreme Elder, and a henchman of the Tian Kai Holy Palace all froze, quickly pulling back the magic power in their hands. Zhang Limo's threat struck them like a bolt of thunder. The henchman of the Tian Kai Holy Palace gritted his teeth, glaring at Zhang Limo, and muttered anxiously, she really is that girl who specializes in necromancy. The Holy Lord took a step forward, his eyes showing supreme disdain, and spoke in an incredibly sarcastic tone. I thought you were some kind of supreme beings, but you are just a bunch of escaped prisoners causing trouble. The Holy Lord's brows furrowed, and he wore an arrogant, self-satisfied look to mock Zhang Limo. Do you think that simply taking the Holy Sun hostage will allow you to walk out of here safely? Bei broke into an extremely wicked smile, his eyes shining brightly as he confidently replied, who said I took the Holy Sun hostage? I'm sorry, but I have no use for this garbage. With that, Bei pointed his finger, instantly summoning a bolt of powerful thunder that struck directly onto the second Holy Sun's head, roasting his entire body black. The henchman of the Tian Kai Holy Palace stared with eyes as wide as ostrich eggs, completely petrified as he witnessed this horrifying scene with his own eyes. Although the Supreme Elder was blind, he could still keenly sense the disaster that had befallen the second Holy Sun, and sweat began to pour from his forehead like a shower. The Holy Lord could not suppress his exploding rage. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his aura surged violently, creating a terrifying pressure. Gathering all his strength, he unleashed a destructive palm strike toward Bei, crying out in grief, Yuan-er. A terrifying force erupted, representing the Holy Lord's absolute fury at witnessing his son's death. He roared crazily, you dare take my Yuan-er's life, pay with your life. Sensing the mountain-moving and sea-filling power of this move, a panicked voice called out in warning, Lord, be careful. This is the ultimate technique of the Tian Kai Holy Lord, the Xuan Tian Palm. Bei's expression remained unchanged. He immediately executed the space law, casually commenting, I thought it was something special, but it is just a petty Xuan Tian Palm. The space law easily tore apart the Xuan Tian Palm of the Tian Kai Holy Lord, and a terrifying explosion occurred, sending up thick smoke and flames. A deep pit was blasted right where the wedding had just been held. As the thick dust and smoke rose, a highly bewildered voice echoed, how can this be? The Holy Lord stood frozen like a wooden statue, his face utterly shocked as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind reeled, and he began to question reality in the face of the space law's power. The Holy Lord furrowed his brows and closed his eyes, quickly gathering his thoughts to delve into his divine sense. Through his divine sense, he realized that there were no signs of severe destruction caused by Bei's magic on the outside. The Holy Lord grimaced, his eyes showing clear contempt for the power of the space law Bei had just displayed. He hissed through his teeth, so it can only affect a range of a few dozen meters. What a cheap trick. Your lives must still be left here today. The henchman standing nearby closely observed the battle. Alarmed by the current development, he hurriedly reported, Holy Lord, something is wrong. It seems they have no intention of running away, but rather. A sudden anomaly appeared in the sky as rolling bolts of lightning gathered and crashed heavily onto the ground, wrapping the space in an eerie atmosphere. Zhang Limo's hands quickly formed seals, her eyes turning crimson as demonic energy erupted from her body and filled the sky. She roared, undead calamity. As soon as she spoke, countless evil spirits and demons rushed crazily down to the mortal realm as if unleashed from their cages. Before the henchman and the Supreme Elder could even utter a sound, they were blocked by the swarm of evil spirits. The entities opened their bloody mouths as if to swallow both of them whole. Seeing that the situation was turning disastrous, the Supreme Elder quickly urged the henchman, we must immediately finish off this girl who uses necromancy. Otherwise, The Holy Palace will suffer heavy losses today. Chi Tai Bai suddenly leaped out from nowhere, swinging his sword to strike straight at the Supreme Elder and the henchman, catching both of them completely off guard. She tilted her chin and shattered their illusions. Are you daydreaming? Before you talk about killing someone, see if you even have the ability first. The sharp sword slashed down, forcing the subordinate and the Supreme Elder to desperately leap aside. Jia Ji Fu also charged out abruptly, thrusting straight at the subordinate, while the Supreme Elder was closely pursued by Chi Tai Bai. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it, where on earth did these she-devils crawl out from? Sword strikes swung up and down like lightning, continuously forcing back the Supreme Elder and the subordinate of the Heavenly Pool Holy Palace. While the Holy Lord was busy dealing with the undead calamity, the subordinate's gaze suddenly focused in one direction. He froze for 5 seconds before screaming in terror, "Everyone look, it's that brat." Hovering in midair, Yi Bei was frantically circulating the space laws, as the devilish qi gathering around him grew denser by the second. He pulled out a magic treasure to activate a formation, and Yi Bei's body continuously absorbed the destructive power. Panic screams echoed, expressing terror at Yi Bei's absurd power. Good heavens, is he even human? This buffing speed is too terrifying. Impossible, he must be using a forbidden technique to temporarily overclock his power. But jumping so many realms at once, isn't he afraid of backfire blowing his body to pieces? Yi Bei's eyes were as calm as water, his aura soaring into the sky. Witnessing this, the Holy Lord's faction was scared out of their wits. Has this lunatic gone mad? Damn it, this pressure has already reached the half-emperor level. What on earth is he trying to do? Yu Ling's mouth fell open in surprise. Gone mad? Is there any madman whose eyes are so completely sober? Moreover, this is my master. In front of master, even devils must kneel and beg for mercy. At this moment, surging devilish qi swirled and enveloped Yi Bei. He thought to himself, the overbearing devilish qi dominating this body is one of the 5 trump cards I unlocked after advancing to the divine court, named Supreme Devil Bone. The Holy Lord hurriedly flew over, resolved. This is bad, I must get rid of this brat immediately. Watching from a distance, Yu Ling saw him menacingly rushing over and yelled, Master, that old Holy Lord is coming for you. He immediately turned and warned Lion Yuande, Old Lion, listen up, guard the girl carefully. If she loses a single hair, I will wring your neck to pay for it. Yuande hurriedly clasped his hands, bowed deeply, and swore, Yes, yes, as you command, my lord, this old servant will protect her with his life. Before the Holy Lord even arrived, his killing move did, condensing a giant fiery hand that crashed straight down on Yi Bei as he roared, Profound Heaven Palm. He glanced at the move and said mockingly, Playing the space-locking game, are you afraid I will slip away again? Yi Bei casually spread his hand, channeling his power to prepare a counterattack. He continued to pump energy to expand the technique, thinking, what a pity, I'll play to the end, even if I have to reveal all my trump cards, I must level this heavenly pool holy palace. Then he roared, Holy Lord, prepare to die. An instant later, Yi Bei threw the energy sphere out, which immediately transformed into another giant hand, rushing up to restrain the Holy Lord's palm force. When the two forces collided, it created an earth-shattering explosion, the resulting shockwave affecting him slightly. The Holy Lord suffered the same fate, cursing inwardly in frustration. Damn it! On the surface, it seems like I have the upper hand, but in reality, his giant palm just threatened my soul, and I almost couldn't withdraw in time. Only then did the Holy Lord realize he had hit a tough bone. Now I absolutely cannot underestimate this kid. If I lose focus for a second, he will punch me straight into the afterlife. Yi Bei rushed forward, not forgetting to mock him. Didn't you have breakfast this morning? For the grand Holy Lord of the Heavenly Pool, your punches are incredibly weak. Mocked right to his face, his mouth twisted in pure rage. In a fury, he unleashed a bolt of lightning that split the giant hand, blocking his path in two. Next, he launched another giant fireball aimed straight at his position. Yi Bei smirked faintly, ready to face the challenge. This time, the two energy hands clashed directly. Both sides competed with intense internal energy, blowing away everything in the vicinity. While the Holy Lord gritted his teeth and strained to endure, Yi Bei remained calm and leisurely, showing no signs of exhaustion. The Holy Lord felt the situation growing increasingly deadlocked. This brat and those she-devils below are giving me a massive headache. Their talent is too terrifying. Reaching the great Emperor realm seems as easy as taking things from a pocket for them. He frowned, narrowing his eyes to analyze Yi Bei's practical fighting style. The Holy Lord thought to himself, I must eradicate him at the roots. If they gather enough power to reach the great Emperor realm, I fear this heavenly pool holy palace will be completely crushed by them today. He decided to use a lethal strike, draining his spiritual energy to buff his power. Immediately, a fire dragon appeared, coiling around and channeling its strength into that giant fiery hand. Yi Bei saw through it in an instant. It seems this old man is going all in on this move. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, shaking the entire realm. Suddenly he was startled to realize, it's gone. The profound heaven palm suddenly evaporated, making Yi Bei exclaim, shoot. Unexpectedly, the Holy Lord played a feint, secretly planting an energy bomb that detonated right beneath Yi Bei's feet. Qi Tai Bai, Jia Jifu, and Yu Ling screamed in utter terror, Master. After draining his energy to unleash the move, the Holy Lord breathed a sigh of relief. I finally sent this freak of a brat away. Taking this strike of mine, even a great emperor would have his cultivation crippled, with no way left to fight. The open ground before him was now nothing but a pile of ruins with a charred bomb crater. He added mockingly, let alone a wet behind-the-ears kid using a forbidden technique to fake his way to a half-emperor rank. The Holy Lord laughed triumphantly. Excellent, now that this eyesore is cleared, it's your turn, you brats. Suddenly, a familiar mocking voice echoed from the crater. If you want to touch my people, you have to see if I agree first. He couldn't believe his ears, staring wide-eyed down at the fiery pit. What on earth is this? The Holy Lord frowned, gritting his teeth and roaring in fury. How is this possible, taking that hit and he still hasn't vanished? From the bottom of the burning crater, Yi Bei stood up, tall and arrogant without a single scratch. Yi Bei leapt high into the air before the Holy Lord's wide, horrified eyes. The disciples couldn't hide their shock and joy, rushing forward and calling out, Master. He silently sighed with emotion. If not for the tanky buff of the supreme devil Bone taking the hit for him, that bomb just now would have been more than enough to send him to the afterlife. The Holy Lord standing above turned pale, furious to the extreme. All of his previous wicked calculations had completely fallen through. The Holy Lord's face was as pale as a ghost, stammering speechlessly. How is this possible? Is that even a human physical body? A brat using a forbidden technique to hack his level to half-emperor. How could he have such an absurdly tanky armor? Yi Bei's expression suddenly turned bizarre, accompanied by a sinister voice. Originally, I planned to go easy on you, but now it seems there is no need to be polite. With that, he ordered the system, activate the Tao Resonance Divine ability for me. The system immediately popped up a notification. List of resonance-capable Taos, Undead Summoning Tao, Sword Tao, Formation Tao, Architecture Tao. Host, please finalize the target. Without hesitation, Yi Bei picked the Undead Summoning Tao. A giant magic circle instantly bloomed, fully enveloping Yi Bei. Everything around seemed to be under Yi Bei's absolute control as he shouted, Rise! Everything dumbled and seemed to be completely sucked into that frantic magical vortex. The Holy Lord froze in shock. What on earth was this? Wasn't this the water of the Emperor transforming pool that mysteriously evaporated a few days ago? Spitting blood in anger, it turned out that the cunning thief was actually him. Send him to hell right now. Hearing the Holy Lord's command, both the Supreme Elder and Mu Zhang Lao immediately rushed forward with murderous looks, obeying the Holy Lord's order. How could it be that easy? Qi Tai Bai and Li Mo suddenly appeared to block them. Wait a moment, elders, your opponents are actually us. The two of them immediately performed the Azure Lotus sword dance in perfect unison. A sharp sword strike, carrying the power to move mountains and drain seas, tore the ground wide open, forcing the two old men, the Supreme Elder and Mu Zhang Lao, to scatter to the sides. The Supreme Elder grumbled in annoyance. What bad luck! What did these two girls eat to be so absurdly tough? They are truly troublesome. Zhang Limo's face was cold as ice at this moment. She crossed her hands to release a strange spiritual energy, then loudly cried out, "Undead calamity." Immediately, a horde of hideous purple beasts surged up from beneath the ground. This gruesome sight backed the Supreme Elder into a corner. The old man went mad and roared, "This is driving me crazy. You ugly monsters are forbidden from coming near here. Die already and get out of my sight." Yet he turned back on his word, aiming straight at Yi Bei, channeling his strength to throw a palm strike as he yelled, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, stop right now." He immediately winked to signal to block him. Both sides clashed in a fierce, head-breaking battle, the atmosphere extremely tense with no end in sight. Yi Bei leisurely flicked his finger into the air, dimensional summoning. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying dark chi surged in, swallowing the entire space. Everyone present stared in utter astonishment. The newly summoned creatures had forms too grotesque to describe. Hovering in the sky, the Holy Lord, his face completely bloodless, stammered in fear, "What kind of heretical thing is this?" Suddenly, one of the grotesque creatures opened its wide mouth. Countless torrents of spiritual energy surged and gathered around it. The Holy Lord's face was now as pale as a sheet of paper. In an instant, a beam of energy carrying terrifying destructive power blasted straight from that creature's mouth. Viewed from afar, it looked just like a bloodthirsty tornado swallowing everything. Strangely, the Holy Lord seemed to have some life-saving magic as he remained completely unharmed. His mind quickly worked as he flew straight toward Yi Bei, calculating, "As long as I send this freak of a kid to the afterlife, that trash will automatically disappear." The Holy Lord's position suddenly exploded with a loud rumble, raising a thick cloud of dust, and from within that hazy mist, a figure tore through the wind and rushed out. The atmosphere instantly filled with bone-chilling killing intent. Yi Bei raised his eyebrows slightly, turning his head in surprise to observe. Seeing his back as he pointed his weapon at his subordinates, he suddenly slapped his thigh. It turns out this cunning guy was playing a feint. His real target was Elder Hu and the others, not me. HMPH, what a despicable hypocrite. Immediately after, an entire horde of summoned monsters was beaten to a pulp by the Holy Lord. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he knocked one down, another would fiercely rush in to tear at him. The chaotic battle caused thick dust and smoke to rise continuously. The Holy Lord's figure was hazy in the smoke, and as he panted heavily, he cursed inwardly. These freaks feel no pain and have no regard for life or death, yet their strength is so ferocious. Where on earth did they fall from? Yi Bei stood leisurely at a distance, pointing his finger straight at the Holy Lord, giving a brief command. "Send him on his way, hear my command." The disciples flew over in unison, shouting loudly, "Yes, Master." The Holy Lord's eyes twitched, his vigilance raised to the absolute maximum. Everyone immediately took off to escape the danger zone. Yi Bei frowned slightly, reminding everyone that it is always better to be safe than sorry. In the blink of an eye, the entire group found themselves dragged to a completely strange land, with only the chilling sound of whistling wind in their ears. Jia Jifu stamped her feet in frustration. "How irritating! I didn't expect that useless fellow to escape straight into the void." Yi Bei narrowed his eyes, determined to eradicate the roots as he set off to pursue. Chi Tai Bai, on behalf of the female disciples, nodded in agreement. "Yes, Master." In the quiet forest, only the wind rustled through the branches, deep within the secret area of the Heavenly Pool Holy Palace. Using the ancient tree for leverage, he stepped off it and soared straight into the air. Chi Tai Bai closely followed behind as a guide. "Master, if we keep heading blindly in this direction, we will end up at the most sinister place in the Heavenly Pool Holy Palace." Yi Bei, leading the way, threw back a question. "Old Lion, do you know if there are any other experienced figures left in this nest?" Yuan De, flying desperately to keep up behind, quickly reported, "My lord, the ultimate boss here is definitely the Holy Lord." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "That sounds a bit off. Clearly, the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Pool has more than enough power to flee for his life, yet he is pretending to run clumsily as if laying bait to lure us into a trap. A moment later, the group landed in a desolate wasteland, and Lion Yuan stammered, "Huh, isn't this place the legendary Forbidden Area?" The old man muttered in confusion, "Has that holy lord's brain short-circuited? Why would he crawl into this godforsaken place?" After walking a bit further, the group came across a tightly closed cave entrance. The crowd stared and examined the bizarre door. Zhang Limo stepped forward and sniffed. "I smell a dense and burnt scent of undead death qi around here." Yuan De curiously approached the cave entrance and added, "According to the rules, only the current Holy Lord of the Heavenly Pool is allowed entry. Anyone else loitering around is forbidden." He clicked his tongue, recalling the past. "Unfortunately, back when I held the elder position, plenty of curious youths sneaked in to seek opportunities. In the end, they walked in on 2 feet, but not a single one came out alive." Yibei's hands were itching to go inside and watch the show, so he was too lazy to listen to the storytelling, giving a brief order, "Open it." Yuan De hurriedly placed his hand gently on the relief of the stone gate, replying respectfully, "Yes, my lord." The intricate matrix, patterns suddenly glowed brilliantly upon sensing the warmth of his hand. The heavy stone gate slowly opened, releasing waves of purple mist reeking of darkness. The kind old man turned to advise, "Entering the tiger's den, everyone must keep your eyes wide open. One careless move and you will lose your life." The group of beauties shouted in unison, "Understood." As if catching the scent of uninvited guests, the devilish qi from deep within the cave began to twist and crawl out. These toxic currents originated from the darkest depths of the Forbidden Hall. The Holy Lord, hiding inside, smirked with delight. Well, the foolish fish have taken the bait and entered the trap." He knelt before the tattered banners listing the names of previous leaders, crying out in grief, "Oh, ancestors, our heavenly pool is facing destruction. Please manifest your presence to save us." The banners seemed provoked, fluttering and shaking violently before spewing a torrent of curses. "You unfilial descendant, has the foundation built by several generations of our ancestors been completely ruined by you like this?" The Holy Lord's eyes lit up, as if finding gold, when he faintly heard the footsteps of his enemies, arriving to seek their deaths. Yibei shouted, "The brat is hiding over there." The giant beast accompanying him heard the command and opened its mouth wide, spitting a burst of fire straight at his face. Countless intertwined bolts of lightning formed a furious flame, vowing to roast the Holy Lord. The other party, with an arrogant look and without flinching, stood with crossed arms and glared to face the challenge. The ancestors' spirits, of course, wouldn't sit still, dark qi surging from the banners along with threats. "This ground is our home turf. You brats are forbidden from running wild." In an instant, they launched an offensive that tore through the blazing wall of fire. The giant beast took a direct hit to its face, roaring in pain. Suddenly, a wave of rebellious magic power surged, colliding and canceling each other out. It turned out he had quickly set up a firm counterformation, making Chi Tai Bai blink in bewilderment. "Huh, master, what kind of magic is this?" Jia Ji Fu startled and pointed. "Oh, senior sisters, look, there are grotesque masks floating around." The devilish qi now condensed, transforming into pitch-black shadows of old men grinning with hair-raising savagery. Yuan De scratched his head in confusion and blurted out, "How strange, why do these moldy faces look exactly like the former holy lords of the Heavenly Pool Holy Palace?" This whisper immediately caught Yibei's ear. "What did you just mutter?" The old man shed tears, his teeth chattering. "How tragic, the first Holy Lord was buried peacefully 10,000 years ago. Why is his spirit manifesting here now?" The Holy Lord whined like a child tattling to his mother. "Ancestors, it's these wild people who crushed our Heavenly Pool Holy Palace. Those giant beasts just now were also released by them to bite people. Now the main hall is filled with smelly dry bones." Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, a stream of dark qi as cold as a heart-piercing sword stabbed deep into his chest. The Holy Lord stared in severe shock, only managing to let out a choked gasp. The shadow behind him chuckled. "Have a safe journey, close your eyes in peace, consider that you just donated your body to do a final good deed for us ancestors." The Holy Lord's body shriveled in an instant, his skin wrinkling like a dried jujube at an alarming speed. Chi Tai Bai La Yushan. Zhang Li Mo and Yuan De both stood frozen like stone statues before this brutal scene. Yi Bei remained calm, clasped his hands, and watched the events unfold before him. The Holy Lord from just now had officially transformed into a demon. Yu Ling was scared out of her wits, retreating to cling tightly to Yi Bei's robe. This little girl may have the weakest cultivation, but she suits my appetite. The drooling shadow locked its eyes on the young girl. With that, a pitch-black chain like a venomous snake shot forward, aiming straight at the target. This sneak attack startled Yu Ling, leaving her no time to react. Fortunately, Yi Bei's iron hand shot out and firmly caught the evil chain. An evil entity like you actually dreams of touching my disciple, he smirked disdainfully. Only at the 8th layer of the divine court realm. This generation's Holy Lord is truly a failure, unable to handle even a brat with such low cultivation, absolute trash. HMPH, beggars can't be choosers, draining the source power of you brats will be enough for us old men to break free. Yi Bei gripped the chain tightly, refusing to let go. The disciples behind him broke out in cold sweat, worrying deeply for their master's safety. Don't be in such a hurry, I will slaughter you one by one later. The evil spirit roared in a frenzied bloodlust. Yi Bei's hand suddenly erupted with a suffocatingly powerful devilish force. That aura made the old ghost startle in sheer panic. Why did you lose your spirit so quickly? Keep dancing. Yi Bei provoked him with a top-tier mocking tone. Who on earth are you, brat? The foaming evil spirit growled. Hearing that silly question, Yi Bei stroked his chin and replied casually. Me, I'm just a passerby who happened to level your heavenly pool holy palace. Help, brat, let go of me immediately, big brother save me. This plague god is too bizarre, he's draining my source power completely. The miserable demon struggled like a fish on a cutting board, losing all control. Yi Bei leisurely turned the tables, turning the black chains that struggled to attack him into toys in his hands. Zhang Limo stood outside and advised anxiously, Master, please be careful. All of those devilish ropes were gripped so tightly by Yi Bei's iron hand that they cracked. Seizing the opportunity, the bizarre chains hurriedly gathered into a single cluster. Your low-level devilish nature is not even worthy of holding my shoes. This bitter sarcasm stabbed right into the old ghost's fragile pride. Unbelievable, how can there be someone in this world immune to this power? No, it's devilish nature, big brother, this brat is emitting a frighteningly pure devilish nature. Then it knelt and cried bitterly, Oh, my lord, spare us, we were blind, please show mercy, we are willing to serve as your beasts of burden and honor you as our master. The disciples behind also whispered among themselves, scratching their heads in confusion. Strange, why does our master have a devilish nature on him? Honor me as your master, sorry, moldy things like you are not worthy. A cold, blunt rejection came from Yi Bei's mouth. Immediately, those unfortunate evil spirits dissolved into piles of rattling dry bones. Yi Bei slowly drifted over, waving his hand to send the rabble to the afterlife, leaving them shivering until their final moments. The hidden scum is surely hiding in the deepest corner of this cavity, right? My lord, your judgment is absolutely correct. It is lying flat in there. O Lord, I am kind by nature. It was all due to those bastards forcing me. I am innocent. Spare me, please, but even his tearful begging could not save the situation. Having settled it, Yi Bei turned to advise. Li Mo, remember this burnt smell well. Before you reach the great emperor realm, you are forbidden from bringing back these devilish creatures as undead pets. She nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at grain. Yes, master. Let's move, let's go see what antique turned this scum into a bunch of moldy freaks. Although absorbing the worthless energy of these evil things did not help his cultivation level up, the fusion rate of the supreme devil bone increased considerably. Chi Tai Bai trotted over and asked, Master, those 4 piles of evil rags from earlier were probably formed by degenerated souls, right? They clung to an object with devilish nature to prolong their lifespan, but unfortunately ended up imprisoned by that very thing in this corner. Yi Bei nodded in confirmation. So that's the ironic scenario. The disciples gasped in unison with understanding. The veil of secrecy at the final gate was slowly lifted. "I'll go inside to explore for a bit. You guys wait here obediently for my return." With that, Yibei clasped his hands behind his back and entered the lair alone to investigate. He muttered, "The thing that is making my supreme devil bone boil must be lying face down in here." Yibei gently placed his hand on the magic wheel on the stone wall. Instantly, the massive corpse of a giant beast materialized. Yibei's eyes widened in surprise. Well, this huge corpse is actually a genuine member of the demon clan. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Judging by this withered appearance, he probably died tens of thousands of years ago, but looking closely, his bloodline is noble and his level is certainly not low. He evaluated thoughtfully. The demon clan was originally a notoriously ferocious and evil faction. They were born with destructive power and exceptionally high talent for cultivation. Their lifespan was incredibly long, and they suffered from a mania for destruction. Clearly, these cursed creatures were wiped out by the alliance of humanity and the beast clan tens of thousands of years ago. Yibei frowned in confusion. Why is a corpse suddenly appearing in this remote mountain valley now? Right then, a spark of green soul emerged to suggest, how about dragging that old ghost hiding in the space out for questioning? In less than a blink of an eye, Yibei teleported out of the alternate world. The old ghost trapped in the dimension was scared out of his wits, clasping his hands and crying, "O Lord, please have mercy and spare my worthless life." Too lazy to listen to a speech, Yibei, with a face full of murderous intent, pointed his finger at him. "Shut up and tell me everything about that dead demon clan corpse, clearly and in detail. Otherwise, do not blame me." The old man nodded in fear. Yes, my lord, I will confess." He swallowed and began to recall. "Back then, I was wandering around the edge of the central continent's secret realm when I stumbled upon this corpse. At that time, the demon clan member was heavily injured, barely drawing his last breath." He sobbed, wiping his tears, and continued. "At that time, greed blinded my eyes. Instead of killing him right away, I brought this burden back and hid it in the heavenly pool holy palace. By draining him, the ancestors found the secret to longevity, but karma caught up to us, and we fell into the demon clan's poison trap, keeping us permanently imprisoned in this corner, our broken bodies turning into half-human, half-ghost creatures." The old ghost sobbed and poured his heart out. "After that, I gathered the entire lineup of former holy lords, pooling our strength for 1,000 years, thinking we were close to a breakthrough to see the light of day again, but who could have expected?" Yibei smirked and added, "Who could have expected you would run straight into me? The net of heaven is vast. The heavens have recorded all your dirty deeds, so prepare to face your retribution." The old man shrieked miserably, "Ah, help!" But Yibei had already clenched his fist. A violent bolt of lightning tore through space, crushing the old ghost to pieces. Yibei frowned slightly, lost in thought. It seems the demon clan, which has been completely unheard of for tens of thousands of years, has not been entirely wiped out yet. He slowly walked back to the forbidden hall, crossing his arms and observing the rectangular stone box, thinking, for this cultivation world, this is indeed a terrifying death sentence. Yibei spread his hand toward the rectangular monolith, muttering hand seals. The massive stone block clumsily lifted itself off the ground and hovered. Then suddenly shot up to the cave's ceiling as fast as a cannonball. Right in the middle of the dark air, the brilliant Kyankun cauldron materialized majestically. With a loud boom, the lid of the Kyankun cauldron slammed down, sealing every gap tightly. Yibei, with an expressionless face, coldly spat out a single sharp word, "Burn." The Kyankun cauldron swayed and spun, wrapped in bright red light like a boiling volcano, releasing terrifying pressure. Yibei leisurely clasped his hands and said, "Refine for me." A blue aura erupted from his body, leaving the watching disciples gaping in surprise. What on earth? What move is this? Yuling tilted her head up and curiously nudged Chi Tai Bai. "Fourth senior sister, has our master already reached this terrifyingly powerful level?" Chi Tai Bai calmly whispered back. "Oh, master has been this domineering since forever, my dear." She tossed her hair and proudly added, "Even if a smug saint descended to the mortal realm, Master would only need his measly body refining realm cultivation to punch them into oblivion in a heartbeat. Zhang Li Mo, standing nearby, reached out to ruffle Yu Ling's messy hair and commented with delight. Now that master has crawled up to the divine court realm, even if he casually wrung a great emperor's neck, I wouldn't find it strange. In short, our master is matchless. Lai Yushan smiled broadly and bragged, 3 centuries ago, master was the person I respected and admired most in my life. 3 centuries later, this love remains just as it was in the beginning. Jia Jifu also nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is true. Yu Ling's eyes sparkled like a million stars. That's true. Whether master protects us or we sacrifice ourselves for master, as long as we can be near him every day, life is complete. After a hard hour, deep within the Forbidden Hall, countless streams of bloody qi rose up, dyeing the entire space bright red. Then those strange columns of smoke also slowly evaporated into the void. Yibei took long, hurried strides toward the disciples, waving his hand. Wrap it up, kids, the trash is cleared, let's leave here quickly. The disciples obediently nodded and followed closely. Yu Ling was as dazed as a lost fawn, thinking to herself. How strange at first glance, Master's cultivation realm hasn't budged at all, but his aura has completely transformed compared to before. Why is that? Keenly catching the girl's dazed look, Yibei asked warmly, "What's wrong, little girl?" Yu Ling blushed as red as a tomato, hastily turning her face away and stammering, "No, it's nothing at all." Yibei swept his gaze from head to toe over his student and nodded in approval. "Honestly speaking, Ling this dress is designed to fit you perfectly. You look gorgeous in it." The gentle praise made her so embarrassed that steam almost rose from her head. He clicked his tongue in regret. Earlier I was too busy fighting to take a good look at this silly girl's appearance. Chi Tai Bai gaped in surprise. "Oh my, our blockhead master actually knows how to give compliments." Zhang Limo quickly nodded in agreement. "Yeah, truly magical." Jia Jifu brushed her sleeves and whispered shyly, "How unfair, when master reunited with us sisters, he didn't even bother to give half a warm compliment like this." Lai Yushan pouted and joined in huffily. "Exactly, it's so upsetting." She sighed heavily. "Back then, not only did we take a series of whip lashings, but we were also scolded fiercely." Zhang Limo laughed heartily and teased, "Your luck is truly terrible. Fortunately, I didn't get whipped, only lectured a few times." Yusan bristled and corrected, "Pshh, the ancients taught that spare the rod, spoil the child, understand." Back to Bai Yu Ling, after listening to her master's sweet words, the little girl stammered, "Thank you, master, for the praise." Yibei frowned slightly, his voice dropping with heartache. "It is my fault for being a step too late, making you suffer bitterness and humiliation in this Tian Kai holy palace." Bai Yu Ling quickly widened her eyes and waved her hands in panic. "Oh no, I would not dare. Just being able to see master in the flesh is already the greatest happiness of Ling Er's life." Yibei affectionately ruffled his little disciple's hair. "Silly girl. From now on, with me and your sisters protecting you, let's see who dares to bully you again." With tears in her eyes, Ling poured her heart out. "Ling only hopes to follow master's footsteps forever in this life. Even if beaten to death, I will not leave you." Yibei's smile suddenly froze. "Wait, hold on for about 2 seconds." He closed his eyes and sent a message to the system. "Hey, piece of metal, where did you hide the bond-warming reward for me and this girl? More than half a day has passed. Why is the screen still flat and not showing any notification?" He stared intently at Bai Yu Ling's face, his chin protruding in deep thought. Could it be because this girl was imprisoned for too long that her reward activation trigger is more complicated than the others? Being stared at by her master's burning gaze, Bai Yu Ling could only nervously fidget with her clothes. Yibei suddenly opened his arms. "Ling be good and come here to give me a hug." This bold request once again detonated a bomb of shyness, causing her face to turn red all the way to her ears. That classic closing line made the spectating disciples feel as if they had been struck by lightning, their faces contorted with question marks. Bai Yu Ling shyly intertwined her hands, secretly guessing, what is master trying to do? Or is it because he has been holding back his feelings after being separated for so long that he is taking the initiative like this? Who would have thought that Yibei, losing his patience, would fly over as fast as a whirlwind, making his hair flutter wildly. Bai Yuling widened her eyes in shock, unable to step back in time. Yibei swept the little girl into a tight hug, causing her to let out a startled shriek. The involuntary audience of Qi Tai Bai, Jia Jifu, Lai Yushan, and Zhang Li Mo got an eyeful, and their faces instantly turned red out of embarrassment for the two involved. Old Lion Yuan stroked his beard and clicked his tongue, tusk tusk. I did not expect that the cold and iron-hearted master would also have such a sentimental taste. Yibei was a bit puzzled and calculating. How strange, when she was little, this girl was very quick and lively. Why is she freezing and hesitating now when I hug her? As for Bai Yuling, although she was caught off guard, her heart was blooming with immense happiness from her master's embrace. Yibei hugged her for a long time while still patiently calling out to the system, "Hello, I have made such a sacrifice. Why is your screen still pitch black and playing dead without any response?" Finally, the system showed a notification, confirmed reunion, with disciple number 5 out of 108. Reward, 20 times cultivation speed boost for the host version. The corner of Yibei's lips immediately curled up in satisfaction. My cultivation speed is boosted by another 10 times. This reward package is quite high quality. His strange smirk left Bai Yuling completely baffled. Having achieved his goal, Yibei placed his hand on the little girl's head and lectured, "Ling you need to quickly recharge and grind your cultivation now. If you stay stuck at the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm, you are going to end up at the bottom of the list among your sisters." Bai Yuling bowed her head obediently. "Yes, master. Your disciple swears to work myself to the bone so that I will not eat the dust of my senior sisters anymore." Yibei nodded with satisfaction and gave a soft hum. Yibei took his group of disciples and leisurely walked back to the Tian Kai Holy Palace. On the way, he suddenly remembered something. San, I vaguely remember that every 10 years, you guys would gather at the Yi Imperial Tomb to pay respects to me, right? Lai Yushan replied shyly, "Yes, that is absolutely correct." Yibei questioned further, counting the years, "Is it time for the memorial ceremony this year?" Lai Yushan rested her chin on her hand, calculating thoughtfully, "Yes, master, the schedule falls on next month for your memorial ceremony. But the problem is that you have walked out of your coffin alive and well, so I was thinking of demolishing or filling up the Yi Imperial Tomb, because leaving it there looks like a bad omen and is quite creepy." Yibei quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Put that thought away. This year's memorial ceremony will still be held grandly as scheduled, no changes." Hearing that bizarre command, the disciples all gasped in shock, their faces blank with confusion. Zhang Li Mo, half believing and half doubting, quickly asked for clarification. "What, master? You do not want to destroy the tomb, but instead want us to continue paying respects?" Zhang Li Mo knitted her delicate eyebrows. "What on earth is master's intention?" Qi Tai Bai shrugged to break the ice. "I guess master's deep scheme has already been fully calculated." Jia Jifu nodded in agreement. "True, that sounds reasonable." Outside the main gate of the Tian Kai Holy Palace under the midday sun, Yibei and his disciples had leisurely strolled back. Zhang Limo glanced at the battlefield and muttered, "It seems that while we were away, the prisoners you pardoned from the heavenly prison, combined with my undead disciples, have cleaned up the remnants of Tian Kai." Yibei nodded in approval. "Well done." Qi Tai Bai looked up to ask for his opinion. "Master, how do you plan to deal with this ruined shell?" Lion Yuan narrowed his eyes, looking around, and remarked, "To be fair, this piece of land is in the top-tier Feng Shui treasure lands, with soaring spiritual energy and countless resources, but there is just one problem." Before the words could fully leave his mouth, Yibei flared up. "If we do not smash it to pieces, are we going to save it for a New Year's Eve feast?" Old Lion Yuan's ears rang, and after being scolded, he could only bow his head in silence. Zhang Limo also chimed in, letting out her pent-up anger. "Master is absolutely right. This smelly rat's nest dared to lock up junior sister for 3 centuries. What is there to miss about this unlucky place?" Bai Yu Ling's eyes welled with tears as she choked with emotion. "Master, senior sisters." Zhang Limo narrowed her eyes with murderous intent, her fists cracking. "Master, just stand there, let your disciple go over and flatten this landfill." Yibei quickly waved his hands to stop her. "Wait, hold your horses, young lady." He tapped his fingers, calculating, just leave it there for a few more days. For now, we have a more urgent and important matter to deal with. Jai Shah ran out from who knows where, dashing over in excitement while calling out, "Big sister, master." Chi Tai Bai was stunned and caught her younger sister. "Wait, Shah, what wind blew you to this place?" Jai Shah snuggled her face into Chi Tai Bai's chest and mumbled, "It is master's summons, dear." Yibei smirked with satisfaction. "Absolutely wonderful. The head count is complete, now it is time for the main event." A mystical pinkish-purple mist billowed up. Yibei clasped his hands in front of his chest, muttering hand seals to activate a mysterious formation. The fiery Kayan Kun cauldron landed heavily in front of the group, and Yibei cleared his throat to announce, "For the next event, the rewards will be distributed based on your ability. Whoever is more capable will get more." A questioning voice rang out, "What is Master trying to do?" Lai Yushan scratched her head in confusion. "Beats me, looking at this setup. He is probably going to lock us up for another cultivation session." Chi Tai Bai blinked in utter confusion, and Yibei barked his command, "Sit cross-legged, all of you, prepare yourselves for cultivation." An eager disciple speculated, maybe Master is going to perform some divine ability to break through, and at the same time bestow some blessings to help us sisters out. The crowd behind immediately chorused obediently, "Yes, we hear you loud and clear, senior sister." Suddenly, the ground convulsed and shook violently, like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Yibei spread his arms wide, his entire body bursting with a surging sky-blue aura. Lion Yuanda lost his mind in shock and screamed, "Heavens, this is..." He frantically yelled at the top of his lungs, "It is an underground spiritual vein." A massive pillar of emerald light exploded, tearing through the earth and piercing straight into the 9 heavens. Zhang Limo covered her mouth in shock. Damn, who would have thought that buried right beneath this Tian Kai holy palace was such a massive spiritual vein? Lai Yushan clicked her tongue in admiration. No wonder this rat's nest managed to flourish for 10,000 years. Chi Tai Bai was dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Amazing, this spiritual vein not only makes our cultivation methods operate automatically, but even our secret techniques and martial arts are upgrading along with it. She opened her large eyes wide, gaping in awe. This is truly a miracle that would make even ghosts and gods marvel. Yibei had now entered meditation, sitting cross-legged in the core of a floating sphere in the sky, continuously unleashing hundreds of terrifyingly overbearing auras. Yibei closed his eyes tightly and sank into the void. In the blink of an eye, a day passed, and Yibei was still deeply immersed in his cultivation. Slightly opening his eyes to look at the traces of chaos dancing between his fingers, he frowned and calculated, "Seems like I have reached the limit, haven't I? The first life-or-death hurdle for a cultivator is breaking through to the saint realm, although this difficult barrier has buried millions of arrogant geniuses to me." Yibei suddenly roared from within the sphere, "Break it for me." He solemnly chanted the incantation, "Supreme Fiend Bone, burn up, refine everything for me." From the middle of Yibei's smooth forehead, a beam of chaotic light suddenly shot out. The beam of chaotic light expanded frantically and shone with a blinding intensity. The surrounding space, unable to handle the immense pressure, cracked open with giant fissures. Yibei stood up straight, his body bursting with a brilliant golden light that was almost blinding. He shouted in excitement as if he had struck gold, broke through to the saint realm. Although my current cultivation level has only reached the first layer of the saint realm, the path ahead is extremely arduous, and the catch is that I had to practice the most difficult technique called the Chaos Samsara art. He smacked his lips in worry. This time, relying on draining the spiritual vein of the entire Holy Land along with half of the Emperor transformation pool, I barely managed to squeeze through to become a saint. Where am I going to find such a goldmine for the next breakthrough? Above his head, dark clouds rolled in, and deafening thunder rumbled, dyeing the windy sky pitch black. Yibei looked up in surprise. Indeed, it is the tribulation cloud. He glanced down at Chi Tai Bai, who was enveloped in an emerald glow, and calculated, if I remember correctly, 20 days ago this girl had already reached the peak demi-emperor level. Could she be about to leverage some of my spiritual energy today to break through and become a great emperor? Well, if you want to be a great emperor, Master will grant your wish. Chi Tai Bai suddenly cried out in a panic, "Master, the situation is a bit intense. Do I need to suppress it and find an open field to face the tribulation?" She spoke determinedly. "I have no idea how terrifying this emperor tribulation will be. But if this trouble I brought ends up hurting Master and my sisters, I will not be able to bear it." Ibei replied with an expressionless face, "Stop trying to suppress it. Just spread your wings, fly into the sky, and face the lightning with all your strength. I will handle the rest of the trouble. If you accidentally miss this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, who knows when you will get another chance." Chi Tai Bai bowed her head respectfully. "Your disciple is deeply grateful for Master's kindness." With that, she ran with all her might, stepping on the wind and soaring into the sky like a missile. Her eyes burned with a fierce fire as Chi Tai Bai thought back with emotion. "If not for your life-saving grace, I would have been a useless corpse in a green grave 8 lifetimes ago. Without Master, I would probably still be a soulless body, clutching a wine jug and getting drunk in some corner of the Tai Bai Sword Manor." She spread her arms heroically, using her chest to take the full force of the furious heavenly lightning striking down from the tribulation cloud. Waves of furious lightning struck like sledgehammers of the thunder god, hammering down without mercy. While launching palm strikes to counter, Chi Tai Bai thought, "Master is the truth, Master is the sturdiest sky above." She waved her hand to form a seal, and a sturdy wall of light expanded to shield her body. She cheered herself on, "Hang in there. The Emperor Tribulation has 9 stages of lightning trials, each strike sharper than the last. If I can grit my teeth and survive this 9-fold lightning tribulation, the path to becoming a great emperor will be paved with roses." On the ground, Ibei narrowed his eyes and focused his nerves, watching Chi Tai Bai's every breath, but the script for this trial seemed to be slightly off track. Around Chi Tai Bai's body, countless eerie, chaotic light beams scattered. She gritted her teeth and unleashed the Xuan Yuan sword intent, gripping the hilt and delivering a skyrending slash forward. Dozens of formations instantly bloomed, accompanied by howling winds of violent aura. A brilliant stripe of light suddenly illuminated the entire sky. Seeing Chi Tai Bai frozen like an immobile stone statue, the sisters below cried out in panic, "Sister, 4th senior sister, wake up." Ibei frowned and muttered in evaluation, "This familiar scent is definitely—" Yes, right on the mark, it was the dread inner demon lightning. Chi Tai Bai was hit with excruciating pain, gritting her teeth to endure the trial. Chi Tai Bai's body curled up, trembling violently in gut-wrenching pain. In the heart of the lightning storm, a great divine dragon emerged, winding its massive body to wrap around Chi Tai Bai like living armor, bearing the brunt of the continuous lashes of heavenly lightning without missing a single hit. Zhang Limo broke into a cold sweat and gasped, "Heavens, the amount of energy concentrated in this lightning bolt is terrifying. It is even more devastating than 7 or 8 bolts combined." Jia Jifu bit her nails in anxiety. "This is bad, it's about to fall apart. Senior sister is barely hanging on in her current state. How can she bear this burden?" Jai Sha's face contorted, her hands clasped tightly as if praying for her sister, constantly whispering words of support, "Sister, hang in there. You must survive and get through this." The giant dragon continued to circle and protect Chi Tai Bai's small figure. The lightning storm from the 10,000 thunderbolts strike unleashed its fury on them, carrying immense murderous intent, as if wanting to grind the entire world into dust. Without hesitation, the divine dragon opened its massive maw and swallowed that violent bolt of lightning whole. Ibei still stood tall above, shielding his favorite disciple. Chi Tai Bai looked up sheepishly to apologize, "1,000 apologies, Master. Just now, I got distracted and my mind wandered, letting them catch me off guard." She broke into a cold sweat and shuddered in panic. "That was close. I was almost led astray by that damn inner demon. Fortunately, at the last second, I recalled Master's figure, Sha-Er's face, and my gossiping sisters, which brought me back to my senses." Ibei said indifferently, "It is good that your brain caught up in time, but unfortunately, the current situation has hit a dead end." Right above their heads, a deformed magic circle suddenly sealed, swirling like a giant tornado that threatened to sweep away everything. Chi Tai Bai gasped in shock, "Oh heavens, What on earth is this? Ibe explained calmly, the rule states that whoever dares to interfere in the Emperor Tribulation will receive a red card called the Tribulation Wrath. Once this monstrosity appears, you can be sure you will be torn to pieces and never be reincarnated. Chi Bai clasped her hands, her face crestfallen and apologetic. Forgive me, master, I caused this mess. Ignoring the risk, Ibe calmly charged straight into the center of the formation storm. Chi Bai was stunned, her jaw dropping as she screamed to stop him, master. What crazy thing are you trying to do? Ibe clicked his tongue nonchalantly and tossed back a sentence. The livelier the tribulation wrath gets, the better. I am holding a dusty supreme treasure that can only be refined with the fire of heavenly thunder. Isn't this sweet deal a feast set out just for me to enjoy? The female disciples on the ground scratched the walls in anxiety. Oh my God, Master ran straight into the tribulation cloud. That place is the epicenter of the most terrifying lightning tribulation damage in the universe. Zhang Limo bit her lip and asked anxiously, will jumping in there turn him into a roasted pig? Do we sisters need to run up and help Master? Chi Bai quickly descended and landed beside them to stop them. Drop that impulsive idea, girls. One person interfering in the tribulation cloud has already thrown this whole region into chaos. If any more go in, it will only bring more trouble and drag Master down. She bit her lip, her teeth grinding. If anything happens to Master, I swear I will take a blade and slash that damn cloud in half. By now, Yi Bei had successfully entered the central area of the formation. He immediately channeled his energy and unleashed the prairie fire to burn down everything. The two massive sources of energy clashed, creating an earth-shattering impact. A harsh explosion boomed, followed by hundreds of howling lightning bolts splashing in all directions. Ashes fell and everything faded, leaving only a single trace of chaotic energy hanging across the sky at the heart of the storm. Chi Bai drew her sword and gave instructions. You junior sisters just stay down here and cultivate quietly. Let me go up to guard and protect Master. Lai Yushan nodded submissively. As you command, senior sister. Chi Bai leaped up, preparing to charge into the danger zone. Before her heels could even reach the entrance, Yi Bei strolled out to meet the wind. He squinted his sore eyes, scratching his head with a frustrated, exhausted expression. Chi Bai smiled brightly and clapped to congratulate him. Congratulations, Master, on conquering the saint stage and refining the supreme treasure on the side. Yi Bei chuckled softly. Cut the flattery. I should be the one sending you a flower basket to celebrate your successful breakthrough to the Great Emperor Realm. The system server showed another notification. Detected up to 5 disciples breaking through to the Great Emperor Realm. The disciple reunion feature is being upgraded. Yi Bei scratched his chin, whispering to himself in delight. Oh la la, I didn't expect that I have already nurtured 5 young sprouts to grow into great emperors. He playfully nudged Chi Bai and asked, guess which place you finished in among your sisters to reach the Great Emperor Realm? She spread out all 5 fingers to count and said confidently, high chance I am in 5th place. Yi Bei was startled and stared. Oh, how magical. How do you know? Chi Bai raised her chin proudly, Master. While I was busy facing the tribulation to leap into the Great Emperor Realm, my 6th sense suddenly caught a premonition, telling me in a dream that I am the 5th one to pass. Yi Bei smiled from ear to ear, slapping Chi Bai's shoulder and coaxing, then that is great. Use your internal energy to see if your intuition can pinpoint their current coordinates. Chi Bai replied quickly, yes, Master, I just tried messing with the tracking function. She pointed toward the distant horizon and explained, but I am not sure if my intuition is weak or if the distance is too far. It seems to be blinking towards the southwest of the central continent region. Yi Bei paused in surprise. The central continent region. Well, what a coincidence. Isn't that desolate place where that specter evil creature found the floating corpse of the demon tribe? Yi Bei patted Chi Bai's shoulder and entrusted her with the responsibility. We have played enough. I am giving you a tough mission now. Chi Bai beat her chest without hesitation and made a grand vow. Even if Master wants to pluck the stars from the sky, your disciple will exhaust all my strength to bring them back to you. Yi Bei leisurely concluded, next month is the deadline for my celebratory memorial ceremony. From now until then, Take your companions and use every channel from the Jinyi Dark Bureau to encrypted codes to gather all the sisters we can still contact and bring them here." Chi Tai-bai stood in a daze. "Wait, Master, why must we do that?" A basket of huge question marks popped up in her mind. How strange, Master's old body has already popped open the coffin and walked out alive and kicking. Why hold a memorial ceremony and waste money on joss paper? Yibei waved his hand and concluded briefly, "When the auspicious hour comes next month, I will beat the gong and officially declare war on that faction of the 9 great holy lands." He wore an arrogant smile, his domineering aura radiating intensely. To be precise, shouldn't it be the 8 great holy lands instead? Chi Tai-bai bowed and reported, "Master, according to the ranking I investigated, the strength of the 9 great holy lands is quite diverse, and unfortunately, this Tian Kai Holy Palace sits at the absolute bottom of the list." Yibei tilted his head slightly, replying calmly to Chi Tai-bai, "I understand." By the way, he also inquired further, "So where does Xingyao Holy Palace rank right now?" Chi Tai-bai hesitated slightly upon uttering the name Xingyao. In her heart, she thought, she had now reached the great emperor realm, with enough power to directly contend with Xingyao Holy Palace, but if they truly laid all their cards on the table. After pondering for a moment, Chi Tai-bai finally reported, "Xingyao is currently ranked 3rd. On the surface, Xingyao Holy Land only possesses 3 great emperors, but your disciple has heard rumors that they all belong to the same master, and the leader is none other than the previous generation's Xingyao Holy Lord." Stroking her chin with a worried expression, she analyzed further. That old monster is not dead yet, but is only hiding in closed-door cultivation. With thousands of years passing by, I fear his cultivation has reached a much more terrifying height. Yibei only sneered, thinking to himself that the foundation of a holy land indeed cannot be measured by the eyes of mortals. He muttered casually to himself, "Even if the 8 great holy lands are incredibly formidable, so what? Once the memorial ceremony arrives and I gather enough of my favorite disciples, my power will surely explode. At that time, suppressing all 8 holy lands will be as simple as flipping my hand." Yibei declared his command. "Chi Tai-bai, listen carefully. As soon as the memorial ceremony ends, Xingyao Holy Land will be the first thorn we pluck." Chi Tai-bai immediately clasped her hands and replied readily, "Your disciple understands, Master." She comforted herself, once Master's words are out, the die is cast. Then she gently asked, "When sending messages to the other sisters, should I reveal the secret that you have returned to life from the grave?" Yibei smirked, "Keep it a secret. Giving them a pleasant shock will be much more interesting." Walking forward, he muttered to himself, "I am also curious to see how much those little rascals have grown after 3 centuries of my absence." Suddenly, Yibei's expression turned stern. "Ling was locked up in the Tian Kai Holy Palace for so long, and none of you even noticed. When I bring out the whip, I will make sure each of you gets a fair share of the beating." Sensing danger, Chi Tai-bai panicked and immediately knelt flat on the ground. Jai Sha and Bai Yuling were also startled, utterly bewildered to see their senior sister suddenly kneeling to apologize. Not daring to delay, the 2 girls also hurriedly knelt down beside her. Yibei waved his sleeve, releasing a gentle force to lift the 2 younger disciples back up, and scolded in annoyance, "What are you 2 putting your faces on the ground for? This matter is due to your senior sister's negligence. It is not your fault." His face darkened with a gloomy cloud. "If I had been reincarnated 2 centuries later, wouldn't our Ling have had to endure imprisonment for that many more years?" Bai Yuling quickly tried to mediate. "Master, please calm down. This cannot be entirely blamed on my senior sisters. After all, it was Ling who caused the trouble. Please be merciful and do not punish them wrongly." Jia Jifu, standing nearby, involuntarily let out a warm smile. She recalled with emotion that this warm and chaotic scene had vanished long ago. She never expected that after 3 long centuries, she would be immersed in this memory once again. Yibei sighed, his eyes unable to hide a mixture of helplessness and affection. He waved his hand and said, "All right, that is enough. All of you stand up. I still have a bunch of other matters to deal with right now." He instructed them warmly, "I have already handed over the details of what you need to do to Chi Tai-bai. The group immediately chanted in unison, "Your disciples have engraved it in our hearts." Chi Bai blinked in curiosity. Is Master planning to visit the central continent? Yibei nodded and replied, "Yes, I will take a quick trip there and return shortly." In his mind, he was already scheming. This trip to the central continent was primarily to drag a great emperor disciple back, but a larger objective was to search for some clues regarding the demon clan. Lai Yushan excitedly showed off her new toy. "Master, look at this. This is an upgraded miniature flying vessel. Its speed is comparable to Noah's Ark in the blink of an eye. About 2 days, we will land safely in the central continent region." Ibei laughed in delight and nodded in praise. "Wonderful, just what I wanted." He commanded, "It is set then, exactly 1 month from now, we will all gather at the Yi Imperial Tomb." Jia Jifu bowed obediently, "Yes, Master." The scene shifted to Zhu Que City in the central continent region, where a dense crowd was gathering to cause a scene. Angry curses rang out. "What kind of ridiculous business is this? I have lived to this age, and this is the first time I have seen such bizarre racial discrimination." The outraged crowd looked ready to overturn the city to protest the Yao clan's regulations. Exactly. Why can those beasts walk straight into the city without even queuing or being questioned? What year is this that they still keep such blatant favoritism? It is simply unbelievable. Seeing the tense situation, a pink-haired young man shouted to clarify, "Stop making a fuss. Making you queue is not about looking down on you. It is because the Yao clan is offering an astronomical reward to frantically hunt for alchemists across the entire central continent region." By some stroke of bad luck, Yibei ended up right in this gossiping crowd, so the entire story entered his ears. Piecing together the rumors from the commoners, he managed to gather a juicy piece of news. It was rumored that Jiamai Yao Venerable of the Yao clan was about to pass away, so the 4 great Yao emperors posted notices all over the central continent region seeking a way to extend his life. Whoever could do it would have no shortage of wealth and fame, but unfortunately, this notice had been up for several years, and countless people who came to try their luck had left in disappointment. He approached from behind and asked politely, "Fellow brother, may I ask a quick question? Who exactly are the 4 great Yao emperors you just mentioned?" Yibei's naive question, as if dropping from the sky, left the 2 men wide-eyed. "What? You are completely clueless about the once famous 4 great Yao emperors." Seeing him bewildered, the 2 clicked their tongues and shared some basic knowledge. The first one is the Golden Peng Great Emperor Dao Zhuang. Next is the Qing Yu Great Emperor Niu Fen, along with the Fox Great Emperor Da Fei Fei, and finally the Qitian Great Emperor Sun Wu Zio. Among the 4 names mentioned, he paused particularly at the last name, staring as he pressed for answers. "Wait, what did you say the last great emperor's name was?" The pink-haired youth replied firmly, "Precisely the Qitian Great Sage Sun Wu Zio. But it is normal for a bumpkin like you to have never heard of her, because this great emperor's background is as legendary as a novel. According to his intelligence, her talent was ranked among the rarest in the Yao clan for 10,000 years. Just 2 centuries ago, she was still lingering at the Saint King stage, yet even back then she arrogantly claimed the title of the Qitian Great Sage." Hearing up to this point, Yibei slapped his thigh, absolutely certain. It couldn't be anyone else. The great emperor in his mouth is definitely that monkey son Wu Zio who specializes in cultivating the great Tao of strength, who is also my 5th disciple. Leaping from Saint King to Demi-Emperor, and then reaching the peak of Great Emperor, it only took her a mere 100 years. Hitting the right spot, he eagerly pried further. "So do you know why Great Sage Sun is so anxious to find longevity medicine for Jia My Yao Venerable?" The other guy cleared his throat, putting on a dramatic expression as he recounted, "Oh, as for this, we have to go back to the glorious past of this great sage." He narrowed his eyes as he recalled her feats. Years ago, she single-handedly threw half of the Yao clan's territory into chaos. After having her fun, she accidentally caught the eye of Jia My Yao Venerable. The old man found her to his liking, so he took her under his wing to guide her. After that, the Yao Venerable offered to take her as his disciple, but was flatly rejected. The old man was generous enough not to hold a grudge, only leaving a word that if the Yao clan ever faced danger in the future, she shouldn't turn her back. Great Sage Sun found it reasonable, so she agreed. As time flew by, When Great Sage Sun officially stepped into the Great Emperor realm, she carried her staff and smashed the Shang Ming Holy Land to pieces. Not only did she decapitate several thousand experts there, she also conveniently looted their supreme treasures and divine weapons. Reaching the climax, the pink-haired youth smiled mysteriously and concluded, basically, if Jia Mayao Venerable had not stepped in to carry the burden back then, she would have been beaten to a pulp by those Holy Palace Emperor Venerables long ago. Hearing this dramatic story, Yibei massaged his forehead between laughter and tears, grimacing as he muttered to himself, I swear, if I knew this, I wouldn't have brainwashed her with the journey to the West back then. This troublesome monkey acts so deeply, she actually thinks she is the Qi Tian great sage descended to Earth. In the blink of an eye, his playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a thoughtful, calculating look. He muttered, wait, if I remember correctly, when I broke through to the divine court back then, I obtained a recipe card for the 9 Heavens longevity pill. I wonder how effective this thing is. Without letting him scratch his head for too long, the system immediately provided the answer. This is a pill formula specifically for extending longevity. The grades range from the lowest 1st grade to the finest 9th grade, but it requires a pile of expensive natural treasures that might not even be affordable even if one emptied their pockets. Once successfully refined, a single pill is more than enough to add another 100 years of life to the user. However, the rules of the game are very clear. Each person can only use one pill, taking more is useless. Grasping all this theory, his eyes lit up as he nodded, so that is how it works. As time passed, about half an incense stick later, the man in charge of registration looked at Yibei and asked indifferently, you there, are you an alchemist yourself or just an errand boy bringing medicine to sell? Yawning, he replied casually, an alchemist. The registrar began his tedious interrogation to fill out the registration form. So, what rank is your skill? He replied as light as a feather, 7th rank. At first the man did not react, his attitude still indifferent, 7th rank. But a split second later, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He stared at him as if looking at an alien creature. What? Wait, 7th rank. His eyebrows furrowed, and his tone turned into a harsh warning. Stop bluffing. Do you know the Yao clan hates fraudsters the most? Do you have any idea how terrifyingly heavy the title of a 7th rank alchemist is? Then he launched into a long-winded lecture. Open your eyes and look. The most famous figure in the alchemy world on this continent is the 9th rank grandmaster Yao Chen. Even a genius like him had to grind all the way to the Saint King realm before crawling up to the 7th rank. Hearing those words, Yibei found them surprisingly amusing. He raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Well, it is a small world indeed. Yao Chen, you say? The registrar still did not let it go, venting the rest of his frustration. Do you even know who Master Yao Chen is? He is the #1 alchemy genius in 1,000 years. Look at your pathetic 7th-tier saint cultivation. What makes you think you are worthy of carrying her shoes? Scorned by a random passerby, Yibei felt a strong urge to shout the truth to open his eyes. That girl is my 22nd disciple. I am her master. Think about that and tell me if I have the right. Of course, the man did not believe a single word. He merely waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, just get out of my sight. With that, he turned away, still muttering complaints about running into a delusional person. Fortunately for him, Yibei was a generous soul. He only sighed inwardly. What kind of bizarre era is this where nobody believes the truth? Whatever. Out of respect for how you just praised my disciple to the high heavens, I will not hold a grudge against you. Along the bustling streets of Zhuque City, the noisy calls for applications echoed through every alley. The Yutian Alchemist Guild was loudly recruiting alchemists. The requirements were diverse. Anyone of the Saint Realm and 3rd rank or above could apply. On the other side, another voice shouted, "Come over and do not miss out. The Yan Wu Alchemist Guild welcomes talent. As long as you have reached the late divine court stage, regardless of your alchemy level, you will be accepted if you have a bit of knack." Squeezing through the crowd, Yibei patted a passerby on the shoulder and politely struck up a conversation. Sorry to bother you, brother, but do you know which turn leads to the recruitment venue of the Xingchen Alchemist Guild? Unfortunately, this man gave him a side-eye, looking him up and down with the same contempt as the registrar earlier. HMPH, With a mere 7th-tier saint cultivation, you dare show your face and ask around. Splashed with another bucket of cold water, Yi Bei's face twitched in awkwardness. What on earth? Did saints eat your family's food? Is the saint realm automatically destined to be trampled into the mud? Who says a saint cannot refine a 7th-rank pill? While he was fuming, a lady by the roadside suddenly called out softly, "Young master, that bright red pavilion looming back there is indeed the headquarters of the Xing Alchemist Guild." The lady looked at the pavilion with admiration, her voice tinged with regret. It is just that a powerful force like Xing has no time to pick up passers-by like us. Their standards are extremely strict. If anyone has mediocre talent or has not reached the 4th rank of alchemy, they will not even spare a glance. Contrary to the lady's longing expression, Yi Bei simply replied with a flat, "Oh, is that so?" Seeing an opportunity, she seized the moment to win him over. "I see that you exude an extraordinary aura, young master. How about I speak to the elders in our guild and ask them to consider letting you join us?" Without bothering to stay and listen to her whole proposal, he turned on his heel and walked away quickly, leaving behind a brief, "Thank you for your kindness." Despite her shouting behind him, "Hey, young master, do not leave so quickly, wait a moment." In a flash, Yi Bei's figure appeared before the gates of the Xing Alchemist Guild. The guarding disciple glanced at him and quickly caught on, "You are here to apply for the guild, right?" With that, he waved his hand, directing a servant to lead him inside. The service style here seemed far from the arrogant reputation rumored in the martial world. Instead, it was very welcoming. "Please follow me, young master." This gentle treatment caught Yi Bei off guard. "Huh, is the screening that quick? Are you not going to grill me with a few more test questions?" Stepping deeper into the main hall, he saw a large crowd of alchemists who had been sitting and waiting for a while. Looking at the massive wave of applicants was enough to gauge the reputation of this place. It seemed the Xing Alchemist Guild was indeed worthy of its name, possessing an impressive charm to attract talented people. On the high platform, a young man named Bai Shan stepped out with clasped hands and announced loudly, "A warm welcome to all of you to the Xing Alchemist Guild. Without further ado, we will immediately begin the first round of challenges." His deep, warm voice echoed clearly through the hall. "I am Bai Shan, and my cultivation is currently at the peak Saint King stage. I understand that most of you came here to meet guild leader Xing, but my master is currently in secluded cultivation, so we will be in charge of testing you." This introduction immediately triggered a commotion below. Wow, a 7th-rank alchemist, and he is a direct disciple of Master Yao Xing. Holding those 2 titles is enough to stand above tens of thousands in the alchemy world. Who knows what kind of difficult test the Xing Alchemist Guild will pull out today. The whispering was quickly cut off by Bai Shan. "Your first trial is..." Every eye in the room grew extremely tense, holding their breath and locking onto his mouth to listen. But instead of speaking, a powerful spiritual sense suddenly surged from the depths of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, that invisible power covered the entire room, slamming directly into the minds of the slack-jawed applicants below. This surprise attack left many feeling dizzy and screaming in panic. "Oh my God, what kind of evil spirit is causing trouble here?" Yi Bei alone stood as still as a statue, the corner of his lips curling into an amused smile. "Aha, this trick is quite decent." After retracting the intimidating pressure, Bai Shan explained calmly, "The ultimate rule of an alchemist is to keep the mind tranquil and the spirit focused. Even if something earth-shattering happens while the cauldron is burning, your face must remain calm. Panic is strictly forbidden." The scare earlier was actually a trap to test the crowd's nerves. The herbs in this world are all rare and exotic treasures. Once ruined by a slip of the hand, you might never find a second batch for the rest of your life. Therefore, whoever flinched and stepped back just now failed. Whoever shut their eyes in fear failed. Whoever cried out in panic failed completely. Bai Shan waved his hand and ordered coldly, "My spiritual sense has scanned every corner of this hall. Those who failed should pack up and leave immediately." Several alchemists who had not even shown their skills were eliminated and roared in protest. "Are you kidding me? That is it. God, who could handle a surprise attack like this? Why not compare alchemy skills directly? Yes, it ended before we could even do anything." The Xingchen Alchemist Guild is completely unfair. But Yi Bei had the opposite view, nodding in appreciation at this interesting filtering method. The group of eliminated men and women were still bitter about being kicked out so randomly. One arrogant woman grumbled, "The pressure the senior released was at most near the mid to late saint realm. If you had warned us beforehand, who here could not have resisted it?" Her bitter, snobbish tone annoyed Yi Bei, making him frown slightly. Dismissing those whiny complaints, Bai Shan remained resolute, strictly enforcing the rules and mercilessly ushering the unfortunate group out of the lobby. The failed group trudged to the door, sighing in disappointment. "Well, I knew this Xingchen Alchemist Guild was tough." "Exactly, I heard passing the first 2 trials is extremely rare. Either way, they would rather leave spots open than lower their standards." "Makes sense, those who can get in here are all alchemy geniuses, not average people." With the purging complete, the recruitment process rolled on. Bai Shan guided the remaining survivors. "Everyone, please follow me to the next room. In 10 minutes we will begin the second trial." They all chorused in obedience, "As you command, senior." Yi Bei quietly gave Bai Shan a high rating, praising him in his heart. "Xing Chen is quite good at picking talent. This youth has a decent foundation, a steady mindset and sharp eyes. He is a true pedigree of the alchemy path." As Bai Shan passed by him, his eyes seemed drawn to him like a magnet. "Oh." A series of questions popped up in his mind. Is this youth only at the first-tier saint realm? He is the lowest cultivated in the hall, so how on earth did he stand as firm as a rock and pass the spiritual test? This guy is definitely a diamond in the rough. Yi Bei sharply caught the kid's train of thought, and without hesitation, returned a deep, intense look straight into his eyes. That authoritative glare startled Bai Shan, leaving him in utter shock. Wait, the aura in this gaze compared to Master's pressure, this youth seems to be. He quickly shook his head, reminding himself to dispel these wild thoughts. I must have been hallucinating just now. Bai Shan tried to calm his beating heart. How could that spine-chilling feeling be real? What right did a mere kid who just reached the saint realm have to emit such an oppressive gaze? The 10-minute break passed quickly. Bai Shan regained his composure and spoke. The first trial tested your state of mind, which ultimately cannot evaluate your full ability. This second stage is where your alchemy potential will truly be tested. The medicinal ingredients for a Qing Xin Dan are already laid out on your tables. He tapped the table to announce the rules. The challenge this time is to refine the pill. The tools, recipe, and ingredients are prepared. Whoever refines a usable Qing Xin Dan will pass. Hearing the rules, some alchemists began to whisper in disdain, "Tusking, is it that simple?" As a 4th-rank master, although I have never touched this 2nd-rank Qing Xin Dan, I am completely confident I can easily complete it. A female alchemist's hands were itching to start, wishing she could ignite her fire right away. Just watch, I only need 1 hour to produce a flawless masterpiece. But Bai Shan's final punchline was the real shock. "Ah, I forgot to remind you. Using an alchemy cauldron is strictly forbidden in this challenge." As expected, outrage broke out and the whole room erupted in complaints. "What on earth? Refining a pill without a cauldron? Are you playing with us? How can we cook medicine without a cauldron on pure faith? This is completely impossible." Yi Bei let out a chuckle upon hearing this. This rule was boringly familiar. He clicked his tongue inwardly. "Little Xing Chen, after all these years, you are still as mischievous as ever." Bai Shan wiped his face, having to spend more energy explaining to the crowd. "You think it is as hard as climbing to heaven, but let me share a secret. Years ago, when my master was only at the 2nd rank, she refined a 3rd-rank pill barehanded without touching a single cauldron." Whenever he mentioned his idol, his eyes shone brightly, his voice full of admiration. "Master once said, 'Nothing in this world is impossible, only minds not clever enough to figure it out.' A 10,000-mile journey is not to be feared, only a lack of willpower is to be feared." Hearing these grand theories, Yi Bei was speechless and found it incredibly funny. Oh my God, that cauldron-less refining method was clearly thought of by that clumsy girl because she kept blowing up all her cauldrons, and in desperation, she just blindly took a gamble. How on earth did it get turned into such a philosophical life motto by the public? The temperature in the examination room plummeted, and the atmosphere became tense and stifling. The applicant's previous confidence vanished, replaced by anxiety. The ingredients were only provided for a single attempt. If they failed, they would be sent packing. Playing with fire barehanded like this usually required countless practice runs to succeed. Forcing success on the very first try was clearly pushing them too hard. While everyone was still scratching their heads and looking at the ingredients, Yi-Bei had already started processing everything with lightning speed. His swift movements instantly drew many curious eyes. What is this guy trying to do? A Qing Xin Dan requires at least a dozen main herbs and 7 or 8 auxiliary ones. Don't tell me he plans to throw them all in to cook at once to gamble on his luck. A flurry of murmurs arose, discussing how the extraction time, the order of mixing, and the shaping technique had to be precise in every detail, as a single slip would ruin the entire batch. Yi-Bei ignored the noise, focusing 100% of his mind on the refining fire. Not only the people around him, but even Bai Shan was impressed by his fire-manipulating skills. Such a dominant aura was something only true alchemy grandmasters possessed. His skillful movements astonished Bai Shan. A youth at the first-tier saint realm exuding such a presence was truly bizarre. But no matter how much of a genius he was, it should not be easy to complete. In the blink of an eye, he smoothly transitioned to the step of dissolving the herbs. In the very next step, the ingredients were refined and ready to condense. The surrounding applicants seemed to forget their own exams, staring curiously at Yi-Bei. What kind of crazy fire is that? Such a blazing, refining speed is definitely cheating. Even with the best cauldron to melt Bing Xiu and Hua to remove impurities, it would take at least 2 breaths. Yi-Bei stood tall in the middle of the room, possessing a rare presence, his movements so rhythmic and flawless that not a single mistake could be found. Very quickly, he calmly entered the core refining stage. Seeing this, Bai Shan did not dare to doubt his ability any longer. Could it be? Is it possible that this youth's innate refining talent crushes even masters by 100 times? He only waited until he lightly flicked his finger. The chaotic pile of herbs suddenly intertwined obediently, officially merging into a single mass. Bai Shan watched intently, astonished beyond words. This youth not only possesses a God-given talent for alchemy, but his array formation skills are also top tier. Practicing both paths at once, just what kind of genius is he? The other alchemists soon realized. He has already succeeded halfway. The next most crucial step is condensing the pill. If he passes this, the Qing Xin Dan is as good as done. Yi-Bei was only 1 step away from the finish line. His mind was as calm as a still lake as he exerted full control over the refining. As thousands of spiritual energy currents converged at a single point. The powerful impact of the energy caused his internal blood and qi to fluctuate slightly, causing his eyebrows to twitch a little. Bai Shan sharply caught that brief slip, and in his heart he envisioned failure. What a pity! If his fire control had been a bit smoother, he might have successfully refined the pill. However, a horrified scream from the crowd directly shattered his short-sighted assumption. Everyone, look quickly. That youth is not done yet. He calmly maintained the fire, and turning around, a loud shout was heard, "Form!" The outline of the spiritual pill instantly condensed fully in midair. Yet those people still insisted he had not truly succeeded. As expected, it is still a failure. Indeed, waving your hand for a few minutes and expecting a finished product, it should take at least 3 hours. With his cultivation, it would be a miracle if it did not fail. In response to their baseless doubts, Yi-Bei simply curled his lips into a mysterious smile. The rough pill in his hand suddenly showed signs of cracking on its outer shell. And when the outer layer completely peeled away, a mystical mist suddenly poured out, enveloping it. Every alchemist was all too familiar with this sight, and they stared in astonishment at its rarity. Pill mist. Oh my God, not only did he refine the pill, but pill mist also appeared. This is a top-grade Qing Xin Dan. The efficacy of this Qing Xin Dan beats a regular one by 5 times. Is he even human? Yi-Bei fondled the finished product in his hand, smiling with satisfaction. Well done. I did not expect the 20 times refining speed reward to also boost the refining quality. Although it did not reach 20 times, it still easily beats 10 times of normal refining. Then he looked toward Bai Shan and asked casually, "Well, is this pill of mine valid?" Bai Shan did not dare to answer immediately but timidly suggested, "Young master, could you spare some time to speak with me in private?" Hearing this, he nodded immediately, agreeing on the spot, "I have the same intention." As soon as the door closed, he eagerly asked, "May I venture to ask your esteemed name, young master, and whether you have acknowledged a master?" He leisurely uttered each word, "I am Yi Bei, and I have no master." This answer was completely unexpected. How strange! To have such smooth, refining skills without any guidance, it seems I still underestimated his alchemy talent. Seeing such a great prospect, he immediately offered, "If I recommend you to my master, who is also guild leader Yao Xing Chen of the Xing Chen Alchemist Guild, would you be willing to take her as your master?" Hearing this offer, Yi Bei was far from pleased. Instead, his face showed a speechless expression. Bai Shan noticed his awkward expression and quickly added, "I understand that your alchemy talent is very high. But the path of alchemy only becomes more difficult later on. Over 130 years ago, Master broke through to the 9th rank alchemist stage, and her cultivation is also anchored at the peak half-emperor stage. She is only one step away from the legendary title of Alchemy Heavenly Master, but she has been stuck there, unable to take that final step." Only now did he realize the kid's intention. It turned out he brought him here not to join the guild, but to entice him to take a master, and even worse, to bow down to that girl Xing Chen. Seeing how enthusiastic the kid was, he playfully went along with it. "I have no objection, but I can assure you that if your master meets me, she will absolutely not dare to accept me as her disciple." Still naive to the truth, Bai Shan replied, "No way, if master meets you, she will definitely be thrilled." Yi Bei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if that brat Xing Chen sees me, she might cry tears of joy." Before they even met, he was already imagining the scene of her hugging him and weeping, "Master, your disciple missed you so much. There, stop crying." Well, he was also eagerly looking forward to this reunion. Bai Shan suddenly added more information, calculating by the date, Master's current secluded cultivation is about to end. She once instructed that after coming out, she would travel to the Zhangzhou region. Yi Bei pricked up his ears in curiosity. "Oh, did your master come here before?" The kid obediently disclosed the details. "Yes, as soon as news broke that Jia Mai Yao Zun's lifespan was nearing its end, Sun De Sheng, one of the 4 emperors of the Yao clan, came to ask Master for help. Unfortunately, Master was also helpless at the time and could not come up with any way to extend Jia Mai Yao Zun's lifespan. That is why the Zhangzhou region posted notices to search for other alchemists or purchase lifespan-extending pills." Connecting the words the kid just said, a nearly depleted lifespan. Why did Jia Mai Yao Zun's situation sound so familiar? Wasn't it exactly like my own miserable state from back then? If his condition was indeed the same, he could be certain of one thing. A common, run-of-the-mill 7th rank lifespan-extending pill would definitely be useless for Jia Mai Yao Dai. An idea flashed in his mind, making him chuckle, but if it is not a common grade, that would be a different story. He patted Bai Shan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "That works, I will camp out here and wait for your master to arrive." The youth replied with anticipation, "That is wonderful." Bai Shan even enthusiastically paved the way for him. "If you lack refining materials, feel free to take the common ones. As for the rare items, we will smuggle them to you at internal prices, guaranteed to be much cheaper than buying outside." Hearing these persuasive words, Yi Bei did not feel happy at all, only feeling a shiver down his spine. Why did he suddenly switch to a sales pitch to hustle ingredients? If I did not know he was Xing Chen's disciple, I might have thought I had stepped into some scam guild. Putting those matters aside, he handed over a list, instructing the kid to help prepare a few items. Shu Yuan Gu, San Yuan Tianqing Hua, Kaixing Ling Zhai, along with Yin Ning Cao, Jin Ling Zai, and Lan Xing Chen Yi. Yi Bei's intention was very clear. Today, he wanted to easily refine a Jiu Zio Shu Yuan Dan and get it over with. Hearing the names of these herbs, Bai Shan was slightly stunned, knowing they were all top-grade stock, each worth a fortune. Was this guy really planning to use these national treasure ingredients for refining? Thinking this, he could not help but ask. "Brother Yi, I am a bit curious. What rank is your current alchemy level exactly?" He thought for a few seconds and replied calmly, let us just say 7th rank. But in his heart, he knew that title was still not enough, especially since he possessed a 10 times refining speed, coupled with the black flame of the Zhai Zun Ma Gu. The 7th rank was now just the lowest baseline for him to play around with. Returning to the main subject, Yibei gestured to Bai Shan, "If you are not busy, please gather those ingredients for me as quickly as possible." The youth nodded eagerly, Sure, I will get them right away." Just 15 minutes later, he ran back out of breath carrying the items. "Brother Yi, the ingredients you need are all here." He even generously advertised, "This room is equipped with a super-quality alchemy cauldron, more than capable of handling 8th rank pills and above." Setting the items carefully on the table, he rubbed his hands and said, "If there is nothing else you need, I shall take my leave first." To his surprise, Yibei stopped him. "No need to leave, you can stay here." Bai Shan blinked, such a great opportunity falling from the sky, really. Who would refuse such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He grinned widely. Then, acts of obedience are better than gestures of respect. With that, Yibei began his pill refining process. His very first moves blew Bai Shan's mind. "Oh my God, is this a joke? Don't tell me he plans to use this method to refine the Jiu Zio Shu Yuan Dan." With a light flick of his spiritual energy, he levitated the entire massive pile of herbs into the air, and threw them all into the fire to purify the impurities. From start to finish, Bai Shan could not take his eyes off his skillful actions. The power of this illusory cauldron was just as dominant as any real alchemy cauldron. Even more terrifyingly, Brother Yi not only processed each step flawlessly, but his speed and efficiency were also several times faster than an average person's. This intense refining process continued uninterrupted until noon the next day. Bai Shan suddenly pricked up his ears as a noisy commotion drifted in from outside. "Oh my, everyone come out and look." The noisy crowd, sounding like a chaotic market, made him frown in annoyance, sighing. The unwritten rule was that one must never disturb an alchemist while they were working. A slight slip of the hand could result in a complete failure at best, or a cauldron explosion and severe damage to their alchemy path at worst. So he decided to head outside to see what on earth they were making such a fuss about. To his surprise, the sight before him immediately shocked him to the core. A massive cluster of lightning bolts was striking down furiously from the sky. "Oh my God, this is a pill tribulation descending." This was clearly a magnificent spectacle that only existed in legends. Forget the 7th rank label. Even refining a regular 9th rank pill would never summon a pill tribulation, unless it was a peak 9th rank or some heaven-defying immortal pill. Analyzing for a moment, Bai Shan's mind locked onto one shocking scenario. Could it be that those rolling lightning bolts were actually summoned by Brother Yi? Just then, a mysterious afterimage suddenly flashed past the roof. The supernatural speed of this stranger startled him, making it impossible to ignore. Bai Shan quickly leaped up and chased closely after the dark figure. Catching up to the target, he quickly bowed and greeted Zhu Kui. "How are you, City Lord Zhu Kui? It has been a long time." The City Lord Zhu Kui, a renowned tyrant emperor, was equally surprised upon seeing Bai Shan. So this noisy pill tribulation was not summoned by you, Bai Shan." At first, he was certain that Master Xing Chen had personally fired up the cauldron and refined the pill in this pavilion. After hearing the youth wave his hand to explain, he was stunned. "No, it is not. My master will only arrive in about half a month. The expert refining inside is actually a friend of mine." Back inside the secret room, Yibei had now completed all the steps, and the pill was formed. At that exact moment, a brilliant beam of light pierced straight through the roof, tearing through the silent night. This shocking burst of light forced Zhu Kui and Bai Shan to personally come over out of curiosity to inspect. What caught their eyes was the image of him casually pointing his finger at that strange circular token. Instantly, the ring burst into raging flames, drawing all the fierce lightning in the sky to obediently coil and gather at a single point. Witnessing this magical scene, Bai Shan and Zhu Kui were frozen like statues, their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word, while the shout it succeeded echoed in their minds. Bai Shan swallowed hard, thinking, With Brother Yi's earth-shattering pill-refining skill, he is absolutely not a fake 7th rank, but indeed a genuine 9th rank alchemist. Just then, from inside the attic, Yi lightly tossed the newly refined spiritual pill, sending it flying out onto the veranda. The small pill hovered in the air for a few moments, before landing safely right in front of Bai Shan's face. Yi ordered in a flat voice, "Bai Shan, taste it." Bai Shan quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Yi." Beside him, Zhu Kuei pouted. "Does a masterpiece like this even need someone to test it? Oh my God, why not give such a good thing to me?" Ignoring the jealousy, Bai Shan held his breath, focused his mind, and popped the pill into his mouth to swallow it. 10 minutes passed, and Bai Shan still had his eyes closed, putting all his effort into digesting the pill's power. Out of nowhere, his face suddenly turned as pale as paper, and cold sweat drenched his entire body. A moment later, a massive pillar of energy erupted from Bai Shan's body, shooting up and tearing through the sky. When the absorption process ended, Bai Shan let out a sigh of relief, slowly drawing the scattered spiritual energy back inside. Zhu Kuei quickly ran over and congratulated him warmly. "Oh, congratulations to Brother Bai Shan for riding the clouds and ascending straight to the half-emperor realm." But then he stopped short, his eyes bulging as he noticed something unusual. "Hey, your alchemy skills seem to have also just." Bai Shan nodded excitedly. "Thank you for your sharp eyes, City Lord. My skills indeed advanced a bit. I am probably on the verge of joining the 8th rank alchemists now." Zhu Kuei muttered in disbelief, 8th rank. He scratched his head and calculated. Climbing from the 7th to the 8th rank sounds close, but in reality, they are two completely different worlds. From deep inside the attic, Yi-Bei's calm voice drifted out. "How is it? How many years were added to your lifespan?" The onlookers below immediately fell into a frenzy. "Wait, what is this about adding to lifespan? Normally one should ask how many levels their cultivation rose or what rank their skill reached, right?" "Exactly, why ask about lifespan all of a sudden? Wait, what kind of strange medicine was that secluded senior refining anyway?" On the high platform, Bai Shan bowed politely, reporting respectfully, "To Senior Yi, I have gained an extra 300 years of life." Zhu Kuei eagerly rushed forward and grabbed his shoulder. "Brother Bai, if I may ask, if this miraculous pill is given to Lord Jiamo, could it restore his youth?" Bai Shan scratched his head and stammered, "This is a tough one. You should ask him yourself, City Lord." Zhu Kuei nodded in agreement, approved. Behind the scenes, Yi-Bei turned the remaining pill over and over in his hand, quietly calculating in his mind. The quality was unquestionable, but the success rate was a bit low. Exhausting all his energy, he had only produced 4 true transcendent pills, while the other 5 were merely top-grade ones acting as filler. Where exactly did the technical error occur? Just at that moment, the duo Bai Shan and Zhu Kuei tiptoed all the way inside. As soon as he showed his face, Zhu Kuei immediately sized up the appearance of the person opposite him, secretly assessing his level. Only first layer Saint Realm. Wait, that cannot be. How could he be so weak? Glancing over to see Bai Shan serving him with such submissiveness, he scratched his chin in utter confusion. How strange. Brother Bai Shan was looking at that young lad with such adoration as if he were an immortal, yet Brother Bai Shan was now an influential 8th-grade alchemist and a half-emperor powerhouse, so he surely must have seen through this kid's true identity. Zhu Kuei narrowed his eyes to scrutinize Yi-Bei, thinking to himself that by deduction, this young man holding at the first layer Saint Realm must definitely be a hidden master 9th-grade alchemist. Ignoring the two individuals bustling in front of him, Yi-Bei remained immersed in his own world, realizing that the mistake likely occurred during the lightning-catching phase when condensing the pills, as his lightning handling technique was not smooth enough. Bai Shan cleared his throat to speak. "Senior Yi, allow me to introduce the ruler of Zhu Kuei City. He has something he wishes to share." Yi-Bei sluggishly turned back. "Speak, what is it?" Facing the young man, Zhu Kuei was unexpectedly overwhelmed, standing in a daze for a few seconds. Waiting until Yi-Bei settled down, he timidly spoke. "May I ask if Senior Yi has heard about the unfortunate situation of our Lord Jiamo? I was wondering if the extraordinary pill you just made could save a bit of his old life." Yi-Bei quickly replied, "It can be used, but its efficacy will be greatly reduced, at most extending his lifespan by 100 years. Zhu Kuei was startled and cried out, "Oh my, a whole 100 more years, you are not joking with me, are you?" Yi Bei nodded calmly, "Absolutely." Zhu Kuei hastily bowed low to the ground, boldly inviting, "May I take some of Senior Yi's precious time to travel with me to the demon clan's stronghold?" As Yi Bei elegantly poured some tea, he threw cold water on the idea, "Excuse me, but I must decline." Being flatly rejected, both Zhu Kuei and Bai Shan gasped in shock, and Bai Shan stammered, about this matter." Zhu Kuei sweated profusely as he pleaded, "Senior Yi, please show mercy. As long as you are willing to make the journey to the central territory of the demon clan to heal Lord Jiamo, even if you ask for the stars in the sky, we will bring them to you." Sitting in the upper seat, Yi Bei sipped his tea serenely, acting as if the words were just a passing breeze, not letting a single word enter his ears. This indifferent attitude pricked Zhu Kuei's pride, and he scowled, cursing silently. "How arrogant, since the day I was born, no one has ever dared to ignore me like this." He fixed his eyes on the spatial ring on Yi Bei's finger, calculating that if he was not mistaken, the transcendent pill from earlier must surely be hidden inside this ring. Then Zhu Kuei glanced at Bai Shan, thinking to himself, "Should we let our fists do the talking? Although brother Bai Shan has just risen to half-emperor, one of my strikes is more than enough to send him packing." He glared back at Yi Bei, clicking his tongue, and as for Senior Yi, his inner strength is barely at the tiny first-layer saint realm. To his surprise, Yi Bei coldly dropped a shocking remark, "What? Since sweet words didn't work, you are plotting to snatch it, aren't you?" Having his cheap scheme exposed, Zhu Kuei was startled, his heart pounding and legs trembling. Yi Bei leisurely set his teacup down, curving his lips as he laid out the conditions. "Here are the rules. I will give you 2 options." He raised a slender finger. "1. Go ahead and use your fists to rob the pill. If you succeed, I will call you master." Then he flicked up a second finger. 2. Go and bring the great sage over here and tell her to come and personally escort me." Yi Bei chuckled inwardly, remembering how in the past he had to travel around with a staff to find his students. Today, he could finally enjoy the pleasure of sitting back and waiting for his disciple to crawl over and serve him tea. Hearing these 2 outrageous conditions, both Bai Shan's and Zhu Kuei's mouths hung wide open, enough to fit a goose egg. Cold sweat poured down Bai Shan's face in streams as he thought in panic. Has Senior Yi lost his mind? Zhu Kuei is a notorious half-emperor. If he decides to plunder, it would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. On the other side, Zhu Kuei was also frozen in disbelief, forcing the most hot-tempered great sage among the 4 great demon emperors to come and humbly invite you. How many lifetimes would you need to reincarnate to have such a delusional dream? Without thinking twice, he channeled his demon energy and said confidently, "Senior Yi is a true gentleman, so no going back on your word." Yi Bei smiled faintly, "Absolutely." Seeing the atmosphere reek of gunpowder, Bai Shan frantically rushed forward to stop them. "Senior Yi, please do not do anything reckless." Unfortunately, his attempt to interfere was futile. Before he could even touch them, he was sent flying by a casual strike from Zhu Kuei. Crashing hard, Bai Shan landed out of control right on the opposite pavilion. He scrambled to his feet, gritting his teeth and cursing, "This is bad. Senior Yi has favored me so much, even if I die, I must stop Zhu Kuei." Bai Shan immediately sprinted back to the battlefield, as fast as his legs could carry him. Right at that moment, from inside the pavilion, several bolts of lightning crackled and ripped outward. Bai Shan was frightened out of his wits, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Senior Yi." He dashed straight into the center of the commotion, roaring with murderous intent, "Zhu Kuei, today your grandpa will skin you alive." But as soon as he poked his head in, Bai Shan froze like a statue. "Wait, what is going on? That miserable wailing from earlier did not belong to Senior Yi, it was Zhu Kuei." Sitting above, Yi Bei clicked his tongue mockingly, "The power is decent, keep it up." While Zhu Kuei was knocked out on the floor, foaming at the mouth and stammering, You are cruel." Taking a sharp breath, Bai Shan's brain stopped working. How strange, wasn't Senior Yi's identity clearly shown as first-layer Saint Realm? At the same moment, Zhu Kuei struggled to push himself up with both hands, shouting in denial, "Hey, I just slipped." A split second later, he exploded in anger, roaring, "This divine pill, today I must seize it by any means." Zhu Kuei formed a hand seal, pulling out a glowing circular magic treasure and hurling it directly toward Yi Bei. Yi Bei slightly curled his lips, giving a sly, mocking smile. Instantly, a cage swirling with thunder and lightning dropped out of nowhere, trapping Zhu Kuei inside. Zhu Kuei looked around the cage in panic, breaking out in cold sweat. "I'm doomed, in this human form, how can I withstand this heavenly lightning? But if I reveal my true beast form just to fight a mere Saint Realm kid, where will I hide my face from the shame?" After struggling for a moment, Zhu Kuei had to swallow his pride and surrender. "Senior Yi, I beg you, I surrender, I withdraw." Devilish Yi Bei was not about to let him off, laughing as he said, "How can I take it back? Once the lightning is cast, there is no undo button, just take the hit, dear." Less than a second later, the lightning exploded like fireworks, illuminating the entire pavilion, accompanied by Zhu Kuei's chorus of agonizing screams. He staggered like a drunkard, his mouth distorted. Yi Bei grinned widely. "How is it not thrilled enough? Do you want to taste another bolt of lightning?" A shiver went down Zhu Kuei's spine as he analyzed the situation. The lightning strikes looked flashy, but had not dealt any fatal blow. It was clear that Senior Yi had held back on purpose, which made him cough up blood in frustration. For a majestic senior of the demon clan to be shown mercy by a mere human saint was an absolute humiliation. He quickly vanished from the scene. Revealing his true form, he spread his wings and soared into the sky. While flying for his life, Zhu Kuei screeched, "Senior Yi, keep your promise. I am going to deliver the news and have her come to escort you right now." Watching the bird disappear from sight, Yi Bei stroked his chin in praise. "Not bad, this bird flies almost as fast as the flying vessel I once built. Using him as a mount would surely look magnificent." Finalizing his plan, Yi Bei turned and patted Bai Shan on the shoulder. That fellow is probably busy running and won't return anytime soon, so why don't you show me around Zhu Kuei City for a relaxing stroll?" Bai Shan obediently bowed, "As you command, Senior Yi." But his mind was screaming, "Oh heavens, Senior Yi, you really have nerves of steel. The great sage is coming with her giant blade, yet we are leisurely strolling the streets. Are we sure we can keep our little lives?" At the same time, Zhu Kuei tore through the wind and landed in the central territory of the demon clan. Folding his wings, he transformed back into human form and landed with a thud on the pavilion's balcony. Zhu Kuei bent forward and called out loudly, "Zhu Kuei brings urgent news to pay respects to the great sage. Please announce my arrival." A moment later, a figure strolled out, and he immediately knelt to pay his respects. Zhu Kuei greets the great sage. Appearing before him was an alluring beauty, renowned throughout the land as the fifth great emperor, a pillar of the four great demon clans, named Wu Zio. Wu Zio knitted her willow eyebrows, snapping, "What are you calling me out for?" Zhu Kuei bowed low and reporting to the great sage, "I have just found a divine pill that can restore youth to Lord Jiamo." Before the words could fully leave his throat, Wu Zio had rushed forward and grabbed his neck like a chicken. She growled in anger, "Do you know how many people have told me the exact same thing? Since we began searching for medicine throughout Zhangzhou, I have heard this song to death, all empty promises that ended in disappointment." Zhu Kuei's eyes bulged, croaking out a plea, Great sage, please calm down. This time I checked thoroughly down to every detail. That divine figure is currently staying at the Xingchen Alchemist Guild." Wu Zio paused, repeating in shock, "The Xingchen Alchemist Guild." She tossed him aside to let him catch his breath, and he continued, "Precisely, that master is a profound ninth-grade alchemist." He stroked his chest and recounted, "With my own eyes, I saw Bai Shan swallow the pill and not only instantly break through to half-emperor, but also attain the rank of an 8th-grade alchemist, not to mention extending his lifespan by 3 centuries. Most importantly, he personally guaranteed that this pill will definitely extend the lifespan of Yao Zun Jia Mo by 100 years. Hearing this enticing news, Wu Zio's mind raced. A guaranteed extension of 100 years for old Lord Jia Mo. Well, interesting. She squeezed Zhu Kuei's chin tightly, threatening through gritted teeth. "If I go there and there is no such wonderful deal as you claimed, be prepared, for I will pluck your feathers and roast your bird life." Drenched in sweat, Zhu Kuei waved his hands frantically. What injustice! I swear upon my soul that every word is true, not a single lie except. Seeing him hesitate, Wu Xiao glared at him, spit it out quickly. Shrinking back in fear, Zhu Kuei reported, "That ninth-grade alchemist demands that, to get the medicine, the great sage must personally come to escort him to see Lord Jia Mo." Wu Xiao sneered with murderous intent. "He wants me to lower myself to go and fetch him." She curled her proud lips. "Let me go and see how tough his life really is." The scene shifts to the crowded and bustling streets of Zhuque City. Bai Shan tagged along closely behind Yi Bei, looking back into the distance with concern. Although the demon border was tens of thousands of miles away, with Zhu Kue's incredible speed, he would return in 2 or 3 hours at most. Yet Senior Yi was still taking a leisurely stroll like an elder. Looking at Yi Bei's carefree back, Bai Shan was astonished. He was eating snacks and spending money shopping as if he were at a festival, completely defenseless. Amid the peacefulness, Yi Bei suddenly brought up a topic. "Bai Shan, tell me the story of your master." Bai Shan bowed deeply. "As you command, Senior." From the high heavens, Zhu Kuei descended alongside Wu Xiao, reporting loudly, "Bai Shan, Senior Yi, I have escorted her ladyship here, please step forward to converse." Catching the sensitive keyword, Wu Xiao furrowed her brows. "Senior Yi, the surname Yi is as rare as morning stars in this world. In my entire life, I have only ever bowed to one master carrying this great surname." Stepping on Zhu Kuei's head, she questioned, "Hey Zhu Kuei, that 9th grade guy you boasted about is surnamed Yi. Did you find out his full name?" Zhu Kuei obediently replied, "That Senior Yi is a young man at the first layer Saint Realm who specializes in lightning arts." Wu Xiao's smile faded, her hopes crushed. "Well, I must be overthinking. If my great master were still alive, with his unparalleled talent, after 300 years of secluded cultivation, he would have probably broken through to the profound connection realm." A few seconds later, Zhu Kuei landed smoothly in front of Yi Bei and Bai Shan, pretending to be respectful as he cupped his hands. "Senior Yi, the person you requested has been brought to you. If there is anything, please settle it with her ladyship yourself." Suddenly, Wu Xiao's eyes widened, filled with sheer shock. Out of nowhere, a heavy strike landed right on Zhu Kuei's skull. The impact made Wu Xiao lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Seeing this unusual action, Bai Shan hurriedly pleaded, Great sage, please calm down. Senior Yi just slipped. He had no ill intent." Right at that moment, Yi Bei patted Bai Shan heavily on the shoulder. As he strode forward, Bai Shan's face turned pale as he grabbed him to stop him. "Senior Yi, do not go to your death." On the other side, Queen Wu Xiao suddenly fell to her knees with a loud thud. This sharp turn of events completely froze Zhu Kuei and Bai Shan, their brains failing to process what was happening. Both screamed inwardly, "The fierce great sage is actually kneeling before Senior Yi. What on earth is going on?" Wu Xiao ignored the two in her way, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed, "Your unfilial disciple bows to greet master." Yi Bei kept a stern face to test his disciple. "Wu Xiao, what makes you so sure you have recognized the right person?" Wu Xiao whimpered, "I could mistake anyone else in this world, but even if master were turned to ash, I would still recognize your majestic presence." She raised her red, teary eyes, recalling wistfully that the last time she had used this endearing address was nearly 200 years ago when parting with her eldest senior sister. Yi Bei clicked his tongue in praise. "To see through your master's true self with just a glance, you indeed have extremely sharp eyes." Standing in the background, Bai Shan gasped in horror. "What? The great Senior Yi is actually the master of the great sage." Regaining her majestic demeanor, Wu Xiao glared and commanded, "Zhu Kuei, quickly clear the way to escort master and me to see Lord Jia Mo." Zhu Kuei nodded in fear, stammering his agreement. Yi Bei also issued an order to Bai Shan. "Bai Shan, stay here and wait for Xing Chen. Once you see her, bring her immediately to find us at Lord Jia Mo's place." Bai Shan bowed respectfully, "As you command, Grandmaster." In a flash, the avian Mount Zhu Kuei flew at extreme speed, carrying Yi Bei and his disciple to meet Lord Jia Mo. On the bird's back, Yi Bei inquired of Wu Xiao, "My disciple, did you really go and cause a ruckus in the Kang Ming Holy Land back then just to snatch this piece of rotten wood?" She shook her head firmly. Master, please understand, those scumbags at the Holy Lands are always causing trouble. They are seeking death. If I had another chance, I swear I would completely raze that place to the ground. While they were conversing enthusiastically, a familiar system voice sounded in Yi Bei's mind. Reunited with the sixth disciple of the 108 reward, Emperor Skill Card. Yi Bei's eyes widened in surprise. Ah. He slapped his thigh in realization. Right, back in Chi Tai Bai's place when I broke through to Emperor, the system mentioned that the reward mechanism would upgrade. Could this hot item be that upgrade treasure? Yi Bei silently ordered to activate the powerful card, and the system voice announced, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive skill belonging to the Tao of Strength. This skill is called the Kaioken, which can instantly double one's combat power or even multiply it many times over. Exactly how many times it can be multiplied depends on the user's current cultivation level. The unique feature is that this skill can be directly passed on to any beloved disciple who cultivates the Tao of Strength." Yi Bei stared at his gold-glowing fist and muttered, "Wait, isn't this Kaioken technique taken from some manga in my past life? Still, its power is quite good. Too bad my current life is only at the saint level, so even if I push myself to the limit, I can only unleash 5 times the power." Putting his thoughts aside, he gestured to Wu Zio. "Come here, my girl, master will teach you a divine ability to show off." Wu Zio nodded happily. "That is wonderful, master." Yi Bei pressed his index finger to her forehead, transmitting a stream of power directly into her brain. Receiving the power, Wu Zio levitated into the air like a kite caught in the wind. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion shattered the space. Indeed, in her excitement, she threw a painful palm strike at the background figure, Zhu Kui. The giant bird, receiving the undeserved blow, cried inwardly, "O heavens, great sage, my back is made of flesh, not stone, could you please show some mercy?" Wu Zio knelt to express her gratitude. "Thank you, master, for bestowing this supreme technique upon me. This strike feels tailor-made for me." She thought to herself, "If only I had this divine ability back then, there is no way the Emperor of the Kang Ming Holy Land could have chased me until I had to run for my life." She covered her mouth with a grin. "Master is truly the best, giving me such a magnificent treasure right at our reunion. I am so happy." Yi Bei cleared his throat to test her. "Tell me, if you unleash the Kaioken with all your might, how many times can you multiply your power?" Wu Zio replied cheerfully, "Reporting to master, probably around 50 times. She flexed her arms proudly. "Besides, I feel that this divine ability is highly mysterious. As my strength advances, I might unlock even greater potential." Hearing this, Yi Bei grew dizzy and stepped back. "Oh heavens, I put in all my effort just to get 5 times, yet this girl can reach 50 times with a single wave of her hand. How is that fair?" But the bitterness did not end there, as he cried silently, "Alas, the injustice of this world, the gap between individuals is truly an unbridgeable gulf." In the central territory of the demon clan, Yi Bei narrowed his eyes, cautiously looking down. "This overwhelming aura is definitely an emperor." Wu Zio shouted, "You stupid bull, are you haunting me? Do you believe this old lady will strike you dead with my staff right now?" Below, Niu Fen smugly provoked her. "You clever monkey, if you have the guts, come down here. Today, Grandpa Niu will definitely fight you one-on-one to see who is superior." Hearing the challenge, the blood rushed straight to Wu Zio's head. Yi Bei gently glided forward to shield his disciple. He cast an intrigued gaze, scrutinizing Niu Fen. Seeing her master in deep thought, Wu Zio thought he was angry and quickly explained, "Master, please believe me. Usually I am very gentle and obedient. I have long given up fighting, really." She anxiously justified herself. "Actually, it is because that stupid bull is bitter that I took his rank, leaving him at the bottom of the 4 great demon emperors. So, whenever he sees me, he blocks my way to pick a fight. Just because of this trivial matter, he has annoyed me over a dozen times." Yi Bei smiled and commanded, "Wu Zio, with a persistent pest like this Qing Niu emperor, you either ignore him completely, or beat him until he bows down in respect." Wu Zio's eyes lit up. "Master, what do you mean?" Yi Bei nodded. "Go ahead, beat him until he has only 1 breath left." Wu Zio shouted enthusiastically, Understood, master, I got it. She enlarged her compliant staff and struck directly at Niu Fen's head. You crazy bull, taste my staff. Niu Fen was no pushover. He pounded his fists together, channeling demon energy as he cursed, damn monkey. He transformed into his giant original form to directly block Wu Zio's attack. She laughed heartily. You foolish bull, I have been showing you respect until now. Prepare yourself to witness true power. Niu Fen scoffed in disdain. Well, we haven't met for a few days, and your bragging skills have reached a whole new level. Wu Zio lost her patience for idle talk, focusing her mind and channeling all her demon energy into her fist. Wu Zio roared, tearing through the air, Kaioken 10 times power. Niu Fen sneered, dismissing it as child's play, and instantly cast his defensive secret technique. Instantly, a torrent of dark demon energy surged down like a tempest. Wu Zio narrowly dodged the blow, placing her hands on her hips as she scolded, Bastard, you stupid bull actually dare to fight seriously with me. Niu Fen fired another beam of blinding light into the sky. You wretched monkey, just lie down and die for me. Wu Zio's eyes went wide with astonishment. Not letting him gain the upper hand, she immediately countered with a 25 times Kaioken, launching a palm strike that tore through the wind and swept up dust and rocks, aimed directly at Niu Fen's face. The arm she had just raised suddenly froze, halting mid-motion. Wu Zio broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that just pushing the Kaioken to 25 times had pushed her skeletal structure to its absolute limit. Backed into a corner, she gritted her teeth, expending her remaining energy to deliver the decisive blow. Two colossal forces capable of moving mountains and filling seas prepared to collide and detonate. In the sky, Yibei casually observed the battle, snapping at Zhu Kui in annoyance. Why are you just standing there in a daze? Climb higher to fly safely. Zhu Kui turned pale and hastily ascended. Yes, senior. Down in the arena, the two furious surges of power from Niu Fen and Wu Zio rushed toward each other at lightning speed. A terrifying collision occurred, the shockwave sweeping through everything and producing an ear-splitting tremor. The storm of pressure that swept past was powerful enough to blow the giant bird Zhu Kui far away. Despite the raging tempest, Yibei remained calm, resting his chin on his hand as he watched. Looking at the deep crater in the ground, Zhu Kui swallowed in admiration. The great sage truly went all out. She could actually beat a genuine mid-stage emperor like Qing Niu Emperor to a pulp. At the bottom of the crater, Wu Zio collapsed weakly, while Niu Fen's body lay completely unconscious. Yibei gestured to Zhu Kui, all right, land and bring her up. Zhu Kui complied instantly, understood, senior. Yibei descended to land beside Wu Zio, asking gently, Can you still move? She whimpered pitifully, Dear master, please pull my poor self up. She shut her eyes tightly, panting, Because my body has temporarily stopped working, I cannot move at all. Yibei grabbed her collar and carried her up. Let's go back. He quietly assessed the situation just now. Wu Zio's second attack must have used at least a 20-fold Kaioken, which simultaneously pushed her body past its limit, resulting in temporary localized paralysis. Yibei lifted Wu Zio and tossed her onto Zhu Kui's back as she whined, Master, that hurts so much. Yibei stroked her head soothingly, Be good, I will be gentler. The giant bird turned his head and gaped in shock. What is with this fragile and pathetic display? Where is the fierce great sage of the past who would draw her blade to slay people at the slightest provocation? Yibei inquired, Tell the truth, how many times did you multiply your strength in that final strike? Wu Zio grinned, Just about 25 times, master. She smiled contentedly, Master, your divine ability is truly unmatched in the world. The gap between each emperor rank is immense, yet this technique allows one to bypass it so easily. It is truly miraculous. Yibei tapped her on the head with a serious expression. Remember to learn from this. Your current constitution can only handle a maximum of 10 times. Forcing it to 25 times might shatter your bones one day. Wu Zio nodded rapidly like pounding garlic. Yes, master, your disciple will engrave your words in her heart. In less than 10 minutes, the three of them landed safely. Wu Zio led the way closely. Master, we have arrived. Yibei nodded and walked ahead while Wu Zio quietly followed. She formally cupped her hands. "Master, this senior is Yaozun Jiamo." Yibei swept his gaze over the aged figure, his eyebrows involuntarily knitting in deep thought. After a thorough observation, Yibei detected a faint thread of demonic energy lingering on Yaozun Jiamo yet. Judging by the reaction of his supreme demonic bone, the toxicity of this demonic energy far surpassed that of all the minor evil entities at the Tian Kai Holy Land combined. Jiamo sluggishly opened his cloudy eyes to look at him. Yibei ignored his gaze, his mind pondering over and over. How bizarre, as a supreme Yaozun, how could he be infected with demonic nature, could it be? Yaozun Jiamo weakly questioned. "Human boy, your frowning expression looks exactly like that girl Xing Chen's when she first came to diagnose me." Wu Zio puffed out her chest and boasted, "Old Jia, are you blind? That girl Xing Chen is my junior sister, and the person standing before you is my beloved master." Yibei smoothed his robe and bowed respectfully. "Junior Yibei greets Yaozun Jiamo." Jiamo was startled and asked, "You monkey girl, are you absolutely sure this kid is your master?" Wu Zio declared proudly, "Absolutely. My master's ability to turn heaven and earth is beyond your imagination. There is nothing he cannot do." Hearing this, Jiamo mumbled further, "Then what did you bring this entire crowd here today for? If you are planning to escape from Zhangzhou, go ahead. I will not block your way, as long as you do not forget the agreement between the two of us." Wu Zio giggled, "Old Jia, you're quite sharp. I am indeed packing up and leaving this time. But before I go, I must completely resolve your longevity issue so I can rest easy." Having said that, she pulled Yibei's arm to show him off. "The rest of the world might find it incurable, but in my master's hands, these terminal illnesses are nothing." Yibei was speechless, turning pale. Has this wild monkey been assimilated into a replica of Qing Niu Emperor after 300 years? Her bragging skills have exploded to such a level, yet she used to be so timid and gentle in the past. Jiamo shook his head repeatedly, ignoring Wu Zio's offer. "Just pack your bags and leave. Let me be frank, this depletion of life cannot be mended by any pill." The old man sighed. Instead of wasting time on this decaying body, it would be better to focus on cultivating and breaking through. Wu Zio clenched her fists, holding back her frustration. "In this world besides Master, old Jia is the person I owe the greatest debt of gratitude. With you in this state, how can I leave in peace?" Breaking the atmosphere, Yibei reached into his pocket, pulled out a divine pill, and flicked it toward old Jia. "You should give this pill a try." He added calmly, "Whether it works or not, you will only know once you swallow it." Jiamo caught it with quick reflexes. Jiamo's eyes widened as he examined the shining pill, thinking to himself in shock, "This pill is actually the finest life-extending grade I have seen in a century." But then his eyes dimmed again. "Unfortunately, in my current decaying state, swallowing it might just be a waste." Seeing the elder staring blankly, Wu Zio jumped up anxiously. "Old Jia, speak up, is it good stuff?" Jiamo nodded in praise. "A superb pill of the mortal world, swallowing it will extend my life by 30 years, absolutely no problem." Wu Zio gasped, "Oh heavens, only 30 years." She argued persistently, "Old Jia, are you mistaken? My master was absolutely sure this pill would add at least 100 years. Jiamo laughed heartily. "My life was originally down to its last 2 years, so to gain this many years of lifespan, regardless of the outcome, I sincerely thank both of you today." He patted his chest and swore, "From this moment on, you are naturally an honored guest of the Demon Clan. If you ever face any hardship, feel free to speak to me. I will assist you with all my power." Yibei politely cupped his hands. "Thank you for your care, old Jia." Wu Zio urged impatiently, "Take it now, old Jia. I will stand guard here while you quickly refine this pill." Jiamo sluggishly threw the pill into his mouth, muttering, "Why the rush? My lifespan has already dwindled to almost nothing." Once the old man swallowed it, Yibei whispered into Wu Zio's ear, "Girl, I might be able to completely cure Yaozun Jiamo." He carefully instructed, "No matter who comes in later, absolutely do not let them disturb me, understood?" Wu Zio replied enthusiastically, "As you command, master, feel free to do your work. I will guard this place." Anyone who dares to interfere will be beaten back by me, she rejoiced. This is wonderful. Old Jia can escape his fate since Master has spoken. He will definitely make it happen. Shifting the perspective to Yao Zun Jia Mo, his eyes were tightly closed as he put all his effort into refining the pill. From his pores, several wisps of dark demonic energy suddenly seeped out. Jia Mo's face turned pale, and cold sweat poured down. Those wisps of demonic energy lingered, continuously swallowing up the pure spiritual energy. In a flash, the dark smoke completely devoured the small amount of spiritual energy he had just painstakingly refined. Jia Mo scowled and gritted his teeth. As expected, these damn things are causing trouble again. Whenever I take a longevity pill, they swallow it entirely, then continue to hide in my body, eating away at my life force. Just as he was feeling irritated, a clear voice pierced his mind. Old Jia, these must be the hidden wounds that have plagued you for all these years, correct? Jia Mo was startled, his eyes wide in confusion. Looking up, he was shocked to see a projection of Yi Bei materializing. Is that you, the master of that monkey girl? Yi Bei spoke calmly. I have the ability to help you eliminate this demonic nature left behind by the demon race. Jia Mo was slightly surprised, but decided to take the risk. Fine, go ahead and try. He calculated silently. There are very few in this world who can see through demonic nature. Since this kid could expose it, perhaps he really does have some miraculous method hidden up his sleeve. He smiled faintly. If this succeeds, I will remember your great kindness. As long as I am alive, whatever difficulties you face, even if you ask me to tear down a holy land, I will readily assist you. Of course, if you fail, it does not matter. I have already endured this for tens of thousands of years, so I do not care much about these last 30 years. Yi Bei immediately brought out his familiar alchemy furnace. Now that we have an agreement, let us begin. The phantom of the furnace expanded to its limit, bursting through the ceiling and soaring into the open sky. It rotated slowly, heading straight into the space filled with the stench of evil. Yi Bei clasped his fingers and formed hand seals as spiritual energy shone brightly around his hands. Rise. The colossal furnace began to spew burning smoke and flames, melting everything in its path. The demonic horde was burned frantically, their tragic screams echoing in all directions. Jia Mo laughed with wild delight. Burn them to ashes, kill all those evil demons for me. The phantom of Yi Bei suggested in a serious tone, Jia Lao, this demonic garbage has rooted deep into your very bones. To eradicate it completely, please reveal your true form. Only then can we minimize the extreme pain. The old man nodded in agreement. A little trivial pain is nothing. Do as you please, as long as you clean out that demonic nest, you can cook or fry me however you want. Yi Bei hurriedly urged. All right, Jia Lao, quickly reveal your true form. I am about to begin the purging. A massive black shadow accompanied by an earth-shattering roar burst forth, its colossal form obscuring more than half of the bright sky. He looked at the giant turtle standing majestically before him and was shocked. Damn it, if I had known Jia Lao's true form was this massive, I wouldn't have made such a self-destructive request even if I were paid. Wu Zio, standing nearby, spoke up to explain, Master, Jia Lao's true form is the Hao Tianzu Gui. Legend has it that this creature possesses ancient bloodline, with power immense enough to shake the universe itself. Around Yi Bei, surging spiritual energy burst forth. He spoke, Wu Zio, your master is about to take action, watch closely. She complied and replied, Your disciple understands, please proceed with confidence, master. He raised his arm and shouted majestically, Man Tian Hai Hua, Zhai Zun Mo Gu, quickly activate the refinement process for me. At this moment, the pitch-black demonic qi enveloping Jia Mo's body was violently burned by the spiritual flames. In his turtle form, he was secretly amazed and praised. It is unbelievable that the monkey girl's master actually possesses such a restraining exotic flame, and its destructive power is so overbearing. However, as long as this hideous seed can be expelled from my body, even if I must endure 10 times the agonizing pain, this old man is willing. At that moment, the eyes of Jia Mo within the giant turtle body suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. 30 minutes passed, and Sun Wuzio's eyes sparkled with deep admiration. Master is indeed unmatched in power. This time, perhaps old man Jiamo will be cured right down to the roots. From afar, the loud shouting of Niu Fen could be heard. You stinky monkey, what kind of trickery are you playing on Lord Jiamo? Wu Zio frowned and cursed. You stupid bull, where are your eyes? It is obvious that my master is putting all his effort into treating Jia Lao. The bull bared his fangs and growled in protest. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think this old bull is blind and cannot see that Lord Jiamo's life force is fading away? Her face went cold as she shot back. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you want this old man to survive and be healthy, shut your mouth and stand still. The bull waved his hand in anger. HMPH, if I believed your words, my brain would be rotten. How many of you humans truly want Lord Jiamo to exist? Tell that guy to get down here right now, otherwise do not blame this old bull for risking his life to fight you to the end. Sun Wu Zio gritted her teeth in anger. What a foolish bull. Had I known, I would have beaten you harder earlier to knock you unconscious for a few months to save the trouble. After saying that, she ignored Niu Fen's insolence and turned back to closely observe the situation. At that moment, Niu Zhu flew over and asked, Great Sage, what exactly is going on here? The one who just appeared was the second-rank protector among the 4 great demon emperors, the Golden Peng Great Emperor, Niu Zhu. Wu Zio spun around and explained clearly, the one hovering above is indeed my esteemed master. He is performing a miracle to save Jia Lao's life. Whether you two believe it or not is fine. If you don't, then come and fight. The bird suddenly changed his expression in an instant. If that is the case, then I beg to choose the side that does not believe. Both sides surged with killing intent as spiritual energy swirled, preparing for a brawl. Wu Zio snapped fiercely, Bring it on, who's afraid of you? Do you think this lady is scared of you? However, the appearance of a third figure halted this tense confrontation. In the distance, a graceful figure approached elegantly, followed by 9 fluffy fox tails swaying gently. Wu Zio rolled her eyes and muttered, So it is her. De Fei Fei swayed her waist as she walked over, one hand elegantly caressing a lock of her hair. Niu Zhu glared at Fei Fei. De Fei Fei, what are you trying to do? Right now, Lord Jiamo's life is hanging by a thread, and that human must be purged. De Fei Fei replied calmly, Quiet down. I can clearly sense that the human harbors no ill intent toward Lord Jiamo. He is indeed healing him, just as the great sage said. She gently suggested, Let us just stand here and watch quietly. If there is any suspicious movement, it will not be too late for us to strike him then. Niu Fen protested, De Fei Fei, he is a human. Our demon clan is currently in a highly sensitive period, and most humans who approach us harbor malicious intentions. The fox immediately formed a hand seal and launched a demon spell straight at the bull-headed man. Niu Fen took the full force of the blow, his entire body freezing like a stone statue, unable to move. Fei Fei's expression hardened as she warned, My will is not for someone like you to question. She turned her head to whisper to Wu Zio, Great Sage, Fei Fei completely trusts you, but in this situation, I must ask you to endure a little grievance for a moment. Niu Zhu was frustrated at being sealed, completely helpless against this blatant discrimination. The bird could only complain bitterly, This is clearly blatant favoritism. Wu Zio was also hit by the restriction, her entire body stiffening. She tried hard to struggle and escape, but it was in vain. Niu Zhu gloated at her misfortune. Stop struggling, you are wasting your strength. This binding force is the famous innate technique of the Heavenly Fox clan. The bird teased mockingly. Not to mention that you are only at the early stage of the Demon Emperor realm. Even if it were that crazy bull Niu Fen, he could never break this confinement. She offered a disdainful challenge. Niu Zhu, if you have the guts, let's make a bet. If I break this prison in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, from now on, whenever you see my face, you must respectfully call me grandfather. Do you dare? The bird naturally curled his lip in contempt. With just your meager skills. Wu Zio flashed a wicked smile and began to circulate a forbidden technique. If I cannot do it within 1 minute, then in the future when we meet, I will call you grandfather and even throw in a bow for free. Is it a deal? He and De Fei Fei were stunned upon hearing this, turning their heads to fix their eyes on her. Niu Fen, acutely sensing danger, muttered, "Wait a minute, what on earth is this damn monkey planning to do?" Nairo Zhu readily accepted the bet. "As long as De Fei Fei does not secretly assist you, then I am willing to bet with you." Wu Zio smirked. "Then let us begin." She immediately sank into a stance, compressing her spiritual energy and shouting, "Jai Wang Quan tenfold." The bird mocked again. "So what if you activate a forbidden technique? To break Da Fei Fei's binding force, you would at least need to reach the late stage of the Demon Emperor realm or peak stage to stand a chance." She did not care, focusing solely on her own power as it continued to surge. "Jai Wang Quan 15-fold, Jai Wang Quan 20-fold, Jai Wang Quan 25-fold. Da Fei Fei anxiously pleaded, "Great sage, quickly stop. Your body cannot handle this overload anymore." Wu Zio gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with dazzling lightning. "Jai Wang Quan 30-fold. Today's bet was absolutely not just for show, but because it was her personal belief in cultivation. In the dark night mist, the onlookers watched in amazement as a brilliant light burst forth. Disregarding the danger, she pushed past the ultimate limits of her physical body. Breaking through this barrier would surely lead to a nirvana rebirth. A massive torrent of spiritual energy poured out like a bursting dam. The three onlookers held their breath, their eyes glued to the scene, fearing that they might miss the divine moment in the blink of an eye. Niu Fen's jaw dropped in shock. My goodness, this shockwave is indeed powerful enough to scare someone to death. At that moment, Sun Wu Zio floated in the void, leaving the three below wide-eyed with awe. Except for a few minor cracks in her meridians and bones, her entire vitality and majestic aura, far from fading, had sublimated to the extreme. When others activated forbidden techniques, at best they dropped in realm, and at worst they eroded their lifespan. But this girl was incredibly lucky. The more she used forbidden techniques, the tougher her body became. Right now, Wu Zio was still in a daze, enjoying the overbearing power brought by the forbidden technique. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed in reprimand. "Are you kids conspiring to tear down this old man's Yao Shen Dian?" The trio of Da Fei Fei, Niu Fen, and Niao Zhu gasped in fright. "Lord Jiamo." They all hurriedly asked in unison, "Lord Jiamo, is there any issue with your body?" The old man smiled with deep satisfaction. "I feel absolutely wonderful. In the past 20,000 years, this is the most refreshing moment I have ever experienced." Hearing this, Da Fei Fei felt joyous. After so many years of service, this was the first time she had seen him smile so brightly. Only then did Niao Zhuo understand and accept the truth. It seems the great sage did not lie. That human was indeed dedicated to healing Lord Jiamo. It turns out we have falsely accused him. Jiamo strictly instructed, "The four of you stand still right there for this old man." They all complied instantly. "Yes, Lord Jiamo." The old man was choked with emotion. "The seed of demonic nature that tortured me for 20,000 years has finally been purged by a third. Regardless of whether it can be completely eradicated, this young man has truly bestowed a grand favor upon our demon clan." At the same time, Yi Bei was still in seclusion, exhausting his energy to refine. He focused all his mind on handling the dark demonic qi. This filth clashed with his Zhai Zun Mo Gu like two sides of a coin, generating both mutual creation and destruction. It was entirely possible to absorb them fully into his dantian to refine them completely. Jiamo asked with concern, "Little brother, do not tell me you plan to transfer all that evil essence into your own body." Yi Bei nodded in confirmation. "Indeed, that is correct." Having said that, he smiled and drew the entire mass of demonic qi toward himself. The dark qi poured into Yi Bei's physical body like a broken dam. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished into the void, while Jiamo's giant true form slowly shrank back to its original state. Jiamo returned to his normal human form and landed gently on the ground. Sun Wu Zio hurriedly ran over and asked, "Old man, is your health completely fine, and why is there no sign of my master?" The old man stammered with a remorseful face, "My old life is secured. But that little brother, out of fear of endangering everyone, took the entire demonic qi and entered the void to refine it on his own." Amidst the misty void, Yi Bei was exerting his full strength to purify that evil demonic qi. He clasped his hands and chanted, "Phew, this evil qi is indeed brutal. Fortunately, I have the Tian Kai treasure on me, which allowed me to barely suppress it. Yibei calculated in his mind while grabbing a strand of drifting dark qi. If I could use the Zhai Zun Mogu to swallow all of this, that would be wonderful. At that exact moment, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly erupted violently, promising to push his cultivation up several levels. Below, Jiamo and Wu Zio raised their heads to look at the sky, anxiously waiting for news of Yibei. The young man began to break through his limits, reaching Saint Realm first level, second level, third level, and straight to the peak stage. Sun Wu Zio burst with joy and leaped up to hug Yibei tightly. Master. With his disciple still clinging tightly to his body, Yibei smiled faintly and said, Jia Lao, the roots of the demonic nature have been cleaned out by me, so do not worry. However, I wonder to what extent your body has recovered. The old man immediately clasped his hands and bowed deeply. This old man is immensely grateful for your mountain-like life-saving grace, little brother. My lifespan has finally been extended. Jiamo's face lit up with joy as he uttered two words, 10,000 years. Hearing that number, Niu Fen, De Fei Fei, and Nairo Zhu felt their minds spin in dizziness. The old man declared solemnly, from now on, whenever there is a matter that requires the demon clan's intervention, our entire clan swears to exert all our strength to repay this favor. Only then did the master and disciples separate, and he nodded, then a promise is a promise. De Fei Fei glided over coquettishly, her watery, seductive eyes whispering, from this moment on, I am willing to offer my fair body to my benefactor, serving and warming your bed every night to repay this great favor. Niu Fen rudely pushed the fox aside. Step aside, troublesome woman. Great benefactor, this old bull truly bows in deep admiration. Why don't we become sworn brothers? You can comfortably take the position of big brother. Wu Zio immediately objected fiercely. Get lost. If you become my master's sworn brother, then does that mean I have to call you martial uncle? Nairo Zhu crossed his arms, looking with utter disdain at the noisy crowd bickering like comedians. Wu Zio raised her chin in provocation. You stinky bird, you have witnessed my master's divine power with your own eyes, and yet you still put on an arrogant face. Nairo Zhu said nothing, suddenly dropping to one knee, clasping his hands and shouting majestically, Foster father above, please accept this bow from your child. Yibei's eyes widened, nearly spitting out blood and saliva on the spot. 3 dark lines appeared on his forehead as he thought to himself, this level of shamelessly accepting a stranger as a father is really too decisive. Niu Fen was speechless at this extreme turn. Damn, who would have thought you could be so shameless? Oh, I mean such a thick-skinned bird. De Fei Fei, standing aside, giggled mockingly. Indeed, he who understands the times is a wise man. Nairo Zhu's flattery level must have scored a perfect grade. Yibei waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly. Forget it, forget it. Spare me from this foster-father game, I am backing out. He then brushed aside the small talk to get to the main point. Jia Lao and I still have important matters to discuss. Jiamo narrowed his eyes in speculation. Little brother, do not tell me you intend to investigate the origin of that evil dark qi. Yibei rubbed his chin in contemplation. Exactly. Some time ago, while exploring the Tian Kai sacred land, I accidentally discovered an evil object with the exact same dark aura as the one in your body. Jiamo gasped. What could it be? Jiamo Yaozun quickly gestured, inviting Yibei deeper inside. Oh, little brother, please move into the main hall, and we will dissect this matter slowly. He put his hands in his sleeves and followed leisurely. Agreed. Trouble involving the devil race is not something that can be laid bare in a few sentences. Let us sit down, have a drink, and chat later. The two pulled up chairs to sit opposite each other in the center, while the quartet of Wu Zio, Nairo Zhu, De Fei Fei, and Niu Fen stood by the side. Yibei began to recount in detail. At the deepest lair of the Tian Kai sacred land, they are secretly harboring a dry skeleton of a devil race member. The memory of that terrifying skeleton rushed back. He clicked his tongue. Although I have never encountered any flesh and blood devil, just sensing the cold energy radiating from that pile of bones is enough to know it bodes ill. Jiamo flew into a rage upon hearing this, slamming his hand onto the armrest. Those damn bastards from the sacred land, they actually had the audacity to harbor a seed of the devil race. Yibei calmly poured some water to soothe him. Calm down, I have already conveniently sent them all to meet the king of hell. The old man swallowed hard in utter shock. Heavens, how did you manage that? Even if our demon clan set out to raise the Tian Kai sacred land, we would at least need to mobilize 3 great demon emperors working together to stand a chance of winning. Nonetheless, he immediately felt a weight lifted from his heart. Well, eradicating them completely is for the best. If it were this old man, I would also have risked everything to wipe out those bastards. He continued to analyze the situation. Although the threat from the Tian Kai sacred land has vanished like smoke, my knowledge of the devil race is still extremely limited. Therefore, I would like to ask Jia Lao to recall the legend of the human-demon alliance against the devil races ruled tens of thousands of years ago. Jia Mo closed his eyes slightly to search his distant memories. During the Golden Age, the Xuanhuan continent was hundreds of thousands of times more prosperous than it is now. Just on the side of the demon clan, we produced up to 7 great experts of the Emperor realm. The human numbers were even more overwhelming, exceeding ours by more than double. Ironically, despite having such powerful armies and fierce generals, when dragged into the long war with the devil race, our alliance still fell into disastrous defeat, with victories being extremely rare. Even more terrifying, those devils were born to be cold-blooded killing machines, formidable natural enemies that suppressed all mortal beings. It wasn't until 20,000 years ago that we had to endure immense suffering and sacrifice countless lives to finally suppress their momentum. The old man let out a long sigh. As a result, the remnants of the devil race fled to a mysterious land, vanishing without leaving any clues. Having said that, Jia Mo looked up and laughed heartily. Little brother, if you intend to search for that lair to dig up the traces of the devil race, our entire demon clan is ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Yibei frowned slightly in thought. Jia Lao, hearing your description of the devil race's unpredictability, I think we should not act rashly. We should secretly prepare ourselves thoroughly. He mapped out a plan in his mind. It seems these devils are tougher than I thought. The core focus now is to push my physical state to its peak to secure a victory. The old man was warm and enthusiastic. Oh, whatever you need to purchase or gather, feel free to list them down. Our demon clan will squeeze our resources to gather everything for you. Yibei pulled out paper and pen to jot down a list of items. Give me a deadline of 3 days. Try to gather all the alchemy herbs and treasures of heaven and earth in this world. The more massive the quantity, the better. He handed the instruction sheet to Da Fei Fei. Xiao Fei, I entrust this task of gathering goods to you. Remember to put your whole heart and soul into doing it neatly. Da Fei Fei bowed, her eyes curling with joy. Fei Fei accepts the order. This little sister swears she will not disappoint our senior benefactor. Right after that, Yibei stretched and stood up. The 3 of you are idle and looking for trouble, right? Then come and be my punching bag so I can practice. The rules are simple. I will seal my divine abilities, and you must absolutely not use demon energy. He stripped off his upper clothes, showing off his muscular and rugged physique, preparing for a pure martial arts sparring session using only fists. Sensing the surging power boiling in every muscle fiber, Yibei secretly marveled. The energy harvested from that dark qi is indeed earth-shattering. Absorbing just a small portion to boost my cultivation has already propelled me straight to the peak of the Saint Realm. He clenched his fists with burning enthusiasm. If I threw all of it into cultivating my realm, it would be a waste of heaven's gift. It is better to use the excess essence to temper and strengthen my physical body. Niu Fen cracked his shoulders excitedly. If Senior has spoken such words of gold, then sparring a few moves won't hurt. I am only afraid that your fragile human body might not withstand a few of my brutal punches. Nio Zhu also felt an itch to fight. No matter how you summon the wind and rain, Senior, the label of a human expert can hardly compete with the raw physical strength of our demon clan. Since you speak so boldly, I also want to personally test how strong your true skills are. Wu Zio, having just leveled up, cracked her knuckles with great energy. Ah, since Master's order is handed down, who would dare to disobey? Niu Fen put on a polite front and warned, I am about to unleash my full power, so watch out. Yibei immediately stepped into a defensive stance to welcome the fight. Bring it on. The moment the words left his mouth, Sun Wuzhao eagerly took the initiative and charged forward, grabbing a large piece of wood. She flipped into the air, swinging the wooden beam down with wind-splitting force. Instantly, a thunderous blow slammed directly onto Yibei's body. However, he only needed to raise an arm slightly to easily catch that violent attack. Yibei looked down at his solid, muscular arm with satisfaction. Excellent! That evil dark chi has finally melted completely and strengthened my physical foundation. The compatibility is indeed flawless. Without giving him time to rest, Niu Fen suddenly appeared to ambush him from the rear flank. Next was a series of fiery kicks, a never-ending chaotic battle among the four figures, kicking up dust and shaking the heavens and earth. He suddenly realized a profound truth. Indeed, as a human, one must endure beatings and be battered to hope to show extraordinary talent. A sledgehammer-like fist, carrying terrifying power, tore through the wind and lunged forward. The battlefield situation had now turned into a one-on-two. Yibei frantically swung his hand, punching Wu Xiao and sending her flying far away. At the same time, his other hand threw an uppercut that distorted and twisted Niu Fen's face. He grimaced, massaging his aching shoulder. Now this is what I call a fight. Since it is a brawl, beating each other to a pulp is what makes it satisfying. The guard with black bull horns standing on the sidelines was worried sick. Lord Yaozun, do you plan to just let the three demon emperors and Senior Yi clash and beat each other black and blue like this? Jia, still keeping his eyes on the one-sided fight, waved his hand and said, worrying over nothing. They are just warming up their bones and sparring a bit. They know when to stop. Witnessing the three demon emperors being beaten to a pulp, the guard could only cry in his heart, my goodness, what do you mean by knowing when to stop? They look like they are about to meet their ancestors. 3 days later, the messy battlefield finally became quiet and peaceful again. Yibei stretched and said, in a flash, I have been battering you guys for 3 days and 3 nights. After thoroughly draining the evil dark chi from his body, Yibei felt extremely refreshed. Thanks to this grueling, sweat-inducing physical training, the massive energy harvested from that demonic nature had finally blended completely to form a solid foundation for his body. He well understood that he had now transformed to be many times tougher. This time, no matter what cruel trump card you devils might be hiding, you can only dream of touching the hem of my robe. Niu Fen lay sprawled on the ground, whimpering, Nio Zuo, if you see me getting hot-headed and provoking someone in the future, make sure to drag me back even if it kills you. The bird also rested his hands on his knees, panting, oh, getting beaten continuously for 3 days. I bet the number of slaps I received in the last 100 years combined wouldn't even compare to this time. Sun Wuzhao, sitting on the ground behind them, quickly pointed out the benefits to the two. Getting beaten by master indeed hurts to the bone. But are you blind and cannot see? The cultivation we absorbed in the past 3 days is almost equal to 10 years of hard work. Nio Zhu quickly felt his body in surprise. Oh, you are actually right. My bones and muscles are indeed a level tougher than before. Niu Fen also stared at his palms, trying to feel the surging power. This time, this old bull is willing to be beaten to a pulp 10 more times. At that moment, Jia Yaozun walked over slowly to express his gratitude. Little brother, it has been hard on you these past 3 days. You had to busy yourself with reinforcing your own cultivation foundation, and also took the time to temper the bodies of these 3 juniors. Yibei calmly and humbly waved his hand. It is nothing, I just showed a few moves along the way. Before the 2 elders could chat for long, De Fei Fei hurriedly ran over. She obediently folded her hands and bowed. This little girl pays respects to Lord Jia and Senior Yi. De Fei Fei carefully opened her palm, which was filled with spoils, and reported, all the alchemy herbs and countless treasures of heaven and earth that you requested to be gathered over the past 3 days are all securely placed here. He reached out and picked up a glowing medicinal pill to examine it closely. Yibei glanced over the massive wealth. This quantity is indeed terrifying. If that brat Yao Xing caught sight of this, he would probably spit blood from jealousy and die. Began to say his farewell. Jia Lao, please rest assured and recover. Now that the shackles and chains that bound you for 20,000 years have been removed, I am sure your realm will break through to a new level in the near future. Jiamo thanked him with tears in his eyes. That glory is entirely due to your blessing, little brother. This old man will engrave this favor in his bones and heart. Yibei gave his final words before leaving. Then I shall bid farewell so as not to disturb you further. Now I must take son Wuzayo to investigate what that devil lair is actually like. The old man waved his hand with a hint of sadness. Go, child, it is time for you to stay close and serve your esteemed master. Meanwhile, Wuzayo replied casually, Yes, sir. Suddenly, Da Fei Fei quickly stretched out her arms to block the way. Wait a moment. Da Fei Fei's eyes were watery and full of eager pleading. Lord Jiamo, Senior Yi, Fei Fei begs to accompany you on this trip. Sun Wuzayo frowned and snapped. My master is taking me to travel the world. What on earth are you pushing to tag along for? Da Fei Fei leisurely swayed her large cluster of foxtails and gently dismissed it. The great sage is completely wrong. The territory of my heavenly fox clan is only a short distance from that Yin Mi Jai Dai. When it comes to knowing the terrain, I am the boss there. She winked playfully and smiled. Isn't there a saying in the human world that friends make things easier? If I follow and accompany you too, I might end up being a great savior who helps with a lot of things. Yibei rubbed his chin in thought for a moment, then clicked his tongue. Well, having a local guide the way does sound reasonable. Da Fei Fei, you may join us then. Sun Wuzayo immediately protested in discontent upon hearing this. Master, wouldn't it be more carefree for just the two of us to go on our own? Why bring along this talkative burden and cause trouble? Niu Fen stared and muttered in his heart. I still crave to tag along with Senior Yi to inhale some spiritual energy for cultivation. Nio Zhu was plotting. This woman Da Fei Fei is already sitting on my head in the top spot of the demon emperors. This time, even if it kills me, I cannot let her take this great opportunity all to herself. Putting thought into action, the bird boldly spoke up. Lord Jiamo, Senior Yi, for this expedition to the Devil's Lair, I also want to ask for a slot to tag along and protect you. Niu Fen also hurriedly joined in to catch a free ride. I also want a ticket. Nio Zhu quickly wagged his tongue to persuade them. Those devils are naturally cunning and treacherous. Senior Yi, if you have a capable assistant like me by your side to escort you, it would be like a dragon growing wings. Lord Jiamo, do you find my reasoning correct? Niu Fen, standing nearby, also nodded repeatedly. Yes, I am exactly the same. Yibei, hearing this war of words, was completely speechless, silently complaining in his heart. Is this sovereign Tang San Zhang going to fetch scriptures? Why on earth am I dragging 4 demons along as escorts? On this side, Jiamo Yaozun spoke softly to soothe them. I will not forbid anything. The core issue is to wait and see how the little brother decides. Nio Zhu, bursting with excitement, boasted grandly, I am fully capable of carrying Yikai Bei and the whole group to fly there swiftly. On this entire continent, when it comes to wind-cleaving speed, who can surpass me, Jin Peng? With just a single flap of my wings, I can fly as far as 90,000 miles. Niu Fen continued his freeloading chorus, Yeah, me too. Sun Wuzayo, annoyed, pulled Niu Fen's crooked ox horn hard, making him wince and scolded him. You land-plowing ox, how the heck are you going to fly? Yibei listened and nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, that actually makes a lot of sense. Earlier I was planning to ride Zhu Kui to look cool, but if compared to Jin Peng, Zhu Kui's snail-like speed is indeed pathetic. Finalizing the plan, he readily nodded, All right, I approve. You are allowed to accompany us on this trip. Nio Zhu hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Yikai Bei, for your consideration. Niu Fen, seeing the good opportunity slip away, stammered, Wait, what about me? Jiamo Yaozun chuckled and patted the blockhead's head to comfort him. Since the 3 of them are going together, at least one demon emperor must stay behind to guard the temple, protect the village, and defend Zhangzhou. The hulking ox pouted, sulking and murmuring, Little Niu feels so wronged, but little Niu is not going to cry. Sun Wuzayo softly said goodbye. In that case, elder, take care, we shall take our leave. Yibei also waved farewell with some reluctance. Take care, old man, I will miss you a lot. Nio Zhu also cupped his hands and bowed. Lord Jiamo, we are setting off. After speaking, Nio Zhu shuddered and immediately revealed his majestic, gigantic true form. The giant bird spread his wings, blotting out the sky, carrying the three of them on his back, and soared straight up into the 9 heavens. Yibei enjoyed the wind-dripping sensation and praised softly, "The speed of the Jin's great Peng indeed lives up to its legendary reputation." De Fei Fei, standing close to him, suddenly explained, "Our destination, Yin Mi Zhai Dai, is no smaller than Zhuque City. It is the most bustling trading holy land in Zhangzhou, where all sorts of things from heaven to earth are sold." She calmly described further, "That land is famous for being a lawless territory with no governance. Sects and factions of all sizes spring up like mushrooms after rain, and whoever has the biggest fist rules." Nairo Zuo, gliding through the wind, suggested, "Yikai Bay, directly below us are the coordinates of Yin Mi Zhai Dai. For safety, I think we should walk into the city." Yibei nodded in agreement. "Let's go with that plan. Just pick that nearby forest to land safely." As soon as the plan was decided, Nairo Zuo narrowed his wings, glided close to the ground, and landed smoothly in the adjacent dense forest. A moment later, the group of 4 emerged one after another from the foliage and walked forward in an imposing manner. As they strolled toward the city gate, they chatted animatedly. Besides its fame as a transportation hub, Yin Mi Zhai Dai also housed a so-called emperor-grade secret realm. Yibei asked curiously, "Does this concept of an emperor-grade secret realm mean only those of the emperor realm are qualified to enter? Or does it contain opportunities to ascend to the great emperor level, where even the average person can squeeze in to try their luck?" De Fei Fei quickly answered, "It is the latter, sir. Although there is no restriction on realm, the traps inside are so numerous that even emperor-level experts would find them hair-raising. Even worse, the rules to get an entry ticket change constantly every year, and they are bizarrely harsh." She looked off into the far distance and pointed, saying softly, "Look over there, Yikai Bay. That sign is exactly the rule of the game to enter the secret realm this year." The city streets were crowded with carriages and people, with high-pitched hawking echoing through every alley, "Come and buy, come and buy. An ancient chess manual is now cleared for only 10 high-grade spirit stones. Would any esteemed guest like to purchase an introductory chess guide to study? What if you realize the truth and secure a ticket straight into the Yin Mi Bai Jing? Who wants to borrow the essence of the heaven and earth chess board to reach the peak of the great Tao? Who wants to break the shackles of their cultivation and rank up? I offer personal coaching for the first game's secret strategy at a very cheap price, ensuring you can sit back and reap the rewards." De Fei Fei pointed at a giant Go chessboard mural on the wall and muttered, "A chess game." Yibei stroked his chin in deep thought. "As for playing chess, I have some knowledge myself. It is as easy as pie. We can just take turns playing chess against that old man." Lowering his voice, he whispered, "My intuition tells me that this emperor-grade secret realm is very closely related to the origins of the demon clan." Sun Wu Zio stammered, hesitating to speak, Master, about this." Yibei turned his head back and frowned in confusion. What's wrong? Did I make a wrong guess?" The trio of Wu Zio, Fei Fei, and Naio Zhu simultaneously gave a silly, helpless smile and scratched their heads, admitting, "None of us know anything about Go." Seeing this, Yibei wept silently in his heart. As expected, a bunch of useless bums. Suddenly, a young man popped up next to him, clutching his head and wailing, "I've lost a dozen consecutive games and still failed. I couldn't get the entry ticket." A passerby heard this and offered some advice. "With such a novice level, you shouldn't show off. You should just go find old Quan Hong to buy an entry secret book. D letter 1 EAB, U R letter 1 EB 1 NG. Mon Hang Si letter 1 EA 5M Do CH letter 1 EC9. Zai Di Stroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 EE3. C Dung M letter 1 ED9T. L letter 1 EA7N. Dai NH letter 1 EA5T. En Hung H letter 1 EC5. C letter 1 EA7M. No Trern Te Thai. Duko La PH letter 1 EBF. V letter 1 EADT. Kung Erm Ru B letter 1 B0 letter 1 EDB. C Qua Rao. CH letter 1 EFN. M letter 1 EADT. C letter 1 EA3 and H Thoi. Yibei frowned, wondering in his heart, buying contraband entry secret books. He immediately spun around, grabbed the man, and inquired, "Excuse me, brother, where is the location of that secret book dealer?" The young man quickly and enthusiastically pointed, "Are you looking for old Quan Hong? It's easy. Just follow this alley straight, turn left, turn right, and then pull over to the right again, and you'll find him." Yibei followed the verbal map, and what met his eyes was a bustling crowd gathering around. From the center of the crowd came a harsh voice. "Sold out soon. Only the last 2 copies left in stock. Whoever offers the best price gets them. I don't want spirit stones, just trade me some rare, exotic treasures and I'll be satisfied." The surrounding crowd immediately began shouting prices like a chaotic market. A representative of Fei Longji offered a bottle of Dragonman pills to seal the deal. The Jin Guangzong threw in a high-grade sacred weapon in exchange. The Wang Yue Yaohu faction, willing to spend big, was ready to offer 10 profound-grade natural treasures or higher. Yibei squeezed his way to the front of the shabby stall and muttered softly, "It seems this is the correct location." Old Quan Hong smiled slyly, thinking to himself, "If I can make a fortune from this scam, the master will surely reward me handsomely." A sharp, cunning glint flashed through his eyes. Quan Hong pointed his finger at Yibei and tilted his chin. "Hey kid, your appearance seems quite pleasing to my eyes. Speak up, what treasure are you hiding to trade? If I like it, I'll let you have a slot." The onlookers whispered among themselves with malicious intent. "That green kid, if he manages to get the secret book, we can just ambush him and rob him blind." Yibei's face remained cold as stone as he uttered bluntly, "Excuse me, I have no interest in spending money on suspicious trash of unknown origin." Quan Hong, provoked, sat up and growled, "This kid has quite an arrogant tone. You're lucky I believe in fate, otherwise I would have kicked you out long ago. Speak up, what on earth do you want to find out?" Yibei cut straight to the point. "I want to ask, are you currently possessed by the demon clan, or are you simply serving as a willing lapdog for those demons?" The smuggler, hearing this lethal question, froze completely, standing stunned in place. Quan Hong bared his razor-sharp claws and lunged at him, roaring furiously, "Kid, what nonsense are you barking about?" Sun Wu Zio, as if appearing out of nowhere, rushed forward and slammed his head into the cold ground with a powerful one-handed blow. Quan Hong took her heavy blow, his face swollen like a plate, lying helplessly like a dead cockroach, not daring to utter a single word. Yibei maintained his icy face and accused, "I can see that your entire body is reeking of the foul evil chi of the demon clan." De Fei Fei, standing aside, added mockingly, "A mere brat who has barely reached the half-emperor realm dares to act so smug." The surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. "Oh my God, aren't those the faces of the 3 illustrious demon emperors? Why are they wandering in this back alley? Could that majestic young man be the legendary Jia Mo Yao Zun in disguise?" Yibei frowned and questioned, "You also possess a human form. What benefits did those demons give you that you dare to risk your life to be their minion?" Quan Hong stubbornly gritted his teeth and threatened loudly, "I advise you to let me go if you know what's good for you. If I lose a single hair, the demon lord will surely rip out your organs as easily as gutting a fish." Yibei raised his finger to perform a hand seal and sneered, "Quite loyal indeed, a good dog. Since you won't talk, I will have to extract the memories from your brain myself to see." The lapdog's mind was immediately crushed by the overwhelming power of the spell, making him scream in excruciating pain. Suddenly, a hideous face burst out of Quan Hong's throat, surrounded by thick black demon chi, screeching in a spine-chilling tone, "You thieving scoundrel!" Echoing from the thick black smoke, a high-pitched voice asked, "Are you the one who dared to perform soul-snatching possession on Quan Hong?" Yibei frowned slightly and remained silent. His intuition was correct. It was indeed the demon clan. A disgusting black slime continuously poured from Quan Hong's mouth as he writhed in pain and cried for help. "Lord, save my lowly life." The dark shadow tore through Quan Hong's fleshly body and emerged, reaching out to crush his face and drain his life force. "After all these years of devotion in gathering countless treasures for me, you have finally exhausted your usefulness." With that, the demon monster swung its claws and ripped Quan Hong's battered body in half. Having dealt with him, he fled into a void black hole, leaving behind an arrogant remark, "As for you brats, I don't have the time to bother with you right now." Wu Zio dashed forward like lightning, intending to capture the fleeing demon. "Nowhere to run. Stay there and take my blow." Fei Fei and Nairo Zhu also hurriedly gave chase in support. "De Sheng, we are coming to assist you." Unfortunately, the trio's speed was still a step too slow. and they watched helplessly as the demon slipped through the collapsing teleportation black hole. At that moment, a stream of dark chi frantically rushed inside. Yanmo slowly manifested, cursing his henchmen with murderous intent. "I ordered you to watch over Quan Hong. How did you end up in such a miserable state?" The lackey quickly appeased. "Please calm your anger, Lord. Although I messed up the plan, I have successfully lured 3 demon emperors into the trap. You can feast to your heart's content." Yanmo glared at the trio of demon emperors with his eerie eyes. By then, Fei Fei, Wu Zio, and Niao Zhu had boldly stepped through the teleportation black hole, roaring in rage, "Demon, show yourself and face death. All the suffering inflicted on Lord Jia Mo for 20,000 years must be repaid in blood today." Yanmo laughed loudly, stretching out his grotesque arm to grab at the 3 of them. "Come here, little ones, just in case I needed some tools to sharpen my claws." The trio of Wu Zio instantly gasped in shock. Yanmo's giant hand came crashing down, intending to crush all 3 of them. Fortunately, they managed to dodge the lethal strike in the nick of time. Fei Fei frowned in irritation. "Just who is this freakish demon? His strength is so overwhelming that even with the 3 of us demon emperors working together, we can barely hold our ground." The old demon looked at the insects with contempt and mocked. "Like an ant trying to shake a tree, how ridiculous." After speaking, he swung his hand again, unleashing another brutal attack. The trio of Wu Zio turned pale and broke into cold sweat. So the true strength of the demon clan was this terrifying. No wonder old man Jia Mo was tortured to the brink of death. From afar, Yanmo's filthy hand lunged forward like a storm. "Did you eat tiger heart and leopard gall to dare interfere in our demon clan's internal affairs? Drag your bodies here, and I will slowly tell you about it." Suddenly, thunder roared from the heavens, tearing the space apart as a furious bolt of lightning fire crashed down, blocking the lethal hand. Yibei finally arrived in time to save his beloved disciple, and without hesitation, he added his special technique, Hai Mayan Shen Nu, for a preemptive strike. Yanmo, scorched by the lightning fire, screamed in agony, "Damn it! Who dares to display such insolence before me, countering my invincible demon technique?" Yibei stood with folded arms, observing the situation, and nodded in assessment. "Well, is this the actual combat ability of the prominent figures? Taking a direct hit from lightning fire and still not dying, your skill is indeed remarkable." Quan Hong's battered soul hastily snitched to Yanmo, "Lord, it is indeed that brat. His cultivation is only at the peak of the saint realm, but he relies on some unorthodox tricks to dare challenge you." The old demon spun around and cursed, "You stupid fool, are your dog eyes blind?" Yanmo flared up with anger, thinking that this person dared to hide his secrets and ruin his grand plan, so he must be eliminated. Quan Hong wondered, "Lord, do you really plan to use your core divine power just to deal with a mere human?" Yanmo's eyes shot out bolts of lightning along with towering demon chi as he growled, "Your life must be left here today." The divine might of Yanmo erupted, the surging power illuminating the vast space. Yibei used both palms to hold up the great Tao formation, bracing himself to meet Yanmo's lightning punishment. Gritting his teeth, Yibei's eyes showed ultimate resilience, thinking to himself that such a terrifying force rarely existed in the mortal realm. At this time, Fei Fei, Wu Zio, and Niao Zhu rushed to hide behind Yibei. Wu Zio said anxiously, "Master, let me help you." Still sustaining the formation, Yibei urgently yelled at the 3 of them, "You guys find a way to escape quickly, leave this to me." Countless electrical currents surrounded and ran along the layer of the Yuhai Shen Guang. Witnessing this, Wu Zio was extremely anxious, clutching her arm and staring at Yibei as she stammered, "But..." Niao Zhu pulled Fei Fei back while warning Yibei's disciple, "Monkey, the pressure of this Yuhai Shen Guang is not something we can withstand." Yanmo continued to press his power against the Yuhai Shen Guang, and Yibei struggled to hold it from behind, shouting loudly, "Get out of the way." As soon as he spoke, Yanmo's terrifying power tore through and shattered the Yuhai Shen Guang. Yibei hurriedly crossed his arms over his chest, struggling to block this earth-shaking impact. The divine might slammed heavily onto the ground, sweeping across and warping the entire surrounding terrain. The violent shockwaves split the ground in half, leaving crackling sparks of electricity running along the edge of the deep crater. When the powerful storm subsided, only a few crackling sparks remained in the space. The sky was filled with demonic anomalies, and the scenery below was in ruins amidst the thick dust and smoke. Yanmo smirked in satisfaction, his eyes shining with mockery. Beside him, Quan Hong floated. Looking at the ruins in front of him, he exclaimed excitedly, "Mere insects, they were scared witless just facing my might. That blow consumed quite a lot of energy. I must quickly withdraw deep into the secret realm." Amid the devastation, Niao Zhu flapped his wings, carrying Fei Fei and Wu Zio to fly around searching for Yi Bei. A voice broke the silence. "Compared to the demon emperors, we are worlds apart. I wonder how Lord Jiamo managed to deal with these freaks in the past." Looking down at the desolate and gloomy rooftops, panic screams echoed, "Run quickly! What kind of monstrous attack is this? Forget the dream of harvesting treasures in the secret realm, keeping our lives is better. Absolutely do not go near the entrance, the demon clan has indeed appeared." Niao Zhu escorted the other two, flying close to the area where the divine might had just swept through. She sweated secretly. If the people of Yin Mi Zhai Dai didn't flee fast enough, they would have probably turned into ash just like this city. Wu Zio hastily called out, "Master, where are you hiding?" Niao Zhu searched while comforting her. "I guess with Yi Qian Bei's superb abilities, he wouldn't even have a single scratch." Meanwhile, Yi Bei was clutching his chest, hiding behind a giant boulder. His clothes were somewhat tattered. Yi Bei frowned and murmured with a tense expression, "Fortunately, the Zhai Zun Ma Gu protected me, so I only have some minor scratches." Looking ahead, a resolute light flashed in Yi Bei's eyes. He pondered and concluded, "Originally, entering this Yin Mi Bai Jing didn't matter much, but in this situation, not entering would be letting myself down." After searching for a long time, the trio of Niao Zhu, Fei Fei, and Wu Zio finally located Yi Bei. The three of them rushed over, and Wu Zio cried out joyfully, "Master, you are still safe and sound. That is so fortunate." She threw herself into Yi Bei's arms, hugging him tightly, and sobbed, "I thought you were a goner." Yi Bei wrapped his arms around her to comfort her. "How dare you underestimate your master like that?" Right after, Yi Bei turned to Niao Zhu. Although slightly surprised, he gave a firm order, "Niao Zhu, go back to Elder Jia immediately and report the situation here." Niao Zhu immediately cupped his hands to accept the command. "As you command, Yi Qian Bei." Niao Zhu revealed his true form and soared away under the bright sun. Below, Yi Bei instructed Fei Fei and Wu Zio, "I must enter the secret realm to investigate. You two are carrying internal injuries, so just stay out here and recover." Hearing this, Wu Zio felt anxious and hastily dissuaded him. "There's no need to rush, master. Why don't you wait for Da Fei Fei and me to recover, then we can all enter together." Yi Bei stroked his chin, closed his eyes in calculation, and then decisively waved it off. "Any delay will ruin everything. Leaving it for too long will bring more trouble." Leaving the two bewildered behind, Yi Bei darted off like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived right in front of the entrance to the secret realm. Hesitating for a moment, Yi Bei tried to reach out and touch the barrier. Unexpectedly, a repulsive force bounced his hand away. Yi Bei stared deeply inside, his eyes slightly vacant. Glancing at his hand and then looking inside, his brain put the pieces together. The demon clan could easily pass their attacks through the entrance, which proves there must be a trick inside. Suddenly, demon chi condensed in Yi Bei's palm, emitting purple and pink lights that looked eerily demonic. Without a second thought, Yi Bei slapped that hand drenched in demon chi onto his own face. In an instant, from his face to his hands, thick black smoke emanated, his eyes turned blood red, and his entire body radiated the pressure of a true great demon. Yi Bei, in his demonized form, wore a spine-chilling smile. With dark chi flashing in his eyes, he sneered and muttered, "Changing my appearance like this should get me through the pass, right?" Yi Bei, in his demonic form, strutted confidently through the entrance of the secret realm. Wu Zio and Fei Fei could only watch blankly as Yi Bei's back faded before he completely vanished inside. He still looked back to instruct Fei Fei and Wu Zio, "After you wait for Niao Zhu to bring Elder Jia, remember to tell him to tightly seal this entire Yin Mi Bai Jing. I will go in to investigate first." After leaving those words, Bei did not hesitate to plunge inside. Inside the secret realm was a pitch-black sky, with rugged rocky mountains and withered trees meeting his eyes. He concluded in his mind, "Exactly as I guessed, borrowing the demon clan's cloak makes walking around here like a stroll." Wearing his monstrous disguise, he made his way along the withered tree trunks, feeling his way forward. Bei recalled the moment he cast the spell on Quan Hong, stroking his chin in calculation. "Although the soul extraction of Quan Hong was interrupted halfway, I still managed to gather quite a bit of interesting information." Looking at this desolate scenery and gray sky, Bei immediately associated it with the Great War 20,000 years ago. In order to preserve their bloodline, the demon clan had secretly sent a main branch to seek refuge in this remote place. Bei lowered his head, casting his gaze far away, and suddenly whispered, "Zhai Zun Ma Gu." Gritting his teeth, his eyes shone with unparalleled determination. Bei thought, never before has anything possessed such a terrifying attraction to the Zhai Zun Ma Gu. Bei's gaze locked onto the mountain range in front of him. He smelled trouble around here. Filled with doubt, he assessed, "Right from the moment I set foot in the secret realm, I found that mountain highly suspicious." As expected. Bei leaped into the air, determined to investigate and get to the bottom of it. Flying close to the peak, he discovered a whole gather of the Zhai Zun Ma Gu below. Seeing this, he cheered internally, "Got the signal. The thing calling to the Zhai Zun Ma Gu must reside on that mountain peak." Scanning the crowd below, he muttered thoughtfully, "There must be at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them here. If they all broke out at once, the consequence would be an apocalypse." Suddenly, a heavy pressure crashed down, making him gasp for air. Bei cried out in shock, "What on earth is this?" In the blink of an eye, Bei fell flat onto the ground, right before the eyes of the gathered Zhai Zun Ma Gu. Bei, dizzy, clutched his spinning head and muttered in frustration, "The suppressing power of this devilish mountain strongly reeks of a no-fly zone, clearly forbidding any flight in the air." Turning around, he saw the Zhai Zun Ma Gu members whispering in discussion. A black-haired one mocked, "Where did this clever guy come from trying to take a shortcut? Does he think the holy mountain is so easy to climb?" The one next to him, hands on hips, agreed, "As long as the stone tablet on the peak hasn't collapsed, no matter what kind of archdemon you are, you have to walk obediently." Catching their whispers, Bei couldn't help but feel surprised. A red-clothed man, hands on hips, tried to intimidate Bei. "Newcomer of the demon clan, have you registered with me? Without registration, don't even think about pilgrimaging the holy mountain." Bei scratched his head and gave a forced smile to placate him. "Brother, I drifted into this secret realm 20,000 years ago and have been in secluded cultivation since. I am completely ignorant about this holy mountain pilgrimage, so please enlighten me." The demon glared at Bei from the corner of his eye and sneered, "I thought it was something special, just another country bumpkin in secluded isolation." Following the demon's bragging, Bei saw a colossal stone tablet. The man raised his voice, "As long as you step within a 1,000-meter radius of that massive stone tablet, you will bathe in the profound laws emanating from it." With that, the demon raised his hand high, showing deep, reverent worship toward the demon venerable. "Do you know? After conquering the holy mountain, the 6 demon great emperors and the demon venerable all relied on the mist of the stone tablet to fully realize the ultimate demon path." Bei stroked his chin, his mind racing. "This stone tablet of the demon clan sounds like a supreme heavenly treasure, but surely of much higher quality. If I can steal it and keep it for myself, I will strike it rich this time." While he was engrossed in planning his scheme, a blonde demon pushed Bei aside to grab his spot. With a scowl, he snapped at Bei, "If you haven't registered, get lost." He howled, showing utter contempt for Bei, and shouted, "A nobody like you wants to climb the holy mountain. Dream on." Bei was not one to back down. He gave a cold smirk and countered sharply, "Quite confident, aren't you? Then let's make a bet to see who is better." The guy sneered, curling his lips in amusement, and clicked his tongue arrogantly. "Now that is interesting." The two launched into a race, clinging to the cliff and climbing up the endlessly steep stone steps. The blonde demon gritted his teeth and roared at Bei, "If you can't crawl, get lost. A useless demon has no right to set foot on the holy mountain." Yibei gave him a sidelong glance and ignored him completely. But it didn't take long for karma to hit the blonde guy hard. While Yibei calmly walked up each step as if strolling, the other guy was crawling on all fours, dragging himself centimeter by centimeter. Yibei taunted proudly, "Is this all you can do? If you're weak, get down out of my sight." The blonde guy panted, groaning in exhaustion, "I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of fatigue." Yibei pressed his hand against the cliff wall, his deep gaze seeing through the path ahead. He clenched his fist, and his mind lit up, almost at the peak. The Zhai Zun Ma Gu in my body has connected with that stone tablet. Suddenly, Yibei's eyes widened as he stared ahead. He frowned, his face darkening. "Wait a minute beside the stone tablet." At the same time, Yanmo was also floating near the mountain peak, with his eyes tightly shut. Yibei looked up, his heart filled with a mixture of shock and curiosity, and his mind raced. The old fellow who had blasted him with 2 fierce strikes was actually lingering here too. Yanmo suddenly woke up, laughing loudly. He had come to this giant stone tablet on the mountain peak to heal his wounds, and boasted self-indulgently, "How fortunate that our demon clan possesses the divine treasure, the Hun Dunshi Bei. In less than half an hour, I am already back to full strength." Yibei quietly tiptoed closer to him. Sensing someone approaching, he gritted his teeth and glared sideways at Yibei. Yibei raised his hand in a friendly greeting, pretending to have completely forgotten the fierce clash earlier. He spoke cheerfully, "Hello, senior." Looking at Yanmo's face, an idea crossed his mind. It's indeed a small world, what a narrow path for enemies. Let's flatter him to lower his guard and then play it by ear. Yanmo cast an icy, scrutinizing gaze at Yibei and spoke condescendingly. "Being able to climb to this height means you have some strength. Which tribe do you come from?" Yibei strolled before him, spreading his hands, and replied smoothly, "Senior, I am just a rogue cultivator with no faction or sect." Yanmo frowned deeply, a grumpy expression on his face as he offered some bait. "As a rogue, where would you find resources? Why don't you obediently join my faction? What do you say?" Yibei slowly stepped closer, reaching into his robe and smiling warmly, intending to offer healing pills. "Senior is indeed generous. You're carrying some injuries, right? I happen to have a few healing pills here." Yanmo waved his hand to decline. "I appreciate your sincerity, but my injuries are not." Before his last word could escape, Yibei launched a surprise. Lethal strike straight at Yanmo. The old man snorted, "HMPH." Though he dodged the deadly blow, a lock of his hair was still sliced off. Yanmo was enraged, his face dark as charcoal and his eyes bloodshot with murderous intent. He roared viciously, "You brat." Yibei pointed his hand directly at him. For the attack just now, he had fully activated the Zhai Zun Ma Gu. Yibei stared intently at Yanmo, his eyes sharp and resolute. He thought, the suppressing force from this stone tablet is truly terrifying. I have to unleash the full power of the Zhai Zun Ma Gu just to barely withstand it. Yanmo tier let 1 e bng m let 1 eft, l let 1 b0 let 1 edd, mc let 1 ead un hu mu let 1 ed1, and chu nu let 1 ed1 ts let 1 ed1 ng. Laudiern ti let 1 bft gao lern. Ho ralakai th let 1 b1 ng n hi, n han lo letter 1 ea1, I n hang gu. D letter 1 e1, b letter 1 efc th letter 1 ea5, y lao r letter 1 e5c, r letter 1 ecbch, tung tu y letter 1 ec7 t chiru ph letter 1 e3 n kong, ben ng letter 1 e3, ng letter 1 edbn h letter 1 ecf, I, l letter 1 ea1, I tin loi kai tro ku rich do ra zai. Yibei floated level with Yanmo's gaze, his expression suddenly darkening with murderous intent as he spoke smugly, "Too bad. At this distance, your ultimate move is useless." Before Yanmo could react, he was forced to shut his eyes tightly. Yibei recalled his memories. "My dark fire before couldn't even scratch your core." He channeled all his power for a fatal blow, attacking the old fellow at full speed. Yibei gritted out, "Now, taste this." Yanmo threw his head back and let out a tragic howl. "Ah," as billowing demon chi surged from his entire body, his mouth gaping wide open. But Yanmo was not about to let Yibei finish him off so easily. He roared, "You want my life? You're still far too green." Then he took a deep, deep breath. Both of his cheeks puffed up like a balloon. Yibei kept his gaze locked onto Yanmo, wondering in his mind, would he rather self-detonate than be burned to death? Then he keenly noticed something amiss, his eyes flashing with suspicion. Yi Bei muttered to himself, "No, this old man isn't planning to blow himself up." Yan Mo executed the supreme technique, Heavenly Demon Soul Devour, to turn the tide. From it, a torrent of demon race power surged rapidly toward Yi Bei. As the overwhelming wave of demon chi closed in, Yi Bei stood perfectly still, not even bothering to budge. He casually waited for the storm of demon chi to sweep directly over him. Yan Mo smirked triumphantly. "Let's see you try to block this with sheer wishful thinking." Seeing the demon chi about to engulf Yi Bei, Yan Mo roared in delight. "I will devour you from the inside out until nothing is left." Yi Bei merely raised his hands casually to shield his face. The torrent of demon chi slammed into Yi Bei's hands, then slipped effortlessly straight into his body, much to the surprise of its own master. The demon chi spread through Yi Bei's body, beginning to corrode and blend into his every cell. Yan Mo laughed mockingly and asked, "How is it, brat? Does the feeling of demon chi invading your body feel like 10,000 ants burrowing into and gnawing at your marrow?" Yi Bei's face went completely dark as he coldly replied to Yan Mo, "Spot on. I'm in so much pain I just want to die and get it over with, but I actually have to thank you." To everyone's surprise, Yi Bei channeled his power to ignite his own supreme demon bone, his aura blending with his divine might as it began to self-detonate. As the purified demon chi gushed into the air, Yi Bei coldly spun around, preparing to slip away. Yan Mo, utterly shocked by this sudden reversal of fortune, shrieked in terror, "What kind of sorcery is this? Impossible." Overwhelmed by shock and unwilling to accept defeat, Yan Mo reached out, trying to grab Yi Bei. He went mad as he realized the youth's insidious scheme. "From start to finish, you never knew that my black flame doesn't absorb spiritual chi to throw it out at all, but is actually burning my very own supreme demon bone." Yi Bei reached out and firmly snatched Yan Mo's divine soul, looking exactly like a descended Shura, his eyes dripping with murderous intent. Yi Bei growled coldly, "Failing to know yourself and your enemy, that is your grave." Yan Mo opened his mouth wide and let out a sorrowful wail, "My divine soul is burning." Yi Bei held the old man's divine soul in his palm and crushed it without a shred of mercy, as the surrounding demon chi slowly dissolved into nothingness. Just like that, Yan Mo's soul was utterly vaporized by Yi Bei, leaving not a single trace. Yi Bei stared ahead with an expressionless face, his eyes brimming with a blackened aura. He murmured calculations to himself. "This time, no one is left to stand in my way." With the Chaos Stone Steel combined with the Heavenly Pool treasure to mold 108 great Emperor-class disciples, this is an incredibly sweet deal. Yi Bei stood firmly before the giant stone monument, craning his neck to inspect it carefully. Yi Bei dragged his heavy, 1,000-pound steps forward, the ground beneath him cracking and popping. Yi Bei's eyes watched this development tensely as he inwardly worried. "The closer I get, the more overbearing the pressure becomes." The ground beneath Yi Bei's feet shook violently. With swift resolve, he drove a punch straight down into the floor. Taking the full force of the punch, while the suppressing pressure remained unshaken, he broke into a cold sweat and thought, "Even with the supreme demon bone backing me up, this is exhausting. I'll just have to crawl forward millimeter by millimeter." Yi Bei focused intensely and stared ahead, wondering, what on earth is happening over by the stone monument? I briefly heard Yan Mo muttering, so I should try to peek over. The pilgrimage to the sacred mountain is a life-and-death milestone for us demons to ascend to Emperor. We absolutely cannot drop the ball. Suddenly, a realization flashed through Yi Bei's mind. This aura, it is definitely 2 demon emperors. Right behind Yi Bei, 2 demon emperors suddenly loomed. One of them sneered, well, who would have thought a mere human would be here? Where has that fellow Yan Mo crawled off to?" Yi Bei gritted his teeth, his insides in a twist. "If I want to keep acting now, I've already missed the beat." Lao Dao and Lao Gong fixed their eyes on Yi Bei's back. The demon chi lingering in the air forced them to use their demon eyes to see through it. Lao Dao waved his hand, and the hazy mist of demon chi gradually dissipated. Lao Dao quickly grasped the situation and frowned, telling the other, "It seems that useless fool Yan Mo has already been sent to his grave by this fellow." Lao Gong swiftly notched an arrow to his bow and threatened Yi Bei in a cold voice, "If you know what's good for you, Stay away from the Chaos Stone Steel, and I will spare your life. Otherwise. Without even waiting for Yi Bei to speak, Lao Gong released the string, sending an arrow flying into the blue sky. This was the warning shot he intended for Yi Bei. 2 arrows sliced through the wind and soared high, their destructive power and threatening speed not to be underestimated. Immediately, a bright crimson fireball appeared, lighting up a corner of the sky. Yi Bei stood frozen in place, stunned by the display of dominance from the 2 demon emperors. His eyebrows knit closely together as he stared at the fireball in confusion, a sense of unease rising in his chest. Are these 2 shots meant to act like nuclear bombs and blow the sky apart? Glancing at Lao Gong and Lao Dao, both wore the mantle of demon emperors. Their strength was naturally nothing to sneeze at. Yi Bei silently calculated, if I exhaust myself, I can probably only handle 1 demon emperor. If they gang up on me, I'm afraid I'll meet an early grave. Yi Bei's eyes gleamed with a cold, calculating light. He finalized his battle plan. Then let's go all out this way. I can't afford to worry about so much anymore. Suddenly, a system notification blared noisily. Warning. The system has detected the host's intention to forcibly activate Grand Dao Resonance during its cooldown period. Pushing through will result in severe side effects lasting for a week. Ignoring the repetitive, annoying sound, Yi Bei gritted his teeth, his eyes erupting with billowing murderous intent. He growled through his teeth, Grand Dao of Strength. Yi Bei wrapped both arms tightly around the giant stone monument and let out an ear-splitting roar, causing the massive steel to shake violently and develop several cracks. Witnessing his madness, Lao Gong gritted his teeth and whispered under his breath, Lao Dao, look, is that madman trying to uproot the Chaos Stone Steel? Yi Bei smirked, his eyes flashing repeatedly as he replied, exactly what you're thinking. Lao Gong immediately drew his bowstring tight to release an arrow, shouting loudly, keep dreaming, kid. Yi Bei arrogantly thumped his chest and declared, your puny arrows won't even be able to scratch my skin. In the blink of an eye, 2 deadly arrows lunged from behind Yi Bei, flying as fast as a flash of lightning. But before they could even brush against the hem of his robe, the arrows were frozen solid by a layer of energy. Immediately after, they crumbled and fell to the ground, shattered into dust. Lao Gong was furious, gritting his teeth and cursing, damn it! I completely forgot that the closer you get to the Chaos Stone Steel, the more terrifying the suppressing force is. Lao Dao also grasped the situation, stepping forward to shield him and saying, Lao Gong, it seems this brat has figured out a way to counter your and old Yan's long-range poking tricks. Let me take my blade and chop off his head. Lao Gong clenched his fists, his face dripping with murderous intent as he swore to take Yi Bei's life. I'll go call the other 3 demon emperors for reinforcements. Dead or alive, we cannot let him steal the Chaos Stone Steel. Lao Dao stomped his feet hard on the ground, sending a shockwave that vibrated through the entire area. Lao Dao brandished his weapon, grandly declaring, with just this single strike, I will split you in half. At the same time, Yi Bei was still gritting his teeth, holding the Chaos Stone Steel tightly, his strained scream echoing through the space once more. In the end, he successfully uprooted the Chaos Stone Steel from the ground, and without a second thought, hurled it away. Just at this moment, Lao Dao rushed forward, channeling his power to deliver an earth-shattering slash ahead. But Yi Bei was quicker, clinging onto the Chaos Stone Steel and laughing cheerfully, see you next time, darlings. His cheeky attitude made Lao Dao spit blood in rage, cursing loudly, damn it, how dare you? Yi Bei ignored him, shouting happily, Yahoo! Yi Bei paid no mind to his fury, his mind quickly mapping out the next step. Using this flying momentum, I have more than enough power to fly straight out of the secret realm's entrance. Seeing the boulder laden with destructive energy hurtling down, a loud alarm blared, dodge quickly, everyone. There's a strange object sliding down the mountain. Yi Bei stood casually with his arms crossed. The powerful rebound force emanating from the stone monument ensured that even if those demons strapped rockets to their backsides, they still wouldn't catch up. The area was engulfed in a sea of thick, black dust. Outside the secret realm's entrance, everyone was restless. Niao Zhu quickly called out, I have escorted Lord Jiamo here. Has Senior Yi still not shown his face? Jiamo narrowed his eyes and peered deep into the portal, carefully assessing the situation. Right at the exit of the secret realm, the Chaos Stone Steel and Yi Bei's figure suddenly shot out. Yi Bei slammed a palm heavily onto the ground. Immediately, he called out loudly, "Retrieve!" Landing right in front of Yao Venerable Jia Mo, Yi Bei blinked and urged in a rush, "Elder Jia, you came at just the right time. Quickly help me seal this secret realm entrance." Yao Venerable Jia Mo nodded hastily. "All right, I also know a thing or two about sealing arrays." With that, both simultaneously formed hand seals to execute the secret technique. In an instant, an array totem materialized right at the foot of the portal, connecting to the demon realm. The two watched the barrier closely. Elder Jia's ancestral power blended perfectly with a portion of the pressure drawn from the stone steel. Lao Gong panicked as he watched the exit slowly close before his eyes, yelling out, "We're doomed, Lao Dao. They've blocked the exit to the secret realm." Sensing the crisis, Lao Dao roared immediately, "I'm not blind, I can see that. Quickly stop them at all costs." As soon as the array took shape, Yi Bei roared decisively, "Close." A series of metallic clashing sounds shook the entire area. Both Lao Dao and Lao Gong were pinned flat by the ancestral array. Lao Dao cursed bitterly, "Damn it." Both of their faces were pale, sweat pouring off them. Lao Dao said in despair, "Lao Gong, this time the demon venerable is going to skin us alive." Lao Gong, his face scrunched up like a monkey eating ginger, retorted, "Shut up, and start racking your brain to come up with a semi-plausible excuse." Seeing the secret realm entrance locked tight, Yao Venerable Jia Mo leisurely stroked his beard. At this level, even someone of Emperor Venerable caliber would find it hard to break through. "Little brother, in the end, what did you see when you went in there?" Standing beside him, Yi Bei reported frankly, "I took a quick look and saw the demon venerable herding several thousand demons, along with 6 demon emperors. I also conveniently sent one of the demon emperors to his grave." Hearing this shocking news, the entire crowd froze with their mouths wide open. They stammered in unison, "What? You actually managed to take out a demon emperor?" Yao Venerable Jia Mo cupped his hands and bowed, his face filled with gratitude toward Yi Bei. If not for little friend Yi risking his life to charge in, the demon race would have surely spread widespread calamity. This old man will engrave this favor in his heart. Yi Bei waved his hand humbly. "You flatter me. It was just a small matter." He casually patted Wu Zio's head and announced, "The demons are temporarily unable to make any moves. I still have some personal matters to attend to, so I will be taking Wu Zio away from the central continent." Yao Venerable Jia Mo, along with Niao Zhu and Da Fei Fei, looked at him reluctantly as he prepared to leave, nodding in agreement without any objection. "This place will be guarded by me and 3 Yao emperors in rotation. May you and Wu Zio have a smooth journey." Seeing this, Wu Zio looked up eagerly and asked Yi Bei, "Master, where are we traveling to next?" Looking up at the sky, he replied casually, "To attend your master's 300-year memorial ceremony, where else?" Just then, Niao Zhu stepped forward timidly, wearing an earnest expression as she pleaded, "Senior Yi, I am willing to serve as your mount to transport you." At those words, both Yi Bei and Wu Zio turned to look at her with wide eyes, as if looking at a strange object. Yi Bei rested his chin on his hand, his mind rapidly calculating. Although her flying speed can't compete with Jin Peng, he is stuck here defending the fortress. The speed of a vermilion bird is actually quite impressive upon further thought. After a moment of consideration, he decided, let's make a quick stop at the Yao Xingchen Alchemy Association first. Niao Zhu quickly transformed back into a giant Zhuque, and Wu Zio shouted in delight, "Awesome!" At this time, the sky was clear, the weather cool and pleasant, as the morning sunlight poured down to warm all living things. Wu Zio strained his neck and shouted noisily, "Hey, Xing Chen, stop with the secluded cultivation and get out here to welcome your guests." A split second later, the door to the room burst open. Xing Chen stepped out with a bright smile to greet them, her eyes curving. "Fifth senior brother, you've come to visit. After several months apart, are you still doing well?" Standing opposite Wu Zio, Xing Chen suddenly stammered, her expression hesitant and hard to describe. "Lord Jiamo's illness is truly very tricky. The root cause lies in a mess of internal injuries accumulated from ages ago. If we only apply medicinal pills, he'll live at most another 2 or 3 years. Before she could finish, Wu Zio put his hands on his hips, glaring at her reproachfully. You dummy, old man Jia's illness vanished ages ago. Your gossip-gathering skills are really terrible. Wu Zio grinned mischievously, gesturing with his chin toward the doorway, and teased, keep your eyes glued over there to see which supreme master has come to visit. Meeting her eyes was Yi Bei standing right at the doorway. This sudden appearance, like falling from the sky, caused Xing Chen to freeze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yi Bei smiled gently, spreading his arms wide as he called out warmly, Xing Chen. Xing Chen's cheeks flushed red as she covered her mouth with a sob, tears streaming down her face as she wept. Master, is that really you in the flesh? Yi Bei blinked and teased his disciple, if it's a fake, you can return it for free. In a flurry, Xing Chen knelt at Yi Bei's feet and bowed respectfully. Disciple Yu Xing Chen pays respects to master. After bowing, Xing Chen looked up, her eyelashes wet with tears as her emotions overflowed. Your disciple has missed you to death. Yi Bei reached out with his large hand, gently stroking her head to comfort her. You are now sitting in the president's chair of the Alchemy Association. Crying like a baby will make people laugh at you. Gazing at the beauty before him, Yi Bei smiled dotingly and teased, you're no longer the soot-covered little girl of the past who would blow up the cauldron at the slightest slip, are you? Hearing this, she could only murmur a soft, hum. Instantly, the system's ding rang out to announce, reunited with the 7th of the 108 disciples. Half-Emperor-level physical skill reward activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive technique, Spatial Teleportation Array. Catching sight of these words, he froze for 5 seconds. Immediately after, Yi Bei rubbed his hands together in excitement, thinking joyfully, with this little toy, wandering around the world in the future will be as easy as going to the market. Yi Bei pulled up the system control panel and leaned in close to examine it. His eyes widened as he analyzed and sank into a train of thought. The way it operates is probably similar to those grinding games from the old days, but on this Xuanhuan great continent, this toy is one of a kind. Once the terrain map finished loading on the screen, Yi Bei calculated complacently. Well, I'll just have to personally walk and carefully pin the coordinates, dropping a spatial anchor wherever I go. Suddenly Nairo Zhu poked her head in and asked, Senior Yi, shall we continue our journey? Yi Bei waved his hand and replied decisively, let's go. A short while later at the Yi Imperial Tomb, under the scorching, blazing sun, the group of 4 gathered before a colossal, majestic gate. Looking up at the half-open door, Nairo Zhu sighed in admiration. This tomb is built far too extravagantly. She couldn't help but criticize its sheer grandiosity. Even a great emperor's tomb wouldn't dare to be built on such a grand scale. Yi Bei extended his hand to summon Sword Qi and instructed in a deep voice, Zhu Kui, find a cool spot to take a nap. Yi Bei held his sword and diligently carved lines into the hard ground. Xing Chen craned her neck to watch Yi Bei dance with his sword to carve characters, his actions making her scratch her head in confusion. Her curiosity piqued, she asked, Master, what are you digging up? In just the blink of an eye, a line of characters written like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes sat proudly on the ground. Yi Bei turned back to instruct each of his disciples. Wu Zio, stand right behind the character double, and Xing Chen, move behind the character 2 for your master. Xing Chen obediently ran straight to the character double, and Wu Zio also waddled over to find the exact position of the character 2 to stand. Very quickly, the 2 girls lined up neatly, exactly in the positions Yi Bei had designated. Xing Chen asked in confusion, assigning spots based on characters like this, is master planning to hand out gifts according to our positions? Wu Zio tossed his hair, resting both hands on his hips as he retorted to Xing Chen, do you even need to ask that? Has master ever let us suffer a disadvantage? Whispering through the crack of the door came all sorts of noisy sounds, accompanied by a bewildered voice. It seems someone has already staked a claim deep within the temple hall. Are you kidding me? Could someone have been even faster than us? Qi Taibai, Zhang Li Mo, and Bai Yu Ling led a group of people deep into the Yi Imperial Tomb. As soon as she saw the figures of Yi Bei and the others, Qi Taibai gasped. It really is our master. Wu Zio and Xing Chen are here too. I didn't expect them to follow master back at the same time. Wu Zio gleefully raised a thumb to tease her. It's been a while since we met, fourth senior sister Qi Taibai, but you've secretly broken through to become a great emperor. You've really been hiding your skills. Yi Bei turned to interrupt the chatting between the two girls, telling Wu Zio, let me arrange the formation for you all first. Once that's done, you can chat as much as you want. Yi Bei pointed to the messy lines of characters over there and directed loudly, Qi Taibai, go stand behind the character 5. As for Jia Ji Fu, Lai Yu Shan, and Zhang Li Mo, line up behind the character 1 for me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Yu Ling timidly grabbed his sleeve and stammered in confusion. Master, did you lose your memory and completely forget about Ling Er? Not wanting his beloved disciple to feel left out for long, Yi Bei shoved a bottle into her hand and instructed kindly, hold onto this first, and only distribute it to everyone when I give the order. Staring blankly at the green bottle, Bai Yu Ling's head was instantly filled with a basket of giant question marks. Suddenly, a resounding voice made Qi Taibai startle. Senior sister Qi Taibai, did you all agree to run over here and snatch the spots first? Qi Taibai glanced at the woman slowly approaching and blurted out, Fan Zio Tong. Fan Zio Tong carried a massive food container, a bright smile blooming on her lips like spring sunshine. This was indeed the disciple ranked 40, the master of the Grand Tao of Food, Fan Zio Tong. She gingerly and extremely carefully placed the food container down on the ground. Qi Taibai stepped forward and asked warmly, you brought such a lavish feast? Fan Zio Tong replied cheerfully, it's master's 300-year memorial, so your disciple must prepare some proper offerings. Scanning her surroundings, Fan Zio Tong squealed in excitement. Oh my, fifth senior brother showed his face too. And junior sister Bai Yu Ling, after so many years apart, I finally get to see you again. Yi Bei then pretended to clear his throat with 2 loud coughs. Yi Bei clasped his hands behind his back, stepping leisurely right up to her face and spoke slowly, Zio Tong. This unannounced appearance of Yi Bei naturally terrified her, making her hair stand on end as her entire body stiffened like a log, her eyes staring wide at the figure looming right in front of her. The very next second, she covered her face in panic and screamed, her voice echoing through the tomb, oh my God, Master's ghost has returned to haunt us. Taking a fatal shock, Fan Zio Tong rolled over and fainted onto the ground. Yi Bei sighed silently in his mind. Even after all these years, Fan Zio Tong's courage is still as tiny as a mustard seed. He waved his hand, helplessly instructing his disciples, you kids quickly carry this cowardly girl to the corner to rest. Just at that moment, rapid and hurried footsteps echoed from afar once again. Qi Taibai standing nearby quickly spoke to Yi Bei, Master, more guests are coming. The person arriving looks like. Ouyang Leng wore a cold expression as she walked against the light, an overwhelming aura emanating from her entire body. This was indeed Ouyang Leng, ranked 8th, a master of the Shura Grand Tao. Looking at her expression, the crowd couldn't help but murmur. For the past 3 centuries, every year on the anniversary of Master's death, senior sister Ouyang Leng has never failed to show up and burn incense for him. Those who cultivate the Shura Grand Tao are all stone-faced, dark, and brutal. She doesn't respect anyone except for Master and our eldest senior sister. Ouyang Leng walked over slowly, but who would have thought that 2 wet streams of tears were rolling down her cold face? Ouyang Leng sobbed out a call, her voice choked with deep emotion. Yi Bei stood silently, an indescribable stir rising in his heart. Ouyang Leng clenched her hand into a fist, growling through trembling teeth, how hateful. Without a word, Ouyang Leng pursed her lips and growled with murderous intent, shouting the name, Zhang Li Mo. Having her name shouted out, Zhang Li Mo froze and asked in confusion, is something wrong? Losing focus for just a split second, Ouyang Leng had already swung her hand to strike, locking tightly onto Zhang Li Mo's body. She gasped out each word, Senior sister, what on earth are you doing? Ouyang Leng's gaze shot out like a bullet, coldly interrogating, did you have the audacity to turn Master into an undead corpse? Choked to the point of suffocation, Zhang Limo grimaced in pain but still hurriedly denied it. Are you crazy? Why would I ever do such a thing? Let me explain first. Deep down, Zhang Limo was extremely exasperated, thinking, this Rakshasa woman's mind must have gone completely out of whack. With a sudden crack, a formless whip whipped down from the air, striking directly onto Yangleng's back. She winced in pain and gritted her teeth, whipping around to look, her pupils dilating completely in panic. Yibei's face darkened as he advanced, whip in hand, and scolded in a majestic tone, the moment you meet, you hold down your junior sister to beat her up. Where did you pick up such a bad habit? Yibei waved the whip, lecturing Yangleng, eighth disciple, I've told you until my throat was sore that whatever you do, you must observe carefully and think calmly. Don't act so recklessly. Yibei shouted in interrogation, have you returned everything I taught you back to me? At the same time, the whip lashed down aggressively onto the ground, brushing right past Yangleng's feet. After a moment of shock, she finally gathered her wits and stammered, Master, have you really come back to life? Still half doubting, Yangleng stepped closer, placing her hand on Yibei's chest. She stared closely and muttered in a daze, it indeed doesn't resemble a mindless undead. His blood qi is extremely abundant, and his life force is surging strongly. Yangleng leaned her nose even closer, sniffing repeatedly. She pursed her lips and mumbled, the whip strike just now hit directly at the soul, causing a sharp pain. This feeling is indeed very real. Because of the excessively close distance, this intimate contact caused a stream of bright red liquid to accidentally squirt from Yibei's nose. She hastily fell to her knees and reported reverently, your disciple, Yangleng pays respects to Master. This posture of face-planting flat on the ground was the highest ritual of the Grey Wolf tribe. Yibei bent down, gently holding her hands to help her up, and replied with a soft demeanor, rise, my child. After all these years of wandering and struggling, you have all worked hard. Suddenly, a hand reached out from nowhere and tightly grabbed the hem of Yibei's robe. This tugging action forced him to turn his head to look back. To his surprise, Fan Xiao Tong was also kneeling flat on the ground, weeping bitterly as she sobbed, Master, fate has truly dealt a fatal blow to your disciple. I thought I would never have the chance to see you again in this lifetime. Master, please give me 2 lashes too, so I can wake up from this dream. Hearing this, Yibei also inquired warmly, his voice full of care, Xiao Tong, when did you wake up, child? Yibei smiled, dotingly caressing her hair and coaxing, there, be good. Xiao Tong, Xiao Leng, the two of you go stand behind the numbers as arranged. Standing proudly before his disciples, Yibei lectured in a firm voice, since you all arrived here first as a group, your master will have a reasonable talk with you first. Very quickly, his expression turned dark as he shouted loudly, do you remember that master once taught you that unity is invincible strength? Now look, how many of your fellow disciples have completely lost contact and cannot be reached? Yibei pointed at Bai Yuling, who was hanging her head dejectedly. He added, your little junior sister Ling was out of contact for a full 300 years. Why? Because she was locked up by those people of the Heavenly Finger sacred land for all that time. Yibei's words were like a thunderbolt out of the blue. Where on earth had the others drifted to then? Was there anyone else placed under house arrest by other sacred lands or factions for 300 years? You're curious about what those digits beneath your feet mean, aren't you? Actually, it's extremely simple. Hearing these torrential scoldings, Wu Xiao remained dead silent, not daring to argue. Yibei continued slowly. Standing on number 1 means 100 lashes, the row for number 2 is equivalent to 200 lashes, while the number 5 receives 500 lashes. The spot where Wu Xiao was rooted instantly transformed into a terrifying torture, making her shudder. In a flash, Yibei pointed his finger at her and declared, little Wu, no need to think anymore. The character double you are stepping on means 2,000 lashes. Wu Xiao opened her mouth in horror, stammering, but master I. Yibei's face darkened, his brow knitting together as he shot a gaze as sharp as a knife, shouting, you hold the title of 5th senior brother and were the earliest to break through to great emperor, yet how did you behave? Do you think a punishment of 2,000 lashes is too much? Wu Xiao hurriedly knelt flat, replying with a remorseful face, it is too little. Even if it were 20,000 lashes, your disciple would willingly accept the punishment. Please punish me, master. Beside her, Chi Tai Bai also knelt down solemnly and said, Your disciple also agrees to bear 2,000 or even 20,000 lashes of punishment. I beg master to hand down the punishment. Zhang Li Mo and the rest of the fellow disciples also spoke up in unison. Master, we also beg to take the beating along with our 2 senior sisters. Immediately after, Yi Bei coldly ordered, Chi Tai Bai and Wu Zio, step aside and stand together. The rest of you, obediently return to your original spots. Holding the rattan whip in his hand, he scolded irritably. Now, put your hands to your heads and think very carefully about what you have done over the past few years. As soon as his words fell, a sharp crack sliced through the air, resounding and deafening. A chorus of miserable wails and cries echoed one after another through the Yi imperial tomb. Nairo Zhu clung to the outer wall in a daze, her face completely flushed as she mumbled hesitantly, What on earth are they doing in there to make such stimulating sounds? Chi Tai Bai lay flat on the ground. She weakly raised her head, crying out with choked, wheezing breaths, Master. Yi Bei turned to Bai Yu Ling and directed, Ling the punishment is over. Go and distribute the medicinal pills to them. Opening the lid of the medicine bottle in his hand, he explained gently, This is a pill I asked Da Fei Fei of the Yao realm to gather natural treasures to refine. Although your master lashed you as punishment, I never wished for you to accumulate internal injuries because of it. Bai Yu Ling cautiously dripped the medicinal liquid onto Chi Tai Bai's whip welts. At this moment, Yi Bei stared intently at 2 fragments of space in his palm and spoke, Next is the golden moment for you all to break through. Yi Bei looked at his disciples and guided them patiently. Try your best to comprehend the power of laws. With your master backing you up here, even if you break through to become emperors, I can still handle it all. Yao Xingchen, who was sitting in meditation, immediately replied, Yes, master. Having settled all necessary tasks, Yi Bei could finally plan with peace of mind. While the disciples are cultivating, I should set the first spatial teleportation point right here at the Yi Imperial Tomb just to be safe. No sooner said than done. Yi Bei immediately planted the spatial point. In another development, hurried footsteps of people fleeing for their lives repeatedly resounded on the road. The 5 Element sisters were running at full throttle, their urging cries echoing continuously, Sisters, run faster. The Yi Imperial Tomb is right ahead. One of the girls in the group said in a rush, Today is the anniversary of Master's death. Our senior and junior sisters will definitely be gathered in full force. They will surely help us shake off our pursuers. In a flash, the 5 Element sisters rushed to the front of the Yi Imperial Tomb, and Nairo Zhu had also spotted their arrival. She quickly stepped out to block the door, asking warily, Who are you? Senior Yi is discussing matters inside. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden from entering. The 5 of us are all Master's disciples. Let us in quickly. From inside the Yi Imperial Tomb, a voice suddenly echoed, Are the newcomers the 5 Element sisters? One of the women in the group gasped in shock. This voice, could it be Master's? Just at that moment, the stone gate slowly began to open. Behind the gate, Yi Bei appeared with a faint smile on his lips, remarking with satisfaction, Among all my disciples, only you 5 sisters have maintained your initial unity. I feel deeply comforted. Then one of them spoke up to report, Master, because they want revenge, the Xingyao sacred land has blocked our path and is hunting the 5 of us down. Hearing this, Yi Bei let out a cold snort of contempt, that Xingyao sacred land truly does not know its own limits. One of them reported solemnly, Master, the Xingyao sacred land knew full well they were no match for us, so they deliberately invited a highly formidable helper. As soon as her words fell, a squad of 3 arrived just in time. They shouted furiously, The humiliation from a month ago almost caused this great emperor's divine soul to shatter. Today, we will surely shatter all of your souls. Although our side has invited a helper, we still cannot afford to be careless. The masked man calmly patted the shoulders of the other 2 to reassure them. You 2 emperors are worrying over nothing. No matter how heavenly his abilities may be, with me standing here to protect you, there is no need to worry. The moment they saw the 5 Element sisters, they cheered gleefully, We found them. That brat and his 5 disciples are all here. Kaizu and Quan Hong quietly observed the situation. Ibei did not flinch, but spoke words of provocation. How dare you show your faces here to challenge me? You truly do not know your own limits. Kaizu and the other 2 floated in the clouds. Knowing his own strength well, he did not dare to be careless, only daring to stand far away to shout provocations at Ibei. This old man knows very well that I cannot defeat you in single combat, which is why I had to call for backup. The elder of the XX Holy Ground, Marcellus, laughed triumphantly, his tone extremely arrogant. Did you invite me all this way just to clean up this kid? Your Xing Yao sacred palace has truly declined. Ibei's face darkened as he muttered in his mind, and there is even the XX sacred palace. The XX Holy Ground is a Western power that traveled from afar to the Xuanyuan continent to establish itself and declare its dominance, possessing a total of 20 core members and thousands of disciples. Because in their language, the number 20 is written as the letters XX, over time the martial world simply called them the XX Holy Ground. This sect possesses countless foreign secret techniques that are hard to guard against. Marcellus wore a sarcastic smile, completely looking down on his opponent. He chin-flipped in challenge. I only need to use one move to make it impossible for him to ever strike back. Marcellus gripped his weapon tightly and raised it high. Take a blow from me. He leaped into the air, circulating his power and chanting spells to rain down magic around Ibei. A series of light beams crashed down consecutively on his position, weaving together into a cage that locked him tightly inside. Witnessing this display, Ibei remained as calm as ever, disdainfully scoffing. Is this the only petty trick you have? Without hesitation, he immediately counterattacked, one hand clenching into a fist, while the other moved to form a hand seal. From Ibei's palm, a longsword was slowly drawn out, following the movement of his hand. He swung his sword, slashing directly at the beams of light rushing toward him. But strangely, those beams of light did not sustain even a single scratch. Ibei raised an eyebrow and clicked his tongue, guessing, could this be refined from the wood of the 10,000-year spiritual tree, which is why sharp objects cannot cut it, and it can even seal all kinds of divine abilities. Marcellus, standing high above, gloated and showed some appreciation. This kid actually has some knowledge. Refusing to back down, he changed his strategy, spreading his palm to ignite a flame. If it cannot be cut, I will throw fire to burn it down. My supreme devil bone will not be hindered. The flame that had just ignited suddenly withered and disappeared. Ha! The spark evaporated without a trace in midair, leaving Ibei stunned and disappointed. Damn it, the supreme devil bone cannot be used. The system emerged to explain thoroughly. Because the host stubbornly refused to listen to advice last time and insisted on using the Great Tao Resonance, the system has suspended the host from using the Supreme Devil Bone for 1 week. He frustratedly scratched his head. Oh, I completely forgot about this punishment. Kaizu, utterly delighted, waved his hands from above to create a sea of blood that submerged the mortal world. Brat Ibei, you are now like a beast in a cage. Killing you is as easy as reaching into my pocket. Ibei turned his head and instructed, Jin Bang, 5 element sisters, quickly go set up the defensive array. Do not let Kaizu's blood splatter into the Yi Imperial tomb. On the other side of the battlefield, Kaizu controlled the crimson waves with both hands and handed the task over to Lai Huo. Marcellus and I will deal with Ibei. I must trouble you to handle the remaining rabble. Lai Huo smiled slyly. A trivial matter, no problem. Kaizu was joyful as if victory was assured. My sea of blood has been unleashed. Whoever is unlucky enough to touch it will die in an instant. Since you cannot escape into the void space, you can only lie there and wait for death. The surging sea of blood swirled into a vortex, completely enveloping the cage that held him. Ibei held his breath and adjusted his spiritual energy, secretly sneering in his heart. He only knows one thing but not the other. It is true that I cannot use escape arts to get out, but he has no idea about my second trump card. He pointed 2 fingers straight at the center of his forehead, teleport. In another development, Nairo Zhu was tensing both legs, striving to maintain the protective array. The rising waves of blood, constantly battered the newly erected magic wall to shatter it. Lai Huo swooped down to attack her. A mere half-emperor dares to oppose my Xing Yao holy ground. Suddenly, Yi Bei's sword tore through the wind and flew over at high speed. He stood frozen, staring at the object flying toward him at terrifying speed, unable to process what it was. When he strained his eyes to see clearly, Lai Huo gasped in disbelief. "What is this?" "This is Yi Bei's sword. The caged treasure of the XX holy ground clearly had him trapped, so what on earth is happening?" After landing a strike on Lai Huo, the sword turned back and flew straight to its master's hand. He reached out and caught the sword cleanly. Yi Bei stood tall, lifting his chin in disdain. "You think you can lock up your elder brother with those trashy bird cages?" Niao Zuo, both hands still holding the barrier, asked with concern, "Senior Yi, are you all right?" He ignored her and did not answer because he was busy calculating. Tough as I sound, space teleportation still requires a cooldown. If I am unfortunate enough to be trapped again by the elder of the XX holy ground, it will be troublesome. I must find a way to shut him down first before dealing with Kai Zu. Acting on his thoughts, Yi Bei immediately took flight to resolve the trouble. Marcellus, with a ferocious face, lunged out to block the way. "No matter how you escaped, I will definitely take your life with this next strike." Power constantly surged and erupted from the sword in Yi Bei's hand. He said in a deep voice, "I will never fall twice to the same attack technique." Hovering in the sky, Kai Zu roared, "The sea of blood dyes the mortal world." Waves of thick, red syrup-like blood splashed toward Yi Bei, but he nimbly dodged and leaped away with great skill. Yi Bei's eyes flashed sharply as his mind constantly devised a plan. Killing Kai Zu is as easy as turning over my hand, but that elder of the XX holy ground has a treasure that devours divine abilities, which is indeed very troublesome. A moment later, Yi Bei curled his lips into a faint smile, thinking, "There is a way." He quickly landed on the ground. Yi Bei lifted his face and craned his neck, loudly provoking his opponent. "Hey Kai Zu, you are desperate for revenge, right? Come on, my head is right here. Hurry up and try to pierce it with your needles." Great Emperor Kai Zu was furious, angrily pointing and cursing Yi Bei. "Bastard, do not think of using cheap provocation tricks on me. Did you think you could trick me into getting closer? Dream on." Great Emperor Kai Zu raised both arms, continuing to gather energy to prepare his technique, shouting boastfully, "Open your eyes and watch me destroy your soul with the sea of blood." Yi Bei also smiled, his hands moving to prepare a seal, his tone full of amusement. "Who said I wanted to trick you into coming closer to me?" At that exact moment, dozens of rolling thunderbolts crashed down, completely shattering his sea of blood technique. When he noticed the anomaly, his eyes widened, and his face turned to one of extreme terror. Yi Bei's powerful strike maneuvered through the sea of blood, landing a fatal blow directly on Kai Zu's body. Marcellus, watching from a distance as the unfavorable situation unfolded, gritted his teeth and cried out, "It is over." Marcellus and Quan Hong froze when they saw Kai Zu's sea of blood shatter, Marcellus's face instantly turning pale with horror. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "This brat actually saw through that the sea of blood technique was not cast by Kai Zu himself, but was borrowed from the land of dead silence. Once Kai Zu runs out of strength, he will lose control entirely." Just as the blood storm dissipated, he and his companion could no longer find any trace of Kai Zu. A crimson umbrella slowly spun, accompanied by a voice ringing out, "This little brat actually saw through that the sea of blood magic did not originate from Kai Zu, but was borrowed from the land of dead silence. Once the old man runs out of mana, he can no longer control it." From the midst of the bloody remnants, several strange creatures suddenly appeared, mockingly squeaking. "You people love to show off by raising both arms to cast spells, but in the end, you just shot yourselves in the foot, didn't you?" The sea of blood thoroughly lost its power, falling patchily to the ground, and a voice roared, "My treasure only has the function of sealing divine abilities. How could it possibly block the water poured down from the land of dead silence?" The umbrella opened up again, mimicking the exact words from before. "Those who eagerly raise both arms to execute a move, isn't the outcome just beating themselves with their own stick?" Yi Bei leisurely opened his umbrella to shield himself from the few falling blood drops, coldly mocking, This is what people call hoisting by one's own petard. Right at this moment, a notification sounded. Great Emperor Kaizu of the Xingyao Holy Ground unluckily died after being struck by Yi Bei's lightning, while Marcellus of the XX Holy Ground perished under Great Emperor Kaizu's attack. Despite the crimson pool of blood in front of him, he did not care, only turning around to order his disciples. You kids should also go inside the tomb to cultivate with your sisters. The group of disciples answered in unison, "Yes, master." A small bottle slid straight into Niozu's hand. Yi Bei smiled warmly at her and instructed, "This pill is an immortal-grade elixir that I personally refined. Take it quickly." Upon hearing this, she hastily clasped her hands to bow, choked with emotion. "This senior Yi's precious gift, this junior will engrave it deeply in my heart." Who would have expected that at this very moment, dark clouds suddenly rolled in massively, covering the sky. Yi Bei narrowed his eyes to observe the sky, seriously assessing. An emperor tribulation has appeared, surprisingly bringing 2 layers of tribulation clouds. The thunder and lightning flashing everywhere made him wonder. I wonder which 2 disciples are breaking through to the great emperor realm. At the same time, the scene shifted deep inside the Yi imperial tomb. Yi Bei's disciples were intently focusing on their cultivation. Yao Xingchen frowned and calculated in his mind. With master's medicine in my pocket for protection, plus the tribulation clouds from the great Tao I am cultivating are not too brutal, I can definitely pass through safely. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of lightning rained down. A massive energy shield completely enveloped Xingchen, and the lightning could not penetrate it. At the same time, the mechanical voice of the system sounded to remind, "Great Emperor Yao Xingchen, cultivating the great Tao of alchemy." Standing outside observing, Tai Bai let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "Junior sister Xingchen has successfully crossed the tribulation. This is indeed a joyous matter." Hearing this, Wu Zio frowned with anxiety and wondered, but whose is that fierce tribulation cloud raging over there? A pair of golden eyes suddenly shone brilliantly. By now, Ouyang Leng's entire body was submerged in a terrifying, ferocious, murderous intent. The thunder and lightning in the sky rained down heavily directly onto the spot where she was sitting. The violent power from Ouyang Leng gradually spread out around her. Without even using much effort, she casually swung a blow, deflecting the heavenly lightning. 2 overbearing forces clashed fiercely against each other. Witnessing the scene before her, Tai Bai cried out in alarm, "Wait, junior sister Ouyang seems to have suffered a qi deviation." Ouyang Leng's eyes glowed brightly. Completely losing her mind, she screamed frantically, "Ah!" Under the pressing pressure of the power, Limo squeezed his eyes shut and cried out, "How strong is she to dare resist the lightning tribulation with her bare hands?" Phantom-like hands sprouted in abundance behind Ouyang Leng's back, emitting a terrifying surge of power that frightened everyone. Wu Zio, holding his weapon, frowned and said to Tai Bai, "Fourth senior sister, at this point, only by joining forces can we subdue her." Tai Bai quickly agreed, "There is no other way, we absolutely cannot let her lose her mind and start a slaughter." Ouyang Leng frantically charged to attack, speeding directly toward the 2 of them. In the nick of time, Yi Bei jumped out from nowhere to block the path in front of Wu Zio and Tai Bai, shouting loudly, "Wait a moment." Ouyang Leng had lost her sanity, yet she still aggressively charged forward, her eyes flashing with deathly fire and lightning. With just a gentle sway of his body, Yi Bei smoothly dodged the dangerous strike. At that very moment, he immediately unleashed a soul-capturing technique. Next, Yi Bei used the soul-capturing technique to tap lightly on Ouyang Leng's forehead. Her eyes widened to the limit, and then her gaze gradually regained its focus. A moment later, Ouyang Leng closed her eyes and obediently returned to a normal state. Without further delay, Yi Bei transmitted divine power to suppress the evil thoughts dancing within her. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Yi Bei leisurely explained, "A Leng cultivates the path of the Usura Great Tao, commonly known as the Great Tao of Slaughter, which is extremely fierce and brutal in nature. When she is breaking through, you charging in to fight her is no different from pouring oil onto a fire. We can only use softness to overcome hardness, accompanied by guidance." Receiving guidance from Yi Bei, Yang Leng collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Yang Leng sat cross-legged to calm her mind, trying to circulate the great Tao of slaughter once more. Surrounded by barriers of mental force, she began to focus all her concentration on receiving this source of power. At the same time, a series of system messages constantly popped up to report. Great Emperor Yang Leng of the Usura Great Tao Branch, reunited with disciple number 8 of 108. Reunited with disciple number 9 of 108. Reunited with disciple number 10 of 108. Reunited with disciple number 11 of 108. Welcome disciple number 12 of 108. Radar scanned and met disciple 13 of 108. Reunited with disciple 14 of 108. And that was not all. The system continued to pour down reward notifications. Awarded 1 Great Emperor skill card, along with 6 Half Emperor skill cards. Detecting that the host does not possess the Usura Great Tao, activating the automatic exchange feature for Great Tao foundations. To purchase a rare Great Tao foundation requires 10 Half Emperor skill cards. An ultra-rare one requires 20 Half Emperor skill cards. An epic tier 1 costs 50 Half Emperor cards. And a mythic tier 1 requires 100 Half Emperor skill cards. Hearing this long list of words, Yibei felt exasperated and silently complained in his mind. This damn system, keeping such an important premium feature hidden until now to finally mention it. Yibei grimaced and angrily questioned the system. Just now you advertised Half Emperor skill cards, so how does the Great Emperor tier convert? 1 Great Emperor skill card is equivalent to 10 Half Emperor skill cards. After venting his frustration, he patted his chest and returned to his calm demeanor, mentally calculating. Counting over and over, he currently had 10 Half Emperor cards in his pocket, so at all costs, he had to strive to accumulate 50 cards to exchange for the epic tier card set. The scene shifted to a huge iron gate creaking open, with a low voice echoing, "The auspicious hour of noon is about to arrive for the ceremony. Those who are sincere have probably all arrived." A respectful and polite voice rang out, "Did the senior sisters arrive this early?" The person entering was disciple rank 70, a specialist in the wind Great Tao Mo Feng, followed closely behind at rank 75, a master of the defense Great Tao Yan Shan. The system interface popped up another report. Reunited with disciple 15 of 108, met disciple 16 of 108. Yibei was cheerfully waving to greet the 2 recently identified disciples. As soon as Zio Feng and Zio Yan caught sight of him, they cried out in astonishment, "Oh, Master!" The system diligently continued to print. Scanned disciple 17 of 108, detected disciple 18 of 108, encountered disciple 19 of 108, confirmed disciple 20 of 108. Yibei sat majestically at the head table, while the disciples gathered below clamored in excitement. "Wow, it turns out to be our master." A long while later, his face was gloomy and disappointed as he reluctantly muttered, "Gathering everyone, in the end, only exactly 20 people came." Lai Yushan scratched her head and asked curiously, "Clearly, for these minor ancestral ceremonies held once every 10 years, every occasion gathers up to 45 senior and junior sisters. Why is it so deserted today?" Then she respectfully addressed Yibei, "Master, today's situation is indeed somewhat unusual." He also patted his thigh and nodded in response. "I understand. Although I know you sisters occasionally close doors for seclusion for 80 years to level up, making it normal not to show up fully, counting only 20 people for this grand ceremony is indeed an abnormal sign." His gaze turned sharp as a knife, his tone dropping decisively. Such an abnormal occurrence definitely means there is trouble. At this moment, Yang Leng eagerly stepped forward to report, "Master, I think I can guess where the other senior and junior brothers and sisters are." She spoke at length, recounting, "During the memorial 10 years ago, eldest senior sister came to invite me to search for opportunities together. But at that time my spiritual energy was depleted and I was at a bottleneck, so I politely declined." She continued to explain her speculation, and the majority of the sisters who attended the previous memorial have followed eldest senior sister away from the Central Plains. Therefore, I guess the sisterhood is currently cultivating in the outer domain battlefield. Hearing this, Yi Bei was startled and thought to himself, ah. Yi Bei asked with a serious face, did that girl leave any message before departing? Yang Leng obediently replied, no, she did not leave any other words. Suddenly remembering a piece of information, she added, but vaguely, they rumored that this opportunity hunt is closely related to the great Tao of time. Yi Bei's eyes flashed with a cold light, his expression pensive as he repeated the words, the great Tao of time. Lai Yushan, standing nearby listening, chimed in, Master, do you think we should set off immediately for the outer domain battlefield? Yi Bei calmly replied, there is no need for that just yet. A smug smile hung on Yi Bei's lips, and he continued with delight, stay a while longer. A good show is about to be presented right here for you to watch. Glancing at his beloved disciples, Yi Bei slyly ordered, since you all have just broken through and leveled up, it is the perfect time to bring some prey for you to warm up and stretch your muscles. Hearing those words, a bewildered disciple wondered, looking for training partners. Fan Xiao Tong also curiously intervened, in this desolate place, besides us sisters, where can we find anyone to test our moves on? Right at that moment, Tai Bai and Wu Xiao, as if sharing a telepathic connection, shouted in unison, Xing Yao Sacred Palace. Yu Ling, hearing this, racked her brain and calculated, is it that old great Emperor Lai Hu whose life we spared and let go? If he rushed to call for reinforcements, calculating the time, they should have arrived at our doorstep by now. Yi Bei's gaze was sharp as he calmly laid out the plan. Instead of going all the way to demolish their sect, it is better for our side to comfortably wait for the rabbits to run into the tree here. Shifting to another setting, a floating rocky mountain loomed high up in the sky. Quan Hong prostrated on the ground, weeping and kowtowing as he reported, Lord Sacred Lord, Kai Zhu has been executed, with both his soul and body shattered. Please step forward to seek revenge and claim justice for us. Tian Lai sat comfortably with his legs crossed on a lounge sofa, lazily spitting out words of blame. That was because you acted on your own and brought disaster upon yourselves. Whom are you crying to? The Xingyao holy ground has no room for useless trash who only embarrass our organization. Hearing this thunderous scolding, Quan Hong trembled with fear. Suddenly, a sharp arrow flew forward, tearing through the wind. It landed precisely, piercing straight into the middle of his face. Quan Hong's eyes widened to the absolute limit, filled with despair and extreme pain. Swift as the wind, his body collapsed with a thud. Tian Lai leisurely added, however, whoever is bold enough to slap the face of my Xingyao Sacred Palace's people, I will absolutely not spare their life. Returning to Yi Bei's group, he stroked his beard, looked at his disciples and said, it just so happens that Xiao Tong brought a lot of delicious food. Let's eat while we wait for them to bring their army. Fan Xiao Tong cheerfully chimed in, sisters, eat as much as you want. The menu is diverse with all kinds of flavors to keep you full. Yan Shan at this time approached Xing Chen to ask, Senior brother, didn't junior sister Tian Lai follow you to the central state region back then? Where did she drift off to? Xing Chen blushed and stammered, we separated halfway on our journey. This trivial conversation immediately caught Yi Bei's attention. He spun around to look at her, questioning, Tian Lai. Xing Chen, quickly recount all of Tian Lai's situation for me, just report it honestly. Yi Bei's gaze was sharp as past memories slowly replayed in his mind. Years ago, I did not rank my disciples based on their strength. Although Chu Tian Lai was ranked 100th, her innate perception was extremely high, allowing her to adapt rapidly to cultivation, and the great Tao she chose was also unique and unlike anyone else's. The great Tao of greed. Her heart was always filled with deep greed and ambition. Not only did she enjoy challenging her senior sisters to snatch their ranks, she even had the audacity to secretly practice disgusting heretical arts. Yi Bei secretly sighed, if I had still been alive back then, I would have been confident in guiding this girl. Unfortunately, my lifespan ran out, and I died, leaving me unable to manage her anymore. Yi Bei's expression grew serious, as he thought to himself that Tian Lai had definitely brought trouble upon herself. The female disciple stammered, Master, this matter is related to 6th junior sister, she. Looking up at Yi Bei with timid eyes, she carefully reported word by word. Junior sister Tian Lai voluntarily joined the Tian La Sacred Palace 50 years ago. Hearing this news, Yi Bei's face darkened completely. The surrounding disciples widened their eyes in shock. What a joke! What on earth was junior sister Tian Lai thinking to join that sacred temple? Ouyang Leng stroked her chin and pondered, perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Junior sister Tian Lai must have been threatened to join, right? Xing Chen, was she kidnapped by them and forced in every way? Right at that moment, a figure leaped up and stomped their feet in anger. Wu Zhao curled his lips and sneered, "You all should stop idolizing that Tian Lai girl." She gritted her teeth in frustration and added, "She went to beg to join the Tian La Sacred Palace on her own." Yan Shan widened his eyes in confusion. How could that be? Senior brother Wu Zhao, could it be? Son Wu Zhao immediately waved his hand to stop him. "Stop right there, I already know what you are trying to defend." Yi Bei's cold voice rang out, "Wu Zhao, tell me everything you have gathered." She clicked her tongue and explained, "In the realm of holy lands, Tian La's sacred palace is only the runner-up, but Tian Lai's top target was actually the champion seat of the Wu Jai holy ground." Her hands clenched unconsciously, her voice filled with annoyance. I don't know what possessed her, but after being politely rejected by the Wu Jai holy ground, she turned around and chose the Tian La Sacred Palace. Honestly, when I first heard the news, I was skeptical, thinking she was acting as a spy, but who would have thought? Reflecting for a few seconds, she slowly finished her story. The trouble is, not long after she joined, several pieces of the destiny grounds that Master worked so hard to find were completely snatched by the Tian La Sacred Palace. On top of that, some junior brothers suddenly had their locations exposed and were chased by those people to force them to surrender. Wu Zhao gritted her teeth, her anger rising as she questioned, "Ask yourselves, how could there be such a miraculous coincidence in this world? Not even a dog would believe that." Ouyang Leng was left speechless, while Tai Bai scratched her head in confusion, not knowing how to respond. Yi Bei's expression darkened terribly, and a dense, surging murderous intent rose around him. Xing Chen's entire body trembled as she bore the full brunt of Yi Bei's oppressive pressure, muttering in panic, "Master is truly furious this time. In all my years, I have never seen him this terrifyingly angry." With a bang, a surge of dark energy shot straight inside from the entrance. Tai Bai's sharp eyes instantly locked onto the target. She rushed out to act as a human shield, shouting loudly, "Master, be careful." The hidden weapon collided fiercely with the tip of her sword, carrying an unparalleled, overbearing force. Tai Bai sweated profusely as she glanced at the item, thinking in horror, "It is clearly just a broken peacock plume, so how can its force be this monstrous?" Seeing the danger, Ouyang Leng and son Wu Zhao cried out in unison, "Fourth senior sister, let us lend you a hand." The trio quickly formed a formation, pooling their strength to block the power of the peacock plume. But in the blink of an eye, all three were sent flying. A sneering laugh echoed, "Tusk, tusk, three great emperors joining forces cannot even withstand a single blow. Just how overbearing is this thing?" Yi Bei curled his lips into a cold smile. "The golden peacock plume. It seems the Xing Yao sacred lord has itchy hands and can no longer sit idle." The deadly weapon tore through the wind and shot straight toward Yi Bei, but he remained utterly calm, casually waving a hand to counter it. The aftershocks of the collision caused Yi Bei to slide back slightly by a few inches. But ultimately, he still caught the toy firmly and crushed it like a grape. Yi Bei lowered his voice, cold and distinct with every word. "It just so happens that I am harboring a wave of anger with nowhere to vent, and some kind souls have come all the way to my doorstep to take a beating." The large door slowly creaked open, revealing countless dark figures looming outside. The ignorant rabble outside were boastfully praising themselves. Who cares if that devil who destroyed Kaizu has 3 heads and 6 arms? Taking a hit from the sacred lord's ultimate skill will send him to heaven. If he doesn't die, he will be paralyzed. His low-level disciples are just a bunch of nobodies. We have over 20 great emperors and half-emperors guarding. Trampling them is as easy as turning over a hand. Yi Bei led his forces and strode outside, calling aloud, "Follow me out of the tomb. I have kept you sitting in meditation for too long." Now is the time to stretch your limbs and show your martial skills. Looking around, the crowd that had boastfully bragged earlier was now knocked out, foaming at the mouth and lying all over the ground. A guy being held by his collar, hanging helplessly, lamented in his mind, "Mother, how strange. Why is every single person in this team so ridiculously overpowered?" Still holding the guy up, he casually threw back a word, "Take this half-dead life of yours back to inform your old sacred lord. If he has the guts to fight this Yibei one-on-one, tell him to show his face. Those who hide in the dark to throw a bird feather to intimidate are nothing but cheap cowards." With that, he swung his arm and tossed the guy high into the air like throwing trash, roaring, "Scram!" Uzayo approached and scratched her head to suggest, "Master, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to chase him, uproot the Xingyao holy ground, and cook that bird's sacred lord to vent our anger?" Yibei stopped her and analyzed calmly. "The Xingyao holy ground is battered this time and will definitely not dare to make a move, but that bird's sacred lord entrenched at their headquarters is no pushover. Not to mention, there are rumors that they still have an emperor-venerable ancestor who has been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Do not act rashly. I will handle and calculate for that group later." Next, Yibei declared decisively, "The urgent matter right now is to head straight to the outer domain battlefield to find our people." His expression relaxed slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips as Yibei thought to himself, "Luo Zhushang, the day of our reunion has finally arrived." Yibei glanced to his side and softly requested Niao Zhu, "Please act as our driver and take us over there." Niao Zhu quickly bowed and replied obediently, "I will follow Senior Yi's instructions." Yibei's authoritative voice rang out again, "Qi Tai Bai, Sun Wu Zio, O Yang Leng, the three of you follow me on a trip to the outer domain battlefield." The three named disciples responded in unison, "As Master commands." Yibei waved his hand and directed further, "This trip cannot accommodate too many people. The rest of you should disperse and return to cultivate." By now, Niao Zhu had transformed back into her giant form, letting out an ear-piercing screech before flapping her wings and soaring into the clouds. In another development in some corner, a man's legs were struggling in midair as he was being choked, his bloodless face groaning, "Sacred Lord, please show mercy and spare my dog life." But that deadly hand showed no mercy and tightened further. Tianlai flung him aside and spat, cursing, "Truly useless." She frowned and racked her brain. "If I blindly gather another massive army to attack like before, I fear it will awaken the ancestor. It is better to swallow my pride and spare Yibei this time." Suddenly at that moment, the body of the subordinate who had just been thrown convulsed as a mysterious force possessed him. Immediately after, a mocking tone came from his mouth. The Xingyao Sacred Lord's display was indeed wonderful, throwing away all military power, yet still acting as cowardly as a rabbit. Tianlai glared with wide eyes and barked, "What death-courting fool dares to utter such arrogant words?" But that teasing tone still replayed delightfully. The Xingyao Holy Lord put on such a wonderful show, burning through all military power, yet still as cowardly as a rabbit. Tianlai's face bulged with green veins as murderous intent surged. She roared savagely, "Yibei, you brat, I swear I will skin you alive." Suddenly, another strange oppressive pressure descended, accompanied by a booming voice. "What kind of ruckus are you making outside, making it noisy like a market?" Hearing this voice, Tianlai felt her soul leave her body. The Supreme Emperor Ancestor suddenly descended, asking, "My dear Holy Lord Grandchild, what interesting show is going on here?" Tianlai hastily knelt with her tail tucked to reporting to Emperor Ancestor, "It is just a power-crazed fool using voice transmission to scold and cause trouble, disrupting your seclusion. This disciple deserves to be hacked into pieces." The old man chuckled and repeated the words, "Deserve to be hacked into pieces." Then he tossed out a sentence, "Then take this broken mirror and look at your own face, and see if your behavior looks like the trivial matters Mu Yuan reported." Who would have thought Tianlai would cover her face, trembling like a leaf as she replied, "Please show mercy, Emperor Ancestor. You know best that I hate looking in the mirror. Why do you force me like this?" He said slowly, "I know you have a mirror phobia, but this is just a psychological test for you." Having said that, he slipped away quietly, leaving behind only his echoing laughter and a mocking remark, truly an outstanding holy lord. As soon as he disappeared, she immediately turned off her fake trembling act. A smug smile slowly curved on Tian Lai's lips. She gracefully posed and coquettishly flaunted herself in front of the mirror. Tian Lai's cheeks flushed red as she mumbled, "Emperor Ancestor treats this young lady quite well, and I happen to want to check if my hair is messy anyway." Right at the checkpoint, entering the outworld battlefield, Niozu's massive wings hovered and soared through the air. The majestic form of its true body sliced through the wind and glided over the clouds. In the blink of an eye, a guard spotted it, pointing arrogantly and barking, "Who dares to fly around here? Do you not know the no-fly rule at the entrance of the outworld battlefield?" The guard glared and threatened further, "Come down here if you have the guts, otherwise this master will roast you, you law-blind beast." Just as the last word left his mouth, the guard's face took the full force of a long spear. The critical hit sent the unlucky guy flying to meet his maker, leaving only a trail of dust. The spear slammed heavily into the ground with a loud thud, accompanied by a cold snort. "Rules." Sun Wuzhao smirked and added, "We of the demon race only believe in one rule: whoever has the bigger fist is the law." Another man scrambled up, bowing repeatedly as if worshipping a deity. "Greetings, great sage Sun. My foolish brother is brainless. Please be magnanimous and forgive him." Hovering behind him was the guard who had just been beaten, clutching his face near a rock and gasping for breath. Sun Wuzhao glared intently and hissed a single word, "Beat it." The lowlifes, hearing the pardon, quickly lifted the wounded man by his armpits, flatteringly babbling, "Yes, yes, we will get out of your sight immediately." Just then another squad emerged, crowding around to bow and salute repeatedly, "Welcome, great sage Sun. Welcome, great emperor. Welcome, great sage equal to heaven." Sun Wuzhao waved her hand generously to interrupt, "Cut the drama. I am not as petty as that Jin Mang snake." Having dealt with the pests, she looked up and shouted toward the sky, "The trouble down here has been cleared. Bring master and the others down to land." Niozu swooped down and landed straight on the ground. Amidst a flurry of falling feathers, the squad of Yi Bei made a majestic appearance before dozens of eyes. The crowd stared and whispered in gossip, "Is this guy really the master of Great Sage Sun?" The person next to him clicked his tongue in agreement. "Incredible, he looks like a mere youth. How on earth does he sit so high and noble between the two human great emperors?" Suddenly an old woman squeezed through and whispered to Sun Wuzhao, "Great sage, great sage." She turned her head and raised an eyebrow. Did something happen? The old woman mumbled her report. "Just now, a few guys dressed entirely in black claiming to be from the Yimo sect came by, relying on their age to pass a message that they wished to meet the great sages." Sun Wuzhao scratched her chin and repeated in disbelief, "Yimo sect." After a moment of consideration, she waved her hand and instructed, "Bring them over to me. As for the rest of you with no business here, clear out to keep the area clean." The delegation from the Yimo sect stepped forward, bowing deeply in greeting. "We are the envoys of the Yimo sect, offering our respectful greetings to Lord Sun Wuzhao." Yangleng suddenly spoke up, causing Sun Wuzhao's group to turn around in surprise. "Wait, junior sister, are these gentlemen your acquaintances?" As Yangleng and Chi Tai Bai stepped to the front, the entire Yimo sect group hurriedly clasped their hands and bowed. "Envoys of the Yimo sect offer respects to Lord Chi Tai Bai and pay homage to Lord Yangleng." Chi Tai Bai narrowed his eyes, examining the strangers from head to toe, wondering with an anxious heart, where did these people spring from? They exchanged subtle glances and silently guessed, "Eighth junior sister, are these people your comrades?" Sun Wuzhao flatly denied any connection, "Since when did I have any friends?" Hearing this, Yangleng blinked in bewilderment. At that exact moment, Yi Bei slowly walked over. "Yimo sect, that name seems to resonate quite well with me." He stroked his chin and calmly tossed out, "Since fate has brought us together from afar, then stand up and let's have a chat." The Yimo sect gang stood up one by one, their leader curiously looking at him as if he were a strange object. May I ask what this lord's name is?" Mentioning this part requires turning back the clock to many years ago. Luo Zhushang had once left a prophecy that the founding master was still very much alive, and sooner or later he would make a glorious descent before our eyes. She had even firmly instructed that, when that glorious day arrived, all members must strictly follow the founding master's orders and keep his name engraved in their hearts. Then he calmly stated his three-word name, Yi Bei. As soon as the name was uttered, the whole crowd knelt down again like pounding garlic, shouting in unison, "Greetings, founding master." Yi Bei was stunned for a moment by this sudden family reunion. "Wait a minute, what founding master? Is your leader not Luo Zhushang?" The subordinates quickly replied in unison, "Yes, founding master, you are absolutely correct." Yi Bei silently repeated the name Luo Zhushang in his mind, then waved his hand to signal, "All right, stand up, everyone." He went straight to the point. "You lot didn't crawl all the way here just to bow to me for fun, did you?" The leader quickly bowed and explained, "The founding master's wisdom is like a torch. 10 years ago, before the sect master entered the outworld battlefield, she entrusted us with several portrait drawings." With that, he held out both hands, presenting 2 glowing green jade pendants, and continued, "She strictly instructed that if we ever encountered a lord who looked exactly like the portrait, we must hand these items over to him." As soon as Yi Bei reached out and touched them, the surface of the jades flashed and shot out a mystical array. A tracking map blinked and displayed sharply on the jade. He turned the 2 jades over in his hands for a moment, then thought to himself, "A map is hidden inside this jade talisman, and it even has a bright red spot marked. This must surely be the fated land that eldest disciple dug up." Having handed over the jade talismans, the man eagerly asked for instructions. "Great founding master, what should we do next?" Yi Bei casually assigned the task, "I will take 3 disciples to capture your sect master, while the rest of you search and pry into every nook and cranny of the Xingyao Holy Palace. As military strategy says, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never lose 100 battles." He quickly prostrated and shouted, "Understood." The group behind also kowtowed and slipped away in an instant. Yi Bei calmly gave his instructions, "All right, in the next stage we are heading straight into the outworld battlefield, where storms and traps are everywhere. You all must take good care of yourselves." Chi Bai glanced at his fellow disciple and sighed with concern, "Sun Wuxiao and I will be fine. I am only worried that 8th junior sister might lose her mind and go on a killing spree in there, which would be disastrous." As they were about to set off, he added a warning, "Keep yourselves in check. Let's gear up and enter the outworld battlefield." The trio of disciples marched forward bravely, standing before the array portal. Suddenly, Sun Wuxiao turned her head in confusion and asked, "Wait, where did Master vanish to?" Turning back, she saw Yi Bei stuck on the sidelines of the array. He sighed helplessly and frowned, "This master is still here, you fools." He rubbed his face in frustration and silently cursed, "How embarrassing, this random outworld battlefield actually blocks entry based on cultivation level." He snapped in annoyance, "Requiring the Saint King realm, is that it? Easy, let me cultivate right now." No sooner had he spoken than he immediately entered a state of cultivation, his 2 hands releasing 2 faint halos. A brilliant column of light erupted on the mountain peak. Immediately after, a surge of spiritual energy burst forth, blindingly illuminating the entire sky. A series of system notifications appeared, confirming that his realm had successfully broken through to the Saint King realm. The system notification popped up again. "The host has officially landed in the outworld battlefield." The rules are as follows. Participants will be randomly scattered by the force of rules. Prepare yourselves to fight desperately against rival factions. In this land, only the law of the jungle exists, showing no mercy. War exploit points are the main currency of the outworld battlefield, used for buying accessories and passes. Upon entry, you will receive a small starting fund, after which wealth must be bought with blood. Yi Bei proudly looked at the faint halo wrapping around his body, remembering his past life where he had struggled and suffered only to achieve little, unlike now where he could effortlessly level up like a breeze. The system chimed again. The force of rules has begun the random dispersion mode. The trio of Sun Wuxiao vanished like mist. Yi Bei looked at his hands, which were gradually turning transparent, and calmly remarked, It seems that after selecting factions, we will be forced by the system to scatter across various corners of the outer realm. Before fading away, he shouted back to instruct, "Remember, everyone must hold onto the Jade Talisman map. We will gather later at the fated land marked by your eldest sister." The 3 disciples immediately complied. A moment later, the master and his 3 disciples dissolved into 4 streams of light, flying off in 4 different directions. The fading afterimages hovered across the undulating mountains. And finally, that figure descended upon an open clearing, opposite a dilapidated tent. A swirling vortex of light bloomed before the dark cave entrance. Ibei stepped out from the center of the brilliant light storm. Right at the campsite corner of the wolf faction, 2 men poked their heads out of their tent. "Look, big brother, a new target has landed. Who knows what unlucky soul got kicked by the system into our den?" At this moment, Ibei was still busy checking his power status bar. This must be the war exploit points counter. Having 300,000 points is quite a generous start. Suddenly, a pair of strange feet stepped out and approached Ibei. The man smiled deceitfully and warmly extended his hand. "Oh, little brother, wandering this place with only the Saint King realm is highly dangerous. Do you need a big brother to show you around so you can get used to the area?" Ibei cast a sidelong glance, his eyes as sharp as a razor. He narrowed his eyes to inspect the white cloth wrapped around the man's wrist. The other guy also scanned his prey and locked onto his display number, 300,000. A gold mine was sitting right on Ibei's display panel. Seeing a walking pile of cash, the man immediately changed his attitude, putting his arm around Ibei's shoulder familiarly. "Brother, looking at you. You must be a newcomer to the outworld battlefield, traveling all alone without any companions." In Ibei's mind, he was quickly scanning the rules of the outworld battlefield. One rule was that if allies killed each other, the war exploit points would only vanish rather than be plundered. Unfortunately, the system had a loophole. One only needed to borrow a knife to kill, letting a member of another faction eliminate their ally, then killing that enemy to seize the war exploit points. At this moment, the hand of the man behind was creeping toward his hilt. Making his calculation, Ibei feigned innocence and lied. "Our group has 4 people, but by some bad luck, I was unleashed here all by myself." The man assessed his state and nodded to himself. This youth is likely a pampered young master of some holy palace who fed on resources. So naive, he is truly a fat sheep. After some babbling, he led him to a towering black tower. He pointed and introduced, "Look, brother, in this outworld battlefield, these sturdy black towers are scattered everywhere. In front of the tower are 2 stone tablets. One is the Killing God ranking, and the other is the War Exploit ranking. Anyone who makes it onto either of these tables is a renowned powerhouse in the outer realm." Ibei suddenly jolted, as if he had struck gold. Staring at the 2 massive stone tablets, he cursed silently. The demoness sect master Luo Zhu Shang not only ranked 12th on the War Exploit ranking, but is also prominent on the Killing God ranking. Just how desperately has this girl been playing? But in the blink of an eye, he understood, which makes sense after all. The path she cultivates is the lawless great Tao of destruction. Seeing their prey completely off guard, an underling secretly asked, "Boss, can we make our move now?" The other lackey beside him also chimed in. With this trash level of cultivation, throwing him to the beasts to tear apart would easily net us 300,000 war exploit points. But the leader frowned and waved his hand to halt them. "Wait, don't rush." His hand caressed the hilt of his dagger as he smiled wickedly. "This kid has let his guard down thanks to my friendly brother Act. Now is the time to strike." He drew his razor-sharp dagger, creeping silently behind Ibei, the cold blade flashing a dim light. In this critical moment, Ibei suddenly spoke up, "Oh right," causing everyone behind him to freeze as if a pause button had been pressed. He turned around, conjuring a sphere of light and inviting them warmly. "Hey, I have a very rare treasure. Do you guys want to gather around and have a look?" A sparkling, multicolored crystal lay proudly in his hand. He smiled with narrowed eyes and asked, "Do you find this item exquisite?" The group was dazzled, unconsciously swallowing their saliva and stammering, "A fine treasure." The crystal suddenly released a brilliant halo, accompanied by an immense oppressive pressure. A thunderous shockwave erupted, forcing the leader's face to distort and bend. The oppressive pressure surrounded them, crushing everyone with no escape. Boss, Big Brother, our limbs are paralyzed. The leader gritted his teeth and clenched his hands, his entire body pinned flat to the ground. Ibe whistled loudly, leisurely squatting down to pat the head of the suffering leader. The camouflage cloth on the leader's hand was stripped away, instantly revealing his display number. Ibe rubbed his chin and clicked his tongue in admiration. Wow, 1,700,000 war exploit points. As expected, plundering the plunderers is indeed the shortcut to glory and wealth. Then he turned his gaze toward the other two, stripping away the display masks of the remaining two lackeys. Ibe shook his head in disappointment at the one holding 390,000 points. Tusk, 390,000 war exploit points. You are too weak. You look much stronger, yet your score is worse than the servant beside you. The leader broke out in a cold sweat, his face drenched as he hastily begged, please withdraw your divine power. We promise not to touch a single hair on your head. In this outworld battlefield, swords have no eyes. Only by teaming up can we survive. Ibe replied with a sharp, cold smile, karma spares no one. Those who rob others will eventually be stripped themselves. When you guys were plotting to rob others of their war exploit points, did you ever show mercy and spare their lives? Then he calculated to himself, adding all three together gives roughly 3,800,000 war exploit points. Not bad at all. Hearing this, the leader's soul almost left his body. Ibe snapped his fingers with an effortless click. The leader instantly froze in place, his eyes rolling back to show only the whites. Having finished the deed, he stretched and bit his fingernail, considering, whose hand should I borrow to get rid of these guys cleanly? Under the blazing sun, he dragged the three limp bodies and plunged into the forest. Sunlight filtered through the barren canopy. Reaching a flat clearing, a figure suddenly emerged. A green giant carrying a massive club sat proudly on a rock and shouted, "Kid, leave those bodies there and beat it with your tail between your legs." Ibe calmly raised his head and looked up. The red-eyed monster snarled, "Are you deaf? Did you not hear me?" Ibe didn't bother wasting his breath, directly tossing the three bodies over to him. Since you crave them so much, consider them a donation. As the three flew over, the giant swung his club, smashing them into pieces and sending them flying. His bulging red eyes locked onto his own wrist. The freshly updated number on his wrist displayed 3,800,000. He howled crazily and laughed aloud, 3,800,000, I am rich this time. But suddenly a cold whisper came from behind his neck. It is this master who is rich. Ibe had silently appeared behind his back like a ghost, his voice freezing the giant in place. At the last second, he thrust an energy ball into the giant's palm and uttered his death sentence, "Spit it all out to me." In the deep, quiet forest, a series of crisp sounds echoed. In the blink of an eye, the giant's fighting spirit was extinguished as he lay flat on the ground. The massive digits on his wrist shattered into straight lines. Meanwhile, the score on Ibe's hand surged rapidly. He looked at his electronic panel and smiled with satisfaction. 4,260,000, absolute perfection. With this amount I can go sweep up some good gear in the Black Tower. This stroll was indeed not in vain. After gathering the loot, he lifted his jade talisman and motivated himself. Time to go to the fated land marked by my eldest disciple. 4 red tracking dots were blinking on the jade's surface. Ibe measured the distance and muttered, "Well, the current distance is quite far. Even running at full speed will take nearly 2 hours." Suddenly, a rock flew out of nowhere, startling him. But with divine reflexes, he still raised his hand and caught it cleanly. Crushing the stone to dust, he glared in that direction and spoke coldly, "Who is it?" A pair of slender female legs stepped forward gently. Guxian leisurely tossed the remaining stones in her hand and tilted her chin. "You must be Yi Bei, the founding master of the Yimo sect." Yi Bei clicked his tongue mockingly. The speed of information reaching the outworld battlefield is remarkably fast. Even a little brat like you got wind of it. Guxian snorted in disapproval. That is because my information network has a vast coverage. Suddenly, she changed the subject and questioned, "Let me ask you a question. What exactly is your relationship with Luo Zhushang?" Yibei ignored her completely and snapped back, "Who are you? Whatever connection I have with Luo Zhushang is none of a bystander's business." Gu Xian proudly declared her identity. "This young lady is the only daughter of the palace lord of Yingyue Palace, Gu Xian. I have been following Luo Zhushang for years, and sooner or later we will become Dao companions." Hearing this, Yibei yawned in boredom and turned his face away. How absurd! I have never heard Luo Zhushang mention having such an eccentric taste. Seeing herself being ignored, Gu Xian jumped up and snapped, "Turn your face back here right now." She yelled, "Do not think that just because you are the founding master of the Yimo sect, I will not beat you up. Spit out the truth. What secrets do you and Luo Zhushang share?" He suddenly struck her weak spot and countered, "You claim to be so infatuated with Luo Zhushang, but have you actually confessed?" This question dealt a fatal blow to Gu Xian. Gu Xian choked on her words, her face flushing red as she stammered, Confess what? Who? Who says that liking someone means you must confess?" Yibei stroked his chin in thought, "Tusk, this tragic vibe must surely be unrequited love." He casually rubbed salt into Gu Xian wound. "Why not confess? If you don't confess, how would you know you are completely insignificant in her eyes? Without being rejected once, you will just keep fantasizing that you are a fairy descended to earth." Provoked to anger, Gu Xian's blood surged to her brain as she challenged, "Let's settle this in a duel. If you win, I will leave immediately. But if you lose, you must obediently reveal Luo Zhushang's whereabouts." Yibei scratched his ear and walked past her. "Forget it. I'm afraid that if you lose, you will cry and run back to complain to your father who ranks 20th on the killing god ranking. That would be too troublesome. I won't get involved." Gu Xian quickly guaranteed, "Don't worry. If you defeat me today, I swear on my honor that my father will never come looking for trouble with you." Yibei asked again, "Let's settle on this. If you can touch even the hem of my robe, you win." As he said this, he was secretly pleased. His mood was good today, so he might as well play with this little girl to relieve some boredom. Sensing an easy target, she lunged forward like a hungry wolf. "It's a deal, you said it yourself." Yibei pulled out the sparkling chaos stone marrow crystal again. He silently calculated that to suppress a child like this, using this level of pressure would be more than enough. The terrifying aura crushed down, halting all of Gu Xian's movements. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Yibei stood there proudly with his arms crossed. The outcome was already clear. With that, he turned to leave, casually teasing her, "Out of respect for a lady, I didn't use full power to crush you to the ground, so be sensible and leave. Don't follow me anymore." Just as Yibei's heel was about to lift off the ground, he suddenly realized something was wrong. "Wait, why can't my body move?" At this moment, Gu Xian, who was rooted to the spot, spoke up. "Did you think you were the only one who knew how to bind a target? You are not the only one who can apply pressure." Gu Xian stubbornly controlled the pressure on Yibei's head and roared, "You won't get away so easily." Yibei took a step back under the heavy crushing force, his brow furrowing as he thought, "This brat is using the force of law." He quickly deduced the result in his mind. It is the law of gravity. Gu Xian gritted her teeth and hissed, "Do not look down on this young lady." Yibei exhaled and splashed cold water on her again. "A pampered young lady like you gets arrogant the moment she tastes a bit of success." Hearing this, she flew into a rage and shrieked, "What did you say?" He was too lazy to reply, silently chanting the formula, Thunder Decree. Immediately, a surge of lightning wrapped tightly around his body. Gu Xian saw the change and was startled. A massive column of thunder struck the ground, carrying immense destructive force. As the lightning faded and the dust settled, Gu Xian's figure appeared, face down on the stone ground, with small remnants of static electricity still crackling around her. Yibei cracked his knuckles and said, "You poured all your points into offense and threw away defense, leaving your head completely exposed. It would be a waste not to hit you." He added, "I controlled the power of the Thunder Decree to be just enough to knock you down. Your life is not in danger." Gu Xian struggled to crawl up, refusing to accept defeat as she cursed, "Yi Bei, you despicable bastard, attacking when I wasn't prepared." He chuckled softly, "Despicable? Use your brain, young lady. If you face foreign enemies outside, will you tell them to wait while you go to the restroom before fighting? Do you think they will stand there and wait for you?" Hearing this, Gu Xian flew into a rage and screamed, "You shameless man, what great emperor talks about excretion? So vulgar, so vulgar." Yi Bei casually waved his hand and said, all right, clean your face, young lady. From this moment on, we mind our own business." She stomped her foot in anger, "I'm so furious." As he continued his journey, Yi Bei suddenly noticed something. He turned around and stared in confusion. "Why are you still following me? Didn't you lose the bet and agree to leave?" Gu Xian snorted, turning her face away in defense, "Is walking on the same path forbidden? Besides, I didn't lose. When did I ever admit defeat?" She brazenly argued, "This young lady still has a bunch of trump cards that I haven't used yet. It is just because I am tired today and too lazy to fight." Hearing this, Yi Bei was completely speechless. This girl was as annoying as a leech. Having no choice, he sighed and said, "Fine, if we are going the same way, then so be it." After a few steps, Gu Xian curiously pried again, "Yi Bei, where on earth are you planning to go? Luo Zhushang is also around here, right?" After asking, she puffed her cheeks in frustration. "What right does an annoying person like you have to know Luo Zhushang? What kind of ambiguous and complicated relationship is there between you two?" Deep inside the territory of the insect beast king, two figures were stepping stealthily. Underfoot were scattered human skulls being gnawed on by small creatures, and the two slowly made their way through. Perched on a pillar, a white snake flicked its bright red tongue, scaring Gu Xian out of her wits. High on the cave ceiling, cocoons hung and swayed. Gu Xian felt terrified and said, "Yi Bei, let's find a detour and retreat." Yi Bei replied, "This decaying area is extremely vast. Taking a detour would cost us many more days." In the end, he suggested, "If you are that scared, we can split up here." Hearing his provocation, she immediately turned her face away, puffing her chest out and declaring proudly, "This young lady is the biological daughter of the emperor ancestor, a great emperor powerhouse. I would never be afraid." A series of sudden noises echoed between the cliffs, making her look forward in confusion. Where on earth did that sound come from? Below, a figure in red was swinging her sword, each stroke slicing through the air with unbelievable skill and precision. Yi Bei stood from a high vantage point, leisurely observing, and soon smiled in confirmation. So it is indeed A Leng. At this moment, Ouyang Leng was struggling to sweep through the swarm of larvae, her face filled with annoyance. These pests are like leeches, endlessly biting. The swarming insects kept pouring out, forcing her sword chi to repeatedly erupt. How annoying! What kind of monsters are these that return to normal no matter how many times I slash them? Concluding the wave of attacks was a sharp cross-slash of her sword that tore through space. Ouyang Leng's figure stood proudly on a mountain of insect corpses. While gasping for breath, she strained her mind to calculate. There must be a boss hiding somewhere pulling the strings. If I don't crush the leader, I will eventually run out of energy and die. Right then, the corpse under her feet, which seemed harmless, suddenly shot out a stream of spider silk. The sticky silk quickly bound her dual swords, putting the female swordsman in a dilemma. The persistent silk threads squeezed the sharp blades tightly. Ouyang Leng was stunned and widened her eyes, so it is using softness to overcome strength. In the blink of an eye, two more massive webs of silk sliced through the air toward Ouyang Leng, while her entire body was locked so tightly she could not move. She could only complain in her mind, "How frustrating, this time there is no way to dodge." As if falling from the sky, Yi Bei suddenly intervened, leisurely catching the deadly silk with his hand. This timely rescue made Ouyang Leng shout in joy, "Master!" Crushing the silk with one hand, he calmly lectured her. "A Leng, your violent fighting style works well against simple-minded foes, but when facing such a sticky type, you are clearly making things hard for yourself." Right after, he chanted the Supreme Demon Bone formula, and immediately a faint halo erupted, wrapping around his body. That brilliant power rapidly traveled along the spider silk and continued to spread toward the enemy at an incredible speed. The unlucky larvae immediately took the brunt of the shockwave, being sent flying into the air. Withdrawing his hand, Yibei smirked. This swarming formation is like chaining ships together with iron chains. A single spark is enough to clear them all. Just then Gu Xian'er's figure also swooped down, landing right beside them. She crossed her arms proudly, pouting and snorting. "You annoying devil are actually quite capable, roasting a whole bunch of beetles in an instant." This sudden presence left Yang Leng bewildered. Yang Leng's gaze swept over the newcomer, her heart pounding. Master is carrying another woman with him. Could it be that something happened between him and eldest senior sister? Ignoring his disciple's gaze, Yibei calmly squatted down, picking up a massive beetle corpse to inspect. He brought the strange object to his nose to sniff, nodding in assessment. "It looks a bit disgusting, but after being roasted over the fire, the smell is actually quite tempting." And without any hesitation, he stuffed it straight into his mouth and chewed noisily, thinking to himself, "In my past life at the night market, I used to eat these insect skewers all the time." His face was filled with the enjoyment of someone lost in nostalgia. After swallowing, he even friendly held out a piece toward the two ladies, offering one a bite. Gu Xian'er's face turned pale as she jumped back and waved her hands repeatedly. "I absolutely pass." As for Yang Leng, she broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "Although I know it is an honor to receive Master's gift, but—" Amidst the crisis, a raspy, creepy voice echoed, startling everyone. "Since the dawn of creation, only the insect race has devoured humans. How dare mere humans think they can swallow my kind? Your life ends here today." But Yibei seemed to have anticipated this scenario. His expression remained calm. As expected, defeating a boss was never going to be easy. Immediately, the ground beneath their feet shook violently, as if on the verge of splitting wide open. From deep beneath the rocks and soil, a mysterious creature was writhing and rising through the cracks. Yibei narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly directing his gaze toward the center of the earthquake. A massive, gaping maw covered in hideous slime suddenly emerged, blocking the view of the three. He immediately gave a sharp command. "Leng, escort Gu Xian'er and break through the encirclement. The target of these caterpillars is me." Yang Leng accepted the order without hesitation. "Yes, master." Meanwhile, before them, the horde of monsters was surging forward like a tide. Gu Xian'er, unwilling to be a mere bystander, immediately activated a surging current of power. "Stop looking down on this young lady. I can walk by myself without being led." With that, she released a crushing gravitational force, radiating a suffocatingly heavy pressure. Their radiating aura carved out a small safe zone, even though the outer perimeter was still swarming, with tens of thousands of larvae waiting to devour them. At the center, Yibei had quickly drawn a dazzling formation to protect the group. He sneered, "Trying to overwhelm us with numbers. Let this big brother serve you something different." Slamming his palm onto the formation, he chanted loudly to activate the seal. "Great Tao resonance, summon the undead of the Great Tao." As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive, ghostly figure materialized in midair. Yang Leng turned to him in bewilderment and asked, "Master, what is the deeper intention behind this move?" Gu Xian'er also stared wide-eyed. "Summoning such a weak-looking zombie, who are you trying to scare with that?" Yibei calmly waved his hand and gestured toward the zombie. "Go out there and warm up by playing with them for a bit." The undead monster rushed forward, its mouth constantly letting out silly grunts. "Aba aba." Ignoring the bugs that swarmed and bit all over its body, the zombie seemed extremely refreshed, as if its back were being scratched. Then it braked hard and spun like a top, using centrifugal force to send the tiny insects flying in all directions. Gu Xian'er frowned and commented, "Against this dense sea of insects covering the sky, throwing in a single zombie won't make any difference." With that, she eagerly shook Yang Leng's shoulder. "Hey, let's charge in and help Yibei." But the female swordswoman remained as steady as a rock and whispered a warning, "Don't do anything reckless right now." On the other side of the battlefield, the insects were still greedily tearing at the zombie's flesh with their sharp, serrated teeth. But in the blink of an eye, their eyes simultaneously turned an evil green, and their bodies rapidly twisted and mutated. Gu Xian'er was speechless and could not find her words. What is going on here? Yibei calmly explained. These insects have swallowed flesh containing the zombie virus. The real show is yet to come. Now we just have to sit back and wait for the multiplier effect. 1 infects 10, 10 infects 100, 100 infects 10,000. With that, he waved his hand proudly and shouted, "Fly, my zombie insect army." As soon as the command was given, the infected insects immediately turned around and frantically tore into their unmutated peers. Whether victim or hunter, contact was all it took for the pathogen to spread far and wide. Seeing the remaining insects fleeing in droves, he leisurely waved his hand to signal a halt. No need to chase. Then, folding his arms, he stood atop a high rock to enjoy the view. Guxian asked anxiously, "Wait, we have the upper hand, why not pull them out by the roots?" Yibei calmly replied, "Calm yourself down and don't act so rashly. Everything is within my calculations." Hearing those words, she secretly curled her lip in contempt. This master and disciple are indeed cut from the same cloth, equally cunning and deceitful. As the group casually walked forward, a voice inquired, "What is the next plan?" Yibei coolly uttered a single word, "Wait." Deep in a dark, hidden corner underground, 2 faint beams of light suddenly flared up. Wu Lu Wang roared in fury, "How irritating! We couldn't even bite to death a single brat, and in the end, I still have to show myself." But before she could put on a grand display, a bug suddenly rushed forward and bit her long, spindly leg. She stared in horror. Impossible! Does his bizarre virus even have an incubation period? The dark green poison slowly crept in, penetrating deep into every vein of her body. Wu Lu Wang clutched her head in agony, writhing and screaming. A miserable scream echoed from the abyss, while Yibei's group stood ready on the surface. Yibei tapped his fingers, his lips curling slightly. The time is ripe. 2 spider legs bristling with sharp thorns slowly emerged from the dark crevice. Guxian cried out in excitement, "Look, she is showing her true form. That is indeed Wu Lu Wang's real body." At that very moment, her entire massive figure stood fully revealed in the light. Yibei calmly brushed the dust off his clothes. "Wu Lu Wang's battle merits have already transferred to my pocket, which proves she is finished. Let's see how much wealth the 50th rank on the golden board has amassed." Immediately, a massive set of numbers flashed along Wu Lu Wang's arm. Guxian was dazzled and shouted, "Oh my God, it's more than 300 million, but Ouyang Leng's expression remained unchanged. For master's level, 300 million is just a drop in the bucket. Yibei added, "That's not all. Besides this massive amount of battle merits, we've also caught a big fish." He reached out toward Wu Lu Wang's corpse, a pure crystal light shining from his palm. "Storing the body of an insect race powerhouse in our inventory will definitely come in handy in the future." He said softly, "Anyway, our immediate task is to retreat first. Quickly secure the Chaos Stone Tablet and the Heavenly Pool Supreme Treasure." Having smoothly dealt with Wu Lu Wang, the group continued their journey. Yibei calculated, "Now that this obstacle is cleared, the coordinates marked by Zhu Shang are right ahead of us." Ouyang Leng nodded in agreement. "Master, then let us depart quickly." Guxian hurriedly followed behind, whining, "You are forbidden from trying to ditch this young lady." Looking up, the sky was crystal clear, without a single cloud. Below the towering tower, crowds gathered in small groups, shouting, "Look, look, the battle merit board has updated. Which unlucky fellow just got kicked out of their spot?" Seeing something interesting, Sun Wuzhao excitedly tugged at her sleeve. "Fourth senior sister, look over there, it's so lively. Let's go check it out." But Chi Tai Bai, with a cold face, grabbed his collar and pulled him back. "Stop minding other people's business. Our task is to head straight to the Hall of Opportunities located by senior sister to gather." Despite the warning, Sun Wuzhao shamelessly kept pleading, grabbing his sister's sleeve. "Come on, just a quick look won't take much time." Squeezing through the sea of people, both of them simultaneously looked up at the shimmering golden board in astonishment. Meeting their eyes was the battle merit board filled with long lines of text, and naturally, an extremely familiar name was brilliantly displayed at the 50th position. Sun Wuzhao gasped in disbelief. "Word has it that this board hasn't shifted for a decade. Master's ranking speed is truly beyond that of mere mortals." Chi Tai Bai stroked her chin thoughtfully. "You misunderstand. Knowing Master's nature, I'm afraid he didn't climb past the 50th rank, but rather sent him straight to his ancestors with a single strike to seize the spot. While the entire square was glued to the rankings, a figure suddenly bounded onto the high platform, holding up a shining item and shouting hoarsely, "Hot item here! A masterpiece has just hit the auction block." He raised the glowing blue crystal into the air and advertised loudly. This item points to the location of the human Yi Bei, who just seized the 50th spot on the battle merit board with a whopping 325,876,277 points. Starting bid is 3 million. Baishan quickly nudged his friend beside him, tempting him, betting 3 million to sweep 300 million. Let's pool our money and go all in. We split it half and half. But the other backed down, shaking his head repeatedly. No one who makes it onto that deification board is an easy target. I advise you to know your place and not court disaster. The auctioneer on the platform continued to add fuel to the fire, stirring up the crowd. The human Yi Bei at the Saint King realm with no backing and no sect. As soon as those words were uttered, the crowd erupted like a beehive. Carrying that many points with a mere Saint King realm cultivation meant he must have hit a massive stroke of luck. They whispered among themselves, "Just spend a few million to capture that brat, and we can easily pocket over 300 million. Where else could you find such a lucrative deal?" In an instant, hands shot up in competition, the numbers wildly jumping past the starting bid to 3.2 million. "I'll take this intel for 3.5 million, don't even try to compete with me. 4 million is more fitting. 5 million, I bet no one dares to pay more." Chi Bai knitted her delicate brows. Master is indeed formidable, but becoming a public target like this means a massive storm is heading his way. Sun Wu Zhao also stared at the stage with deep worry. Suddenly, an arrogant figure raised a single finger and calmly uttered a shocking number. "I bid 10 million. Those words instantly froze the entire venue, causing everyone to turn around. The one who had just appeared was Jai Wu Dai of the Wuji Sacred Land. He declared pompously, "I, Jai Wu Dai, lock the bid at 10 million. The heroes below broke into a cold sweat. The holy son of the Wuji Sacred Land, what wind blew him here? A few whispered timidly, "Even if you have more than 10 million, who would dare to make a peep? Provoking the Wuji Sacred Land's reputation is a sure way to bring about the destruction of your sect." The auctioneer banged his gavel and declared, "If no one dares to raise the price, then this crystal goes to Jai Wu Dai of the Wuji Sacred Land." In the blink of an eye, Jai Wu Dai snatched the item from the auctioneer. He sneered, "Excellent. Now I just need to follow this stone's signal to capture that Yi Bei." He caressed the crystal with a greedy, smug look. "That fat prize of 300 million is about to be served right to my mouth." From deep within the jade, a bright red indicator flashed. The red signal stood out starkly against the pitch-black background. Not far away, Yi Bei was also playing with the jade tablet containing the locator. He raised an eyebrow and evaluated. According to the directions, it should be somewhere around here. Ouyang Leng's eyes lit up as she pointed toward the horizon. "Master, look, that is definitely the location." Blocking their view were towering stone pillars piercing through the clouds. Ouyang Leng turned and recounted, "Back when I was roaming the external battlefield, I heard rumors that Big Senior Sister and the other sisters were in secluded cultivation in one of the most perilous places." Hearing this, Yi Bei stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. He calmly analyzed. This place is situated right on a main path, yet it is as deserted as a graveyard. This proves those 3 white towers are rigged with deadly formations, and ordinary experts showing up would stand no chance. Suddenly, the corner of his eye twitched as he looked down. Uninvited guests have arrived. A wave of fierce pressure shot down from the sky, crashing onto the ground and causing a massive tremor. An arrogant figure emerged from the dust cloud, muttering sluggishly, "I can smell the scent of 300 million. Jai Wu Dai toyed with the tracking jade in his hand, blocking Yi Bei's group with a show of force. He tilted his chin arrogantly. "If you know what's good for you, hand over your life. This grandpa will grant you a painless death." Yi Bei didn't even knit his brows, replying casually, "Yet another who smelled blood and crawled over." A moment later, Gu Xian finally caught up, lifting her skirt. "Hey, where are you all rushing to so fast? At least let me catch my breath." Catching sight of her, Jai Wu Dai burst into laughter. Oh, if it isn't the little ancestor of the Shadow Moon Palace, what a lucrative hunt, buy one get one free. Hearing his mocking tone, Gu Xian finally noticed the harbinger of bad luck, Jai Wu Dai, standing right there. She flared up and shouted, "This external battlefield is not the Wuji sacred land's backyard for you to run wild. If you're looking for a beating, step up." Hearing the provocation, Jai Wu Dai threw his head back and laughed wildly, raising a threatening fist with disdain. "Relying on your meager feline cultivation." Acting on his words, he slammed a violent punch into the ground, the terrifying shockwave sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Caught in the center of the storm, Gu Xian cried out in shock. What kind of crazy power is this? Tossing Gu Xian aside, he gathered his strength and dashed toward Yi Bei. "Kid Yi Bei, taste my blow." Ouyang Leng's face paled as she warned, "Master, be careful. The power of this fist wind is extremely terrifying. Absolutely do not block it barehanded." Yet Yi Bei ignored it as if it were a passing breeze. He gently pushed Ouyang Leng's shoulder to push her back. She opened her eyes wide in panic and screamed, "Master!" Jai Wu Dai maintained his lethal speed. Seeing this, he sneered in mockery, "Afraid your disciple will share your grave? I'm so moved that tears are practically pouring down my face." At that moment, the fist, heavy as 1,000-pound weight, was inches away from his nose. Yi Bei calmly narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Oh, really? Then I am waiting to see just how pathetic your crying face will look." And he gently reached out his palm to catch the punch dead on, the shockwave of the collision blasting outward and shattering everything. His slender hand tightly gripped Jai Wu Dai's burly fist. He stared in shock as if seeing a ghost. "Impossible! How is this so surreal? I channeled 60% of my strength into this blow. Even a great emperor shouldn't be able to stop it so easily." Yi Bei nodded slightly in approval. "Objectively speaking, that had some power, making my palm sting a bit." He raised an eyebrow. "Earlier, what did you claim to cultivate again, the invincible Great Tao?" He sneered mockingly. "If you want to turn the tables on me, you should go back to seclusion and create a new technique called the Great Tao, specifically countering Yi Bei." Jai Wu Dai roared in furious rage. "Brat, how dare you act so arrogant before me?" With that, he swung his other fist straight at his opponent's face. Yi Bei said nothing, and returned the favor with a simple, direct punch straight to his face. But surprisingly, the seemingly fatal blow only pushed him back a few steps. He lowered his eyes to his fist in confusion, feeling a bit off. The sensation from that punch felt rather odd. Jai Wu Dai stumbled but stabilized his footing, declaring arrogantly, "That was a clever hit, but too bad it's useless against my armor." He thumped his chest proudly. "The true essence of the invincible Great Tao is unmatched iron skin and bronze bones, living up to its brand name." Yi Bei took the opportunity to mock him further. "Your attack is weak while your defense is sturdy. You should change your name to Jai the Hiding Turtle instead. It fits your style better." Jai Wu Dai was too enraged to argue. Growling, he threw another wind-tearing punch. In the dusty dead zone, the two clashed, unleashing frantic moves. The speed of their punches was so fast that the eyes could only catch blurry afterimages. Gu Xian's jaw dropped. "Oh my, it turns out when Yi Bei goes all out, he can actually match Jai Wu Dai evenly." Ouyang Leng, standing beside her, immediately shattered her illusion. "Nonsense, there is no such thing as an even match here." The female swordswoman casually delivered a stark remark. "Master is just patiently peeling a giant crab." Gu Xian imagined Yi Bei holding a crab with a blank face. "Wait, how do you even eat a crab like that?" Faintly visible through the thick smoke, a tall, proud figure slowly emerged. Yi Bei stood with his hands behind his back, calmly delivering the final blow. "This game is settled." Yet Jai Wu Dai, who was knocked flat on the ground, suddenly burst into laughter. His lips curled as he uttered 4 disdainful words, "Weak and powerless." Jai Wu Dai scrambled to his feet again and charged fiercely. "With this defense, I can make 1,000 mistakes, but a single slip-up from you and you won't even have a place to be buried." Yi Bei silently raised one leg in a smooth motion, and then delivered a straight kick directly to Jai Wu Dai's abdomen. Taking the full force of the hammer-like attack, his facial features distorted to the point of being unrecognizable. And finally, he was sent flying with no sign of stopping. He crashed heavily, embedding himself into a vertical cliffside. Ibei frowned and clicked his tongue. This iron-shelled turtle is as stubborn as a leech. Dragging this out with him is a waste of breath and will delay my important business. Jai Wu Dai spat out some saliva and stood firm on his feet, sneering in provocation. Out of tricks, then prepare to be ground down until you're exhausted. Catching the words ground down from his opponent, Ibei seemed to have a brilliant idea, his lips curling slightly. A sharp weapon flashed into his palm as he smiled. Your idea of using a borrowed knife to kill sounds rather appealing. The magic treasure swung, tearing open a dark rift in space. From that black hole, an army of squirming zombie larvae poured out like a bursting dam. In the blink of an eye, thousands of insects swarmed out. Ibei clapped and laughed. Black Turtle Jai, let this master dispatch some sisters to give you a massage. Jai Wu Dai curled his lip in disdain, trying to scare me with these beasts. Laughable. Has I, Jai Wu Dai, been reduced to being looked down upon like this? As he muttered, he released a wave of pressure to sweep them away, intending to kick the tiny bugs aside. Ibei turned and waved goodbye. Enjoy yourself. For every 10 you trample, the insect king will breed 100 more. This horde is enough to feed you for a whole year. With that, he walked away casually. I have 1,000 things to do, I don't have time to play with you. Jai Wu Dai frantically threw punch after punch into the sea of insects. Engulfed in the battle, he strained his voice and screamed, You bastard, if you have the guts, stop right there. The swarm, thick as ants, kept charging frantically without end. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, what kind of plague is this that multiplies the more I smash them? In the end, the group ignored the chaotic scene and walked away. Ibei nodded to Yang Leng. Let him play there at his own pace. Let's continue our journey, Zio Leng. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed, and the group's speed gradually slowed down. Ibei checked the signal from the jade tablet and nodded firmly. The final coordinates are locked onto this place. Blocking their way ahead were 2 women standing tall at the gate. Seeing strangers approaching, they cleared their throats to turn them away. Who goes there? This is a dead zone. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. Zhu Ying whispered quietly, Hey, doesn't that figure over there look exactly like Gu Xian of the Shadow Moon Palace? Li Kui also teased. Wow, she's thick-skinned enough to follow our cult leader to this middle of nowhere. Should we praise her persistence or laugh at her stubbornness? The mocking conversation reached Gu Xian's ears, making her flare up. Who are you calling a leech? What does this have to do with your ancestors? Left with no choice, Ibei had to lower his voice to stop them. All right, quiet down. This forced Gu Xian to suppress her anger, her face turning red with frustration. At that very moment, Zhu Ying and Li Kui's eyes met his figure. This lofty bearing, this familiar aura, could it be? He slowly spoke, breaking the silence. You two are subordinates of the Yimo sect. The two immediately knelt down in deep reverence. Zhu Ying of the Yimo sect, Li Kui of the Yimo sect, pay respects to the patriarch. Ibei waved his hand calmly. Rise, we can catch up later. Lead me to Luo Zhu Shang immediately. As they stepped near the steps, one of them hurriedly whispered to him, Patriarch, inside is our cult leader's place of opportunity, but entering requires a hefty amount of battle merits. Hearing this, he turned and instructed Yang Leng, Zio Leng, stay here with them to guard the entrance. I will go inside to check it out. She bowed respectfully. I understand, master. Just as Ibei stepped over the threshold, Gu Xian frantically ran after him, crying out, Hey, you're not allowed to leave me behind. A loud thud sounded as a figure crashed into the hard wooden door. Gu Xian tumbled to the ground, rubbing her red nose in pain. Instantly, a warning flashed on the door's surface. Entry fee is 10 million battle merits. Reading the posted number, Gu Xian jumped up and cursed. Are you crazy? 10 million for a single ticket. What kind of ripoff is this place of opportunity? From the other side of the door, Yibei's lips curled slightly as he whispered, Luo Zhu, after such a long journey, I am finally about to reunite with you. Gu Xian angrily pointed at the door. You people are colluding to scheme against me, aren't you? Back then, Sister Zhu brought a bunch of people inside. How could they afford 10 million per person? Zhu Ying gently explained, the Hall of Opportunities has a hidden rule where the leader can cover the package for companions. Last time, we followed behind, and our cult leader swiped her card to pay for all of us. Li Kui nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. I vaguely remember the total cost back then was around 300 million. Meanwhile, Yi Bei had been transported by a teleportation formation into a mystical and magical space. He leisurely stepped across each stone slab, heading straight toward the pointed pagoda. He narrowed his eyes to inspect it, then praised, "This white pagoda is certainly worth the 10 million fee." Finally, he pushed the door open and walked in. Whatever, even if it's 10 million, it's nothing to me. What caught his eye in the middle of the room was a stone lion statue, enveloped in a glowing green spiritual aura. The stone statue suddenly opened its mouth and boomed a warning. Whoever enters this pagoda wishing to absorb the essence of the great Tao on any floor must shatter the trial of that floor. Yi Bei folded his arms and clicked his tongue. Trials and comprehension. Does my face look like that of a person with time to waste? The stone lion urged and advised. If you don't pass the trials to level up, that 10 million ticket fee will go down the drain. Yi Bei yawned and waved his hand at the statue. Save your lectures. This grandpa doesn't need you to teach him. The stone lion broke into a cold sweat on its stone face, anxiously trying to stop him. Wait, hold on a second. Yi Bei ignored the fuss, reaching out to grab the stone statue and tossing it into the air. I'm in a hurry and have no time to chat. Be smart and open the door to the second floor right now. A secret passage immediately opened in the ceiling. A long flight of stairs stretched straight down to where he stood. He calmly stepped onto the stone stairs. As soon as he stepped onto the second floor, Yi Bei saw 5 women sitting cross-legged around an incense burner. He frowned. Why are there only the 5 of you here? One of the women in the group widened her eyes in shock. She nudged the junior sister beside her. This gentle voice, it's definitely Master. All 5 women turned their heads in amazement. Oh, it really is Master. Thank heavens, this isn't an illusion of the pagoda. You must have felt that big senior sister was in danger, which is why you came out of seclusion to rescue her. Exactly. With Master backing her, big senior sister will definitely escape the jaws of death, absolutely. Hearing the mention of Luo Zhushang, his voice instantly turned cold. What happened to the oldest girl? All of you, report everything clearly to me. The time it took for a stick of incense to burn passed. Yi Bei summarized the whole situation, stroking his chin in contemplation. It turns out this pagoda of time trials is a deep pit of distorted time laws, shrouded layer upon layer. The flow of time on each floor is independent. The first floor has a conversion ratio of 1 to 2 compared to the real world, and stepping onto the second floor, 1 real day equals 5 virtual days. The expansion rule is extremely terrifying. The third floor is 1 to 10, the fourth jumps to 1 to 50, the fifth hits 1 to 100, the sixth is 1 to 200, the seventh reaches 1 to 500, dragging onto the 8th floor makes 1 external day equal to 1,000 internal days, and the peak on the 9th floor is a staggering 1 to 2,000. The pink-haired girl added tearfully, Big senior sister yearned to master the law of time, so she risked her life to plow through all 9 floors. She spent 20 years of her real youth to pass 8 floors, which equates to exhausting 1,000 years of her lifespan in this cage. Yi Bei calculated the math of life and death. A mortal cultivating to the half-emperor realm gains 3,000 years of lifespan, and if they step into the great emperor realm, the limit is 100,000 years. Hearing the explanation, the 2 disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, in that case, big senior sister can easily afford it. She still has nearly 9,000 years left. But a flash of panic crossed his mind, and Yi Bei pressed. Wait, how long has Luo Zhushang been rooted on the 9th floor? The pink-haired disciple sobbed. It has been over 4 years since the day she entered the 9th floor. The junior sister beside her whispered, Yes, those 4 years are converted according to the real-world calendar, master. Yi Bei anxiously bit his finger, muttering calculations. Over 4 years, he thought in a cold sweat, multiplied by the terrifying time ratio of the 9th floor, meant Luo Zhushang had burned through nearly 8,000 years of her lifespan. He gritted his teeth. After a round of addition and subtraction, his face paled as he concluded. Adding the 1,000 years eroded in the 8 floors below, that foolish girl is almost completely out of her health bar. A disciple lowered her head in sorrow. Our group of 30 once rushed to the edge of the 9th floor to drag her back, but over the past decades, the number of people who could even reach the threshold of the 8th floor can be counted on one hand. Ibe sighed and said flatly, "To sum it up, you all can rest assured and continue cultivating. With your master here, I will handle everything." His face showed extreme determination. "You foolish girl, hold on and wait for master to pull you out." Without wasting time, Ibe rode the wind and rushed straight to the threshold of the 8th floor. Welcoming him in the spacious hall was a bulky guardian of the pagoda. Utilizing his momentum, he leaped into the air, turning into an arrow that tore through the wind. The obstacle before him threatened in a loud voice with boundless killing intent. "I am the guardian of this pagoda. Whoever dares to ascend to the 9th floor shall be slain without mercy." As his threatening words ended, his eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp gaze. But before his hand could even twitch, Ibe delivered a thunderous blow, accompanied by a roar like a lion. "Get out of my way." A violent, resounding crash echoed as the guardian was knocked flat, his head severed from his neck into 2 halves. Ibe casually stepped on the head as a springboard, launching himself into the sky. Carrying immense killing intent, he stepped onto each stair leading to the peak of the pagoda. He executed his lightness skill. He glided like the wind, crossing a lush green meadow in the blink of an eye. After a skillful flip, he landed precisely in the center of the battlefield. Scanning the surroundings, he coolly said, "This is the final stage of the 9th floor." Suddenly, his keen senses made him turn his head. Something seems unusual. Beneath the loose soil, an ancient stone tablet appeared. He glanced at the words carved on the surface. "The rule is to crush your inner demon before time runs out." After reading the rules, he clicked his tongue and lamented. If this stubborn girl had just let go of her obsessions, she would have easily smashed her inner demon and passed this trial ages ago. But before the words could dry, the ground beneath his feet shook violently like an earthquake. A black, fringed tentacle tore through the ground and rose high. Yibei's heart skipped a beat as he looked up with a highly surprised expression. His eyes widened as he gasped, "What on earth is that thing?" Blocking his path was a giant serpent, radiating surging killing intent and a suffocating, overwhelming power. Embedded right in the center of the monster's forehead was an egg-shaped gemstone. Within the crystal layer, a familiar figure was faintly visible. It was none other than the girl he had gone to great lengths to find, Luo Zhusheng, who lay unconscious with her eyes tightly closed. The pitch-black serpent hissed and roared in a deep voice. "Audacious brat, to dare look down on the rules of this pagoda. This great emperor girl's lifespan is about to hit rock bottom. Today, she will become my afternoon snack." The serpent's sinister eyes lit up. "Excellent. Since you've delivered yourself to me, I'll gladly take you as dessert." Ibe bit his lip and tightened his grip on his sword hilt, confronting his opponent directly. "You're just a water snake borrowing the power of the time laws to intimidate, yet you talk a lot of nonsense." Hearing the mockery, the serpent roared in fury, "How dare you be insolent to me? Let me devour this Saint King brat first." With that, it opened its massive mouth, revealing venomous fangs dripping with green slime. Ibe was not intimidated at all and sneered in response. "If you look down on the Saint King realm, today I will use this chipped sword to skin you." As his words fell, the fire sword in his hand drew a blazing arc, slashing straight down at the monster's skull with sheer brutality. A series of sharp cracking sounds rang out as spiderweb fractures began to spread across the gemstone on the giant serpent's forehead. Then came a deafening explosion, and the seal imprisoning Luo Zhusheng shattered into pieces. Losing her support, her limp body fell in a free fall, but Yibei dashed forward and skillfully caught his disciple in his arms. He looked down at the delicate face in his arms, whispering affectionately, "You foolish girl, after traveling such a long way, we have finally reunited." Seeing her still unconscious, he bit his lip and checked. Her lifespan has only about 300 years remaining. At the 1 to 2,000 ratio of this place, your time outside would only last another 60 full days. If I had arrived 2 months later, I'm afraid. Before he could even finish sighing, Luo Zhushang stirred slightly and opened her eyes. Fragments of memory rushed back into her mind like a slow-motion film. The clear voice of Yi Bei from the past still lingered, that young man spreading his arms with a sunny smile and greeting her. "I am Yi Bei, and what is your name, little sister?" The scene of her childhood replayed, a tiny girl blinking her big round eyes, stuttering shyly, Luo Zhushang. Reality pulled her back. He was still holding her firmly in his warm chest. Luo Zhushang opened her eyes dreamily, her mouth uttering a word into the void, Luo. But the moment she woke up, she pursed her lips and bit back her weakness. Luo Zhushang closed her eyes tightly, her voice filled with mockery and grief. "Rules of the tower, you see that I am running out of blood, so you are playing a new trick to torture me. Remember, I do not need your fake pity before I close my eyes and pass away." Yi Bei lowered his voice in pain. "Silly girl, forgive your master for arriving too late." Luo Zhushang placed her palm heavily on his chest, frantically channeling her spiritual energy into it, her voice bitter and irritable. "Inner demon, aren't you tired of playing this psychological trick over and over again?" She smiled weakly and sadly. "But even if you want to deceive me, you must make up something reasonable. My master was still stuck in the body refining realm when he closed his eyes, so how could he suddenly become such an arrogant, powerful cultivator?" But in the blink of an eye, her eyes became bloodshot, and she roared frantically, "You want to die, don't you?" Yi Bei froze on the spot, unable to grasp Luo Zhushang's train of thought. She swung a life-taking palm, strike directly at his chest without mercy. The force cracked the ground, as tens of thousands of fierce purple lightning bolts struck down with a roar. Drops of bright red blood scattered on the dry ground. Yi Bei was sent flying dozens of meters like a broken kite, wincing as he rubbed his aching chest. This destructive power is truly terrifying. Looking down at the deep handprint left on his chest, his face contorted in complaint. "You crazy girl, striking so ruthlessly, are you trying to turn your master into a ghost with one punch?" But holding back the pain to regain his composure, he drew out a golden glowing divine whip with a swoosh. Yi Bei nodded with confidence. "This treasure is my exclusive trademark magic item. Bringing out the real thing like this, she should be able to recognize it." To his surprise, Luo Zhushang sneered in contempt, "Even using the divine whip? Well, has this tower finally upgraded to a new toy?" Hearing this, Yi Bei grit his teeth in frustration. This stubborn brat, her stubborn nature is still exactly the same as before. Ignoring any reason, she instantly turned into an afterimage and rushed fiercely toward Yi Bei to take his life. Yi Bei also stopped holding back, directly whipping through the air to meet her attack. The two engaged in a fierce battle, their moves clashing with roars that shook the heaven and earth. The aftermath of the clash sent sand and stones exploding into the air, clouding the vision. After a round of fighting, Yi Bei took the initiative to withdraw, shouting coldly, "Luo Zhushang, have you had enough of this nonsense?" Luo Zhushang ignored him, pressing both hands firmly onto her opponent's chest. Her face was extremely gloomy, her tightly pursed lips trembling. That sorrowful sight softened Yi Bei's heart, and he whispered, "Luo Zhushang, I." Yet she stubbornly remained silent, biting her lip. But before he could utter a word of comfort, an unexpected wet kiss locked onto his lips. Ending the passionate kiss, Luo Zhushang weakly leaned her head against Yi Bei's firm chest. She whispered tiredly, "Inner demon, let me borrow you as my master's stand-in for a moment. I have some last words to confess." Yi Bei remained silent, quietly listening to his disciple pour her heart out. Luo Zhushang's voice dropped with self-blame. "Master, I am too useless. Stuck in the time tower for 9,000 years, I still couldn't pass the final trial, unable to gather even a bit of time law to wake you up." Then she looked up and confessed, "But throughout those long 9,000 years, I missed you so much I felt like fainting." Closing her eyes, she snuggled deep into his chest poutingly. "I keep reminiscing about those old days. Do you remember any of it, master? The time you rolled up your sleeves to teach me how to cook, and I was so clumsy that you scolded me relentlessly." Her eyes wet, she choked up, bringing up old memories. You also took me to make cotton candy, and then to make fireworks, and even forced me to practice ice skating. Finally, she muttered, Yi Bei, I will probably be packing my bags to follow you in no time. I miss you so much, I hope our reunion day comes quickly. Waiting for Luo Zhushang to finish venting her feelings, Yi Bei comforted her. You silly girl, is your master really worth you being so hopelessly obsessed? His hand gently lifted Luo Zhushang's chin, locking his firm gaze onto her. If you keep acting like a child, how can I have the courage to let you fend for yourself? He sighed and said, It looks like your master will have to train you for another course. Cracks began to creep all over the time tower. So Yi Bei picked her up and slipped through a crack, leaving the tower. They landed extremely smoothly. Luo Zhushang realized something was off and shrieked, Wait a minute, isn't this the corridor outside the time tower? Yi Bei was too lazy to explain, only smiling with a smirk. Luo Zhushang's mind went into a frenzy. Wait, what? What is going on? In an instant, she leaped out of his arms, stepping back a whole meter. Her eyes widened to their limit. Master, are you the fake or the real deal? He smiled warmly like autumn sunshine, teasing her unhurriedly. Just now you were so sweet calling us, you and I, why have you switched back to master and sir now? While she was still processing, he patted his chest and exposed her. If your master weren't the genuine article, I would have been logged out of this world by your two destructive great Dao palm strikes just now. Hearing this, she froze. What on earth? She frantically scratched her head and whispered, This is terrible, I just forced a kiss on master, and even rambled on with a bunch of cheesy words that make me want to crawl into a hole. This time I'm really done for. Yi Bei looked at her with a smile, clicking his tongue affectionately. You silly girl, you always pick up random things to overthink when you are free. No wonder you were stuck in there for 9,000 years, it's indeed karma. Clearing his throat to regain his composure, he commanded solemnly, Silly girl, get to work. Go ahead and break through, your master will protect you from start to finish. She gasped, Oh, master, it's not that I don't want to level up, but I'm just scared the Dazun heavenly tribulation will roast me alive. Yi Bei crossed his arms and lifted his chin coolly, Silly girl. If you are too lazy to undergo the tribulation, how am I supposed to hold your hand and enjoy our retirement in the future? This smooth flirtation completely froze Luo Zhushang. Amused, Yi Bei teased her further. Why are you standing there frozen? Or are you determined to stay single forever, refusing to go with your master? Startled, she stammered. Yes, of course I will. Luo Zhushang willingly raises both hands and feet. With the deal sealed, Luo Zhushang soared into the air. Master, I'm heading to the chopping block. Yi Bei cheered from below. Go all out. Your master is waiting for you to bring back the trophy. She shouted fiercely, Dazun heavenly tribulation, come at me. Hovering in the sky, Luo Zhushang began the intense process of enduring the tribulation lightning. Yi Bei remained standing on the spot like a waiting husband, his eyes shining brightly as he locked his gaze onto her without missing a beat. He focused all his attention on watching every single moment. In another scene, Gu Xian was pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, her mouth muttering endlessly. Why haven't those slowpokes shown their faces yet? Suddenly, her eyes widened like marbles. Her gaze showed extreme panic. She shrieked in a high-pitched voice, Oh my God, you guys look. Zhu Yuan and Li Qi also craned their necks to look. Zhu Yuan scratched his head. This appearance seems a bit off, not like our sect leader. Gu Xian gasped and screamed, Oh my God, that is the Dazun heavenly tribulation. She scratched her head in confusion. What medicine did Sister Luo Zhushang take to advance to Dazun as fast as an arrow? Right at the peak, the lotus flower is still flashing and glowing brilliantly. Gu Xian clicked her tongue in jealousy. My old man back then had to grind and prepare for 1,000 years just to welcome this Dazun heavenly tribulation. The camera cut back to Yi Bei, who was walking over unhurriedly. His eyes flashed with pride, the heavenly tribulation judges by appearance, striking based on the host's great Tao. Looking at these pitch-black clouds, it is indeed the standard of the destructive great Tao. Golden lightning immediately rained down like a downpour, aiming straight at a stationary target. Right in the center of the storm, Luo Zhushang casually swung one hand. catching the unruly lightning. An overbearing power erupted, crushing the lightning into hundreds of tiny fragments. Finishing them off in the blink of an eye, she curled her lips in mockery. Is this tickling all you've got to show off? Angered, the heavenly tribulation threw down an even fiercer wave of tyrannical lightning. Spiritual energy condensed into three faceless phantoms. Luo Zhushang glanced at them and clicked her tongue. All former big bosses and prominent figures, yet when they died to the Dazun heavenly tribulation, they were forced to become brainless debtors, locked up as lackeys for the heavenly tribulation. The three souls merged into a blinding flare, spitting out a yellow lightning bolt that flew swiftly toward her. Luo Zhushang waved her hand casually. Since you are dead, just stay dead like a proper corpse. Why crawl back up to block my way? With that, she roared in an ear-splitting high pitch, shatter. Obeying her command, the magical sound wave surged violently, tearing through the void and rushing out. Luo Zhushang's sisters gossiped while watching from afar. Look, that's the real eldest senior sister. Master is also standing there leisurely. Another clapped her thighs. Oh my goodness, that Dazun heavenly tribulation lightning is massive. At the peak, Luo Zhushang lifted her chin defiantly. If you have any more dirty tricks, bring them all on. This young lady will take them all. That golden energy instantly split into countless muscular phantom shadows. Luo Zhushang closed her eyes, her face full of contempt. She loaded power into both hands while complaining, "Today I must beat some sense into you, a delusional heavenly tribulation." In a flash, her expression suddenly flipped to being extremely fierce, her gaze cold like an assassin's. Destructive great Tao, rise. As soon as she finished shouting, a beam of purple aura struck straight down. The purple energy pillar soared up to the clouds. Luo Zhushang stood proudly on the roof tiles, her spiritual energy wrapping around her like a super saiyan, the fierce, heavenly lightning from earlier now looking as weak as mosquito zapping sparks. Ibei nodded in satisfaction, saying coldly, "The heavenly tribulation is done." The system popped up a notification. Female demon Luo Zhushang has reached the early stage of the Dazun realm. Ibei rode the wind and flew up close to Luo Zhushang, spreading his arms to embrace her. "Come here and let your master give you a hug to celebrate your successful breakthrough to the Dazun realm." Her cheeks flushed red as she shyly turned away. "Master, don't be like that. The juniors are watching from below. Isn't it a bit too bold of us?" The junior sister on the ground, being very understanding, shouted, "Eldest senior sister, go ahead. We swear to be temporarily blind and won't peek." Encouraged, the two embraced tightly, as smooth as a romantic movie. He patted her shoulder in praise. "Girl Luo, round of applause for you. You didn't disappoint your title as the eldest senior sister." Then he turned his head to look at the disciples chatting loudly. "You lazy bums, your master is back. You have suffered enough all these years, haven't you?" He continued, "Starting from this moment, whoever dares to provoke us, we will teach them a lesson they will never forget." Before landing, he cleared his throat. "Anyone who dares to glare at our side, just grab them and slap them silly. From now on, kill gods if they block our way, fear absolutely no one," Ibei declared, then puffed out his chest and walked arrogantly. In a virtual space, the system spammed notifications repeatedly, starting with 22 out of a total of 108 disciples. Then it rapidly unlocked rewards for 61 students in a row. Glancing at the congratulatory messages, he smirked with delight. "Hold on, let me take out a calculator to see how much we have gathered." He instantly turned into a head accountant, calculating, 1 Dazun skill card, 1 Great Emperor card, 52 Semi-Emperor cards. Rare items require 10 Semi-Emperor cards, Super Rare takes 20, Epic takes 50, and Mythic takes 100 Semi-Emperor cards, while 1 Great Emperor Realm card can be exchanged for 10 Semi-Emperor cards. After calculating, he tried to bargain with the system. "Hey, this Dazun Realm skill card is surely worth 100 Semi-Emperor cards, right?" The system replied flatly. 1 Dazun card exchanges for exactly 50 Semi-Emperor cards, no bargaining." Hearing this ripoff rate, he clenched his fist in frustration and muttered sarcastically, "Unbelievable, I knew this cheap system would never be generous. But whatever combined, it is finally enough to redeem a mythic-grade Great Tao." After pondering and calculating, he slapped the table to close the deal. System, swipe the cards and give me the mythic Great Tao. Having consumed the currency, the system processed with a whirring sound and announced, "Congratulations to the host for unlocking the mythic grade Great Tao, Creation Great Tao. This genuine item allows you to pair with another high-quality Great Tao." Reading the user manual carefully, Yibei rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Creation Great Tao. Wait, there are a few warnings attached to this. The system immediately displayed a note. Note, Legendary Great Tao, Creation Great Tao requires a full combo. First, the host must tame another Great Tao. Second, you must acquire a title deed to your own small world. Third, you must have a powerful divine weapon to suppress it. Upon inspection, the host currently lacks the qualifications to claim this legendary Great Tao. Furious, he shouted, "Good grief, I worked my butt off to grind 100 semi-emperor cards, and you give me this useless thing that requires a bunch of quests." But that was just lip service. Yibei rubbed his chin and calculated again, need a small world title deed. Well, that desolate land can probably be managed. Taming another Great Tao power is easy enough, but the hardest part is finding a divine weapon. Yibei raised his hand and summoned a stone that sparkled like a diamond. The attached stats popped up instantly. Chaos Stone Tablet, genuine high-grade Emperor weapon. Only then did his face relax a bit as he muttered, knowing he had guessed right. Tusk, as expected, it is only at the high-grade Emperor weapon level. Looking for a divine weapon now is like searching for a needle in a haystack. A light bulb suddenly went off in his head, and he slapped his thigh. Nice. Putting his hands in his pockets and looking at the tower, he called out to his helper, "System, what grade is this white tower?" The system replied in a heartbeat, "Time Tower, peak-grade Emperor weapon, just a step away from being a divine weapon." Hearing this, Yibei smirked cunningly, stroking his chin in victory. "I just thought of a brilliant plot twist." He spread his spiritual sense to scan. There had to be a control core hidden somewhere. If he could extract the core of this tower, everything would be set. But he ran into a snag. Wait, is the core hidden all the way on the 10th floor? This time the system automatically popped up a warning without being called. Warning. To ascend to the hidden 10th floor, you must pass the inner demon trial on the 9th floor. Before he could even gasp, a hand gently tugged at Yibei's sleeve. Startled, he turned back to see Luo Zhu Shang whispering, "Master, can I join you to beat the inner demon?" And he nodded, sealing the deal instantly. The scene was set on the 9th floor, inside the Time Tower. Yibei sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, provoking, "Come at me, little inner demon." A few faint wisps of green smoke swirled in the air. In an instant, he was thrown directly into a room. Looking around, he remarked casually, "Oh, isn't this the apartment I rented before I transmigrated?" The inner demon began to whisper sweet nothings in his ear. Transmigration, disciples, outer space battlefield, all of that is just a daydream. Yibei stood admiring his face in the mirror, pinching his cheek and muttering, "Wait, is this me? The 100% real me?" The inner demon's voice continued to coax, "That is just an unfinished dream, little brother." The young man stood leaning against a large window, blankly staring at the sky outside. Yibei's eyes suddenly regained their coolness. "Inner demon, oh inner demon trying to trap me. Your script is good, but you forgot some plot holes, kid." Yibei stood frozen before the window, looking blank for a moment. Waiting until his reflection in the glass was perfectly clear, he called it out. "Before I faded away to the other world, the city I lived in was always heavily polluted with smog and fine dust. How could there be such a crystal-clear, picturesque view like this?" He walked leisurely, smirking to himself. "Oh, so being thrown back into this beautiful but miserable world is my ultimate nightmare. If I am ever unfortunate enough to be forced to pack my bags and return to my old home, I bet I will drag my whole crowd with me instead of going alone." In reality, Yibei's eyebrows furrowed deeply. His eyes snapped open, shining as bright as headlights. He rolled his eyes to look to the side. Seeing Luo Zhu Shang snoring softly next to the pillow, he murmured, "Shut down already. I wonder how many centuries it has been since this girl last had a good sleep." Yibei gently stroked her hair, clicking his tongue. Sleeping in such a twisted posture must cause quite a backache. He smiled gently, telling himself, never mind the 10th floor core for now. Let's let her recharge fully first. After all, this is the 9th floor of the Time Tower, where time is literally molded, so there is no rush. Time fast-forwarded to 2 days later. Luo Zhuxiang finally stretched and woke up sleepily. Amidst the cheesy scene of fluttering flower petals, Yibei quickly asked, "Are you done playing Sleeping Beauty?" Luo Zhuxiang leaped up in joy. "Oh, Master is still sitting here. Thank goodness, I thought I was dreaming again." Her eyes wide with curiosity. "When did you defeat the inner demon, Master? I overslept, please punish me." He waved it off. "What punishment? Your master only finished the test a few minutes ago." But after lying, Yibei covered his mouth and chuckled, teasing her. "You slept and snored for 2 whole days and nights, almost flooding the floor with drool." Hearing this, she felt deeply embarrassed, her face turning red as she threw a tantrum. "Bullying, Master is bullying me." After teasing her enough, Yibei patted her head to comfort her. "Fine, fine, once you are fully awake, go visit your junior sisters." She pouted, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. Before Luo Zhuxiang could argue, Yibei cut her off. "Your master has cleared the 9th floor. Now I will head up to test the hidden 10th floor to see what's hot." After saying that, he vanished instantly, leaving Luo Zhuxiang standing there alone. The camera panned to a dark room, with the faint sound of dripping water. Yibei scanned the area and muttered to himself, "The name, Hidden Floor, is indeed accurate. It is pitch black, and I cannot even count 5 fingers in front of me." Suddenly, a brightly lit bubble appeared in front of him, revealing the core of the Time Tower. Tempted, Yibei reached out his rough hand to touch it. As soon as his hand touched it, the outer half of his hand was pushed back, instantly turning dry and withered like a piece of deadwood. Wherever his fingers touched, the skin became wrinkled and aged. This did not surprise him, and he remarked, "Truly worthy of being an emperor weapon of the time law. Looks like I have to make a quick move." A moment later, he took the Chaos Jade from his pouch. Yibei shouted a spell, commanding the Supreme Demon Bone to force the Time Tower to merge with the Chaos Stone Tablet. Sweating as he merged the 2 items, he weighed his options. "If I can successfully blend these 2, the weapon will definitely level up. But if it fails, the weaker Chaos Stone Tablet will surely be crushed to dust by time. A carp cannot turn into a dragon without jumping the dragon gate. Let's go all out." After a while, the stone began to crackle like snapping bones. Then it shattered into tiny fragments. Witnessing this failure, Yibei's face contorted in anger. "Seriously, Chaos Stone Tablet, even if you broke, you were still classified as a high-grade Emperor weapon. How did you fail before even starting?" But before he finished speaking, an idea popped into his head. "Wait a minute, I can still use these fragments." His hands formed seals as he cast a spell, adapting to the new plan. "Since the forced fusion failed, I will just use the shattered Chaos Stone Tablet as refining material to upgrade the Time Tower." Then he channeled power directly into the jade dust, making them swirl rapidly around the bubble of the Time Tower. Yibei waited in anticipation. "Perfect, it is absorbing them. Now we just wait to see if we hit the jackpot or hit rock bottom." The Time Tower and the Chaos Stone Tablet were actively melting and blending together. Yibei pursed his lips and gathered his energy. Half of his hair had already turned white. He grumbled, "Such a crude method of refining has too high a risk. I must find something to suppress the rejection from the Time Tower to be safe." Racking his brain, he finally made a decision. At a dead end, this is the only way. He chanted a formula, Demon Bone Eruption, and grit his teeth, planning to force it into his spiritual realm, refining with one hand while boosting power with the other. The palm force poured fiercely into the bubble containing the Time Tower. Yibei grit his teeth and released his full energy. "Just some emperor tools. So what if you are high grade? I refuse to believe I cannot tame your stubbornness." Finally, the Time Tower vanished in a flash, falling into his palm. Ultimately, the true form of the Chaos Demon Bone also emerged. Yibei crossed his arms and looked at the true form, nodding in approval. "Very good. The Time Tower is slowly absorbing all the fragments. It might be classified as a pseudo-divine weapon now. If anyone else did this, the initial rough refinement alone would have taken 80 to 100 years, let alone achieving perfect refinement." The true form of the Chaos Demon Bone tightly held the Time Tower, everything proceeding according to Yi Bei's plan. However, I have prepared the power to devour all things for the Chaos Demon Bone. If I cook it at full speed, it should take about 8 months to upgrade this Time Tower to its fully refined state. In conclusion, he stared at his palm and calculated. Refining this divine weapon now only depends on the countdown timer. Yi Bei instantly appeared behind Luo Zhushang, whispering, "Luo Zhushang, I have returned to you." Luo Zhushang turned her head, her face pale with shock. "Master, what happened to your face?" Yi Bei pretended to slouch and cough, putting on an act. "Luo Zhushang, your master was drained of energy by the backlash of the Time Tower. I'm afraid my lifespan is coming to an end." In tears, she rushed to embrace him. "If master is going to the grave, Luo Zhushang will definitely go with you." Burying her face in his chest, she sobbed, "I hate being separated by life and death from you. I don't want to go through it ever again." Yi Bei pinched her cheek and scolded her affectionately. "You silly girl, don't you dare talk about dying together ever again, understand?" Luo Zhushang whimpered. "But master, you." As if by magic, Yi Bei pulled out a jade bottle and flicked the cap open. Then he poured a bunch of golden pills straight into his mouth. Then he closed his eyes and chewed. The wrinkles on his face instantly vanished without a trace. Shaking the bottle, he explained, "See, it was just a temporary drain. Taking a face-rejuvenating pill refined by me makes me smooth again." Realizing she was tricked, Luo Zhushang pouted and turned her back. "If master plays such a joke again, I will ignore you." Yi Bei quickly followed and coaxed her. All right, it was my fault. I promise I won't tease you like this again, okay?" The two vanished from the mountain peak. Yi Bei called out, "Luo Zhushang, those brats Qi Tai Bai and Sun Wu Zio must be waiting for us. Let's go out." She replied obediently. "The junior sisters who were trapped in the tower earlier have all been moved to the land of opportunity by me. This place is out of resources, there's no reason to stay." A massive blue fishtail fin whipped upward. Its translucent shape was accompanied by a set of sharp, gleaming white teeth. A flash of lightning slashed across, cutting the sea monster in half. Gu Xian stepped on the back of the giant monster, grumbling. "Grinding this thing only gave a tiny bit of battle points, lucky it was big." She looked at her hand and sighed, "Only 10 million battle points. For a ticket to follow Sister Luo Zhushang, I'll risk my life." Qi Tai Bai couldn't help but click his tongue. Did this lady eat ginseng or something? Why is she always so hot-blooded? Li Kui nodded and added, "She is the exact replica of our sect leader." Sun Wu Zio hugged a pillar and yawned, while Ouyang Leng remained silent, offering no opinion. Having dealt with the monster, Gu Xian turned to tell Li Kui, "I'm off to grind elsewhere for battle points. If Sister Luo Zhushang shows up, remember to send me a transmission immediately." Li Kui patted his chest. "All right, I will definitely pass the hot news to you." But in his heart, he sneered, "I will absolutely never call you back." A black hole of reincarnation was spinning. Yi Bei and Luo Zhushang stood watching. Zhu Yuan and Li Kui bowed deeply to the ground and said respectfully, "Greetings, Patriarch, greetings, sect leader. Your subordinates beg to report. The entire Night Demon sect is eagerly waiting for the sect leader to return. The party to welcome the Patriarch's return must also be grandly celebrated to match your stature. No need for such wasteful displays. Your sincerity is enough for your master." Yi Bei waved his hand cheerfully, and the two disciples immediately obeyed. Sun Wu Zio ran over to Luo Zhushang. "Eldest senior sister, let me hug you." Qi Tai Bai also approached. "Eldest senior sister, the junior sisters missed you so much." Luo Zhushang smiled. "After all these years, Qi Tai Bai, Sun Wu Zio, and Ouyang Leng have all reached the great emperor realm. But sailing against the current means you either move forward or fall back. Your future cultivation must not be neglected." Sun Wu Zio nodded like a chicken pecking rice. "Yes, senior sister is absolutely right." In the courtyard, a gossiping voice echoed, "Master, eldest senior sister, on such a fine day, not having a drinking feast would be a disservice to nature." A massive jar of wine was placed proudly on the table. Yi Bei pointed curiously, "Ouyang Leng, where did you swipe this jar from?" "I brought it along to sip on because the journey was a bit bland," Ouyang Leng replied with squinted eyes. Yi Bei clicked his tongue. The finest wine of your tribe, I've heard of it for ages but never had the fortune to try a sip. Bowls, chopsticks, and cups were already laid out across the table. Oyangleng raised a full cup and shouted, "Cheers to celebrate the reunion of our sisters. 1 cup to master, 1 cup to eldest senior sister." The crowd clinked their glasses together enthusiastically. Bei downed it in one gulp, letting out an appreciative breath. "Good wine." Suddenly remembering, he glanced to his side and advised, "Girl, your alcohol tolerance has always been terrible, just take a sip to join the fun." Bei turned around only to see Luo Zhu Shang downing a whole bowl. Then she slammed the bowl onto the table with a bang. Slightly tipsy, she slurred, "Master and the junior sisters are all drinking to the limit. How can I, the eldest senior sister, just take a casual sip?" Her face was already as red as a ripe tomato. "Go all out, you are under eldest senior sister, you can't dodge this cup." Sun Wu Zio poured and urged playfully, while Li Kui cried for mercy, "Spare me, Master Sun Wu Zio." Tipsy and swaying, Sun Wu Zio blurted out, "After this cup there's another, brothers." Oyangleng chimed in, "Fourth senior sister, after this cup you still have to drink 3 more penalty cups." Luo Zhu Shang waved her hands in panic. No, 1 bowl is my limit. I have recently given up drinking." The whole crowd ended up completely wasted. Oyangleng, also drunk, blabbered, "Fifth senior sister wants to challenge me to a one-on-one. If you pass out later, I won't be responsible for carrying you to bed." Sun Wu Zio shook her head, slurring, "Eighth sister is talking nonsense." "Calling me drunk, are you kidding me?" In the other corner, Bei was sitting close to Luo Zhu Shang. He chuckled, "Look, Sun Wu Zio and Oyangleng are bickering again, just like they did 300 years ago." Luo Zhu Shang hiccuped and called, "Master." Bei looked down at her leaning heavily against his shoulder and clicked his tongue. "This girl is completely wasted from drinking. Let me take you to a cool place to get some fresh air." Chi Tai noticed the two heading out and pried, "Where are master and eldest senior sister going?" Bei made an excuse, "The air outside is fresh. Letting her get some breeze for a while will sober her up." Luo Zhu Shang swayed and argued back, "I'm not drunk. Why do I need to sober up?" Bei advised gently, "You are drunk, silly girl." Hearing this, she leaned even closer to him. "I'm not drunk yet." Their faces were extremely close, pink bubbles floating around them. Romantic music seemed to play from somewhere. At this point, what did it matter if they were sober or drunk? Chi Tai rubbed his chin, piecing things together. Well, could the relationship between master and eldest senior sister have progressed that far? The sunlight filtered through the leaves, flickering gently. Gu Xian'er's voice echoed from behind, "My beloved sister Luo Zhu Shang." Both master and disciple panicked. "Oh no, we forgot that the obstacle named Gu Xian'er is still here." Just as she called out her sister's name, Gu Xian'er froze in shock at the romantic display of affection right in front of her. Zhu Shang brushed away her tipsiness and waved her hand dismissively. "I remember explaining it clearly to you last time. Stop clinging to me like a leech." She scolded irritably. Tears welled up in Gu Xian'er's eyes, on the verge of spilling over. She concluded coldly, "Do you think I'm joking around with you?" Bei cleared his throat to intervene, warning Zhu Shang to tone it down before she caused a casualty. She briskly replied, "Don't worry, master. I'm just being tough to scare her off so she knows when to back down." Xian'er aggrievedly tried to argue, "Sister Zhu Shang, I." Zhu Shang immediately conjured crackling lightning orbs to threaten her. She coldly spat, "I've repeated this so many times. From now on, don't you dare call me that mushy name again." The rest of the sisters also drifted over to watch the drama unfold. Oyangleng's eyes lit up with excitement. "Wow, so it's the Emperor realm." Chi Tai also chimed in with praise. "This presence is truly worlds apart compared to the eldest senior sister of the past." Zhu Shang shouted, flicking her fingers to release her divine power like a sharp rain of swords tearing through the wind. As Xian'er flusteredly raised her hands to defend, a shadow dashed in. Gu Zingshan rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, shielding her. The lightning orbs clashed directly with the sword chi with a thunderous roar. A single strike deflected the lightning orb off course, slicing through a massive ancient tree behind them in the process. The stray divine power blasted deep into the forest. This timely rescue left Xian'er utterly astonished. the ultimate boss of the Yingyue Palace, Emperor Gu Zingshan, made his official appearance. Zingshan broke into a cold sweat and silently analyzed. Bizarre. What kind of pill did this girl take to break through to the Emperor realm so quickly? Her strength is actually on par with mine. Moreover, she brought a large squad. Seeking peace through words is the best way to resolve this smoothly. Zhu Shang barked furiously. Gu Zingshan, do you plan to indulge this daughter of yours until she destroys the entire world? He quickly put on a sycophantic smile and replied, so it is Sect Master Luo. Congratulations on successfully reaching the Emperor realm. My young daughter has been reckless and impulsive since childhood. She must have offended and disturbed you. I hope you will be magnanimous in punishing her. Xian was dumbfounded behind him. Father, why? Seeing his beloved daughter about to speak up again, he snapped, shut your mouth. He anxiously bit his nails. Ever since his rebellious, unreasonable daughter fell for Zhu Shang, she had gone completely mad. He had a feeling she would bring trouble home sooner or later. Scolded by her father, Xian lowered her head and fell silent. Zhu Shang sneered and pressed, forgive. Gu Zingshan, out of respect for our friendly relations, hand over 100 million and ground her for 100 years. What do you say? Zingshan did the math. 100 million battle points sounded steep, but it was just a flesh wound that wouldn't damage their foundation. Grounding Gu Xian was also a good opportunity for her to sober up from her lovesickness. Once the deal was struck, he quickly flattered her. Sect Master Luo is indeed magnanimous and generous. This way, Yingyue Palace can maintain a harmonious relationship with Yi Ma sect for a long time. This is indeed wonderful news. By now Xian hands were clenched so tightly they trembled. Sister Zhu Shang, you are too much. Why are you so heartless? I only happen to like you and want to stay by your side. Why must you treat me so cruelly? She grit her teeth and glared. It must be because of that random man who came out of nowhere to ruin everything. Yi Bei intervened and got in the way of my relationship with Sister Zhu Shang. Damn him. She screamed in hatred in her heart. It's all his fault. I just need to eliminate him. Then Sister Zhu Shang will surely fall into my arms and accept me. Yi Bei frowned, looking over in surprise. Behind him, Xian was charging her rage, her entire body blazing with terrifying, raging power. Gu Zingshan's heart skipped a beat in horror. What is with this rebellious girl's murderous gaze? Don't tell me she plans to. Oh no, this is bad. Zhu Shang's face darkened completely, killing intent leaking from her eyes. Are you planning to rebel? She flared up in rage, her entire body releasing a terrifying pressure. How dare you target my master? Don't blame me for being merciless and giving you no chance. Zingshan frantically stepped in to block Xian crying out, Sect Master Luo, please show mercy. I am willing to hand over all my assets at any cost. I beg you to spare her life. Zhu Shang's killing intent soared as she snapped, save your breath. Go back and discipline your damned daughter. Suddenly, a familiar hand rested on her shoulder, squeezing gently to calm her down. Yi Bei quickly seized the opportunity to fleece them. Oh, why bother with an immature brat? Didn't he just offer to pay a huge compensation to make up for it? The young man stroked his chin and smiled mischievously. So, how exactly do you plan to compensate us? Let's hear it. Trembling, he raised 2 fingers and swore, 200 million battle merit points, plus a combo of locking this brat up so she never shows her face to eyesore you again. Is this to your liking, my lord? Yi Bei hummed, stroking his non-existent beard as if considering. Zhu Shang rolled her eyes at her master. Oh boy, master is about to use his ultimate fleecing technique again. He directly raised the price. Double it, my friend, 400 million. I'll even allow you to pay in installments over 100 years. Xian jaw dropped in shock upon hearing this, and Zingshan cried out in his heart, damn it, 400 million. This is daylight robbery. He desperately wanted to fight back, but looking at the opposing lineup of terrifying monsters, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Zingshan gritted his teeth. In this critical situation, if he didn't hand over the money, he would surely lose his life here. Xian hung her head and muttered repentantly, Father, I. Furious, he slapped her hard, sending sparks flying before her eyes. You troublemaker, how dare you still open your mouth to babble? Zingshan clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord, for sparing my daughter's life. For now, I will pay 200 million battle merit points. When you return to the frontline camp, please drop by Yingyue Palace to collect it. As for the remaining 200 million, Yingyue Palace will work hard to pay it off as soon as possible. Yibei nodded readily and cheerfully, approved. The father and daughter of the Gu family begged to leave first. We shall take our leave. We dare not stand in your way anymore. With that, the two figures quickly ran away with their tails between their legs, vanishing into thin air. Having scored big, Yibei slapped his thigh and nodded in approval. The leader of Yingyue Palace is quite sensible. Yibei waved his hand and gave the order, "Chi Tai Bai, you guys camp here and rest for a bit." She bowed her head to receive the command, "As you command, master." He waved to Zhu Shang, "Girl, follow me, let's go for a walk. I happen to have a private matter to discuss with you." She obediently followed behind, "Yes, master." The scene shifted to an open area, 10 miles away from the Hall of Destiny. In the middle of nowhere, with only the two of them, "Master, what major matter do you wish to discuss with your disciple?" Yibei scratched his head, preparing her, "Promise me, don't fly into a rage when you hear this. Stay calm." Zhu Shang's mind began to wander. What does master mean? What if he finds it awkward? How should I act shy and modest when I hear it? Just imagining it made her blush furiously, wondering if she should just boldly wrap her arms around him. The young man took a deep breath and cleared his throat. Only then did Yibei slowly break the shocking news. Chu Tianlai has officially joined the Tianluo Sacred Temple. His female disciple froze for 5 seconds, stammering, "Chu Tianlai actually dared to turn his back and betray us." The man gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. "There are only about 3 months left until the heaven ranking updates its rewards. We might as well wait to collect them before setting off. Since the cake is already baked, leaving a few days early or late won't change anything." Yibei narrowed his eyes and let out a long sigh. This silly girl was perfect in every way, except that her mind sometimes wandered off, preventing her from seeing through the world. Suddenly, a piercing shout called out his name. Yibei and his disciple turned their heads simultaneously to see who was so bold. Jai Wu Dai shouted provokingly, "Yibei, don't think a few bugs from Wu Lu Wang could bring me down. This seat will never yield." Hearing this, the man curled his lip in mockery. "Oh, you spent so much time tangling with those insect slaves and still have the energy to come here and make trouble. I applaud your resilience." No sooner had his boastful words left his mouth than he collapsed onto the cracked earth, lying as still as a log. Yibei chuckled and facepalmed. "Well, it seems I overestimated your capabilities." Only now was Zhu Shang dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Master, you subdued that troublesome Wu Lu Wang so quickly. When I fought it before, I barely survived. It was so tough." Yibei shrugged as if it were nothing, speaking modestly, "Just luck. If I had run into a different expert on the ranking list, I might have had to run away." Suddenly, a pool of black mud surged out from Jai Wu Dai, swallowing him and causing him to twitch like a fish out of water, accompanied by a booming voice. "Jai Wu Dai of the Wu Jai Holy Land is indeed a blockhead. I am too disappointed to speak." The master and disciple stared in astonishment at the bizarre scene. Yibei clicked his tongue in surprise. Jai Wu Dai's shadow has rebelled and is trying to eat its own master. Yingjiu immediately corrected him, "Don't judge so quickly. This seat would never deign to be the shadow of this useless fool. He was merely bait for me to catch the big fish." The mysterious figure who emerged was none other than a member of the Shadow Clan. Zhu Shang quickly searched her memory. The Shadow Clan is half human and half demon, masters of ambush who roam the battlefield making fortunes. Rumor has it they once defeated 2 great emperors of the Ying clan, earning 80 million battle merit points in one sweep and 112 million in another. Yibei's eyes shone like stars. "Ho, it turns out this guy in front of us is a wealthy noble." The man stroked his chin and calculated, as a Shadow Clan emperor, his pocket money must be around 300 million, right? Yibei flicked his finger, shooting a beam of green spiritual light straight at Yingjiu's face. The enemy dodged gracefully, refusing to let the green light touch even the hem of his robe. Yingjiu casually conjured an evil spiritual beast, stroking it while offering praise. "Seeing through my shadow disguise and exposing my cultivation realm with a single glance, You youngster indeed possess some minor talent. The man remained as still as a stone statue, casting his eyes down at his feet without uttering a word. The spiritual beast crept toward Yi Bei, sniffing his robe like a pet sniffing a bone. From the other side he nodded and clicked his tongue. Yes, your body emits a very familiar scent. Though faint, this seat's sense of smell is not to be trifled with. After racking his brain, Yingjiu slapped his thigh. Ah, I remember now. This scent belongs to the Yao clan emperor Jiamo from 10,000 years ago. He was once a terror on the battlefield. No matter how the twin heaven rankings changed, Jiamo remained in the top 5 due to his absolute power. Unfortunately, just as I mobilized the entire Shadow clan to corner him, he vanished from the battlefield for some unknown reason, leaving no trace to this day. The man clicked his tongue in admiration. Wow, I didn't expect the Yao Emperor Jiamo to be such a formidable player in his youth. Zhu Shang frowned in doubt, mobilizing the entire Shadow clan just to corner one person. His female disciple narrowed her eyes and deduced, if I'm not mistaken, you sit at number 37 on the God Slayer ranking, and also in the top 40 of the Battle Illusion ranking, right, Yingjiu? Despite having his identity exposed, he smiled shamelessly. Ah, my cover is blown. Yi Bei gently pulled Zhu Shang behind him and instructed in a low voice, my dear disciple has just reached the Emperor realm, so focus on resting. Leave this clown to master for entertainment. Yingjiu sneered openly. A brat at the bottom of the Saint King realm dares to claim he needs no help to fight this emperor. Quite boastful. The man smirked, wanting to slap his face immediately. Fine, another fellow who likes to look down on the Saint King realm. Let me borrow some time to break through and show you. Yi Bei immediately channeled his energy, easily surging into the half-emperor realm. Although slightly startled by his opponent's speed, Yingjiu still made a mockingly regretful expression. Wow, breaking through to the half-emperor realm as smoothly as eating candy. What a waste of a talented bud about to be sent to his grave by me. Without giving his opponent room to breathe, he hastily activated the ninefold killing array, releasing a swarm of squirming insects that blackened the sky. The hungry swarm immediately surrounded Yi Bei like a cage. Even Yingjiu rushed forward to launch a sneak attack. Trapped in the encirclement, the man remained unperturbed, stretching and mocking. Is your routine just to throw a swarm of flies at my face? How annoying. Yi Bei casually swept his arm, creating a massive shield of spiritual energy that easily extinguished the black flame Yingjiu had just spat out. He quickly switched to a new tactic, transforming into a massive, pitch-black maw like a void, casting a spell while boasting, even if a measly half-emperor out there uses all his strength, it wouldn't match a fraction of mine. But you are slightly better, worthy of this seat going all out. Yingjiu roared, invoking the space law. Only then did the man leisurely unsheath his sword, nodding in approval. Being in the top of the twin rankings is indeed different. Your tricks are fancy, even involving the space law. Too bad you only know how to enlarge your clone to intimidate others. Giving treasures to a fool is truly a waste of resources. Shamed into anger, the enemy immediately unleashed his ultimate move, Shadow's secret art, body reconstruction. Consequently, the huge jagged mouth clamped down tightly, shutting out even the slightest breeze. Soon it inflated like a balloon, and Yingjiu grinned boastfully. I have practiced the space law for less than a century, so I am still a bit clumsy. But this seat mastered the ancestral secrets of the Dark Clan ages ago. Your few sword strikes cannot keep up with my recovery speed. Once you are drained of energy, I will drag you into this stomach filled with space law and chew you to pieces. Yi Bei was too lazy to argue with an empty vessel. Fine. Since you look down on my swordsmanship, I won't waste my breath explaining any further. He immediately performed Great Tao Resonance, blending with the Shura Great Tao. Instantly, countless arms holding swords emerged around Yi Bei in a sword formation. Let me see how smooth your recovery skills really are. Yingjiu used body reconstruction to swallow Yi Bei whole into the space law. His throat gaped wide, revealing jagged teeth and dozens of giant eyes. Yingjiu snorted triumphantly. HMPH, your strength is still a level below this giant mouth. But as soon as he closed his mouth, the sky was torn apart by two sharp streaks of sword Tao. Yi Bei radiated brilliant light, his pressure crushing his opponent mercilessly. He swung his arm, unleashing a torrential rain of sword chi directly at Yingju's face. His space law formation shattered into dust. Yingju clutched himself, shivering in pain, while Yibei casually retracted his killing intent, with tiny sparks of lightning still crackling on his robe. He yawned and grumbled, "I'm tired of these trivial tricks." Yibei turned his head, casting a sidelong glance. "Hey Yingju, see if you can pull out some newer magic tricks for me to watch." Clutching his shoulder, he stared at Yibei in utter disbelief, his mind screaming in shock. This makes no sense. I clearly trapped him in the space law, so why is the recovery speed of the Shadow Clan completely overwhelmed by his 6 wildly slashing swords? Yingju grit his teeth, trying to find a way to escape. Staying here might cost him his life, but just as he turned on his heel, Yibei's hand grabbed and pulled him back. Seeing Yingju silent as a grave, Yibei clicked his tongue. "Wondering why your space law technique was useless against me, aren't you? With your amateur skills, you couldn't even scratch my demon bone sovereign defense, let alone harm my fingernail. I've told you repeatedly in your hands, the space law is just a useless tool only good for killing." After imparting these words, Yibei directly unleashed an aura that burned Yingju. The latter wailed miserably, "Help, save me." This single obliterating strike was enough to scatter Yingju's soul, leaving no trace behind. Yibei rested his sword on his arm, staring at the remnants of Yingju's soul, lecturing calmly, "As a hidden assassin, you insisted on fighting me face to face. That arrogant and smug attitude brought disaster upon yourself, as expected." Pocketing the space law treasure, Yibei grinned slyly. "The space law treasure is now officially mine." Zhu Sheng approached, her voice cheerful. "Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the space law. How many battle merit points did he drop?" Yibei tilted his head to calculate. "I got 1.5 billion. Adding my previous points, I now have 1.8 billion in total." Hearing the points mentioned, Yibei snapped out of it and asked, "So, how many points has your little self accumulated?" Zhu Sheng counted on her fingers for a moment and innocently reported, "Roughly around 6.578 billion. Hearing the massive number, Yibei stroked his chin in thought. 6.578 billion is enough to secure 12th place. I wonder where your master's name is drifting right now." Zhu Sheng giggled, covering her mouth. "You'll find out as soon as you return to the front line. Opening the rewards yourself is much more thrilling. Unfortunately, only the top 20 rewards are valuable. Master probably wouldn't even look at the lower ranks." Scanning the gold board, his eyes fell directly on the name Yibei, sitting comfortably in 34th place. After looking at it, Yibei waved his hand to Zhu Sheng. "The storm has temporarily cleared. I finally have time to examine the loot I've collected lately." Yibei carried out his collection of cultivation methods to inspect them carefully, planning his schedule. The chaotic reincarnation of the Demon Bone Sovereign is the top priority. The core of the Time Tower is being refined in the furnace, and this space law will probably take days of study to comprehend. As the clouds parted, returning peace to the sky, Zhu Sheng assured him brightly, "Master, feel free to enter closed-door cultivation. I will use the Yi Ma sect's secret art to hide your traces, and go tell Chi Tai Bai's group to stand by." Several days passed in the blink of an eye. The door of Yi Bei's cultivation chamber finally creaked open. Yibei sat inside, resting his chin on his hand and sighing, "Sigh, the progress is too slow." Yibei was slightly startled to see a female figure suddenly appear before him. Zhu Sheng had been standing there for who knows how long. She shyly suggested, "Master, do you plan to jump straight to the Great Emperor realm? There might be some unexpected results." Yibei stroked his chin, considering carefully, "What you say makes sense, but reaching the Great Emperor realm is completely different from previous breakthroughs. I must use my full strength to succeed." Realizing this, Yibei immediately clasped his hands and gathered his focus to concentrate on breaking through the realm. Watching her master enter his meditation state, Zhu Sheng could only stand by and watch silently. Immediately after, she called Chi Tai Bai to assign an urgent task. "Chi Tai Bai, listen carefully. You and I, along with 5th junior sister and 8th junior sister, will set up a formation on all 4 sides to protect Master." Chi Tai Bai clasped her hands and bowed respectfully. "Yes, senior sister." Above, dark clouds rolled in, and thunder tribulations gathered densely overhead. Wu Zio stared with wide eyes, shouting in surprise, "Master's tribulation cloud is here, but why does it look so strange?" Indeed, this thunder tribulation was highly unusual. Wu Zio turned to everyone and said, "It is my first time seeing white heavenly tribulation lightning in my life. Moreover, those clouds are constantly spreading in all directions." In a mysterious land, 3 dark figures on a roof looked up at the sky. Fei Fei broke the silence. "Lord Jiamo, Niu Fen, come out and look at the strange phenomenon up there." At that very moment in the Xingyao Holy Land, mist descended, blackening the sky, and the air turned eerie. Someone stood silently observing this anomaly, hesitating. "Which emperor's tribulation cloud is this? Who is about to ascend?" Sensing an ill omen, he spoke worriedly, "Something major is about to happen." With a boom, the lightning turned a bright yellow, expanding massively and sweeping across a vast area. Amid the dark sky, a glowing sphere rose, trapping all the lightning within. Fei Fei and Niao Zhu watched the rare phenomenon in confusion near the mysterious area. Fei Fei cried out in shock, "Is this a joke? Is Yi Bei playing with the heavenly tribulation?" In another corner of the map, right inside the hall of the Xingyao Alliance leader, the imposing man also saw the golden road like a carpet, murmuring in question, "Could this vision mean someone is ascending to the immortal realm?" The trio of Wu Zio, Qi Tai Bai, and Yang Leng looked up at the rainbow spreading right beneath the path to the immortal realm. Wu Zio screamed loudly, calling for her master. She was extremely anxious. "Oh, master, by showing off on the celestial ladder like that, do you know how many God-slayer experts you will lure to cause trouble?" From the center of the vortex, a ladder descended straight to the mortal world, looking incredibly brilliant and radiant. Yi Bei stood in the center of the formation. "Hey, I didn't mean to show off like this. Actually, this is just a breakthrough to the great emperor realm." Zhu Ying and Li Qi stared wide-eyed at the scene. Zhu Ying stammered, "Sect Master Sister, when you broke through to the emperor realm, you didn't make such a big fuss." Zhu Shang raised her chin proudly. "Of course, this is my master." The girl beside her was too lazy to argue, so she nodded. "True, it's just that our knowledge is too shallow." Zhu Shang's face suddenly darkened. She continued to sense her surroundings and frowned. A moment later, Zhu Shang spoke. "I've caught a signal. Another emperor's aura is locking onto this coordinate." She waved her hand and shouted, "Prepare to protect Master during his tribulation." The whole group roared in unison, "Yes, by eldest senior sister's command." The man looked up in satisfaction. "Well, the height is just right." Just then, 7 dark figures hovered from below, circling the ladder upward. The disciples stared unblinkingly at them. They cried out in unison, "The enemy is here." Qi Tai Bai gasped. In the blink of an eye, 7 emperor-level experts have already arrived. Yang Leng stared at the opponents and teased, "Going big like this. Senior sister, you must be scared to death, right?" As Yi Bei leisurely climbed the ladder, he joked, "This tribulation would easily make the front page if I also took the opportunity to sweep away these 7 emperor-level experts." Yi Bei's brow furrowed slightly as he asserted, "That would definitely be the hottest headline." Immediately centering on him, the 7 mighty figures formed a tight circle, blocking every escape route. Xing Shan clasped his hands and initiated. "Who would have thought that upon our reunion, I would see you climbing the celestial ladder like this?" The muscular man carrying a giant axe spoke in a booming voice, "I am Odipley." The fully covered figure mysteriously introduced himself. "My identity is silently watching you unblinkingly." The 2 delicate maidens spoke in unison, "We are the Jing Shuang Cheng emperors, Fairy Qing He and Fairy Zai Zia." Zhu Shang snorted with contempt. "Oh, I wondered who it was. Your combined battle merit points don't even match my spare change, yet you dare show your faces here to act up." A person from the sacred ground tore through space and emerged to question Luo Zhu Shang. "Kid, do you realize what kind of apocalyptic disaster Yi Bei's invocation of this heavenly phenomenon will bring upon the Tianquan continent?" She suddenly raised her head and glared at him. Zhu Shang's pupils darkened, and she frowned, knowing full well that the one who came to make trouble was him. He continued to ask arrogantly, Do you even know the history of the Tian continent? Are you familiar with the Qiang celestial pavilion and the ascension to the immortal realm? She erupted with spiritual energy and declared grandly, HMPH, anyone who intends to obstruct my master's opportunity will only face death. Gu Zingshan quickly gestured to refute, oh, you two have it all wrong. There is no history or record here. Zingshan pointed his finger to criticize Bai Hufa. You lot, one of you threw away your face, and now all 7 of you have discarded your shame together. Yet you still preach about old legends. Are you looking down on the people of the Tian continent, assuming they are illiterate and cannot read the ancient records of the Qiang celestial pavilion and the celestial ladder? Bai Hufa scratched his head in confusion and retorted, wait, the 7 of us includes you, doesn't it? This remark startled Zingshan, especially since Yi Bei was staring straight at him. Yi Bei was also slightly confused, stroking his chin in thought with a bunch of giant question marks hovering in his mind. After thinking for a moment, Yi Bei asked, now that you mention it, Gu Zingshan, could you be the leader of this group coming to disrupt my tribulation? Hearing this, Zingshan broke into an anxious sweat, frantically pointing at the 2 people next to him. Lord Yi Bei, please judge wisely. Don't listen to their nonsense. This old man would never dare to disturb your tribulation. Caught between Yi Bei's phenomenon and the crowd of demon emperors, Zingshan vehemently denied, claiming that before following them to this spot, he had absolutely no idea that the phenomenon was caused by your tribulation. Yi Bei fixed a suspicious gaze on his face. Embarrassed, Zingshan could only spread his hands and explain with a forced smile. Rumor has it that on the Tian continent, once you reach the Emperor realm, it ends, because this world has been bound by a restrictive curse since ancient times. Zingshan looked ahead, his brows furrowing with a serious expression. To break this limit, the only way is to rely on. Gazing at Yi Bei's phenomenon, he babbled on, the celestial ladder that you are trying to climb. Once you successfully reach the top, you will immediately soar to the void immortal realm, and the entire Tian plane will also benefit immensely. Exhausted by the babble, Yi Bei waved his hand to dismiss Zingshan. Are you done rambling? If so, get lost. Upon hearing this pardon, his face lit up and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 I will leave right away. Before leaving, he still lingered to bow, his eyes blinking expectantly as he fake coughed. Ahem, Lord Yi Bei, my daughter caused trouble the other day, and there is still that outstanding debt. Yi Bei closed his eyes and pointed as if realizing, ah, I see. No wonder you suddenly stepped up to shield me. Forget it, it's a small matter, you can pack up and leave. Zingshan bowed deeply and thanked him respectfully. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. With that, Zingshan bolted away at top speed, leaving the bewildered demon emperors behind to face the music. Hai Hufa cracked his knuckles, preparing to strike. He laughed. We owe Gu Zingshan a word of thanks. The nonsense he just babbled only solidifies our stance. Today, we must crush you before you successfully break through. Yi Bei smiled casually, replying calmly to Hai Hufa, demanding to destroy me. Then why are you still babbling instead of taking up your weapons? Otherwise, climbing this celestial ladder would be too boring. Yi Bei gestured with his finger, his eyes looking down at the small fry with arrogance. He tilted his chin and asked, does the fortune teller over there plan to join in too? Hearing this, Bai Hufa's blood boiled and he trembled with rage, screaming shrilly, fortune teller your head. This seat hates anyone who dares to call me a fortune teller to the bone. He frantically activated a formation to summon a hideous swarm of tide insects. Bai Hufa stretched out his arms and roared, O god of the insect clan! The blood contract is signed, shaking this world for 10,000 years. Today, this seat will bring the entire fleet to sweep through. Chi Tai Bai shivered and stammered, what is he trying to do? Zhu Shang waved her hand and ordered her junior sisters, no matter what he tries to summon, keep your eyes wide open and protect master. Zhu Shang frowned as she stared at Bai Hufa's god of the insect clan formation. She squeezed the air in her palm and hissed with determination, these guys are resolved to force master off the celestial ladder at all costs. Wu Zio was utterly terrified, her mouth gaping open as she pointed straight ahead, crying out, oh my, what on earth is that? A massive swarm of tide insects crawled and flew in, darkening the entire sky, aiming straight at Yi Bei's anomalous phenomenon. Hai Hufa crossed his arms and tilted his chin up, calmly enjoying the moment. He curled his lips in mockery. Such a greenhorn barely even got to enjoy youth before trying to jump on the trend of climbing the ascension staircase. After shouting, he tilted his face toward Yi Bei and roared, "Let me show you the consequences." With that, he swung his arm and unleashed a straight palm strike toward Yi Bei. Unexpectedly, bad luck struck. The strike he threw vanished into thin air halfway through in an utterly incomprehensible manner. Hai Hufa stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the illogical sight that had just unfolded right in front of him. He furrowed his brows deeply, narrowed his eyes, and muttered sinisterly, a careless oversight. It seems I temporarily forgot about you insignificant bugs." Zhu Sheng immediately flew out with Tai Bai, Yang Leng, and Wu Zio to set up a formation right at the entrance of the anomaly, blocking Hai Hufa's strike. Zhu Sheng glared at him, her eyes brimming with pure killing intent. She loudly commanded her junior sisters behind her, "Listen up, junior sisters, even if we lose our lives today, we must grit our teeth and hold our ground until Master succeeds." The buzzing swarm of tide insects filled the air, slowly closing in on Yi Bei's position. He calmly and coldly watched the pests buzzing around, his lips curling in utter contempt. Yi Bei clicked his tongue mockingly, trying to release those dung beetles to gnaw on the ascension staircase? Quite creative. But do you really think you can stop me with these mere insects? As the tide insects drew near Yi Bei, surging true qi was already gathering in his palm, and in the blink of an eye, a powerful golden aura burst forth. Instantly, a whole section of space was flooded by the aura, the terrifying power striking out as if tearing the sky apart. Zhu Sheng withdrew her hand, but her spiritual energy was still billowing. The insolent blonde-haired man squinted and clapped loudly in praise. Your destructive power is truly dominant, sweeping away the entire swarm of tide insects with just a single strike." He grinned sinisterly, his eyes shining with ambition as they locked onto Zhu Sheng, leisurely adding, "However, I must offer my condolences, as your actions are far too late." Bai Hufa of the Holy Land suddenly emerged from the ground right in front of Yi Bei, bursting into an offensive, mocking laugh that caught the man by surprise. This scoundrel crossed his hands behind his back, his lips curving with confidence. "Hey Yi Bei, if you are exhausted, let this seat borrow this ascension staircase to take a climb in your stead." Wu Zio's jaw dropped in disbelief as she pointed her finger and scolded Bai Hufa, "Damn it, when did that brat slip through the barrier?" Standing nearby, Yang Leng broke into a cold sweat at this ghostly intrusion, her heart pounding as she cried out in panic, "Master!" Seeing his two disciples in a frenzy, Yi Bei calmly waved his hand to stop them, letting out a sigh. "Just leave this guy to me. You guys just clean up those buzzing pests lingering around." Immediately after, Yi Bei raised his chin and looked up at the sky, his entire body emanating a majestic aura like rising smoke. Bai Hufa smirked with a lopsided grin upon witnessing Yi Bei's ostentatious warm-up. He rushed forward like an arrow, cutting through the wind to strike Bai Hufa. The other was equally tough, swelling up his demonic qi to meet the attack. Yi Bei slammed a force field straight down, while the opponent vigorously threw back a counterattack filled with murderous intent. The moment the two palm forces clashed, they exploded violently, the terrifying power blasting both Yi Bei and Bai Hufa far away. Bai Hufa gritted his teeth to hold his ground, the demonic qi around him reduced by half, yet he remained aggressive and refused to back down. "Not bad, that was much heavier than I expected." Zhu Sheng hurriedly rushed behind Yi Bei in a panic, her face filled with anxiety. She worriedly called out to her master. Yi Bei glanced back at Zhu Sheng, patted her wrist to soothe her, and ordered with a tilt of his chin, "You silly girl, you are now a powerful sect leader commanding thousands of disciples. Go do what needs to be done and stop worrying needlessly about me." Under Yi Bei's scolding, Zhu Sheng had no choice but to close her eyes and accept the command. She cupped her hands in a firm salute and called out, "I obey your command." Watching Zhu Sheng slip away to do her duty, Yi Bei nodded to himself, thinking it was quite reasonable to use these eyesores as target practice for the girl's growth. Putting aside his troubles, Yi Bei's eyes burned with a sharp, determined fire as if projecting a murderous aura. He furrowed his brows and threw an invitation at Bai Hu Fa. "Bring it on, I will play a round with you guys." The two scoundrels of the Holy Land still stood arrogantly, with their hands behind their backs, dark demonic chi billowing around them. Bei puffed out his chest, stood tall, and stared intently at the two of them. On this side of the battlefield, right after parting with Bei, Zhu Shang quickly rushed over to join Tai Bai, Wu Zio, and Yang Leng. Seeing her figure, Wu Zio called out sweetly, "Eldest senior sister is here." The four stood facing the hoodlums. With Zhu Shang now acting as commander, she ordered them all, "Junior sisters, pick an opponent and beat them up. Take them down on master's behalf." Wu Zio gritted her teeth tightly and immediately glared at Dada. He also tilted his chin, blinked, and gave her a playful, teasing smile. Tai Bai furrowed her brows and pressed her lips together, her eyes wild as if ready to eat the enemy alive. She aimed directly at the stealthy, hooded figure as her opponent. Just as Zhu Shang was about to charge forward and pick her opponent, Yang Leng's hand reached out to stop her. Glaring fiercely at the Du Zai Zia and Qing He, Yang Leng erupted with a warrior's presence and shouted, "Eldest senior sister, leave these two old hags to me. Let me test how much stronger my power has become after my recent breakthrough." Hearing this, Zhu Shang found it highly reasonable and patted her shoulder in trust. "Approved, I leave them in your hands." Qing He curled her lips and spoke in a whining, disappointed tone. "Well now, isn't the script supposed to be a 2-on-2? Right after that, Zhu Shang spun on her heel to leave, not forgetting to throw back a warning to Zai Zia and Qing He, "Plucking two weaklings like you doesn't require my presence. My junior sister alone is more than enough to beat you to a pulp." This domineering remark pumped immense confidence into Yang Leng. Zai Zia arrogantly stroked her chin, throwing bait to provoke Yang Leng. "Oh please, a dark-skinned brat trying to play with razor blades. Have your wings even fully grown yet to be fooling around here?" Yang Leng tightened her grip on her sword hilt, a surging murderous intent flowing along the blade. The icy girl cut off the trash talk, cut the chatter, bring it on. Retreating from Yang Leng's front line, Zhu Shang stealthily veered back to follow Bei. She hovered behind him, calling out softly, "Master." Bei caught sight of his disciple out of the corner of his eye, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, back to cling to me already?" Zhu Shang edged closer to him and bashfully reported, "The 8th junior sister wanted to test her endurance, so she took on 2 sovereigns at once." Seeing this, Hai Hu Fa sneered, "It looks like the final matchup is still a 2-on-2. Bei's muscular arm suddenly reached around from behind, wrapping around Zhu Shang's waist. His skillful embrace made Zhu Shang's face turn crimson with embarrassment. Bei then smirked at the two opponents. "I owe you 1,000 thanks. You came all this way just to offer yourselves as punching bags for my disciples to farm experience." Bai Hu Fa burst into a roaring laugh upon hearing the mockery. He raised his claws, channeling his mana to the limit, and shrieked, "Stop being so arrogant, brat. Fine, today I will tear you apart to rid the foreign battlefield of a dangerous seed." His palm gathered layers of pitch-black demonic chi, twisting it into a deadly vortex. Bei locked his eyes on Bai Hu Fa and gestured with his chin to Zhu Shang. "Silly girl, I leave that Hai Hu Fa for you to handle." She glared sharply at Hai Hu Fa and nodded obediently. "What a coincidence, I was planning to do just that." Hai Hu Fa clapped sarcastically to mock Bei, a majestic demonic sect master ranked 12th on the God of Slaughter list, with matchless martial arts, acting spoiled under a man's wing. What an eyesore, it truly makes one want to throw up. Hearing the insult, Zhu Shang's face darkened with intense displeasure. Her gaze shot thousands of lethal beams straight at Hai Hu Fa. Instantly, the demonic chi surrounding Zhu Shang erupted like a raging volcano. She hissed in rage, "That bastard can insult me all he wants, but daring to slander my master and trample upon my love for him means his time is up." Zhu Shang's fingers curled as she gathered killing intent, condensing her destructive power in an instant. She screamed at the top of her lungs, "Open your eyes and receive this brutal punishment." With that, Zhu Shang unleashed an earth-shattering palm strike, blasting it directly toward Hai Hu Fa. Her violent shockwave was like the claws of a wild beast, ready to tear Hai Hu Fa apart. Yet, he remained still with his hands behind his back, watching her fury as if watching a play. At the critical moment, Hai Hufa took a light step back and flipped backward, easily dodging Zhu Shang's fatal blow. Hai Hufa stared at her, stroking his chin and clicking his tongue playfully. Oh my, this destructive power is actually quite intense. The moment the mockery left his lips, his pupils suddenly contracted as he stared in shock. Zhu Shang swept forward like a tempestuous phantom, striking directly at his face. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of his face, channeling all her hatred into a powerful punch aimed straight at Hai Hufa's face. He panicked as if seeing a ghost, his eyes nearly popping out in shock at the sudden attack. Zhu Shang's wind-gliding skill had reached a profound state. The slow-moving fellow had no choice but to quickly cross his arms in front of his chest to block this fierce, face-stinging blow. In a flash, both figures vanished without a trace from the sky. Yibei smacked his forehead, looking at the distant sky and muttering, "Sigh, this silly girl's hot temper hasn't changed a bit in 1,000 years." Bai Hu Fa was not about to sit idle either. He immediately waved his hands to cast his magic, and layers of demonic qi merged with the tide insects, rising up like mushrooms after rain. Bai Hu Fa tilted his chin to mock Yibei. "How leisurely of you to worry about others. Your enemy is waiting right here to rip your heart out." Yibei paused slightly, a defensive glint of high vigilance flashing in his eyes. Then, incredibly fast, he crossed his arms and smirked arrogantly. "Hey brat, is that sparkling swarm of pests borrowed from the heavenly star fire?" The swarm of tide insects rushed past Bai Hu Fa like a violent storm as he commanded them, barking arrogantly. "How about it, Yibei? Do you want to taste the hell's pool of fire?" Too lazy to talk back, Yibei thrust his open palm directly toward his face, his surging spiritual power crackling like thunder. He replied coldly, "It just so happens that I am in the mood." On another stage, tons of rubble flew through the air, cutting through the wind. Dede charged forward, emitting a foul black mist, pointing his finger at Wu Zio's face as he swung a massive axe down, roaring with his mouth wide open. "Ula." Wu Zio smirked in triumph, clenching her fist tightly. Her face lit up with arrogant determination. She spat and mocked, "Oh, this big guy seems to have some inner strength, quite interesting." Wu Zio gathered energy into her small fist, condensing her power to a violent degree as she roared, "Taste 30 times the Realm King fist." Dede's giant axe strike split the air, crashing violently against Wu Zio's Realm King fist. He charged like a mad bull right up to her face, his eyes bloodshot, his mouth still screaming a deafening "Ula." On the other side of the field, Tai Bai elegantly danced with her sword, unleashing a series of domineering sword combos that turned her into a majestic goddess of war. Her one-eyed opponent was no pushover either, as menacing electric charges crackled across his skin. Both sides charged like rockets and clashed, initiating an earth-shattering battle. The blinding light from the collision exploded, lighting up the entire space. Switching over to this side, Qinghe flipped her hair and stroked her nose arrogantly, squinting as she praised coyly, "My, you sisters are quite tough, holding your ground so well in a one-on-one fight." Zai Zia glared for a moment and then threw mockery at Yang Leng. "But with nothing but those soft breasts and bare hands, where do you get the courage to think you can take on both of us alone?" Yang Leng erupted with a majestic royal aura, counterattacking fiercely. "Ha ha, who told you hags that I came to fight bare-handed?" With that, she drew her dual swords with a sharp ring, cutting through the air, and summoned a massive, glowing magic array behind her back, enveloping her entire body in a destructive aura. Zai Zia sneered, "Oh, quite flashy, but we sisters don't have the time to fight you hand-to-hand." With that, she immediately unleashed a terrifying spell. Above their heads, a massive black hole spun like a vortex, tearing through space. Its brutal gravitational pull was so intense that even Yang Leng swallowed hard and flinched slightly. The terrifying pressure pressed down, causing her to bite her lip and squint her eyes, her mind screaming in alarm, "Damn, this move is too painful." Shifting the gaze to Wu Zio, a meteor shower poured down, forcing her to slide back, her heels desperately gripping the ground to avoid being swept away by her opponent's storm. Wu Zio's pupils dilated to the limit as she stared blankly at what was rushing toward her. Both Tai Bai and Wu Zio were dazed, unable to comprehend what was happening. They gritted their teeth to resist, while surrounding rocks and earth flew wildly into the sky. Staring at the dusty scene ahead, Wu Zio nudged Tai Bai's shoulder and asked, "Fourth senior sister, what on earth is going on?" Tai Bai was still frozen like a statue, her eyes staring straight ahead. After a moment, she cleared her throat and replied, "It seems a terrifying gravitational pull is trying to drag us in." Everything around them seemed to be turning upside down. Countless rocks floated and then plunged straight into the energy vortex Zia had just created. Wu Zio gritted her teeth to keep herself from being blown away, grumbling in annoyance. "How troublesome! We need to find a way to destroy this mess." At that moment, Yang Leng quickly glided to Wu Zio's side, speaking reassuringly, "Fifth senior sister, don't panic. If we work together, that thing will be finished." Startled by her sudden appearance, Wu Zio exclaimed, "Is that you, eighth sister?" Without hesitation, Tai Bai immediately unleashed the green lotus sword dance. The precious sword in her hand glowed brilliantly, with electric arcs crackling along the blade in a dazzling display. In sync with her sister, Wu Zio unleashed her tenfold Realm King fist, carrying pressure far exceeding the normal Realm King fist. Beside her, Yang Leng also closed her eyes, squeezing all the true qi in her body to explode with her Usura rising slash. Tai Bai transformed into a beam of flowing light, tearing through space into countless swirling currents. Each of her sword strikes was as fluid as flowing water, yet incredibly decisive. Wu Zio's fist force was also filled with majestic power, its explosive strength not inferior in the slightest. Yang Leng maintained her icy expression, waving her hands to unleash sharp sword qi that cut through the wind. A whole corner of the sky trembled from the earth-shattering explosion, the remnants of aura and destructive energy sweeping through, leaving the scene in complete ruins. In the distance, Yi Bei and Bai Hufa stood with their hands behind their backs, watching the show play out. Seeing the sharp reflexes and great progress of his disciples, Yi Bei nodded in approval. "My disciples indeed know how to coordinate. 10 out of 10, no notes." Meanwhile, Zhu Shang leapt and charged straight at Hai Hufa, forcing him to immediately set up a protective barrier. Swinging her leg to deliver a lightning kick, carrying a blinding light, Zhu Shang struck directly at the enemy's face. The other acted like an expert, keeping one hand behind his back while his other hand blocked the attack with lightning speed. The shockwave shattered countless stones, scattering debris across the sky. The accomplice from the Holy Land watched with crossed arms from afar, while Yi Bei stroked his chin with a proud smile. "With my disciples leveling up so fast, this master can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor." The enemy suddenly rushed toward Yi Bei, releasing an attack seal with his hand along with a sneer. "Worrying about your disciples, worry about your own little life first." Out of nowhere, hideous bugs crawled out, including an oversized one flaunting jaws as sharp as razors. The repulsive creature opened its hideous mouth wide, looking as if it wanted to swallow its prey whole. Yi Bei maintained his posture with both hands behind his back, standing still like a wooden statue without even bothering to move. In the blink of an eye, an invisible surge of energy erupted violently, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Hai Hufa channeled true qi in his palm while mocking Zhu Shang. "You foolish girl, have you ever studied the history of the Tian Xuan Plain?" His entire body radiated a burning pressure like flames, and with a steady hand, he raised his weapon and swung it forward. "Come here, let this old man of 2,000 years give you a basic lesson." Zhu Shang stared in surprise, dumbfounded by his bold claim. As the thick smoke from the explosion dissipated, Zhu Shang nimbly stepped on the wind, retreating a long distance. The other widened his sinister eyes and growled, "Trying to run? In your dreams, babe." He immediately formed a hand seal, summoning a spinning axe that aggressively chopped toward Zhu Shang. However, the deadly axe blade was forced to stop in midair just as it grazed past her. Yi Bei leisurely rotated his wrist and smirked, "Come play with me." The unfortunate axe-shaped Dharma treasure was forced by Yi Bei's force to change its trajectory and fly in another direction. The enemy gritted his teeth, groaning in pain, "Oh, my precious axe." Zhu Shang broke into a sweat, calling out in a panic, Master. Yibei casually turned his back, waving his hand behind him like a conductor directing an incoming sharp spike, and calmly said, using Sa Shan's spike to smash bugs is the perfect choice. A deafening explosion suddenly resounded in the void. Zhu Shang's mouth fell open as she called to Yibei, Master, leave some for me to play with. Furious with bloodshot eyes, black qi drifted around his body. He angrily drew his weapon and roared, How dare you look down on elders who have lived for over 2,000 years like us? You must be tired of living. Zhu Shang shot a gaze as sharp as a razor at him, shouting loudly, Destruction Great Tao. Her hands formed hand seals, and immediately a violent burst of force shot through the wind. Bai Hufa's eyes widened in horror as he stammered the name Caligula. He shuddered as he vaguely sensed that something was seriously wrong. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily pounced from behind to attack Yibei, roaring, Yibei, you want to achieve the Tao and become an immortal. Not a chance. A brilliant radiance, carrying majestic power, exploded in midair. Yibei blinked, wondering in confusion, what just happened? Right then, a phantom of a gigantic face with a very long nose suddenly loomed into view. Hong Chen manifested in a grand appearance, his eyes shining with majesty as the old man spoke. Any weakling should not dream of stepping into the immortal realm. Yibei stared at the old man, his eyes wide with confusion. The old elder lightly waved his arm, and a brilliant halo instantly enveloped every corner around them. Yibei stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold while casually dodging a few minor attacks. The people from the Holy Land side also tumbled to avoid the halo, but their movements were too slow, and they took the full brunt of the blow. The fellow's entire body jumped violently, as if he were doing a folk dance due to the electric shock. Yibei smirked, letting out a comment, serves you right. The jade steps gradually became clear, and the majestic old man stood at the very top, emitting an oppressive spiritual aura. He looked down at Yibei and said, Brat, is your name Yibei? Yibei shrugged, replying casually, the genuine article, indeed it is me. He raised his palm, stroked his beard as he looked at Yibei, and lamented, the Tian Xuan plane has finally produced a talent. An honest person does not beat around the bush. I am the #1 figure of the Tian Xuan plane who once stepped into the void immortal realm. Today, I dropped by to see what you are made of. Yibei raised his head, his voice filled with confidence, if you're so tough, bring it on. The old man chuckled mysteriously. If you want to cross the gate of the void immortal realm, you must sing a duet with this old man first. With that, he immediately pulled out a golden microphone and a spinning disco ball from nowhere, shouting, Hong Chen is #1, Hong Chen is the absolute best. He then waved at Yibei, catch the beat, sing after me. Hong Chen is #1, Hong Chen is the absolute best. Let's party. Hong Chen is #1, Hong Chen is the absolute best. Yibei turned to stone, looking at him as if staring at some strange alien creature. Heaving a deep sigh at this comedy show, he muttered, Good heavens, is this really the legendary first powerhouse of the Tian Xuan plane from back then? The three girls Wu Zio, Tai Bai, and Yang Leng stood frozen nearby, their faces distorted with the same thought. Is the world of supreme powerhouses always this wacky? Yibei could not take it any more and roared, What kind of tricks are you playing, old man? If you are free, help me clean up those trashes. Why did you come out of nowhere to force me to sing and dance like a clown? The old man casually pointed his finger at Yibei. Kid, you still owe me 9 more steps. Hurry up and climb. Yibei had to give in, slowly lifting his feet to climb the steps one by one. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck right in front of Yibei, forcing him to dodge quickly. Yibei flared up, shouting back, You crazy old man, are you trying to play dirty with me? Hong Chen's eyes flashed as he crossed his arms, calmly stating, I don't have time to play with you. That is how the last 10 steps of the ascension staircase are. With every step you take, an unstoppable natural disaster will strike. One slip-up and your bones will be crushed. Yibei aggressively stomped forward. Only 1 more step left. Let's see what else you can pull off, old man. The old elder snapped in annoyance. Stubborn brat, you refuse to sing, don't you? Yibei coldly shot back. I came to conquer the ascension staircase, not to audition for a singing show. Suddenly his limbs went stiff like wood. He thought in panic, "What a nightmare, why is my body suddenly locked up like this?" The old man kept his arms crossed, smiling faintly. "Quite an interesting boy, I rather like your stubbornness. But since you refuse to follow the rules, I am helpless. The trials of the ascension staircase absolutely forbid any defiance." Countless crackling lightning bolts swirled across the sky. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and endured, forcing himself to take another step forward. Suddenly, he vaguely sensed an anomalous phenomenon. A bizarre magnetic field radiated from the space ahead, threatening to swallow him whole. Tai Bai shrieked in panic, "Oh my God, Master has vanished." At that moment, Yi Bei was sucked into a space swirling with white clouds, like a dreamlike heaven. Yi Bei looked around and vaguely guessed that, unfortunately, this place did not seem like the passage to the void immortal realm. Standing alone in the vast void, he raised his neck and shouted, "Hong Chen, show your face and speak to me." The giant phantom of the old man's face suddenly loomed right beside Yi Bei. "My friend, this place is a fracture in space-time. It is out of this old man's coverage area." Yi Bei lunged forward and grabbed his beard, smirking threateningly. "You old scoundrel, I broke my back climbing the entire ascension staircase, yet why is the door to the void immortal realm not opening? What kind of logic is that?" His beard being pulled painfully, the old man cried out, "Ouch, let go. This old man just came over to pull a quick prank on you." The elder grimaced and questioned Yi Bei, "When did you climb the entire ascension staircase? Stop bluffing. I am the #1 guardian of the Tian Xuan plane. How could your little tricks escape my eyes?" Yi Bei narrowed his sharp eyes and replied leisurely, "Oh, then what is your expert opinion on what act I am putting on?" The old man's face showed clear annoyance. "Kid, earlier we both had more than enough sense to detect that someone was throwing a wrench in the gears, intentionally blocking the entrance to the void immortal realm. So the moment you got hit by lightning, you used up all your strength to distort space-time." Yi Bei chuckled and opened his hands. "Old Hong Chen, you guessed half of it right, but just now I only used 50% of my power." The old man's eyes widened in amazement. "Oh my God, actually I was only using half of my energy back then too." At that moment, one of Yi Bei's hands erupted with a brilliant, sparkling energy. A brilliant golden light shone from his left hand, intertwining with a deep purple glow in his right hand as the two forces clashed. Hong Chen gaped in horror. "Kid, what are you trying to do?" A halo of glowing true chi hovered above his head, drawing down countless violent lightning bolts that began to strike. "My silly girl, your destruction great Tao can be fully utilized in the hands of this master." The old man nodded in praise. "Kid Yi Bei, well done. Borrowing the power of the destruction great Tao to compress a massive amount of energy, forcing space-time to warp once more. You even used the pressure blocking the entrance of the void immortal realm to forge the reincarnation seal of the netherworld." Violent bolts of lightning flashed wildly from the dark clouds, striking straight down to the ground. On the ground, Zhu Ying, Li Kui, and Xing Shan all stood frozen. Zhu Ying pointed to the sky, stammering, "Everyone, look, the Pinglai immortal realm is manifesting." Xing Shan patted his chest in relief. "Somehow I thought Lord Yi Bei was a goner. He indeed has a great fortune, to think he could overcome even such a difficult trial." Yi Bei stepped on the wind and soared into the sky, exerting force to tear open the barrier, laughing arrogantly. "Your void immortal realm's entrance seems to really enjoy playing hide and seek, huh?" He raised his arm high, mobilizing his roaring spiritual energy. "Climbing the ascension staircase is meant for undergoing tribulations to ascend, yet you set a trap to push me into a dead end. If this seat were not tough enough, I would have been dead long ago. Since you played dirty, your life is over too." Yi Bei pointed a finger directly at the energy core that was flashing with thunder. Instantly, a colossal palace collapsed into countless fragments. From his palm, a new wave of power surged from the black token, and he roared, "Explode for me." Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion tore through the sky. All matter was shattered into hundreds of thousands of sharp fragments, like broken swords. A brilliant passage slowly opened up, and Yi Bei stroked his chin in satisfaction. This is what the gate of the immortal pavilion should look like. That mysterious path shone brightly, with glittering rays of light radiating in all directions. Wu Zhao and Yang Leng were quickly enveloped by the warm rays of light. Wu Zhao asked curiously, "What is this?" Yang Leng replied comfortably, "This light is so smooth, it feels as if my spiritual sea is being nurtured and upgraded." Splendid ribbons of light also hovered around Yi Bei, and he silently noted that the spiritual energy here was indeed unbelievably dense. But why is it that after so much effort, I have only achieved a tiny bit of the sovereign realm? Is this ascension staircase trying to give me a huge build-up only to deliver a tiny reward, or is it playing with this seat? Suddenly a powerful voice echoed, "If you want to touch my master, you had better step over my dead body first." Yi Bei raised an eyebrow in surprise and turned around. Who was that? A group of high-level cultivators suddenly appeared, and facing them was Zhu Shang standing proudly as a barrier. An arrogant fellow spoke. "A mere insect like Yi Bei who has barely touched the sovereign realm dares to make such a scene? Stop playing ridiculous tricks." Yi Bei smirked. Well, bringing 10 sovereigns all at once. So you are the leeches who revived because the Tian Xuan plane rode on the coattails of my ascension staircase's energy." Seeing Yi Bei's back, Zhu Shang called out joyfully, "Master." Zhu Shang curled her lips. "Master, these 10 patched-up old sovereigns are so idle that they came here to look for trouble." Yi Bei nodded in agreement. "Exactly, just a bunch of idle fools with nothing better to do than seek trouble." The group turned their noses up in disdain. The ascension staircase connects to the Jade Pavilion Immortal Palace, which is filled with such immense blessings, yet you only produced a lowly sovereign realm. "What a waste of heaven's gifts," another interjected. "How about you obediently spit out that energy and hand it over to us?" Yi Bei contemptuously waved his fingers in a beckoning gesture, replying calmly, "If you are so tough, come and steal it, sweethearts." The rabble below looked up at Yi Bei, and Zhu Shang hovering in the void like gods, one of them roaring, "Chop him to pieces and seize all the essence of the immortal pavilion." Yi Bei half closed his eyes in weariness and sighed. They are truly like moths to a flame, completely oblivious to the vastness of heaven and earth. Suddenly his eyes flew wide. From the depths of his pupils, a terrifyingly violent aura erupted. Countless dazzling rays of light poured, down like a torrential rain, from the boundless, fierce wind. The crowd collapsed to the ground like cut grass, unable to withstand even a single strike. Luo Zhushang blinked in confusion. "Oh, are they all dead already?" She clapped her hands in admiration. "Impressive, just a casual punch, and you have already sent these 10 patched-up emperors to their graves." Yi Bei glanced at Luo Zhushang and smiled faintly. "Silly girl, there is still a whole bunch of stubborn pests lurking out there." "Do you believe your master?" Luo Zhushang replied quickly. "What master says is never wrong, but it still feels so surreal. Well, whatever benefits we can grab, we will take them all." Yi Bei pulled back his smile and said coldly, "It seems there are still plenty of people begging for a beating, lining up in droves." As soon as he finished speaking, powerful experts from all directions flocked in like a bustling festival. Instantly, the trio of Yang Leng, Sun Wu Zhao, and Qi Taibai appeared together to back them up from behind. Yi Bei smirked. "The more the merrier. Your master won't even need to do much. My disciples are already itching to crack some skulls to level up." Yi Bei waved his hand and ordered, "Disciples, go wild. Sweep away these fake emperors for me. Take this opportunity to dominate both leaderboards and seize all of their spiritual energy." Receiving the command, the 3 female warriors immediately charged into the enemy's encirclement. The crowd also charged forward frantically, roaring, "Chop them to pieces. We need to plunder their cultivation. That bastard Yi Bei is cheating, worthless scum." Yi Bei crossed his arms and sighed. "Oh well, aside from the bitter losers, there is also a whole pack of delusional, envious fools. Their character is truly bottom-tier trash." That aggressive pack of wolves was immediately struck on their heads by a fierce rain of furious light. But those moths to a flame still gritted their teeth, shamelessly charging forward anyway. Countless dazzling lightning bolts intertwined with razor-sharp sword chi, tearing the sky apart. A dense net of sword light enveloped the entire battlefield. Yi Bei clapped his hands as he watched. "Not bad. My disciples' moves have become much smoother now." Luo Zhushang clapped excitedly. "A round of applause for the growth of our sisters." Yi Bei remained standing as still as a statue, calmly enjoying the show. a group of aggressive experts was charging headlong straight toward the master and disciple. Yibei tossed the god-striking whip to Luo Zhushang, smiling as he advised, "I will leave these suicidal pests for my eldest disciple to handle. Use this little toy." Luo Zhushang caught the item, her eyes widening. Oh, the god-striking whip. The crowd burst into mocking laughter upon seeing this. "You wet behind the ears brat, who are you trying to scare with that piece of noodle? It is not even enough to scratch our itch." An icy killing intent immediately surged from Luo Zhushang's eyes as she snapped. "You brainless, oversized fools. Step up here if you dare, and see if a single lash from this whip doesn't shatter your bones." She gripped the handle of the whip tightly and swung her arm, unleashing a flurry of slender shadows that zipped toward the crowd. One of them froze on the spot, his face turning blank. In the blink of an eye, the entire gang of lackeys was tightly bound by the whip's coils like bundled logs. Despite their desperate attempts to channel their power and break free, the whip only tightened to the point of suffocation, refusing to budge in the slightest. Luo Zhushang cast a disdainful look at the prisoners who were bound half dead. Gu Zingshan broke into a cold sweat witnessing this, silently telling himself, "This monster is too terrifying, slaughtering emperors as if swatting flies. It is a blessing from 8 generations that I wasn't foolish enough to stand on the wrong side earlier." The crowd's faces turned pale as they quickly turned to flee, one of them screaming, "The plan failed, everyone. These freaks are not low-tier emperors. Running is our best option." There was no way Yibei would let them survive. He waved his hand and shouted, "Disciples, chase them down quickly. Do not let this ex-farming prey escape." Sun Wu Zhao obeyed. Qi Tai Bai attacked. Yang Leng rushed after them. Luo Zhushang followed suit. "Understood, honored master." A few days later, golden light flashed brilliantly as the official promotion list was unveiled. 49th place on the Tianquan Plain deification list, Sun Wu Zhao. 48th place on the Tianquan Plain deification list, Qi Tai Bai. 47th place on the Tianquan Plain deification list, Yang Leng. 45th place on the Tianquan Plain deification list, Yibei. 35th place on the Tianquan Plain deification list, Gu Zingshan. On the peak of the high sky, a magnificent magic light surged, tearing through the void to form a mystical portal of light. Approaching closely, one could see a path leading through space, bordered on the outside by swirling, dazzling bands of aura. In the center of that energy storm, 2 figures stepped out. The newcomers were Fu Zhang and Zhang Fu. Fu Zhang wrinkled his nose and mocked, "The spiritual energy in this garbage dump is so thin, even a sniff makes me nauseous." Zhang Fu nodded in agreement. "How true. In this ruined place, if not for Hong Chen, that brat Yibei would still be nothing but a useless waste even if he cultivated for another 10 years. Fu Zhang dropped his playful attitude and cleared his throat. "Stop babbling and quickly finish the task the immortal Lord ordered us to do." Floating in midair, Fu Zhang sighed again. "Thinking about it, thanks to that kid Yibei wanting to ascend, we got a ticket to enjoy the breeze in the lower realm." Zhang Fu chuckled. "You are right, boss. Whenever someone risks their life to break through, the barrier cracks a little, paving a way for us to slip down here for a breath of fresh air." Stroking his chin, Fu Zhang continued, "According to the immortal Lord's decree, I will head over to the Tian La sacred land to back them up and help them rise again." Zhang Fu added, "Since orders have been handed down, I will drop by the Tian Kai sacred land, our ancestral land, to give them a piece of my mind and ask after their health." In a flash, the 2 figures tore through the air and flew off in opposite directions, leaving a message. "Once everything is done, we shall regroup." Hidden beneath the crystal-clear lake was a pair of pure white jade heels moving gently. Yibei and Luo Zhushang were leisurely relaxing in the water. As he was dozing to rest his mind, Luo Zhushang held out the god-striking whip and said softly, "Master, I would like to return this toy. Lately, I have been relying entirely on its power for fights." Leaning back and showing off his well-defined six-pack, Yibei waved his hand casually. "Just keep using it. Consider it a little extra gift from your master." Luo Zhushang giggled and pointed shyly at the bottom of the lake. "Good master, I have also secretly hidden a surprise to offer you. Please take the trouble to dive down and see." Yibei obediently dived down, immediately vanishing beneath the water. A series of bubbles gurgled up to the lake's surface along his diving path. Popping his head back above the water, Yibei joyfully raised a deep blue quartz in his hand and laughed. "I have salvaged the treasure." Luo Zhu Shang's eyes lit up as she boasted of her achievement. "Master, this is a premium farming map of the Double Heaven list. With this in hand, we are guaranteed a spot in the top 5. Yibei smiled and patted her head in praise. "Good job, my eldest disciple. Unfortunately, the slot on this leaderboard only allows one person to tag along." Out of filial respect, she happily replied, "I went through the trouble of collecting this premium item specifically for you to use. Of course, ownership belongs to my master." Immersed in the beautiful scenery, Yibei shook his head seriously. "Then that won't do. This is a major matter for our sect. Tomorrow morning, your master will go to Black Tower Square to scout. That black market is bound to yield what we need." From above, a stack of bright golden banknotes was thrown down like a rainstorm. A powerful female voice rang out clearly. "I, Luo Zhu Shang, am desperately looking for information on the top 20 of the Double Heaven list. Dig out as much as you can, name any price you want." Yibei and Luo Zhu Shang stood regally in the middle of the crossroads, their presence overwhelming. Luo Zhu Shang continued clearly, "The deadline is 2 days. Bring all the information to Black Tower Square. For any good leads, I will hand out generous rewards." This bold announcement caused the crowd to buzz with excitement, and one man cheered happily. "We hit the jackpot, brothers." The atmosphere instantly boiled as the smell of money sent everyone's adrenaline rushing to their brains. Suddenly, a confident voice cut through the crowd. "HMPH, why wait for 2 days?" Yibei raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Who is that loudmouth?" A green-haired youth and a red-haired songstress carrying a pipa stood back-to-back, posing coolly. They introduced themselves. "Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the most popular touring idol group in the outer battlefield area, Long Fong Legend." Yibei and Luo Zhu Shang exchanged questioning glances. Strange, do street buskers have VIP membership cards these days? But they had to admit, the demeanor of these two looked very professional. The green-haired guy tilted his chin and corrected them. "Please call us performing artists." The red-haired girl winked and added, "And we are here to deliver a massive X-farming spot right to your doorstep." Yibei and Luo Zhu Shang stared at the strange duo. Yibei frowned, pointed at his own nose and asked sharply, "Deliver X right to our mouths." Hearing his bloodthirsty tone, the youth waved his hands in a panic. "Whoa, wait, spare our lives. I didn't mean offering ourselves as punching bags for you to farm." A spark flashed in Yibei's eyes. Though he vaguely understood, he still uttered a simple exclamation, "Oh." The two immediately restored their professional smiles. The youth rambled on, "Artists like us run gigs all over this battlefield, gathering rumors that outnumber musical notes. So, leave finding the farming spots to us." The songstress beside him chimed in, "When it comes to inside info on the Double Heaven list, gossip kings like us can confidently say no one beats us." Misunderstanding their dynamic and thinking the master and disciple were a young married couple, the green-haired guy flattered them. Well, the reputation of you two as husband and wife is soaring. We have been longing to collaborate on a project with you for a very long time." He concluded his pitch, "All the hot news you need, we've got it covered. But as the saying goes, one good turn deserves another, so we do have a small request." Hearing the words husband and wife, Luo Zhu Shang's cheeks turned bright red, and she mumbled shyly, "Whose husband and wife?" Yibei immediately tilted his chin and interrupted, "Stop beating around the bush. You dare stand here and bargain with me?" The youth pulled a blue brick-like device from his pocket and smirked. "Just asking you two to spare a bit of your precious time to show your faces and put on a little show on this device." He pressed a button with a click, and the object flipped open to reveal a surface reflecting Yibei and Luo Zhu Shang's faces exactly like a mirror. Yibei frowned. What kind of strange toy is this? It turned out to be a high-tech phone, and the glass screen instantly expanded into a massive display. He cradled the phone, coaxing them sweetly. "Please do us this favor, great ones. While you are slaughtering enemies to climb the ranks, your majestic and heroic figures will be broadcast live for the entire plane to admire." Yibei knit his brows and squinted. "A live stream broadcast." Yibei nudged Luo Zhu Shang gently and encouraged her. "Eldest disciple, just press something and see how it works. She curiously poked her finger at the power switch, nodding, pretty cool. The youth excitedly pointed at the screen. Look, Yibei and Luo Zhu Shang's visuals on screen are incredibly smooth and sharp. Luo Zhu Shang blinked in delight. Oh wow, today's toys are absolutely mind-blowing. The youth enthusiastically pointed at the frame. Just think about it, showing off your God of War demeanor on live broadcast would be absolutely fire, just like a singer rocking a live concert, incredibly cool. He gestured toward the roaring crowd of wild fans below. Look at these ratings. You two are absolute view magnets. With this collaboration, we will set the entire outer battlefield ablaze. Yibei rubbed his chin and smirked, reading the artist's true intentions. The cat's out of the bag. By using my image to bait views, you will rake in sponsorship money worth 1,000 times that pile of rewards, won't you? Even after being exposed, the two remained shameless and unbothered. The youth flattered him. Master Yibei has sharp vision. Indeed, we cannot hide anything from you. Let's seal the deal. All this info and these sweet target-tracking jade pendants are yours. Yibei crossed his arms and nodded in satisfaction. Sounds reasonable deal. Luo Zhu Shang also excitedly agreed. Yes, let's do it, master. The live stream cut to Luo Zhu Shang swinging her whip to log out a bald man. The ranking metrics jumped continuously. Deification list top 20, medal list top 26. Then leaped to deification list top 15, medal list top 18. In the corner of the screen, Yibei's figure pulling off a move was also updated in real time. Flying straight to deification list top 10, medal list top 14. As soon as Luo Zhu Shang crushed a demonic beast, the numbers danced again. Deification list top 9, medal list top 11. The achievements continued to climb. Deification list rising to top 7, medal list reaching top 10. On the other front, Yibei had also just wiped his hands and dusted himself off after clearing a mob camp, climbing straight to deification list top 6, medal list top 8. Boom, another target perished under his hands. The rankings jumped. Deification list top 4, medal list top 6. The master and disciple Yibei and Luo Zhu Shang farmed tirelessly, with the golden board constantly announcing Luo Zhu Shang's name. She dominated the top 3 of the deification list and top 4 of the medal list, while Yibei proudly claimed the top 2 of the deification list and top 3 of the medal list. A flurry of rainbow filters flew across the live stream screen, and the red-haired songstress cheered gleefully. Applause, please. Exactly according to the script, in a mere 10 days, the two gods of war have climbed to the top 3. Being able to follow my idols up close like this makes me absolutely thrilled. Reaping gains beyond expectations, Yibei also nodded politely. This venture was highly profitable. Thank you both for taking the trouble to provide accurate information. The green-haired youth suddenly remembered some bad news and quickly reported. Oh, I almost forgot, Master Yibei. Yesterday when we went to perform out of town, a loyal fan from the Tian Kai sacred land reported that the squad you left there was completely wiped out by hostile forces, slaughtered down to the last man. Yibei frowned, his killing intent skyrocketing. Who is tired of living and dares to touch my people? The singer scratched his head awkwardly. Well, as for the drama outside the city, we are clueless. You should make time to head over there and check the situation yourself. Yibei silently turned to leave, leaving the other guy staring in confusion. A moment later, he waved his hand and spoke. Yes, I understand. We have troubled you two enough these past days. Farewell. Yibei turned to instruct Luo Zhu Shang. Eldest disciple, stop farming. Tomorrow, after we collect all our top-ranking rewards, we will immediately head straight to the Tian Kai sacred land to settle the score. Rewinding to 3 days ago. Right at the Tian Kai sacred land, as soon as Zheng Fu landed, he roared furiously. Who is it? Who dares to cause trouble here? A disciple from Yibei's faction stepped forward and yelled with a scowl. What lunatic is shouting here? Are you blind? Do you not know this land is protected by Lord Yibei? Without a second word, Zheng Fu reached out and tightly grabbed the youth's throat. The disciple was lifted into the air, struggling to squeeze out each word. Bastard! Who are you to strike? Lord Yibei will skin you alive. Zheng Fu burst into savage laughter. What does Yibei even amount to? The Tian Kai sacred land is the ancestral homeland of our immortal lord. On what ground does that brat dare claim it as his own? The youth clawed desperately to pry open his vice-like grip, gritting his teeth in response. The mighty Lord Yi Bei personally pacified this Tian Kai sacred land, and he entrusted us with the duty of guarding it. Hearing those proud words, Zheng Fu's eyes turned blood-red with rage. With a single squeeze of his hand, he crushed the disciple until not a single bone was left, spraying blood everywhere. Wearing a demonic expression, he hissed through his teeth, "You bastards dare to slaughter my Tian Kai disciples. Today, on behalf of the immortal Lord, I will completely wipe out your entire sect. Yi Bei, the grudge between you and me officially begins today." Back to the present, in the square, a sea of people was eagerly waiting for the release of the golden board. The brown-robed man nudged the black-robed man beside him and whispered, "The double heaven list rewards are about to be distributed. I wonder if the gifts will be high quality this time." The black-robed man sighed. "Who knows, but with those two freaks Yi Bei and Luo Zhu Shang hogging the top spots, they are probably about to break through with some kind of destructive power again." In the sky, two streaks of light crossed to open an illusory path, and the crowd below stared open-mouthed as they watched the halo swirling around the magic orb. Yi Bei and Luo Zhu Shang stood proudly among the sea of people when suddenly, a mystical flame erupted from nowhere, completely enveloping both of their bodies. The power hidden within that flame slowly lifted the master and disciple, suspending them in midair. Trapped in the very center of the light vortex, their bodies were squeezed by an immense spiritual power. Luo Zhu Shang gritted her teeth and groaned, "Master, my body feels like it is about to burn." Yi Bei quickly reassured her via voice transmission, "Eldest disciple, grit your teeth and bear it. Pain of this level proves that the upcoming reward is going to be incredibly massive." A bystander on the ground gasped in terror. "The spiritual pressure is terrifying. Just how overpowered are the rewards of the double heaven list?" At this moment, Yi Bei was swallowed by surges of blue-green energy interwoven with purple essences, as a violent ancient power surged directly into his body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Bei found himself dragged into a unique dimension. He frowned in curiosity. What on earth is world power? An invisible notification appeared in his mind. The world tree seed is sprouting right inside the host's dantian. Right in the middle of Yi Bei's chest, the phantom of a shimmering ancient tree slowly took shape. Yi Bei tore open his robe, revealing a brilliant tree-shaped imprint glowing dazzlingly right in the middle of his chest. The system chimed, "Current world power level is 0. Unlocked privileges, bend spacetime, fuse the consciousness of all things. If accepted, the host can redesign this empty land into a new ecosystem, becoming the boss who controls the thoughts of all newly generated living beings. Upgrade condition, sacrifice and collect 1,000 lives." Standing alone in the vast universe, Yi Bei scratched his